The doctor just finished the surgery when he was blocked by a guy with a wave hairstyle at the door. This entrance is too creepy. A bald strong man pushed the door, directly ripping the surgery room door off its frame. The doctor's face darkened. "Fix it." The strong man slipped in holding the door. Just as the doctor breathed a sigh of relief, an oddball came down the slope with a middle part in his wave hairstyle and sausage lips, his forehead and chest covered in gold. Characters. He opened his mouth and spat out a live fish. Suddenly, fog rose around them, and a strange man shouted, "Hey, you smoking? I'm talking to you." House was confused. He just wanted to be a lazy doctor, marry an ordinary wife, have 2 kids, retire, read the newspaper, and wait to die. How did he get involved with this kind of stuff? The original text said, House looked around, and seeing no one else smoking, it must have been directed at him. First of all, I'll go by "Hey, I'm called Chew." House suddenly stopped, almost letting out a reference from his previous life. This wave-haired guy looked like trouble and could even create fog. Could he be a devil fruit user? The doctor was unarmed and might be in danger. The key point is this doctor is a transmigrator who had just adapted to a laid-back life and was dragged into trouble. Can he survive this? In the next chapter, what does the strange man want to do to the doctor? Is he here to rob money or take his life? The doctor turns out to be a master of breathing techniques. He killed the fishman with 1 slice and even scattered his ashes. The moment the fishman swung his knife at him, House's figure suddenly transformed into smoke. You've encountered light. Death. Seeing the light will lead to your demise. Just as the fishman finished cursing nonsense, a ray of light flashed across the horizon. Breath of the Mist, 4th form. Mirage Slash. The surgical knife flashed white, and a red line appeared on the fishman's neck, causing him to fall straight down. It wasn't over yet. House picked up the knife. Breath of Fire, 2nd form. Ascending blazing flame. The flames split the corpse into the sea, even melting the knife's handle. I told you to listen to the doctor. Turning back to the clinic, the bald strong man was repairing the door. With 1 swing of his hammer, dust fell from the ceiling, and with another bow, the other door collapsed as well. House's blood pressure skyrocketed. "Stop it right now." The original text said, "It was indeed reckless. He had already destroyed 2 of my doors today, completely unrecognizable as someone who had been stabbed over 30 times, and soaked in the sea for 3 or 4 hours. I in the ward." The Navy soldier with a windmill hairstyle woke up. It turned out the strong man was a subordinate who had swum several sea miles despite being stabbed over 30 times. His physique was too outrageous. On the surface, the doctor seemed laid back, but secretly he had practiced breathing techniques for 10 years. The fishman didn't die in vain. Would the Navy discover his secret next? Would the clinic's door ever be repaired? In the next chapter, is the Navy going to take the doctor out to sea? Is this laid-back doctor going to be forced to work? The Navy major was beaten by dozens of fishmen. The entire town was slaughtered, leaving only 1 child. Just after House asked about the battle situation, Brin's eyes turned red. The evil dragon pirates have slaughtered Kesha Town. Limbs were scattered everywhere, blood staining the square, with only 1 child surviving. Hidden in a dry well to avoid detection, that I took 200 men for revenge, but we were crushed by a dozen fishmen. The major was covered in injuries, relying on the bald subordinate to swim for several sea miles to save his life on the small bed nearby. The child was turned away from them, trembling like a leaf. Neither House nor Brin mentioned it, but their hearts felt heavy as if a stone was pressing down. The original text said there were limbs everywhere, and blood had stained the entire square. It took me a day to find that child in an abandoned well. House went to borrow a phone bug to report, but the town vendors insisted on stuffing him with fish and vegetables, as he was the only doctor. However, when the town mayor heard about Kesha Town, he was furious. The evil dragon pirates were too arrogant, daring to slaughter a town with just a dozen people, and even came from the Grand Line to cause trouble in the East Sea. Would Brin be able to take revenge after healing? Would House take action? In the next chapter, is the Navy branch sending someone over? Can this grudge be avenged? The doctor heard a name and changed his expression, forcibly storming onto the warship. Who is this Colonel Mouse? The fishman Arlong was waiting on the island. Kaneshiro had already been taken out by House, and they were still laughing. Humans are all trash, easy to play with. 3 days later, the Navy was preparing to set out to deal with the pirates. Brin said, with Colonel Mouse's help, "We're solid." House exploded on the spot, grabbing his cloak. "What are you talking about?" Without a second thought, he pushed Brin onto the warship. "I'm going with you." The town mayor watched from the dock, his eyes firm. "We can't delay any longer." The original text said, "That's Colonel Mouse, the guy who, along with Fishman Arlong, controlled the entire Shumida Islands." Nami's miserable childhood was largely due to his instigation. House understood clearly this mouse had taken Arlong's money to help exploit the common people. Brin was walking into a tiger's den, naively thinking they had a secret weapon. This trip was a death sentence. Could the doctor still turn the tide with his breathing techniques? Would Bryn survive? In the next chapter, will something unexpected happen on the warship? Can House save this group of fools? The doctor saw Colonel Mouse and immediately vomited. This perverted look is too eye-watering. The 16th branch was wealthy with marble floors. House understood at a glance this was definitely colluding with the fishmen. Colonel Mouse came out to greet them, his 6 whiskers twitching. House couldn't hold back. Vomit. The entire place went silent, and a flash of killing intent appeared in Mouse's eyes, though he maintained a fake smile. Take the doctor to rest. Inside, he was already cursing. They'll kill you later. In the evening, Bryn burst in. The evil dragon is about to run. We need to set off now. House sensed something was off. This was clearly a trap. I'm going too. He slung his medicine bag and headed out, but Bryn panicked. That's a battlefield. If you die, I won't be able to live either. The original text said, Bryn whispered in House's ear, don't refuse. To be honest, I'm not very confident because of the early strike. If anything unexpected happens, I allow you to leave the battlefield. In the end, they sent a clueless strongman to follow him, Smurd, who stuck to House like glue, stepping on his heels countless times in half an hour. The Major's orders, you can't leave. This trip was a death sentence. Mouse and Arlong had definitely set up a trap. With House dragging along a burden, could he still rely on breathing techniques to turn the tide? Would Bryn survive? Next chapter, is something going to happen at Evil Dragon Park? This wave seems to be ominous. Did the doctor scare off the Fishman army with a pea? This move is hilarious. House suddenly grabs Smurd. Do you dare to compete on who can pee further? 3 minutes later, on the stern deck of the ship, a group of Navy personnel gathered to watch. Smurd unzipped his pants, confidently spraying 10 meters, then turned to see House's side, a continuous stream flowing down, not stopping for 3 minutes. I lost. Underwater, Aaron and his group were dumbfounded. These 2 humans are actually peeing into the sea. The fishmen shook their heads and retreated, none willing to drill into the ship's bottom. Aaron was furious. Retreat. Let's fight on land. Cursing House in his heart 1,000 times. Arrest him and make him copy a guarantee 1,000 times. The original text states, House certainly knew the fishmen were underwater. His observation hockey was not low. Just kidding. With something like observation hockey that combines exploration and warning, a cautious, cowardly person like House would figure out by himself without anyone teaching him. The mouse was pacing anxiously in the cabin. Why hasn't Aaron made a move? Little did he know, the Fishman army had been scared off by a pea. House chuckled with a cigarette. I even took off my pants to drive them away. Approaching Evil Dragon Park, Blin was still reminding, stay behind and don't run around. House agreed verbally, but in his heart he was clear. He would still need to rely on the breathing technique to save the day. Next chapter, is the land confrontation about to begin? Will Aaron take revenge for the pea? A naval brigadier is going to confront the Fishman army Hedon. He dares to start fighting before the secret weapon arrives. Smurd curled up in the corner, mumbling impossible. House casually reassured him. Fear of giants, it's fine. But then he exploded. Blin's secret weapon wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. Are you crazy? Starting a war now is just asking for defeat. Blin suddenly stood straight. The Navy doesn't only fight the weak. Protecting civilians is our duty. That's justice. House was stunned. This is the real Navy. In front of Evil Dragon Park, 6 warships fire to the gate, only for the fishmen to shoot a water cannon, directly detonating the shells in midair. A larger water ball sank 1 warship. Underwater, a fishman punched through the ship's bottom. Abandoned ship? Land now. The original text states, without hesitation, abandoned ship. All personnel land, seize advantageous terrain, and engage in gunfights. With Blin's command, the still sinking ship began to move towards the coast. 3 warships still had people struggling in the water. 8 fishmen laughed coldly behind. Can't even breathe underwater. Serves you right. Without the secret weapon, the warships were all punctured. This wave was likely to be a total annihilation. Is House's breathing technique about to make its debut? Otherwise, this group of Navy personnel might really perish here. Next chapter, is the doctor going to unleash a big move? Will the doctor overturn the sea with a big move? The Fishman army is going to be stunned by the waves. The Navy was almost being bullied to death by the fishmen in the water, when House suddenly stood at the bottom of the sea. Water breathing, 4th form, tidal strike. With a swing of his sword, the sea exploded. A massive wave swept all the people in the water ashore. Even the fishmen were knocked dizzy. Blin was dumbfounded. The heavens are helping us. Fire. Gunfire rained down on the fishmen. The evil dragon panicked. Slapping the water's surface, water droplets shot out. The front row of Navy instantly bled. That's just water. How could this happen? Seeing the formation about to collapse, House crouched down, touching the injured soldiers. You've been enhanced. Get up quickly. The soldiers, who were just moaning, immediately bounced up and rushed back to fight. Blin Blin's jaw dropped. What kind of medical technique is this? It's more powerful than a cheat. The original text states. House kept moving, briefly explaining to Blin Blin, secret technique? Forget it, whatever it is, thank you, House. Blin Blin solemnly expressed his gratitude. In fact, House secretly infused the power of water breathing. The soldiers bravely withstood the water bullets. The evil dragon was enraged. How do humans suddenly become stronger? This reversal was too impressive. The doctor not only saves people, but can also act as a support to unleash powerful moves. Is it time for him to personally step in? Are the fishmen going to be pressed down and rubbed into the ground? Next chapter, is House going to unleash a killing move? The evil dragon is going to be finished. The doctor was ambushed by the fishmen. The bald simpleton took a punch Hedon. The evil dragon's eyes were about to pop out. His own water bullets couldn't kill anyone. Taking a closer look, House was crouching behind, quickly healing the injured. Those people seemed like they had cheat codes. The water bullets hitting them felt like tickling. Kill that guy in white. The evil dragon panicked, sending a fishman to sneak attack from behind. The fist was about to smash into House's head. Bang! Smurd stood like a mountain in front, crossing his arms to take the punch. Dr. House, are you okay? On the other side, Blin Blin was clashing blades with the evil dragon, clanging and sparking. The evil dragon suddenly grinned. Without the doctor, let's see how you all jump around. But when he turned his head, he saw Smurd hardening it out with the fishmen. With 500 wajing punches coming down, Smurd slid out several meters, his teeth grinding. Dr. House, run. The original text states. At this moment, Smurd still hadn't forgotten his mission. This iron simpleton really could take a hit. Even after being stabbed over 30 times, he could carry a person and swim for over 10 nautical miles. Now he was also taking on the fishman's barehanded techniques. If House didn't draw his sword soon, he might be letting down this protection. The evil dragon's nose was cut. He was completely mad. Every strike was deadly and ruthless. Blin Blin was about to collapse. The next second, is House about to get serious? Is the doctor secretly giving the simpleton a cheat? The fishmen are going to be beaten into whimpering monsters. House reached out to support Smurd, tapping his back a few times. A cool power surged through his body. Smurd instantly revived to full health. Push a little harder, I can. Do this, Kroby exploded. 1,000 wajing punch. Fist with a breaking sound came crashing down. Smurd caught it with one hand. Not moving an inch. What are you waiting for? Get in there with House's shout. Smurd mounted the fishman, pummeling fiercely. Stop hitting, I was wrong. Whimper. The muscular fishman was actually beaten to tears. The Navy ran out of ammunition. The fishmen charged with knives. But then they were stunned. These humans are like they've activated a health cheat. Getting knocked down, but quickly getting back up. 10 of them beating up one fishman. Turns out fishmen are nothing special. The original text says, although they still can't beat the fishmen also can't easily defeat the Navy. Each attack can knock someone flying, but that person quickly gets back up to continue attacking. The fishman wonders how to play against opponents with health cheats. The long-mouthed fishman Geo targets House. Water iron cannon. House stumbles and falls. The water cannon grazes his back and smashes into another fishman, then dives into the arms of the salmon fishman. The opponent raises a knife to slash. Breath of Kasumi, 7th form, obscurity. House's figure suddenly blurs. In the next second, will the fishman be instantly killed? How long can Smurt's cheat last? This wave of Oscar-worthy acting. House is hiding it too well. In the next chapter, will the doctor finally reveal everything? The fishman team is about to be wiped out. Saltburn realizes that the world in his eyes has changed. House, who was just in front of him, has vanished. Where did he go? Boom! A massive water cannon hits Saltburn. The impact sends his body flying several dozen meters. The fallen Saltburn is covered in blood, silent, unsure if he is dead or alive. The breath of Kasumi, 7th form. Obscurity is a technique that creates instability, disrupting the enemy. Just now, House used this technique to confuse Saltburn, making him unable to see the water cannon, giving House the time to execute the coincidence. Human. Geo is almost going crazy. He has already accidentally hurt his own people twice. He doesn't understand how this human can be so lucky. Whether it's the water giant cannon or Saltburn's knife, hitting either one should instantly take that human down, but that human somehow fell again. Dr. House, are you okay? The Navy, which had just besieged the salt-burning operation, hurried over to help House up. Cough, cough, I'm fine. You guys don't need to worry about me. Cough. House was helped up by someone, seemingly lacking the strength to stand, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Dr. House. Dr. House must have suffered internal injuries. They saw it clearly. Just now, House ran in a panic right in front of Saltbun, as if he stepped on something like a stone, causing him to tilt to the side and fall down. He narrowly avoided Saltbun's knife, and because of his speed, he didn't stop when he fell, rolling on the ground and ending up behind Saltbun. When Saltbun was hit by the water cannon, the massive shockwave from the explosion not only knocked Saltbun away, but also sent the fallen House rolling several times. House. Fortunately, my gums have been bleeding recently. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why I wasn't injured. Chio was so angry that she couldn't even speak, and picked up a knife from the ground, raising it above her head. I'm going to kill you. Chio had already gone mad. If I can't hit you with my words, I won't believe that I can't kill you with a knife. Holding the knife, she crazily ran towards House. The fishman is so scary. House pushed away the navy that was supporting him, let out a strange cry, and began to flee again. House runs all the way, while Geo chases all the way. House always happens to pass by those dangerous sailors and accidentally bumps into his allies, causing the fishman's attacks to miss. The entire battlefield is thrown into chaos by House, and the angry fishmen even start abandoning their original battles with the sailors to chase after House with Geo. I don't care, I just want to kill him. I want to kill him. Don't stop me. If he doesn't die today, I will. No one fight me. The first strike is mine. As House runs, he looks back and thinks, oh my, why are there so many fishmen chasing me? Looking again, he sees that there are also sailors chasing behind the fishmen. Dr. House, run. Don't let them catch you. The fishmen are ruthless. They will kill you. They eat people without seasoning. The sailors are cheering and encouraging House. House has treated each of them, giving them the temporary ability to resist the fishmen. This is a great favor, and they cannot allow the fishmen to kill House. On the entire battlefield, aside from the evil dragon and Blin Blin still fighting, everyone else who can stand is running away. The scene is very harmonious, as if a race is being held. Navy Fishman House. Don't chase after them. House shouted in front, I don't care. I'm going to kill you today, you scumbag. It's very dangerous to chase any further. Dead scumbag, don't run. Let me chop you into 18 pieces. Obviously, the nearly insane fishman didn't listen to House's advice at all. Since he won't listen, don't blame me. House suddenly stopped, took out a black spherical object from his pocket, and threw it at the fishman. Sneezing star. Boom. The black ball exploded in front of the fishmen, enveloping all of them in the black smoke released by the ball. Do they really think that mere smoke can block us fishmen? Ridiculous. Led by Geo, the fishmen waved their arms to disperse the smoke and ran out from it. But the next second, achoo, achoo, the fishmen started coughing. What on earth did you do? It's just some ordinary pepper, don't worry. Oh, just pepper? Then I'm not worried at all. Why is a doctor carrying pepper? At this moment, House no longer had the previous look of panic and shrugged his shoulders. Is it illegal for a doctor to carry pepper? Is there any law saying that doctors can't carry pepper? Achoo. Geo achoo. Yes, so cool, achoo. I've never seen someone so cool before. One fishman originally wanted to say this to Geo, but House also heard it. Hey, today you've seen it. House not only raised his hands in surrender, but also shook his upper body, looking so pitiful that even a fallen dog would want to give him a couple of slaps. Fishman, get him. Charge. Oh my, more coming. Realizing the situation was dire, House began a tactical retreat again, casually pulling out a black ball from his bag and tossing it behind him. Fire in the hole. However, this time the fishmen were smarter. Upon seeing the small ball, they started running to the sides. The black ball landed directly on the ground, but did not explode this time. One fishman, noticing that the black ball hadn't exploded for a long time, approached to take a look. The black ball lay quietly on the ground, appearing harmless. Oh no, I threw it wrong. Please don't eat it. House C anxiously shouted ahead. You said I can't eat, so I have to eat. The fishman also had a rebellious spirit, picking up the black ball and stuffing it into his mouth. How to put it, it was a bit sour and a bit fresh like grass. However, the texture was good, and the fishman chewed with his cheeks puffed out, quite vigorously. So is it tasty? House looked pained. There wasn't much flavor, but it was quite chewy. By the way, what is this? Is it some kind of precious medicine? Upon tasting something interesting, the fishman wasn't in a hurry to chase after House. Instead, he asked what this thing was. If it was some valuable medicinal herb that made House feel pained, it would be a small revenge. Oh, that's sheep dung pellets that I plan to take back for fertilizing the medicine. Sheep dung pellet? The fishman seemed unable to accept this news at first and was stunned, until he saw other fishmen struggling to put on sympathetic faces. But when one of them sneezed and couldn't help but laugh, he went crazy. You actually made me eat shit. Well, I can't say that. I tried to stop you. It was you who wanted to eat it. House raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Ah, I must kill you. The fishman, with blood-red eyes, frantically waved his short legs. No, you can't blame me for this. Hearing House still arguing, the fishman went even crazier. There was no choice for House but to keep running, but after a short while, he started rummaging through his pockets again. This time, he directly threw a handful of black balls. You think you can trick me with sheep dung? No way. Although he thought this in his heart, every fisherman couldn't help but cover their mouths. Being killed was one thing, but social death was simply unacceptable. Just when the fishermen thought those were just ordinary sheep dung, they stepped right over them, and boom, the sheep dung exploded. A faint yellow smoke enveloped the fishmen. At first, they didn't pay much attention, but after a few more steps, something fell off. The fishermen's pace began to slow down. Their legs involuntarily started to squeeze together, and eventually, they just stopped altogether. House also stopped, looking back at the fisherman gang with a playful expression. The leading fishman clenched his teeth tightly, and a few words burst out from between his teeth. What kind of drug did you give us? House calmly struck a match, took out a cigarette, and said, Seeing you all coughing so badly with a physician's heart, I prescribed some cough medicine for you. No need to thank me. You gave us laxatives. The fishmen became agitated, but as they got excited, they found it hard to control themselves. They could only cover their rear with their hands, trying to stay calm and hold on tight. So are you still coughing or not? House's response. The fisherman thought to himself, Isn't I just not coughing? I'm just too scared to cough. Taking advantage of the fishmen who were all turning purple from holding it in and didn't dare to move. House pulled out a black ball from his bag. This time, the ball was much larger than the previous ones. The fishman exclaimed, Winky face, don't come over. House threw the ball over to the fishmen, who tried to dodge it. However, the pressure from behind their lower bodies forced them to move only inch by inch. As expected, the black ball exploded, creating a cloud of white smoke that enveloped all the fishmen. House calmly watched the fishmen in front of him and began to count down. 3, 2, 1 down. The fishmen all fell to the ground, rolling their eyes as if they had coordinated with House. The Navy behind them stared in astonishment at this scene, their jaws dropping in disbelief. What are you looking at? I'm a doctor. It's reasonable to carry some medication with me. House stood in place, smoking a cigarette, with sparks flying out. I already told you not to chase, you fools. This round really got House worked up. Since you, Dr. House, are fine, what does that smell? The soldier was still thinking that since House was okay, he should go back and help the brigadier take down the evil dragon when an indescribable smell wafted over from the side. Upon closer inspection, what the hell? Can mermen change color? They're all yellow now. No, that smell, it's not a color change. Everyone looked at House in shock. House had already put on a gas mask. What are you looking at me for? A little knowledge. Laxatives and sleeping pills cannot be taken together. Otherwise, it will turn out like this. Did you learn something? Everyone nodded. Yeah, what a useless lesson. Who would take sleeping pills and laxatives together? Besides, weren't those your pills you prescribed? The air began to grow murky, and the Navy could no longer endure it, starting to retreat. But after just a few steps, it was as if they lost their strength, one by one collapsing to the ground. Their last thought was, don't fall here. We'll be pickled. Snore. Looking at the Navy passed out on the ground, House sighed. You guys really can't handle this, little brothers. House immediately realized that this was the manifestation of the recently depleted abilities within them. It was fine when House's power was supporting them, but now that the power was exhausted, their bodies instantly entered a self-protection mechanism, slipping into a sleep recovery state. Smurd, who had not shown up earlier, was the same. A good person is just a good person. He had fought against Kruby without holding back. Every strike was with full force, which led to him exhausting his power earlier than others, even though he was one of the last to receive the power. At this moment, he was lying on top of Kruby. Now, only one was left. The smoke mixed with mist, and House's figure gradually disappeared into the fog. Huff huff. Bryn gasped for breath, planting his sword into the ground for support. He had several wounds bleeding, the largest one almost spanning his entire waist. The human Navy. The sounds of battle had already ceased. Your subordinates should have been completely wiped out. The state of the evil dragon was much stronger than Bryn's at this time, with only a few minor wounds on him. How do you know? No, your subordinates are all gone. Even at this moment, he was still being stubborn. I want to see whether your bones are hard or my blade is hard. Along swung the cutting peak again towards Bryn. Bryn calmly watched this scene, as he no longer had the strength to dodge. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. I'm sorry to the residents of Kesha Town. I couldn't avenge you. I'm sorry to my subordinates. I couldn't bring you victory. I'm sorry, House. I couldn't safely bring you back. Stop leaving behind nonsense. Even if you die, I want die. Smack. House gently knocked Bling Bling unconscious with a chop of his hand, laying him down on the ground. Oh, is there infighting? Are you going to surrender to me, human? The evil dragon looked at House with a mocking gaze, confirming that humans are indeed the lowest race. However, if you kneel down and crawl over, I might consider not killing you. Ah! House ignored the evil dragon and simply stood up, walking towards it, as he passed by the sword that Bryn Bryn had just stabbed into the ground. He grasped the hilt of the power sword with his right hand and drew it out. Do you still want to resist? You're just a mere human. The previous navy couldn't defeat me, and you think you can resist me? House still ignored the evil dragon and simply said to himself, I am using a power called breathing technique. There are many types of breathing techniques, among which one is known as the origin breathing, the ancestor and foundation of all breathing techniques. The knife in House's hand began to glow red as if it had been burned by fire. With each step he took, the knife became redder. After 3 steps, the knife was on fire, and a scorching sensation emanated from House. No, it was coming from a knife. Even from a distance, the evil dragon felt as if it were surrounded by the sun. Who exactly are you? House's response was, Breath of the Sun, 7th form, Sunflower Thrust. In an instant, House vanished, and a swirling flame appeared out of nowhere, piercing through the dragon's body at an incomprehensible speed, reaching behind it. At that moment, the dragon felt the fear of death and lowered its head to search for its wound. However, it only found a small cut at its navel, with the area around it already charred, as if what had passed through was not a blade but a red-hot iron rod. Ha ha! How could such a minor injury defeat me, the evil dragon? Humans only bluster. What is this breath of the sun? The dragon's body began to turn red from the inside out, as if fire were burning within it. The scorched dragon wailed in pain, rolling on the ground while clutching its belly. House flicked the knife, and the crimson blade gradually faded, returning to its original color. Ignoring the dragon's wails, he walked around the dragon and slowly made his way back to where Blin Blin was, still murmuring. The energy characteristic of the breath of the sun is that once it pierces the enemy, it destroys their internal organs, causing them to suffer as if their insides are being scorched by raging flames. The dragon was still lamenting, and House suddenly stopped, as if listening to something. It turned out that the secret weapon Blin Blin mentioned was you. House quickly threw the knife beside Bryn Bryn and disappeared from the spot. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the mist. White snake. A fist, spewing smoke, flew out of the mist toward Along's head. Bang. The fist struck the evil dragon's head, and at the same moment, the evil dragon stopped howling. A burly man in a leather jacket with white hair flew over, following the smoke from the fist. Yes, he was flying, and his limbs were actually made of smoke. The fist that had just hit the evil dragon flew back to the man's right arm, and when he landed, his limbs magically transformed back into those of an ordinary person. He frowned at the silent, evil dragon lying on the ground, then looked at his own fist. This guy, is he really that weak? A day later, Bryn Bryn vigorously shook Smoker's hand, thanking him profusely, saying, I really appreciate it. If you hadn't rescued us in time, we would have been in danger. Smoker replied, I told you it wasn't me. I just threw one punch, and that guy died. Smoker struggled to pull his hand away from Bryn Bryn's grip, frowning as he said, Don't worry, I understand. This guy is related to the warlords of the sea. It's really troublesome if he dies. But don't worry, I will take responsibility for this. Bryn Bryn winked at Smoker, looking as if he understood everything. Smoker replied, I've already said it wasn't me. Bryn Bryn pointed at House, who was nearby, panting while helping the Navy move the spoils of the evil dragon. House was moving a large box, taking a few steps, and then resting, looking nothing like a master. Smoker glanced at him and turned back, frowning. Anyway, it wasn't me, so don't say anything foolish. Bryn Bryn, looking as if he understood, assured Smoker, Don't worry. We'll say it was me who did it to the outside world. Even the warlords of the sea can't do as they please. If you need help in the future, just let me know. I will definitely not refuse. Smoker looked at Bryn Bryn, who seemed to believe anything, and didn't he want to explain further. By the way, what do you plan to do now? The warlords of the sea are not to be trifled with. Smoker said seriously, the warlords of the sea are top figures even in the Grand Line. A branch rear admiral from the East Blue doesn't have the capital to confront them. He continued, let them come. Not to mention the evil dragon isn't even a subordinate, just a faction that was expelled, even if he were a subordinate. Does that mean he can do whatever he wants in the East Blue? Bryn Bryn will never agree to that. Whatever retaliation comes my way, I will take it. Seeing Bryn Bryn, who showed no remorse, Smoker felt moved. We are the Navy. Do we need to consider their background when killing pirates? On the sea, the Navy is the biggest background. Dashkin. Smoker shouted. Here. A girl ran out from a nearby group. She was wearing a Navy uniform, with a non-standard long knife at her waist and glasses on her nose, looking a bit naive. She saluted Smoker. Colonel Smoker, what do you need me for? Go bring the evil dragon pirate crew's captives back to our ship. Smoker ordered. Colonel Smoker, I think taking captives from our allies is not something a just Navy should do. Dashki did not execute the order. Instead, she began to question it. This isn't just stealing, I'll go myself. Smoker was at a loss for words. Should he say that leaving them behind would attract the warlords of the sea, and the 77th branch would be unable to resist? Wouldn't that mean the Navy fears pirates? He decided not to explain. Dashki chased after him. Colonel, I think. Bang. While focusing on chasing Smoker, Dashki ran into a passerby. I'm so sorry. My glasses, where are my glasses? Dashki was knocked down by the rebounding force. Sorry for knocking you down. A hand helped the fallen Dashki up. Without her glasses, she could only see a vague white figure. Here are your glasses. Luckily, they didn't break. A gentle voice rang out as something was placed in Dashki's hand. I'm sorry. I accidentally bumped into you. Are you all right? After putting on her glasses, Dashki finally saw clearly that she had bumped into House. She bowed again to apologize. But are you not hurt? So this is Dr. House? He looks really good. I heard that the Navy has suffered no losses this time thanks to his medical skills. He really is an impressive person. Hey, seeing Dashki in a daze without responding. House waved his hand in front of her, trying to get her attention. Did she hit her head? Still not getting a response. House planned to check if she had a head injury. Just as he was about to move, Dashki finally snapped back to reality. Sorry I lost focus just now. I'm fine, thank you, Dr. House. That's good. If you feel unwell, just find me anytime. Since she said she was fine, House had no intention of forcing her to be examined. He glanced around and, seeing no obvious injuries, walked away without paying further attention. Doctor, House is indeed as gentle as the legends say. Oh wait, now I need to find Colonel Smoker to ask about the captives. Colonel Smoky. Dashki finally remembered what she had been about to do and chased after Smoker. As for Dr. House, Smoker, from a distance, touched his chin and looked over, appearing deep in thought. Although Bryn repeatedly refused Smoker's actions of taking the captives, Smoker still firmly took the captives away. On the calm sea, two ships moved forward side by side, both flying the seagull flag. One ship looked quite normal, resembling an ordinary warship. The other ship was rather strange, with a sharp-toothed shark at the bow, looking more like a pirate ship compared to the nearby warship. Hey, Smoker, thanks a lot. Smoker waved from the other ship in response. The two ships gradually drifted apart, with Smoker heading back to Logtown, while Bryn was to escort House back to Orangetown. All right, it's time to send you back. Are you really not considering becoming a Navy officer? I think you have great potential. Bryn sincerely extended the invitation again. No, the townspeople still need me. House refused again, conveniently finding himself an impeccable reason. Well, since that's the case, I won't push it. Although he won't join the Navy, he can still ask me for help in the future. Looking at Bryn's regretful expression, House blurted out, I would have known even if you hadn't said it. Your acupoint striking ability is very strong. Hee. House wished he could sew his mouth shut. Why are you being so polite for no reason? Now you're in a bind, aren't you? The calm surface of the East Sea was vast and clear, the sky bright and clear. It was as if celebrating the dispersal of the dark clouds brought by the evil dragon. An hour later, House returned to the dock in Orangetown. So everyone goodbye. House picked up his small medical kit and was about to disembark. Goodbye, Dr. House. I will remember your life-saving grace for a lifetime. Thank you for your treatment. Come visit us at the 77th branch when you have time. Every soldier was bidding farewell to House. As those who had received House's treatment, they had personally experienced his medical skills. It could be said that without House, at least half of them would have died in the battle against the fish people. All good things must come to an end. We hope to meet again. The deeper one is at the bottom, the more genuine the feelings are. House was also moved by this simple emotion, but happiness was right in front of him. How could he stand still? House stepped onto the ladder to disembark. Step, step. The sound of many footsteps drew House's attention as he turned to look back. A group of residents, led by Mayor Dubord, was standing on the dock. Mayor, this is a Navy ship, no need to worry. Everyone, please go back. House was puzzled, thinking that the mayor brought people to check the ship because he was worried it was a pirate ship. Stop, House. House stopped and looked at the old mayor in confusion. What the hell are you doing? House, you should go out to sea. A sharp response. Mayor, you. House, I know you can't let go of us. Look over there. The old mayor raised his hand and pointed to House's clinic, where a large flame was burning fiercely. What the F? Who set my house on fire? House hurriedly continued to climb down. There was no time left. It was I who had someone set it on fire. The old town mayor said calmly. House was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He usually respected this old man and was hoping he could help him find a wife in the future. But now, old man, you actually burned down my shop. His expression changed several times, and with a hoarse voice, House spoke. Why? Because you don't belong here. You belong to the sea. I belong to the sea. How come I didn't know? House was taken aback. Didn't expect that at this moment the old town mayor started crying. Wait, it's my house that was burned down. Why are you crying? You raised the Navy's flag high so that the pirates can see at a glance that this place is protected by the Navy, right? It's to protect the townspeople from pirate harm, isn't it? House nodded. That's right. The seagull flag is meant to make pirates see it and quickly get away. Although it was initially mainly to avoid disturbances from pirates, it also inadvertently protected the town. Seeing House nod, not only the old town mayor, but also the other townspeople became excited. You built a clinic on high ground to warn everyone in advance in case some pirates don't fear the Navy, right? No. I just wanted to find a quiet place to practice my swordsmanship. I know you love this town deeply. You haven't charged much for medical fees over the years, and even lack the money to renovate your house. Wasn't that to build good relationships with the townspeople, gain a good reputation, and find a wife? You've held on for so many years alone. It must have been tough, House. This time, it's our turn to protect your dreams. House is speechless. My dream is to have a wife and kids by a warm Kong. And also, why are you burning my house? House, go to the sea. Haas shivered. No, I'm not going to the sea. I want to go back to the town. Haas, the old town mayor shouted. I know you yearn for the sea. 6 years ago, you stayed to protect us townsfolk. So today, I brought everyone here. Listen to their voices. The crowd behind the mayor began to shout. Haas, don't worry about us. We'll take care of ourselves. Go pursue your dreams. What am I worried about? My dream is to live safely until I die. Dr. Haas, go to the sea you long for. Don't let us become your burden. Thank you, but you are burdening me right now. Dr. Haas, you shouldn't be trapped on this island. The sea is where you can truly shine. No. I still want to go back to the town. House shook his head in refusal and continued to climb down. If the house burned down, it could always be rebuilt. There was no way he was going to leave his comfort zone. House, the mayor spoke again, and to be honest, House was a bit afraid of this old guy now. What had he imagined? The mayor's smile was a bit sinister. It was no longer up to you. Chris, take action. Understood. A young man with yellow hair saluted and then ran to the side to start an unknown winch. As the winch turned, the bridge at the dock actually began to rise, and the ladder that could originally reach the ground was unexpectedly pushed away. Go chase your dreams, House. You guys. At this moment, House really wanted to curse. Can you all understand human language or not? I said, I want to go home. Ha ha. A burst of laughter came from the ship. House, you shouldn't refuse. This is everyone's wish. Come on, join the Navy. Bryn grabbed the rope ladder with both hands and swung it up with force. Bryn, in midair, without a point of support, House was swung up. But fortunately, he wasn't thrown too high and was just swung back onto the ship, standing up and dusting off his clothes. It seemed that returning to Orangetown was impossible now. So, looking at the eager eyes of all the sailors in front of him, joining the Navy might not be such a bad thing after all. House walked back to the side of the ship, cupping his hands to his mouth like a megaphone. Mayor, take good care of that child. The mayor responded with a smile. Sure. And fix up the clinic for me. I'll be back even after I retire. Don't worry, House. It wasn't a real fire. Just a little fire started nearby. We'll remember you. Make sure to become a big shot. The townspeople responded eagerly, and House waved back at them before turning to look at the grinning Blin and the group of Navy personnel. So, Brigadier Blin, Dr. House reporting for duty. Haha, you finally became a Navy man. Notify the kitchen. We're having a welcome party tonight to welcome House to the Navy. Oh, long live Dr. House. The soldiers cheered, and Blin gave House a big hug, pushing him toward the kitchen. Let me tell you, House, the benefits of joining the Navy are abundant, like the 5 insurances and 1 fund. Tonight was a night of revelry for the 77th Navy Division, but also a night of sorrow for House. House's retirement plan just fell apart. However, as he swirled the red wine in his glass and looked at the Navy around him celebrating, it didn't seem too bad. He downed the drink. Tonight, we won't stop until we're drunk. On an island near the Red Earth continent, a massive fortress-like building stood majestically. At the top, a seagull flag fluttered in the wind. Report. Kumin. A messenger opened the door and saluted the person seated at the head of the table. There were only 4 people in the room, but the messenger was already starting to sweat. Marshal, this is the report from Brigadier General Blin of the East Sea Branch 77. Oh, just put it down. Yes. The person in the main seat wore a strange seagull hat and had a long braid of beard on his chin. He was the highest leader of the Navy. Marshal Sengoku. The messenger respectfully placed the report on the table and turned to leave the room. As soon as he stepped out, he bent over and gasped for air. The pressure of being in the same room with the three admirals was simply too terrifying. After catching his breath, he patted his chest and returned from where he came. Inside, the four people showed no reaction, as if they were used to the messenger's behavior. Sakazuki, you went a bit overboard on Kafuno Island. The soldiers below have complained to me. Sengoku waved a report in his hand, reprimanding the straight-backed figure in front of him. The person in front of Sengoku wore a standard Navy cap, his facial features sharp, and the dark red suit he wore had a pink flower embroidered on the left chest. This person was Sakazuki, also known as Admiral Akainu, one of the highest combat powers in the Navy. Necessary sacrifices are unavoidable to eliminate pirates, Sakazuki said firmly, showing no sign of wavering. Yusai, never mind. Sengoku casually handed the report to a sheep beside him. Bah! The sheep skillfully opened its mouth and ate the report. And you too. Can you stop slacking off in front of me? Sengoku slammed the table and shouted, spitting as he spoke. Oh my, Sengoku-san is really scary today, said Kizu Borisolino, dressed in a yellow suit, lounging on the sofa. Although he said it was scary, he was still busy filing his nails with a rasp, showing no sign of fear. At least this guy responded. The other admiral, Akiji Kazan, was lying on the sofa with an eye patch, not responding at all. Sengoku really wanted to give these two a good talking to, rubbing his forehead. None of the three admirals were easy to deal with. Forget it. What I just said is classified. Meeting adjourned. Yes. Yes. Such a hassle. The three answered and left Sengoku's office. After watching them leave, Sengoku resumed looking at the documents. Let's see what this little guy Blin Blin has done now. Bang! What is this? Sengoku slammed the document down on the table. After a while, he leisurely picked up his teacup and took a sip. Really, just capture him. Why did this have to turn into a mess with Jinbe? After thinking for a moment, he put down his cup, picked up the phone bug, and made a call. This is Sengoku. Please notify Jinbe that Arlong was killed by a passing strong man for torturing humans. It doesn't matter if he believes it or not. Just let him know. That's it. After hanging up the phone, it was now up to Jinbe's attitude. As for the Arlong pirates, Sengoku didn't take them seriously at all. They were pirates. So what if they died? Should the Navy be punished for killing pirates? Not even Jinbe could get away with that. East Sea, Branch 77, Navy Medical Room. Bang. Bang. A rhythmic knocking sound echoed as the solid wooden door creaked. It seemed like it would fall off its hinges any second. Dr. House! Dr. House! Are you in there? Outside, a bald, muscular man was shouting. No matter how loud he was, there was no response from inside, as if no one was home. In the distance, two patrolling soldiers passed by. Sergeant Smurd is knocking again. Why isn't the commander taking care of this? Who knows? Just pretend we didn't see it. Well, you can't deny that Sergeant Smurd has a bit of musical talent. It sounds pretty good. Idiot, that's called rhythm. The voices of the patrolling soldiers faded away, as if nothing unusual had happened. Finally, amidst the muscular man's enthusiastic knocking, the door quietly opened a crack, revealing a young man with fluffy black hair, rubbing his eyes, looking like he had just woken up. I said Smurd. The muscular man's knocking hands were still coming down, completely unaware that the door had opened. Wait. Moreover, a head had already poked below his hands. Huh, why did the sound change? The feel is much better, but surprisingly, it's quite nice. The muscular man opened his eyes, waking up from his daze, and looked at his hands in confusion. Huh, why is the door open? Looking down through the crack in the door, he realized it was Dr. House's head. No wonder it felt so good. Dr. House. 5 minutes later, with one eye swollen shut, House was struggling on Smurd's shoulder. Knocked out, and then taken away. Are you a kidnapper? I'm sorry, Dr. House, I was wrong. Smurd's apology was very sincere, but he showed no intention of putting him down. At that moment, House happened to spot a few Navy personnel patrolling in the distance. Hey, patrolling brothers, this guy is kidnapping me. Hurry, come over. What? Kidnapping? The patrolling Navy immediately raised their weapons in alert. What are you doing? Put the guns down. Can't you see that's Sergeant Smurd, not a kidnapper? The leading soldier clearly recognized him. Sergeant Smurd, hello. What's going on? Hello. The commander asked me to bring Dr. House to him. No. Why do you have to tie me up to take me there? House interjected. The commander said, this time, even that lazy guy has to be tied up. You just passed out, so I was executing the Brigadier General's orders. House and the patrolman looked speechless at the guy in front of them who resembled Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Since it was the commander's order, let's not meddle and continue patrolling. All right. The patrol captain quickly led the team away. Captain, are we really not going to intervene? After walking a distance, One patrolman whispered. How can we intervene? Are you going to snatch someone from Sergeant Smurd? With that famous straightforward personality of Sergeant Smurd, if you dare approach. He might just take you down for interfering with his duties, believe it or not. That's true, but what about Dr. House? No worries, Doctor. House is known to be a good guy. He won't blame us. Remembering Sergeant Smurd's physique, which seemed capable of slapping him to death with one hit. The captain is right. Dr. House, it's not that we don't want to help you, but the enemy is too strong. We wish you a safe journey. The captain is really impressive, knows so much. All right, you have plenty to learn. House watched the departing patrol team and thought, wow, you specifically bully good people, huh? Just wait. Next time you get hurt, come to me for treatment. If I don't make you scream for your grandma, then I'm not worthy of being called House. I'm done for. Can't go on living this world isn't worth it. House squatted in the corner of the office, looking like he'd been messed up. Blin helplessly touched his forehead and looked at the two people in front of him, feeling a headache coming on. Smurd, what's wrong with him? Smurd scratched his head. I don't know either. Well, I brought Dr. House here. We passed by the training ground, and that's when Dr. House turned into this. Seeing Smurd's confused expression, Blin's headache worsened. Although it was me who said, even if we have to tie him up, we should bring him here. That was just an attitude. I didn't mean for you to actually tie him up. Besides, you passed by the training ground, which means most people in the base probably saw it. No wonder House is in this state. It's a social death. House, Smurd's not very bright, so please don't hold it against him. Blin could only rub his hands and smile awkwardly. 20 minutes. Do you know how I spent those 20 minutes? House is already dead. You're the one who picked him, idol. By the way, House, the reason I called you here is that I have a task for you. Unable to think of a way to comfort House, Blin could only change the subject. The task is very simple, just go. Not going. It's really simple, just go. Not going. Go on patrol. Not going. You have to go. I'm a doctor. I won't go anywhere but the infirmary. House tightly hugged a pillar. Sanji was coming. House's body stiffened. He had been to Raccoon City. House stood up, dusted himself off, and politely bowed. My esteemed Brigadier General, when does the mission start? I'm getting a bit impatient. This change left Blin and Smurd dumbfounded. I'm still used to your original state. Why don't you go back to that? Esteemed Brigadier General, what are you talking about? Haven't I always been like this? Forget it. The ship is ready. You should go out and explore for a few more days. At your command. House dragged Smurd along, who was confused. Mr. House, wait a minute. Don't pull me. I can walk by myself. Major, we are setting off. Brin fell helpless. He originally thought it was no big deal. Although the dragon was a fishman, he wasn't technically under Jinbei's command, so killing him was justifiable. Even if Jinbei wanted revenge, he had no proper reason. However, he had already gone to Rogue Town to see those captives. The way House had given someone laxatives and sleeping pills was quite concerning. If it were him, he would have gone crazy by now. Brin shivered and quickly thought to himself that he shouldn't have any sins that House would want to punish him for. There was no reason for him to drug him, right? In any case, it was hard to say whether Jinbei could maintain his composure after seeing the fishman's tragic state. So it was best to let House go hide for a while. Mr. House, why are we in such a hurry to set off? On the warship. Smurd tilted his head and asked House, of course, he was just being timid. Cough, cough, it was all for love and peace. House quickly slammed the brakes, almost letting the truth slip out. Love and peace. Smurd was even more confused. That's right, love and peace, Smurd. What is the biggest difference between our navy and the pirates? They are criminals, and we are not. Smurd answered loudly, which is somewhat correct, as no one is born a pirate, and no one is born a navy. So why do some people become pirates when they take up arms, while others become navy? This time, House didn't wait for Smurd and answered himself. You see me, I was just an ordinary doctor, living a peaceful life in the town. But the pirates wanted to invade my home, forcing me to take up arms and become a navy. I love my town and hope it remains peaceful forever. But the pirates want to destroy all of this. Although my hometown is fine now, just thinking about so many civilians at sea being harmed by pirates makes me anxious. Do you understand? Love and peace. Smurd began to repeat these 4 words continuously, and the more he said, the brighter his eyes became. Yes, Mr. House, I understand. Mr. House is indeed an excellent navy, always thinking about protecting the people. I must learn from Mr. House. Smoker was almost in tears from the emotion. Having fooled Smoker, House stood at the bow of the ship, feeling sentimental. Indeed, such a hot-blooded fool can easily be swayed with a few righteous words. The pirate world is not that simple. Meanwhile, Jinbei was accompanied by Smoker, steering a warship towards Division 77. Lord Jinbei, if you dare to lay a hand on any navy, I will not sit idly by, Smoker said, glaring fiercely at the blue fat man in front of him with a cigar in his mouth. I will not act recklessly. Please rest assured, Smoker. The cone-shaped blue fat man squinted his eyes. Humph, not the best. As for the warlords of the sea, who have long been famous on the ocean, even with the power of a devil fruit, Smoker wouldn't dare to say he could win. The two fell silent, and the atmosphere on the ship grew heavy. Jinbei looked at the vast sea in front of him, his expression calm, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. Remembering the scene of the fishmen crying in the Rotown prison yesterday, Jinbei couldn't help but tense up. Due to the characteristics of fishmen, no one dared to let them bathe in the water. So that day, they only rinsed off a bit with water, and that was considered clean enough. When Jinbei went to see them, some yellow, unknown substances had clumped on their clothes. Even the air in the cell was filled with a peculiar smell, and the guards didn't dare to enter, only standing outside the old man's door. Captain Jinbei, I'm not clean anymore. I have no face to be a fisherman. Don't look at me. I'm dirty, OT too. That Navy is so shameless. Just the sleeping pills would be enough. Why use laxatives? Their cries pierced Jinbei's heart like arrows. Although Jinbei was not a racist, he was still a fisherman. Seeing his fellow countrymen being bullied like this made him furious and wanted to find the culprit. Unfortunately, he couldn't act on impulse. He still had the entire Fishman Island to look after. Besides, although Arlong was not a good person, he was not someone who could be easily killed. Not even Smoker could do it. Arlong was no fool. Seeing Smoker, a Logia user, he would definitely hide in the sea. And Smoker couldn't do anything to the fishmen in the water. So the killer of Arlong must be hiding in Division 77. His hand gripping the railing tightened involuntarily. Crack! The railing made a sound under the strain. Smoker beside him noticed this and raised an eyebrow. For 2 consecutive days, the sea was calm, truly the weakest sea. House was very happy. He liked these peaceful days. If only it could last until retirement. After greeting Smoker, House returned to his room. By the way, House was a corporal, while Smoker held the highest rank on the ship, being a sergeant major. In theory, House was still Smoker's subordinate. But Smoker showed House the utmost respect as soon as he boarded the ship, not caring about his higher rank. Instead, he acted like House's subordinate, not only not making House work, but also skipping many regular trainings, which made House feel a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, House had a thick skin and didn't show any unusual reactions. Thus, House lived a life of drinking tea, reading newspapers, and chatting with the soldiers. Thinking the weather was terrible. The sea was not always calm. For example, today they encountered a storm. The sound of large raindrops hitting the deck echoed. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the lookout. Sergeant Major Smoker, a pirate ship has appeared to the right front. Smoker's eyes widened. Mr. House said that we must protect the peace of the sea. Follow my orders to chase and strike the pirates. Yes. Shouldn't we inform Mr. House? A young Navy asked Smoker. Well, we should indeed notify him. You go inform Mr. House and tell him to stay in his room. Smoker nodded in agreement. Huh? Stay inside? Shouldn't he come out to fight? Smoker saw the soldier's confusion and kicked him directly. Idiot, are you still a soldier? Do you want Mr. House to use his scalpel against the enemy? The young Navy was not angry, but felt very guilty. Yeah, how could I let Mr. House's hands, which save lives, become hands that kill? I'm such a terrible person. Yes. The young soldier slapped himself and answered loudly. Smoker looked at the pirates with eyes full of killing intent. Pirates who disrupt the peace, prepare to die. Mr. House, I will not forget your teachings. The booming sounds of cannon fire echoed on the warship. Oh, why is the thunder so loud? Could it be that we've entered a thunderstorm zone? Sitting on the toilet, House frowned, then relaxed again. It's fine, Smurd will handle it. This guy is really reliable. Everything is arranged in an orderly manner. He flipped through the newspaper in his hand, continuing to read the joke section. Oh, this joke is so funny. The lazy boss was pushed by the employees to work. Oh. On the deck, Sergeant Smurd shouted, "They're coming at us." The scout wiped the rain off his face. Whoosh. Smurd drew his knife, raised it to the sky. All hands prepare to meet the impact. We are the Navy, and we will not back down in the face of pirates. For justice. For justice. Bang. The ship shook violently, and House almost fell into the toilet. What happened? Did we hit a reef? Without looking back for one last glance, he hurriedly packed up, intending to see what was going on. The creaky bathroom door opened, and a person holding a knife, clearly stained with blood, was not a good guy. House and the man exchanged glances. Kill. The person on the ground quickly got up with a knife. Damn, no martial ethics. Wait for me to pull up my pants. Bang. House fired a shot, and the pirate clutched his chest and fell down, his eyes filled with disbelief. Aren't you supposed to be in the restroom? Why are you carrying a gun to the toilet? Where did you pull out from? Heh, I won't tell you. I blew on the muzzle, and the faint smoke dissipated. Oh no, my pants aren't fastened properly. I hurriedly fastened my pants while activating my observation hockey. There were more than 20 unfamiliar presences on the ship, and everyone was crowded on the deck, constantly colliding. This isn't a pirate attack, is it? Why didn't anyone notify me? A few minutes ago, there was a knock, knock, knock. Dr. House, pirates are attacking. Please stay in your room. We will defeat the pirates. A soldier with a handprint on his face said outside House's room, then turned and rushed to the deck to join the fight. But at that time, House was already in the public restroom outside, completely unaware of the situation. The flintlock needed to be reloaded, but clearly, there was tea time for that now. Fortunately, when Bryn equipped House with military attire, he also provided a standard military knife. House grabbed the knife and ran towards the deck. The sky was overcast, with lightning occasionally breaking through the clouds. The turbulent sea had two ships swaying on it. One a dilapidated pirate ship that crashed straight into the bow of the warship, looking as if they were embedded together. House immediately understood the situation. These were desperate pirates fighting for their lives. Otherwise, ordinary pirates would avoid warships. Mr. House, be careful. It's the mighty pirate crew. Smurd was shocked to see House actually come out and quickly warned him to be careful. During the fight, a burly man with his chest exposed grinned sinisterly. And then, bang! Smurd was kicked far away. After kicking Smurd, the burly man strode towards House, holding his massive hammer. You must be the officer, right? As long as I kill you, your subordinates will surrender. The burly man wore a crazed smile, and Smurd was really tough. After taking such a heavy blow, he could still get back up. Dr. House, quickly dodge. That's their captain, Bull Bison. House glanced at Smurd without leaving a trace and said, Thanks, I'm not blind. It's easy for me to dodge, but what about this big guy hitting you? If you had that kind of strength, I'd run away in a heartbeat, all right? There's no other way. The ultimate little golden man is here. For justice. With a tragic expression, House raised his knife and rushed towards Bison, ready to fight to the death. No, Mr. House, Smed exclaimed. Haha, you little bug can't wait to deliver yourself to death? Watch me crush you in one blow. Seeing that House didn't run away but charged at him instead, Bison became even more excited. If you had run away, it might have been a bit troublesome for me. But you actually want to fight me to the death. Do you have the strength for that? He raised his heavy hammer and swung it towards House's head. Perhaps due to the heavy rain and slippery deck, House unexpectedly slipped and fell bang. The heavy hammer struck the deck, creating a dent. But House slid under the hammer handle and narrowly avoided the blow. Bison, experienced in combat, saw his opponent slip right under him and kicked out directly bang. The kick was heavy, and House flew away like a cannonball, crashing into a pirate. Poof! The knife in his hand accidentally stabbed into the pirate's body. Cough, damn pirates! Justice will not yield. House got up, coughed a few times, pulled the knife from the pirate, and staggered back toward Bison. I will smash your head into your stomach. The death of his subordinate made Bison even angrier. Facing House, charging at him again, Bison raised the hammer above his head and swung it down with all his might. House was swaying as he rushed forward, just about to be hit. However, House accidentally stepped into a puddle of blood, and whoosh, he slipped again. The hammer struck the deck in front of him, boom. The tremendous force created a shockwave that sent the surrounding rainwater flying. And House was once again blown away, with the knife in his hand swirling wildly in the air, just as it flew past a pair of fighting navy and pirates. Swoosh. The blade grazed the pirate's neck. House landed again, covered in blood and looking very disheveled. However, he still struggled to stand up, gasping for air, barely able to keep his balance. Yet he still looked steadfastly at Bison, the pirate. Justice will prevail. He once again staggered towards Bison. And the two previous defeats made Bison even angrier, the veins on his forehead nearly bursting, white vapor spraying from his nostrils with each breath. His eyes wide open like a bull, breath of mist, seventh form. Hazy. In his heart, House murmured softly, and suddenly, the scene in Bison's eyes changed. The house charging towards him transformed into several people, making it impossible for Bison to discern which one was real. The breath of the mist technique, specifically the seventh form, is a style that disrupts the enemy, causing them to hallucinate before swiftly delivering a fatal blow. However, the half-mist version was a modified move by House, retaining only the disruption power and abandoning the assassination aspect. Damn Navy, I'll smash you. Since he couldn't tell which was which, he decided to strike them all. The hammer swung horizontally, missing its target, but not completely. House dodged the hammerhead in front of the crowd of Navy and pirates. However, being too close, he was blasted away by the handle. Another pirate appeared right at House's landing spot, and House's blade once again plunged into the pirate's body. Mr. House. Smurd knelt beside him, tears streaming down his face. Cough, cough. Trembling hands gripped the hilt of the blade, and House stood up shakily. Mr. House. This time, Smurd's tone was filled with surprise. Justice will never yield. House spoke intermittently, and anyone who saw his body, which could barely stand with the support of a knife, felt he had lost all ability to resist. Huff, huff. You lucky Navy, I'm going to smash you. Basin was furious. Just moments ago, when he hit House, an enormous force surged through the hammer, making it so hard for him to hold it steady that it flew out of his hand and smashed into a pirate's head, flattening it on the spot. Now seeing that House could still stand, Basin was infuriated. He didn't care about the hammer anymore and strode forward with his arms wide open, intending to smash House's head flat. Half illusion. To Basin's surprise, House seemed to have moved to the right, but it didn't matter. Basin twisted his waist and adjusted the midpoint of his hands to the right. With a loud clap, in the eyes of everyone, House swayed in front of Basin and was knocked away by Basin's left hand, narrowly avoiding the fate of having his head turned into a pancake. House flew into a pirate's chest, knocking him down and caving in his chest, causing him to lie on the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood, looking like he wouldn't survive. Mr. House. Damn pirates. I want let you go. Smurd glared furiously, his anger alleviating some of his pain as he charged toward Basin. At that moment, Basin was puzzled, looking at his hands. Clearly, someone had flown out, but he felt no impact, as if he had struck empty air, which was uncomfortable. Hearing the roar behind him, he hurriedly turned around, but it was too late. Smurd, with a body as strong as a gorilla, crashed into him. Bang! Smurd's body collided with his stomach. Although Smurd was slightly smaller than Basin, it was just the difference between an ordinary chimpanzee and a silverback gorilla. Basin arched in the air like a shrimp and flew out for more than 10 meters, crashing into a corner of the cabin. Without any support, a part of the roof collapsed and buried Basin. After colliding with Basin, Smurd didn't pay him any mind. Instead, he quickly got up and ran to House's side, kneeling beside him, shaking House's body. Mr. House. Mr. House. Wake up. His urgent tone made House feel embarrassed to keep pretending. Cough, cough. House opened one eye slightly, and Smurd was overjoyed. Mr. House, you're awake. Oh, it's Smurd. How is the pirate? House weakly asked, and Smurd looked around. Due to Bison's fall and House's earlier accidental killing of several pirates, the remaining pirates were already unable to resist the Navy's siege and had basically been defeated. Rest assured, the pirates have been eliminated. That's good. Suddenly, a sound came from the rubble that Bison had just smashed. House's brow twitched. No way. Could his luck be this bad? Was he going to win the lottery on his first outing as a Navy sailor? A strong right hand, covered in black hair, reached out from the ruins, followed by the entire wreckage shaking, dust flying everywhere, and a tall, strong figure emerged from the debris. Bison's face turned bull-like, with two curved horns sprouting from his head. He looked much bulkier than before, with bulging muscles like hard rocks, six-pack abs clearly defined, and his body covered in long brown-black hair, except for his face. This transformation left the Navy, who had been cheering for victory, speechless. He had initially wanted to fight as an ordinary person, but now he was done pretending. He was laying his cards on the table. His deep voice sounded like drums in their ears. I am a bullman who has eaten the bulbul fruit. Since you killed my subordinates, you can become my subordinates instead. Smurd helped House up, and House was about to go mad with anger. What the hell? Is this what the East Blue has to offer? What is the evaluation team doing? Why not give him a bounty of several tens of millions and let him go to the New World to find death? Just based on those horns, Kaido, that bungee jumping enthusiast, should want to pull them off as a spare. What is he doing in the East Blue? Bison's massive size brought heavy pressure on the Navy. Bang! A soldier could no longer withstand the pressure and fired a shot, the bullet hitting Bison squarely in the chest, rolling off the deck without even dislodging a strand of his brown hair. What a monster! The soldier trembled and fell to the ground. The expressions of the Navy, including Smurd, turned to terror. The bullet hadn't even harmed a hair on him. Despair spread throughout their hearts. Cough, don't even think about it. Pirates, we Navy will never surrender. Everyone's gaze was drawn to House, who had made the sound. He pushed Smurd hard, tried to shove him away. However, the weakened House not only failed to push Smurd but stumbled himself. With trembling hands, he struggled to pull out the knife stuck in the pirate's body, holding the knife with both hands. His unsteady body paired with unwavering eyes shone like a beam of light in the hearts of the Navy. Yes, we are the Navy. How can we be afraid of a pirate? Even thinking about surrendering? Absolutely not. We might as well die. We should have that awareness the moment we became Navy. The crowd regained their fighting spirit and looked at Bison with fiery eyes. Bison felt a bit uneasy under their gaze. Damn it, he had clearly intimidated those Navy. They were about to surrender. His huge bull eyes began to redden, glaring at House. It was all this Navy's fault. Damn Navy, you won't have the same luck as before. Die for me. Bull charge. Bison lowered his head, scraping his right foot on the ground twice. Thud. Thud. The heavy footsteps indicated Bison's strength. Dr. House, be careful, Smirt exclaimed. At this moment, House was stumbling forward, looking at Bison, who was charging like a mountain. House appeared so small, as if he would be crushed to bits in the next moment. But an unexpected event occurred. Bison's power caused the entire ship to shake with his footsteps, and House, already unsteady, fell when the ship rocked. He fell forward, and the knife in his hand slipped to the right, just as Bison charged past. In the pouring rain, no one noticed the fleeting flash of green on the blade. House lay on the ground, gasping for breath, seemingly too weak to get up again. Roar! Bison cried out in pain as a knife was embedded in his arm. It was House's knife. Hiss, little bug, I don't know how you hurt me. But don't you know that Zoan-type fruits grant incredible recovery powers? Bison endured the pain and pulled out the knife. Now, you have no knife, and you can't even crawl. I'm going to stomp you to death in front of your subordinates. Ah! Stimulated by the pain, Bison's face revealed a cruel smile as he walked step by step towards House. Stop, pirate. I won't let you hurt Mr. House anymore. A strong figure firmly blocked the space between Bison and House. Oh, it's you. Your strength is pretty good. Want to be my vice captain? I have high hopes for you. Bison had a relatively deep impression of this guy. Before House came out to cause trouble, this guy had already fought him several times. Although he couldn't beat Bison, he was still impressive. That's right, blocking here is Smurd. Smurd, will never collude with pirates. Pirates die. Smurd threw a punch, completely ignoring the huge size difference between him and Bison. Mr. House's action showed us that if even the Navy surrenders to pirates, who will protect peace? I will not back down anymore. His determined gaze showed no trace of fear. Since you don't agree, then you shall die. A fierce glint flashed in Bison's eyes. With this Navy strength, he probably couldn't even take one of my punches, right? As long as I kill this one and the one on the ground, the morale of this group of Navy will collapse. Then I can force them to become my crew, and I will have a complete warship to make a name for myself in the Grand Line. Bison completely disregarded Smurd. After all, his body had already transformed into an animal. The Smurd, who had a similar size to his before, now looked like just a slightly stronger monkey in his eyes. While he was a wild bull. Bang! This is impossible. Bison's face showed a look of fear as two fists with a size difference of 3 to 4 times collided. When did his strength become the same as mine? This is impossible. He was confused, but Smurd was not. This must be the power of justice. Smurd was very certain justice will prevail. He roared again, closing in and fighting with Bison. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch landed with flesh-to-flesh contact. In just a few seconds, Smurd went from a stalemate to gaining the upper hand. His roar also awakened the surrounding Navy. We must fight. In an instant, those with guns used them, and those without swords and knives all attacked Bison together. This time, Bison's fur did not block the knives and guns. He was injured. This discovery made the soldiers even more excited. If he could be injured, he could die. Black blood flowed through his brown-black fur. As time passed, Bison's movements became slower and slower. He couldn't understand why. After transforming in front of the Navy for the first time, not being harmed by knives and guns, and scaring the Navy so much that they couldn't even stand, all this joy didn't add up to a greater joy. Why did it turn into him being crushed instead? This shouldn't be. His gaze swept across all the Navy, finally landing on the figure lying on the ground. A flash of inspiration hit Bison's mind. It was that Navy. Ever since he appeared, everything had changed. Although the rain was pouring down, he clearly saw the smile at the corner of that Navy's mouth, as well as his lips moving, uttering words he shouldn't have heard. Breath of insects, dance of the bee's fangs, truly dazzling. What was that? As his wounds multiplied, Bison's consciousness gradually sank. Finally, after the last gunshot rang out, Bison fell. His eyes wide open, he never understood how he lost. Smurd leaned on his knees, breathing heavily. Did we win? We won. Yay! From initial disbelief to the cheers of the crowd, it was just a matter of seconds. The soldiers couldn't believe they had actually defeated that bull-headed guy. Just as Mr. House said, we are the Navy warriors of love and peace, defeating the pirate bull-headed man. Quiet, Smurd shouted, startling everyone into silence as they stared at him, unsure of what he would do next. Smurd ignored the gazes of others and walked over to House, crouching down to check his breathing. The soldiers finally realized why they had been yelled at. How could they forget about Dr. House, who led them out of despair? They felt ashamed. The entire ship held its breath, watching Smurd's actions, afraid to disturb him. Just when Smurd's large hand was about to approach House's nose, House suddenly coughed a few times, cough, cough. House originally intended to pretend to be seriously injured, but he didn't expect Smurd's method of checking for breath to be so rough, with those two big fingers poking at his nose. It was too much, and House couldn't stand it anymore. He had no choice but to wake up. Hearing House's cough, Smurd quickly withdrew his hand, then was overjoyed, helping House sit up. Mr. House, you're not dead. Damn you, don't curse me. By the way, where's the pirate? What happened to Bison? House pretended to be nervous and reported, Captain House, the entire daring pirate crew, including Captain Bull Bison, has been defeated. Did we win? Yes, we won. That's good. Help me up. I need to go rest for a while. But you look seriously injured. Should we get a doctor to take a look? A soldier said with concern, and the people around him nodded in agreement. Can you find a doctor better than me here? I said I'm fine. I just need to rest a bit. House rolled his eyes at the crowd, as if to say, yeah, right, huh? The soldier scratched his head and chuckled foolishly, while Smurd didn't say anything and supported House as they walked inside. By the way, there's something strange about this guy who can turn into a cow. Don't mess around. Just take a picture and throw him into the sea, and remember to wear gloves. Just as House was about to enter the cabin, he turned back and said this, while some soldiers curiously gathered around Bison. As the weakest sea, the devil fruit is just a legend. Yes, House issued an order, insisting that they handle it according to the command, even if they were curious. In fact, it wasn't that House didn't want them to look a little longer. The key was that it was really unbearable to watch. If it were discovered that this guy died from poisoning, it would be hard to explain. Insect breathing is a technique that combines high-speed stabbing and toxins. And the dance of the bee's fangs and insect breathing is a move that involves fiercely thrusting a slender sword coated with poison forward. House used this trick to stab the knife into Bison's body, causing him to be poisoned, which led to Bison becoming weaker later on. This wave highlighted the acting skills. Who would have thought that the reason everyone could injure Bison later was because of House's initial stab? After all, everyone had injured Bison, perfectly hiding himself, truly impressive. The secretly chuckling House was helped back to his room by Smurd. Mr. House, please rest well. I'll head out first. By the way, Smurd, let the ship's doctor take a look at him first. If there are any severe injuries he can't treat, come call me. As long as I'm here, I won't let my brothers get hurt. For some reason, after House said this, Smurd suddenly started crying. Dr. House, you're truly great, even while seriously injured. You still think of your injured brothers. Don't worry, I will absolutely make sure the brothers get treated. Wiping his nose in tears, Smurd left, leaving House puzzled. Wondering what was wrong with this guy. Always crying at the drop of a hat. Whatever, it's the pirate world. Everyone expresses their emotions so freely. Just ignore him. There's still the need to confirm bounties and count the spoils, which are all troublesome tasks. So let Smurd and the others handle it. I'm an injured person. I need to rest well. On the deck, soldiers were methodically carrying out post-battle work, confirming bounties on corpses, repairing the deck, moving spoils, all in an orderly manner, with smiles on each soldier's face. Other pirates might not have bounties, but the bounty for wild bison has already been confirmed. 9 million berries. It's worth noting that the average bounty in the East Blue is only 3 million berries. So 9 million is a rare sight for a great pirate in the East Blue. This is a huge victory. Seeing Smurd come out of the cabin, a second-class soldier with a sling approached. Captain Chow, is Dr. House all right? The second-class soldier was so concerned about House because one of the pirates accidentally killed by House was fighting him at the time. He was injured, about to be killed by the pirate when House suddenly flew in and cut the pirate's neck, saving him. Don't worry, Dr. House just needs to rest. He's not seriously hurt. That's great. By the way, Captain Chow, it's been confirmed that Wild Bison's bounty is 9 million. We've done a great job. Yeah. I should be able to become a sergeant when we return. An excited first-class soldier said. By the way, Captain Chow, can I give my credit to Dr. House this time? The previous second-class soldier tentatively asked. Smurd looked at the second-class soldier with confusion, not answering, seemingly waiting for an explanation. In fact, this kind of offering credit was not something someone like Smurd would accept. In the past, some people bribed others on the ship to get promoted early. But once mentioned to Smurd, he would directly kick the person out of his team. Smurd's team was quite popular in the 77th Division. After all, Smurd could fight and never coveted his subordinates' achievements. Every accomplishment was evenly distributed. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be just a captain with such combat power. Seeing that Smurd did not refute him, The soldier grew bolder. This time we defeated the mighty pirate crew. I think Dr. House deserves the most credit. Although it's a bit embarrassing, I was indeed scared when Bison transformed into a monster, even thinking of retreating. Unknowingly, a large group of Navy gathered to listen. The second-class soldier paused, quickly glanced around, swallowed hard. It was Dr. House who saved me in despair. If he hadn't bravely attacked at that moment, I might have lost my honor as a Navy. Although Dr. House didn't defeat Bison, without him, I might have died at Bison's hands, or worse, been forced to become a pirate. At this point, the second-class soldier bravely raised his head, staring seriously at Smurd. If I accept this credit for defeating Bison now, I will never be at peace. Tears streamed down the second-class soldier's face. Well said. That's right, without Dr. House, someone like me, who even dropped my gun on the battlefield, would be dead. I can't steal credit from my benefactor. I want to give my credit to Dr. House. The speaker was the soldier who had fired the transformed Bison, but was ineffective. Yes, I also hesitated. Accepting such credit would compromise my dignity as a Navy. I'm not here to be promoted. And me. Watching one soldier after another expressing their wishes to give their credit to House. Smurd's previously dark face suddenly broke into a smile. He pulled the first second-class soldier who spoke. You're a good one. Listen to me, everyone. The soldiers fell silent, quietly looking at Smurd. Dr. House once said we Navy are warriors of love and peace. I never understood this before. It's true that the Navy protects peace. But what does that have to do with love? Smurd's gaze swept over everyone's faces. Now I understand. This is the love between comrades. So I have decided. Everyone's faces showed expectant looks. The credit for defeating the mighty pirate crew will be shared by everyone. The expressions of everyone turned from expectation to disappointment. And Smurd secretly laughed in his heart. However, the credit for killing Bison will belong solely to Dr. House. Smurd gasped as he said the last sentence. The soldiers first looked incredulous, then turned into wild joy. Yay. This was the first time on Smurd's ship that the credit was not shared, but no one had any complaints. The next morning, what? When Smurd said he would give the credit for killing Bison solely to him, House exploded with rage. No, absolutely not. Bison was killed by everyone together. How can I take everyone as credit? But everyone has already agreed. That doesn't matter. Taking everyone as credit. What kind of person would I be, House? House firmly stated why he came to Smurd's ship. Isn't it because he wanted to share the credit for the ship's achievements and was frustrated by the slow promotions? Why is it that as soon as I arrive, you change the rules? Is it specifically aimed at me? Each of us is a small part of the collective. If I stand out this time and get an exception, will others also get exceptions when they stand out next time? If this continues, what fairness is left? You don't need to say anything. I definitely won't accept it. House had to look as if he was the spokesperson for fairness. But if everyone really agreed, that wouldn't work. Fairness is very important. Just think about it. If you killed a pirate, but someone else took the credit, wouldn't you feel dissatisfied? Smurd thought for a moment and realized he would indeed feel dissatisfied. House patted his thigh and said, Right, this is an unfair phenomenon, and we must refuse to accept it. Otherwise, how can we coexist harmoniously? Well, Smurd seemed somewhat reluctant, but he didn't say anything further. After seeing Smurd off, House finally breathed a sigh of relief. Is there any benefit to being promoted? Yes, but can he get promoted? No, the war on top has only been going on for a few years, and getting promoted at this time. What if he get called up? He has no confidence in defeating the Whitebeard pirates. News came from the branch that Jinbei had already left, but they weren't in a hurry to go back. Instead, they wandered around a nearby town. It's an old tradition of the Navy that after defeating pirates, they could take a break. In this kind of naval encounter, some of the spoils can even be used to treat the soldiers before being handed over. These are customary rules, and Smurd, being such a straightforward person, didn't mean to break tradition. After all, this matter has no downside, right? The town was neither too big nor too small, but it seemed to be developing well. It was no worse than the previous Orange Town. House ate a lot of snacks that day. Public funds for eating and drinking are just great. However, something felt a bit strange. The atmosphere here was somewhat heavy, unlike his original Orange Town, which was filled with the laughter of adults and children. The merchants were initially a bit guarded, but upon seeing his Navy uniform beneath the white coat, they became somewhat hesitant to speak. House didn't probe further. As an outsider, one shouldn't casually investigate the secrets of someone else's town, even if it's with good intentions to help. Sometimes it's not a good thing, especially when no one from the town is asking for his help. Grilled chicken wings, my favorite. Humming an unknown tune, House walked down the street with a large bag of snacks. Suddenly, he felt something snagging on his clothes. Brother, are you a doctor? House turned around and saw a little girl tugging at the corner of his shirt. The girl looked about 5 or 6 years old, shy and timid, with big eyes that clearly indicated she was a little beauty in the making. When she saw House turn to look at her, she quickly lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. House saw that the little girl was dirty and wasn't quite sure what she wanted, but he still responded gently, "Yes, I am a doctor. What do you need from me?" After saying that, he looked the child over. Although her clothes were a bit dirty, her round little face was rosy, and there were no bruises on her exposed limbs, indicating she had not been abused. The little girl's expression visibly brightened. "That's great. Dr. Brother, can you come with me for a moment? Is someone in your family sick?" House squatted down to look into the little girl's eyes. She first nodded, then seemed to remember something and started shaking her head. No one in my family is sick." "Oh, then why do you need to see a doctor?" House was also a bit curious. This, I can't say, but if you follow me, you'll know. Is that okay, doctor?" The little girl seemed to have some difficulty expressing herself, her head down, one foot continuously scraping the ground. "All right, then you lead the way." "Really? Thank you, doctor." The little girl's face immediately lit up with a smile as she grabbed House and started walking. "Wait, don't rush, things are gonna fall." Along the way, House and the little girl chatted a lot. She didn't hide much. Her name was Tana, she was 5 years old, and she was the daughter of a small merchant in town. However, when asked why she was looking for a doctor and came here, Tana fell silent. "Here, please have this chicken leg." House took out a drumstick, and this casual action startled the little girl. "No, I don't like chicken legs." The little girl seemed a bit scared and shook her hands vigorously. "I have other things here, they're really delicious." House thought the little girl just didn't like chicken legs, so he planned to offer her something else to eat. After all, it was reimbursable. Who knew the girl's reaction would make House feel that things were not so simple? "Tana won't eat, really won't eat, don't force me." The fear in Tana's eyes was impossible to hide, and she even started to sob quietly. Seeing this, House didn't know what to do. He just casually offered the little girl a snack. Why such a big reaction? If someone saw him with a little girl in the woods, and she was crying, it would be too awkward. He had to change the subject and not mention the snack. "We've walked this far. Are we at the place you want to take me?" Hearing this question, Tana finally stopped crying, wiped her eyes with her sleeve, and looked up. "We're almost there, just past that big tree." Tana pointed to a tree over 30 meters tall ahead. House frowned and looked at Tana with a complicated expression. "Then let's go." The two continued walking, rounding the big tree, and Tana stopped at a patch of grass. In House's puzzled gaze, she pushed aside the grass, revealing a dark hole behind it. The opening was not high, just over a meter, and it curved downward like a slide, leading who knows where. It looked very dangerous here. "Sorry, I'm leaving now." House explained a sentence and turned to leave, but this hole was not to be taken lightly. However, he couldn't walk away as the corner of his clothes was tugged again. The little girl didn't say a word, just looked at House, tears continuously flowing from her eyes. Plopping down, after a moment of stalemate, House finally gave in. He rubbed the little girl's head vigorously, messing up her hairstyle. All right, I lost. You lead the way." The little girl was initially angry about her messed up hairstyle, but as soon as she heard House's words, she immediately laughed out loud. "Don't worry, big brother. There is no danger inside, I promise." Her small chest patted loudly, seemingly to prove that there was indeed no danger in the hole, and Tana slid down ahead. Before long, Tana's clear voice echoed from the hole. "Dr. Brother, come down quickly." Seeing this, House could only shake his head helplessly, crouch down, and follow inside. The slide wasn't too long, only about 10 meters or so. At first, it was extremely narrow, just enough for a person to pass through. After walking for several dozen steps, it suddenly opened up. This was House's first impression of the cave. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks on the shore was audible, and although the noon sunlight couldn't illuminate this place, it was enough to see the surrounding environment clearly. Who would have thought that a small cave would actually lead to a natural dock? Indeed, this was a seaside rock cave, surrounded by high cliffs, forming an independent spherical space. Apart from the entrance where House and the little girl had come in, there was another large opening connecting to the outside sea, big enough for ships to enter, clearly a secret hideout, likely belonging to pirates. How'd House know this? He could see it with his own eyes. A ship was docked here, and judging by the skull flag fluttering from the mast, it was a pirate ship. Although he didn't know why, the whole ship had a damp feeling as if it had been submerged in water, but it was definitely a pirate ship. They entered from the side of the beach, and the first to arrive, Tana, had already run towards the center of the beach, shouting, "Sister Luwe, Sister Luwe, I brought the doctor." At that moment, a girl was lying on the crescent-shaped beach. With the light reflecting off the sea, House could see her face. A girl about 18 or 19 years old, full of youthful charm, with delicate features. Unfortunately, Her tightly furrowed brows and slightly twisted mouth hinted that the owner of this face seemed to be enduring pain. This was supposed to be a rescue of a distressed young lady, but why was her outfit black and white? The outfit was one thing. He could tolerate that. But why was her hair also black and white? House couldn't help but complain. Her style was truly hard to describe. Although not unattractive, it was too out of place for the scene. The girl's pants were normal black long pants. But her top was a combination of two asymmetrical styles. The right half was a black leather jacket, and the left half was a white shirt, diagonally split from her right shoulder to her left waist, with the side distinctly contrasting black and white, giving off a rebellious vibe. The most critical part was that her fluffy curly hair was also half black and half white. House stroked his chin, hesitating. After all, this girl doesn't seem like a good person. While House was pondering, Tana had already run back. "Dr. Brother, please save Sister Lue. She got hurt saving me, please," she cried, looking like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Had he ever saved a little girl? Although he wasn't clear on the specifics. Someone who could get hurt like this while trying to save a child shouldn't be too bad, right? He smiled at Tana, walked up, and began to examine the girl carefully. Tana watched nervously, fearing House would say something she couldn't accept. House frowned. The girl named Lue was indeed severely injured. Her breathing weak, losing too much blood, with a broken left arm and varying degrees of internal injuries, clearly a result of a powerful blow. Even for someone with the physique of this world, these injuries could be fatal. The girl was only unconscious. Such resilience was not something ordinary people possessed. After the examination, House began to treat her. On her left arm, he initially thought it was the sleeve of her shirt, but upon closer inspection, he found it was a makeshift bandage tied too tightly, causing her arm to turn purple. The eye patch over her left eye, he assumed was due to an injury, but her eye was actually fine. Although he wanted to complain, House held back. With the blood circulation in her arm nearly cut off, House pulled out a scalpel from his clothing lining. With a flash of the blade, the bandage started to unravel layer by layer without injuring the skin underneath. This operation surprised Tana, who was about to scream at the sight of the scalpel, making her cover her mouth instead. "Dr. Brother, you're amazing." House worked with a speed that Tana couldn't see, pressing down on various points on Lue's body. Under Tana's astonished gaze, Lue's arm slowly regained its normal color, her tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxing, and she even let out a soft snore. Even Tana, who didn't understand medicine, could tell that Sister Lue's condition was much better than before. "Thank you, Dr. Brother." Tana hugged House tightly, nuzzling her head against his chest, bursting into loud cries. House couldn't make any sudden movements and gently patted Tana's back. Gradually, her cries weakened and turned into even breathing. Looking down, House couldn't help but chuckle. This little one had actually fallen asleep. Well, he decided to keep watch. He laid the two girls side by side, removing his white coat to cover them, then sat on a nearby rock, stretching and starting to ponder while gazing at the sea. The situation today was clearly unusual. A secret harbor, an injured punk girl, a deserted pirate ship stained with blood, and a little girl who would rather seek help from a stranger than tell her family. All of this indicated that things were not simple. As for the girl's treatment, House hadn't really done much. Like those previous naval officers, he infused her body with the power of water breathing, providing her with restorative energy. Moreover, her physique was highly compatible with the energy of water breathing. Even that big oaf smurd didn't absorb as much energy as this girl. Sighing, House glanced at the two sleeping girls. It was clearly a troublesome matter. The main issue was identity. Whose pirate ship was this? Was this black and white girl a pirate? If she were a pirate, he couldn't possibly heal her and let her go out to do evil. But for now, House looked at the black and white girl, who turned over and hugged Tana in her arms, as if she were holding a doll. She rubbed her face against Tana's face, making indistinct giggling sounds. House's eyebrows twitched. Could this guy really be a pirate? He doesn't seem like one at all. House climbed onto the ship to take a look. There were plenty of bloodstains, indicating that it had gone through a fierce battle. The deck was littered with signs of explosions. The keel had already broken, and it was completely unable to sail. The main mast was also broken, and from the traces, it seemed to have been struck off. House also saw many cages used for imprisoning people on the ship, as well as many whips and other torture devices, and there were obvious black bloodstains that had clearly soaked into the hull. A slave ship? House held a cigarette and murmured a sentence, his gaze becoming sharp. When House returned to the beach, he was greeted by a powerful straight punch. Faced with this punch, House didn't even lift his eyes, casually grabbing the girl's fair wrist with his right hand, then raising his hand too high and twisting her wrist. The black and white hair danced wildly in the air. Yes, the one attacking him was the girl he had just treated. Dizzy, dizzy, dizzy. Six leaves spun in her eyes. House had just finished spinning when he let go. Without a support point, the girl spun a few more times on the beach before falling to the ground with a thud. Ouch, that hurts no. It's not the time to cry out in pain. There are still enemies. Liyue quickly got back up, but her head was still spinning. She swayed a bit, placed her right hand on her hip, and pointed forward with her left hand, shouting energetically, "Bold thief, do you know who I am?" Without waiting for a response, she continued, "I am Liyue, the messenger of light and dark, chosen by the god of light who creates all things and the god of darkness who destroys all things, to judge all evil in the world." The scene became quite awkward as House did not respond to Liyue. A layer of redness appeared on Liyue's fair face. "Oh well, never mind. You must be a bad person trying to steal Tana as well, so I will eliminate you here. With great momentum, it should be good enough now. Excuse me, messenger, I'm over here." House's voice came from the right, and Liyue's entire face instantly turned as red as a tomato, stiffly turning his head to the right. Then he turned his whole body around, stomping his feet a few times in a fit of anger, saying, "You bad guy, how dare you confuse me? I will use the eye of judgment to judge you." Standing with his feet apart, his right hand open with the palm facing out, his left hand's fingers spread, resting on the eye patch over his left eye, he declared, "Explode, reality, shatter, spirit, disappear, world." Nothing happened. It was as if a crow flew by leaving. House slapped his forehead and confirmed, "This is not a pirate. This is just a case of Chinibu." A little girl lying on the beach pushed away the clothes covering her and sat up, rubbed her eyes, and then looked at the two people standing still beside her. She exclaimed in surprise, "Sister Liyue, you're okay." She quickly got up and ran towards Liyue, hugging her tightly. "Haha." Liyue grabbed Tana's arms, and the two spun around together. House wanted to remind Liyue that the bad guys were still waiting here. Where was the promised judgment? However, seeing the two having such a good time, he shook his head and let it go. After the two spun around a few times, they stopped, and just as they were about to say something, both of them simultaneously clutched their stomachs and looked at House with intense gazes. House glanced down at the food bag in his hands. By the campfire, two beautiful women, one big and one small, were eating heartily, their mouths greasy, completely oblivious to the man next to them who was staring in shock. Since it was public funds, House had bought quite a lot, enough for an ordinary navy to eat for 2 days, and these two had almost devoured it all. Of course, it was mainly Liyue who was eating. House just watched, curious about where this slender girl was putting all that food. When he saw something towering in a certain area, it all made sense. Eating so much was quite reasonable. Suddenly, a chicken bone hit House on the head. "Hey, I kindly invited you to eat, and you actually hit me with that? That's too much." House frowned as he threw away the chicken bone, feeling that Rue was thinking of something rude just now. The girl crossed her arms, showing an attitude of refusal to admit her mistake. "Fine, you're great, you're right. Sister Liyue, Brother House is a good person. Don't bully him." Tana opened her small hands to protect House. In Tana's heart, House was just a very impressive doctor. But she had seen with her own eyes how Liyue sent bad people flying. So how could the frail Brother House possibly be a match for Sister Liyue? She had to protect Brother House. Tana is the best. It's okay, you continue eating." House patted Tana's head, and Tana looked quite pleased. But never mind. Rikui glared at House in anger, originally intending to say that this guy was much stronger than her. However, seeing Tana's expression, she felt that even if she said it, Tana wouldn't believe her. Although she was injured and had not fully recovered, with that mysterious power within her, she was definitely much stronger than before she got hurt. Yet, she had attempted to ambush him and was easily blocked. This guy was simply a monster. When did the EC have such a strong person? "Hey, who exactly are you? To be able to match my messenger of light and darkness, you must not be an insignificant nobody." The battle, just now, was interrupted by Tana, and since it wasn't finished, it means there was no loss, and no loss means a tie. Rikui felt justified. House straightened his waist and said loudly, "Naval East Sea Branch Sergeant House, this is impossible. You're lying to me." In a moment of panic, Liyue even forgot her own catchphrase. "It's absolutely true. Really. I saw the Navy's big ship at the port this morning, and many sailors came down from the ship, including Brother House." Tana raised her hand to confirm House's statement, and Liyue's expression changed for a moment. A naval sergeant, and from the branch too. If even branch navy is at this level, then where are the 4 emperors at sea? They would have been wiped out long ago. After all, I came from the Grand Line, and I still have some insight. However, this guy is hiding within the Navy, so he must have his own reasons. I shouldn't drag him down with me. Taking a deep breath. Since you are just a small branch sergeant, I will forgive you. You may leave. She pointed towards the exit, seemingly trying to drive House away. Sister Lyoya, how can you be like this? Tana said angrily, but House didn't mind much. He reached out and pressed down on Tana's small head. Come on, tell me, how did you get hurt? And why is this child afraid to seek help from her family? Oh, do you really want to hear? The enemy is a formidable opponent beyond your imagination. I advise you to leave immediately. Although a bit arrogant, House could tell that this guy just didn't want to get involved. It's okay, just tell me. I will decide for myself whether to leave or not. House wanted to tousle Tana's hair, but Tana kept dodging, not wanting her hair to be messed up. Seeing that House didn't seem to care much, Lyoya took a deep breath and said, Then I shall grant you the power to know everything here. In the previous monthly magical erosion, I had lost my strength. Guided by the god of light, I descended here, at which point my power had been completely worn away. House, what does this mean? I recognize every character, but I can't understand how they connect. Sister Lyoya means that on the last full moon, she was almost starving and happened to arrive at her Chaoshi Island. Tana leaned close to House and explained, and House, oh, after hearing you say that, I seem to understand a bit. Ahem, in secular terms, that's about right. But I wasn't so hungry that I had no strength. It was just that I had exhausted my power while battling the world. Lyoya, blushing, forced an explanation. But House didn't pay much attention and waved for Lyoya to continue. The people here are all those who seek the light, granting me items to replenish my strength and providing me with a comfortable resting place. I'm quite grateful. Well, I still don't understand. House looked at Tana, who probably also realized that others might not fully understand Sister Lyoya's words, so she began to translate. We originally thought Sister Lyoya had encountered a shipwreck, so we invited her to dinner and let her stay temporarily. Evil beings born in the shadows at the boundary of light and darkness actually chased me here, following the magical power I left behind. Through Tana's translation, House roughly understood the sequence of events. Lyoya encountered an incident, ended up on Chaoshi Island, and was rescued by the townspeople. After 2 days, a ship arrived at the dock. At first, the townspeople thought they were ordinary merchants and received them warmly. But soon after, children began to go missing in the town, several in a row. Naturally, the townspeople started to suspect these people, and sure enough, they turned out to be human traffickers. After being exposed by the townspeople, not only did they not back down, but they also boldly switched from secretive to open, starting to forcibly take the town's children. Lyoya couldn't stand it any longer, so she took action. She thought she could easily handle it with her skills, but unexpectedly, the other side had experts. Lyoya was no match for them, and was quickly defeated, falling into the sea. In the sea, seeing the other side about to take the children away, Lyoya, in her anger, actually unleashed even stronger power, damaging the ship's keel. And the other side seemed very wary of getting into the water to battle Lyoya. With the keel damaged, the ship began to sink, and the other side had no choice but to abandon the ship and return to the island. Lyoya knew she was no match for them, so she used her last bit of strength to drag the ship away to this secluded place. Lyoya got injured during the battle, and after dragging the ship here, she was exhausted and collapsed on the beach. Tana was the child who had the best relationship with Lyoya. Even the address of this secret base was told to her by Tana. When the enemy was capturing children, Tana was spared because she was hiding in the secret base. Seeing Lyoya collapse from exhaustion, she wanted to go back and find her family for help. However, the enemy threatened the townspeople, saying that if they didn't hand over Lyoya, they would kill the children. Tana accidentally overheard her parents discussing whether to hand over Lyoya to protect the family, and she was very scared and didn't dare to seek help from her family. After a night of fear, she finally saw House walking down the street in a Navy uniform, wearing a doctor's white coat, and she mustered the courage to approach and plead. House exhaled a puff of smoke, the flickering glow illuminating his face in turns. I will repay you for your assistance in the future. Just pretend you don't know about this and go back. I will ensure everyone returns to the light. Lyoya's words were not without reason. The energy House had given her had not only repaired her body, but also left her with plenty of surplus. She now felt incredibly strong and was certain she could defeat that guy from last time. House is just passing by, and unlike himself, he doesn't owe anyone on the island anything, so there's no need for him to be dragged into this fight. It's too late. House shook his head, and his vague words left Lyoya and Tana confused, just as they were about to ask what he meant. A sound suddenly changed their expressions. Bang! That was a gunshot. Could it be that the pirates had started killing? Let's go. Let's see what's happening. After finishing his last puff of smoke, House took the lead and dashed out the way they came. Lyoya and Tana followed behind him, Continuous gunfire echoed from the direction of the town, and every now and then there were huge flashes of light and cannon fire. Mom and Dad, seeing the fire in the town, Tana immediately thought of her parents still there and ran forward crying. Tana! Leah quickly caught up, picking Tana up. Tana felt the trees passing by her at high speed, as Leoya was much faster than her. I need to hurry to save them, Leoya thought to herself, silently accelerating again. Suddenly, she felt a tightness around her waist, and a sensation of weightlessness hit her. She was suspended in the air. You're too slow. House's voice appeared beside Leoya. In the next moment, if before Tana had seen the trees flying backward at high speed, now she could see nothing clearly. Everything around her was distorted. Leoya looked at House with wide eyes filled with horror. What speed is this? Captain Coles, the Navy is resisting fiercely. The brothers are struggling to hold on. A man wearing a large hood was reporting to a person reclining in a chair, playing with gold coins. The man referred to as Captain Coles paused his movements with the coins. Oh, it's just a branch of the East Sea. You can't handle it? His tone was very flat, but it sounded like thunder to the hooded man's ears. Captain, the other side has a big bald man who can break walls with one hit. The brothers really can't hold on. Oh, there are such people in the East Sea. I want to see. Coles finally paid attention, standing up from the chair. His long, narrow face, paired with triangular eyes, gave off an indescribable shadow. He casually tossed a gold coin and boom, the coin exploded. Mom, Dad, ugh. A large group of bound children nearby cried out in fear from the explosion, each trying to curl up their bodies. The hooded man remained unfazed, leading Coles out of the courtyard. A large area of houses in the town had already turned to ruins. The Navy needed to protect the civilians and couldn't use cannons in the town, but the pirates had no such restrictions. Smurd, the pirates' firepower is too strong. We can hardly get close. A soldier was reporting the situation to Smurd. I understand. I'll go first. You wait for the right moment to follow. Smurd's face was filled with rage. After wandering the town for a day, he had sensed the strange atmosphere. After repeated inquiries, someone finally sought his help. Upon learning the truth, Smurd immediately gathered the resting Navy in the town. All the Navy were indignant, dropping what they had bought, picking up weapons and charging in, quickly overwhelming the enemy. But unexpectedly, the other side crazily fired cannons directly in the town. Fortunately, they had already evacuated the townspeople before the attack. Otherwise, how many would have died? Also, fortunately, the enemy only had one cannon, and although their side suffered some damage, it wasn't serious. Boom! Another cannonball was launched. Smurd seized the moment between cannon fire, picked up a broken door plank from the ground, and charged out directly. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets hit the door, shaking Smurd's arm a bit. But this little force meant nothing to Smurd, who had recently become much stronger. Withstanding the enemy's gunfire, he rushed into their camp. The Navy that had reported before saw the opportunity and opened fire. Follow Smurd. Charge. A volley from the Navy suppressed the pirates, causing them to hesitate. Smurd wreaked havoc in the enemy camp, swinging the door plank like a whirlwind. Any pirate that appeared in his sight was met with a flurry of blows, and the Navy followed him, crashing through the pirates' defenses. Just as the situation was looking up, a stone glowing with a strange red light flew toward the Navy. Get down! Smurd sensed something was wrong as the stone landed, and the red light began to flicker, exploding with a loud bang. Despite Smurd's warning, many didn't have time to react. Damn it! The surrounding Navy saw their comrades in trouble and rushed to help. Smurd was anxious and shouted, spread out. Even though he didn't know why the stone would explode, they couldn't risk assuming there was only one explosive stone. Gathering together would only give the enemy more targets. As Smurd had predicted, the next second, a dozen glowing stones flew in from afar, exploding with a series of bangs, sending up a massive cloud of dust. As the breeze blew, the dust slowly settled, and the once fiercely contested battlefield now fell silent. Talp, talp, talp. Coles walked step by step onto the battlefield. Akong, it seems like it's not as formidable as he said. The hooded man behind him immediately hunched over, flattering him. Of course, for us, it's a troublesome opponent. But for you, Captain, it's just trash. Cough, cough. The rubble on the ground was turned over by a broken wooden board, and a tower-like figure slowly stood up. Those explosive stones were thrown by you, right? Smurd's clothes were tattered, with cuts all over. But strangely, there were no signs of injury on his body. Oh, this guy is indeed a bit different. He can still stand after being blown up by so many bombs. It seems that losing so quickly isn't just because you're so useless. Even though Smurd stood up, Coles didn't take him seriously. This was just the East Sea, wasn't it? That's right. In the face of his superior's insult, the hooded Akong could do nothing but accept it. Damn pirates, take this. Smurd didn't care whether they were talking or not. Mr. House had said that when fighting pirates, one should talk less and act more. The door plank that Smurd had originally used as a shield was now just a metal bolt. The long bolt, combined with the lock at the front, resembled a strange hammer. Cole smirked and looked at Smurd mockingly. Being tall and strong doesn't mean you can fight. He threw another stone, this one larger than the previous ones, with a much brighter red light. Without thinking, Smurd swung the bolt, trying to hit the stone away before it exploded. Fool! Do you think it's a grenade? You think you can hit it away? Seeing the opponent trying to hit his bomb away, Coles laughed mockingly and leaped back a little distance. Sure enough, at the moment the bolt contacted the stone, a massive fireball engulfed Smurd, and the shockwave from the explosion knocked down the already shaky houses around. As the firelight dissipated, chaos reigned. Coles approached the edge of the pit and looked inside. In the less than 1 meter deep pit, Smurd lay there motionless. Just that. Coles looked at the dazed Smurd, surprised at how sturdy he was, managing to survive under a 100-kilogram bomb. But fainting in battle is no different from dying, is it? Beneath Smurd's charred skin, a gray aura was coursing through his body. What a pity, this guy is a Navy. Otherwise, he would have fetched a good price as a slave. As for now, he had to leave this island quickly. Otherwise, once the news of him killing Navy personnel got out, the Navy from a new world would definitely hunt him down. He picked up a larger stone nearby, 1-ton equivalent. This explosion was enough to level the entire battlefield and was the largest equivalent Coles could currently use. After setting the delayed explosion, Coles turned to leave. He still needed to deal with those children and villagers. Coles began to count in his mind, 10, 9, 8, 7. 3, 2, 1, boom. A massive explosion echoed from the sky. The firelight instantly illuminated the entire island. Cole's face turned pale as he turned to look at the place where he had just set the bomb. 3 figures, large, medium, and small, stood there in strange poses. The smallest was being held by the medium, while the largest had the medium in a tight grip with one arm and held a knife in the other hand. How rude. You rude person, let me go. Louis struggled at House's waist. Oh. House loosened his grip, and Lioye and Tana fell directly to the ground with a thud. Oh no, you powerless fool. I will definitely eradicate you on behalf of the gods. Take this. Invincible fire wheel. Lioye, who was getting up, was almost driven mad. How could someone treat a lady like this? Her arms began to draw large circles as she prepared to strike at House. House simply pressed her head down, and Lioye's arms were too short to reach House, leaving her to wave uselessly. Meanwhile, Tana's eyes were spinning. She didn't have Lioye's physique and couldn't keep up with House's speed. In the moonlight, Colas recognized Lioye among the 3. That black and white color scheme was hard to forget. He was surprised to see Lioye, who had been blown up by his maximum explosive just 2 days ago and was left with barely a breath, now looking perfectly fine. This is not scientific. His gaze turned to the tall man. He knew that this man was the main character. Just now, his bomb had been knocked away. Smurd had already demonstrated that his bombs detonated on contact, yet this man managed to throw the bomb into the sky just before it exploded. His swordsmanship was definitely superior to anyone he had seen before. At the very least, he was a sword master. Colas tagged House as a formidable opponent. Someone of this level was not someone he could easily bully. Who are you? Colas wanted to first inquire about his background to see if there was any room for negotiation. Suddenly, a light blue crescent-shaped slash responded to him. Colas's pupils constricted. 300 kilograms. Boom! The explosive shockwave spread outwards, and Colas knelt on the ground, drenched in sweat, facing a trench carved by the sword energy. What a joke. Is this a flying slash? This is not something an ordinary sword master could produce. This guy's a great sword master. Moreover, even his 300-kilogram blast was barely countered. If anyone dares to say that the EC is the weakest sea again, Colas would definitely slap them hard. Although he had even stronger explosives, those required time to prepare. I am one of the 6 kings of the underground world in the New World, under the command of the Sea Transport King. If you kill me, you will face the Sea Transport King's revenge. House looked at the other person speechlessly, thinking that if he couldn't win, he would try to intimidate others with his background. Competing with me in terms of background? I'm in the Navy now. If you're so bold, let the Sea Transport King go to war with the Navy and see if he dares. Moreover, a fierce glint flashed in House's eyes. As long as he killed you, no one would know. Not good. This guy wants to make a move. Coles immediately sensed House's killing intent and unleashed the explosive fist technique's double kick. A red light quickly gathered at his feet, followed by an explosion. Coles used the thrust from the explosion to sprint quickly, With each step he took, his feet exploded, instantly increasing his speed to an extraordinary level. Cunning villain. Don't run. Ryua saw Cole's escape and immediately wanted to chase after him, but House struck Ryua on the head with a knife hand strike, causing him to squat down and cover his head. Stay put. A golden light shone from the blade, and House's figure instantly disappeared. Crackling sounds echoed as a black lightning bolt spread towards the direction Coles was fleeing. Danger! Danger! Cole's instincts were at their peak, reminding him, over the years, he had trusted his instincts, as they had helped him avoid deadly dangers multiple times. Lower your head. Just before the danger struck, his body automatically reacted, executing a dodge. In the next moment, Coles felt a chill at the back of his head, his brownish-yellow hair flying in the air as he stopped. A person appeared ahead, blocking his path, and Coles knew he couldn't escape today. If he hadn't lowered his head, that person would have taken off not just his hair, but his head. The opponent clearly intended to kill him directly. Being the top henchman under Umit, Coles had some skills. Since he couldn't run away, he would fight. Taking a few deep breaths, he prepared for combat. As a bomb man who had consumed the explosion fruit, he could turn objects into bombs. And he himself was a massive bomb. The explosive fist technique was created by utilizing his own advantages, increasing power through explosions from various parts of his body during combat. And he could even injure his opponent when his fist made contact. House didn't like to waste words during battle. He wasn't a villain, so why talk during a fight? After killing, he could talk as long as he wanted. Leaping high into the air, the knife in his hand turned blue as he slashed downwards, executing water breathing. 8th form, waterfall. Heck, Cole scoffed. If the opponent kept using aerial slashes, he really wouldn't have a good way to counter. The biggest flaw of the explosive fist technique was that it could only be used in close combat. He had no good way to deal with distant enemies. But the opponent was foolish enough to engage him in close combat. He was ready to detonate the opponent's blade and counterattack. But then a massive column of water appeared out of nowhere, crashing down on Cole's head. You trickster. Glub glub. Coles, encased in the water column, was bubbling and unable to move, as if he had lost all strength. This time it was House's turn to laugh. Knowing that devil fruit users were afraid of water, only a fool would go head-to-head. Water breathing, 8th form. Waterfall was a technique that fell from the sky. But the key wasn't just that. The crucial part was that this move could absorb moisture from the surroundings to form a water column that fell with the blade. When House practiced this move, he knew it was a dimensional strike against devil fruit users. After all, once a devil fruit user was submerged in water, they would become powerless and easy to slaughter. You often abuse people, don't you? House said to Coles, who was terrified and struggling in the water column. I've seen the signs of abuse in the cage on that ship. You're not just a human trafficker, but also a sadist. So, you can't easily die. The knife in his hand turned golden again as he executed thunder breathing, 6th form, thunderclap. Countless black lightning bolts erupted from House and merged into the water column. The pain from the electric shock intensifying the terror in Cole's eyes. However, the immense water pressure controlled by House kept him firmly in place within the water column. Even his most powerful explosions could only create small splashes. Every time he tried to approach the outer edge of the water column using the recoil from his explosions, House would kick him back to the center at just the right moment. It is well known that a person cannot breathe underwater. Cole's face turned crimson, his eyes bulging as he struggled, but found himself utterly powerless, his gaze filled with the same despair as those he had tortured. The human constitution in this world is indeed formidable. Coles managed to hold on for a full 20 minutes before losing consciousness. During this time, whenever he passed out, House would shock him awake. At that moment, he finally understood the pain of those he had tormented in the past. House never considered himself a good person. He believed in using violence to counter violence. Otherwise, all those years of training with the knife would have been in vain. As the water column dissipated, Kosa's body slumped to the ground. House planned to dispose of the body as he always did. But then he heard a sound from Kosa's arms. It was a phone bug. House swung his blade without a second thought, and a fierce tiger, made of the flames from the 5th form of the breath of flame, devoured Coles, then ran off into the distance and disappeared. Answer? Only a fool would answer. This is how the routine goes. Answer the phone, exchange threats with the opponent's boss, and then face endless attacks. Hey, I won't answer. You can't find me. What can you do to me? On the other end of the line, a big bearded man wearing a particularly tall captain's hat stared at the now silent phone bug with a gloomy expression, not uttering a word. The group of subordinates nearby kept their heads down, not daring to make a sound. Crack! The phone bug's microphone was crushed, and it let out a mournful cry. However, none of the subordinates paid attention to the phone bug, only lowering their heads even further fearing that their boss would vent his anger on them. Calmy, check on Cole's situation. Yes, Lord Yumit. The subordinate who was called felt unlucky, but immediately accepted the task. I want to see if anyone really dares to touch my men. When House returned to his previous location, Roku had already dealt with the large hooded figure and rescued the child. The following events became straightforward after the child was rescued. The townspeople were very grateful and helped to free the buried Navy personnel. House filed a report, and Blin received the news and sent someone to pick them up. During this time, some people wondered where the pirate Captain Coles had gone. However, after searching the island several times without finding him, everyone defaulted to the assumption that Coles had already escaped. House, I don't know, don't get involved. Then, multiple times when Liuya was about to slip up, I covered her mouth. In the end, Liuya made a request. I want to take you as my follower. Liuya's sister means she wants to go with you, huh? Liuya's sister, are you leaving? Tana, who was diligently translating, suddenly reacted and hugged Liuya's waist. My battle with the shadow servant is not over. I still need to continue my training. Liuya gently touched Tana's head, feeling a bit heartbroken. For House, he could understand that Liuya wanted to leave. After all, the people on this island once considered selling her to save a child. Although it was understandable, everyone knows how to choose between a newcomer they've only known for a month and their own child. Understanding aside, Liuya still felt a bit uncomfortable. Moreover, in the past few days, it was obvious that the relationship between the townspeople and Liuya had developed cracks. Liuya was too strong, to the point where the people in the town couldn't do anything against her, even when they worked together. For the townspeople, this uncontrollable strength represented danger. Once Liuya wanted to dominate the people on the island, they would be unable to resist at all. Anyway, in short, Liuya decided to leave. I have to say, although it's a bit glitch, Liuya is still a good person. The fact that she is willing to fight for the residents of the town shows that. She could have just waited for the other party to leave before slipping away. House really saved her life, and in Liuya's worldview, she couldn't just leave this kindness unreturned. Otherwise, she wouldn't deserve to be a messenger of light and darkness. So she resolutely decided to go with House. Of course, House wouldn't refuse such a good thing. He was already troubled about how to handle Liuya's situation, as she was aware of his abilities. If she went out and talked carelessly, wouldn't that put him in a difficult position? What? Kill her? Are you kidding? I'm a doctor, not a murderer. She's not a pirate. She saved someone. Killing a good person just to keep her secret doesn't align with House's principles. Don't even mention being a saint. Can Liuya pose any threat to House? Clearly not. Even if Liuya revealed everything, it would at most just cause House a bit of trouble. And is that worth killing for? House stated that one should have some boundaries, even if they're flexible. So, in the end, Liuya joined House's team as a nurse, becoming House's first direct subordinate. Originally, House thought that with Liuya's looks, she would surely attract a group of young admirers. However, on her first day at work, Liuya surprised House by changing her clothes. House held his head with one hand and pointed to the door with the other. No change. Changed. No change. You. What sin have I committed? Originally, with Liuya's looks and figure, wearing a nurse's outfit would definitely be stunning. But whose nurse's outfit is black and white, and the hair, change it back to a normal color. No change. As the messenger of light and darkness, both my clothes and hair must align with the will of the divine. Just like that, before long, the people in the 77th Department knew that Dr. House had a strange black and white assistant. Fortunately, there are plenty of stranger things in this world. Black and white is nothing. I sense a surge of magic gathering here. I need to come here to replenish the magic I lack. Liuya held up a poster and spoke to House in a serious tone, as if discussing something significant. So you're saying you're craving it now and want to go to Barati for some good food? How rude. I'm here to replenish my magic. House looked helplessly at the determined six-leaf in front of him, who refused to give up until their goal was achieved. It had been 3 months, and House regretted every moment, wondering why he had softened his heart and allowed this delusional person to follow him. He really had no common sense. He was exactly the same as when they first met, with no change at all in appearance. House has grown 2 little mustaches himself. All right, go. Is that enough? This guy is either having magic abnormalities over here or problems with the barrier over there every day, often dragging House around. Then he starts striking strange poses at some place, and House is scared. This guy doesn't care about the time at all, whether it's during meals, sleep, or even when going to the bathroom. By the way, House has been promoted. He thought that as a doctor he wouldn't have many opportunities for promotion, but unexpectedly, Bling Bling and Smurd are both cunning characters. Ever since House told Smurd that contributions should be shared equally last time, this guy has been adding House's name every time he reports contributions. Even if House didn't participate in the battle at all. The key is that this guy is incredibly strong. In the EC, he has superclass combat power, and none of the pirates he encounters can escape. House has approached him several times, but has been rebuffed by Smurd, who used his own words, Mr. House. Our team unanimously believes that your point about fairness makes a lot of sense. The collective achievement should be shared among the collective, and you are one of us. House felt that something was wrong, but it seemed like there was nothing wrong. Bling Bling indulged this situation and even highlighted Smurd in the conference. This made the situation even more uncontrollable. Except for the newcomers, House was the one who saved everyone during the battle with the Fishmen. And then there was the first claim that House, as a doctor, did not solely belong to Smurd but to the entire 77th Division. From a moment House demanded the military flag from Bling Bling, all the achievements of the 77th Division in the past 6 years were attributed to House. It was truly a display where both the living and the dead were showing off, while only House was in tears. Others at least needed to accumulate 8 or 9 years of merit, but House only needed 1 day. Frustrated, House shouted, "I won't be a doctor anymore." He resigned from his position as a doctor and took the ship out to sea. That was when the previous scene occurred, and oh yeah, Louis was almost laughing out loud. You should go talk to Shouty and change the course. The little D mentioned by House is named Dimiu, but since the name is a bit awkward, everyone generally calls him Little D. He looks quite presentable, likes to wear suits, glasses, and styles his hair in a slicked-back manner. He's the navigator on House's ship and came over from Smurd. This guy's a bit strange. After they defeated the strong pirate crew, he was the one responsible for taking care of House. While they were chatting idly, Little D suddenly asked, "The Navy works hard every day to fight pirates, so why are there not fewer pirates, but rather more and more?" House casually replied, "When a few people act like villains, it's a human problem. When the majority do, it's a political problem." Political problem? Xiao Di seemed to not fully understand. Simply put, if you can eat and stay warm, would you still want to join the Navy? Yes, Xiao Di said proudly. Then let me rephrase. If you were about to starve and a rich person dropped a loaf of bread in front of you, would you take it? This, Xiao Di hesitated to answer. House found it amusing to watch Xiao Di's conflicted expression. Forget it, there's no need to discourage others. Don't think too much about it. If pirates bully civilians, would you fight back? Yes. Xiao Di answered immediately. That's good enough. Let's go out and take a look. House ended the conversation, while Little D appeared to be deep in thought. However, for some reason, ever since then, this guy has been acting increasingly strange. Every time they meet, House feels like his eyes are shining. Being looked at like that by a man is really terrifying, so he reduced the number of times they meet. Lewis skipped away, and the cabin returned to silence. House lifted his teacup and took a sip, then picked up the newspaper. Right, this is called life. Let others handle the fighting, promotions, and salary increases. Why didn't I think of this earlier? If I set sail on my own, how to arrange the merits all depends on my own thoughts. First, I'll arrange for that Little D to be sent away. It's annoying just looking at him. I'll just wait for retirement safely in the East China Sea. Perfect. Come on, let us see what news there is in the East China Sea and enjoy this peaceful time. But why's my back a bit sore? Did I not sleep well last night? Brew grabbed the phone bug-ass microphone with a large hand and said, "Report to Lord Amit. We have confirmed that Mr. Coles' last known location was in the East China Sea at Chaoshi Island. After a battle with a group of East China Sea Navy, Mr. Coles lost contact. Umit knew his subordinate well. If he were alive, he would definitely contact him. He didn't have the guts to betray him. Impossible. Even if Smoker were to intervene, Coles should have been able to escape." Umit firmly denied Calami's intelligence. Calami's voice trembled a bit, but Chaoshi Island is indeed where Mr. Coles was last seen. We've also investigated that group of Navy. They shouldn't be a match for Mr. Coles in terms of strength. Send me the intelligence to take a look. Yes. Umit hung up the phone. Not long after, a subordinate brought the information. Umit examined it carefully, then squinted his eyes. A girl who could fight with Coles? A doctor who helped the girl recover? Appearing unscathed after missing the battle? Such an obvious loophole, and they couldn't see it. Truly useless. Huh, it seems to be you guys. Umit crossed his hands under his chin. Anyone who provokes me, Umit, even a Navy 1 TB safe. Is the intelligence confirmed? It has been verified with the intelligence department. Brew looked at the report submitted by Smurd with a pale face. Someone in the underground world has placed a dark bounty of 10 million on the heads of Lioya and House. Countless assassins and pirates are heading to the East China Sea to try and earn this money. Brew couldn't understand why someone would want to kill Lioya, who has a bit of a problem, and House, this doctor. Neither of them seem to have anything to do with the underground world. But the matter has already happened. Handing them over is definitely out of the question, so I can only think of a way to solve it. We're housing them now. It seems they are near the Barati restaurant. Tell them to hurry back. What are they doing running around at a time like this? Yes. Smurd went out to send a message, and Brew leaned back, rubbing his head. This matter is really difficult to handle. Although House and Lioya are both Navy. Those assassins and crazy pirates won't care about their identities. So annoying. Brew thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a proper solution. He stood up and walked to the window to look at the scenery and change his mood. 1, 2, 3. Outside the window, the new recruits were undergoing training, and seeing each one of them drenched in sweat. Brew couldn't help but remember how hard his own training was when he first joined the Navy. That was the naval headquarters after all. That's right. The naval headquarters. I have a plan. Brew's serious expression turned relaxed as he picked up the phone bug on the table and dialed the number he remembered. Hello, Sicily? It's Brew. How have you been? I have a favor to ask. ISNT, the headquarters, recruiting Navy from all over the seas for training recently? Help me out. Give me 2 spots Barati restaurant. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. House glanced disdainfully at Lioya, who was devouring the food. Wow, it's so delicious. You should try some too. Lioya reached out and grabbed a chicken leg from the plate, tossing it into House's plate. The freshly cut steak from House was flying everywhere after being hit by a chicken leg. If you keep eating like this, be careful, the boss will kick you out. This beautiful lady, I have prepared a special drink for you. Please enjoy. A gentleman with curled eyebrows came over holding a tray, on which was a glass of pink drink. Ah, thank you. Six Leaf reached out, grabbed the drink, and gulped it down. Our establishment would never kick out a beautiful lady, so please do not tarnish our reputation. This guy's attitude towards Six Leaf was completely different from how he treated House. Hey Sanji, get back to the kitchen. An old man with a wooden stick for a right leg came over, scolding Sanji. It's worth mentioning that the old man was quite stylish, with his 2 mustaches braided. Old man, you'll have to pass the shop to me sooner or later. So why not today? The old man seemed immune to Sanji's words and laughed heartily. To inherit my shop, you're still hundreds of years too early. Oof, just you wait. I will definitely cook better dishes than you, and then make you retire. Sanji replied indignantly. So, beautiful lady, if you need anything, I will be at your service anytime. House was admiring Sanji's face-changing trick right across from the Six Leaf. I am just the chef of this restaurant, Zep, and I'm sorry, that kid is a bit awkward, but he definitely means no harm. After Sanji left, Zep sincerely apologized to House. It's okay, but the food here is really delicious. Could you bring me some more? House doesn't mind. And Sanji, well, anyone who has watched One Piece knows he's a fool with desires, but no courage. Thank you for your understanding. Today your order will be 20 off. After saying that, Zep walked away with a clatter. At another table, Little Dee's eyes began to shine, and then she took out a notebook and wrote, Today at the Bartai restaurant, Mr. House forgave the chef's offense without a care. This must be what Mr. House meant by the military and civilians being one family. House seemed to sense something and suddenly turned to look at Xiaodi, only to see Xiaodi eating a piece of pudding with no signs of anything unusual. Confused, he turned his head back. I am very satisfied with the offerings you have presented. I will inform the dual gods of light and darkness of your merits. After a hearty meal, Liyue patted his belly without any regard for his image and said to House, So you don't plan to pay, right? House expressionlessly exposed Liyue, and her expression changed instantly. How was she discovered? She had looked at the menu, and while the dishes were indeed delicious, the prices were also extremely high. Something the low-ranking Navy, like her, could never afford. Ah, gray magic was gathering outside. I need to go carve the magic circle to prevent the outbreak of shadow magic. Liyue quickly stood up and tried to run outside. Stop. House grabbed the hair of the escaping Louis with one hand and said, Let go of me. The power of the shadows is about to explode. I must stop it. Louis struggled continuously, but unfortunately, she was much shorter than House and couldn't reach him at all. How rude. How can you treat a lady like this? She kicked at House's head with one leg, and House released his grip on Louis's hand, trying to block the kick. However, Louis's movements were quicker. She grabbed that leg and forcefully swung it, sending Sanji flying out, crashing into several tables before coming to a stop with a loud noise. A large group of individuals who looked like they were not good people but were wearing chef uniforms rushed out from the kitchen, each holding kitchen utensils like knives and ladles. Who is causing trouble in the restaurant? Show yourself. Their fierce appearance made it hard to distinguish whether they were chefs or pirates. Prepare for battle, shouted Xiaodi, and the entire Navy in the restaurant instantly stopped eating, all running behind House to guard against the opponent's movements. Feeling guilty for not being able to rescue her idol immediately when he was attacked. And now this group of chefs actually dared to point weapons at Mr. House. Did they really think the Navy's swords were dull? What are you doing? Get back to the kitchen. Chef Zepp was so furious that his beard was bristling. Only the old man knew that the strongest force on the sea was never the pirates, but the Navy. He had been serving them well, hoping to send them away quickly, but it was all ruined by Sanji. What to do now? Dear Navy officers, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Everyone, put down your weapons first. You all need to apologize to the guests. Especially you, Sanji. Zepp scolded the restaurant staff. Why should I? It's clearly him bullying that beautiful lady. Sanji, who had somehow returned, pointed at House's nose and said, Dish. Zepp kicked Sanji away. And this kick was much stronger than the force Louis used earlier, sending Sanji crashing through a window and falling into the sea outside. I'm very sorry. This kid has some issues with his head. Please don't hold it against him. Zepp came to House and bowed to apologize. House helped you pull up at your age. Bowing to me must be a wish to shorten my life. It's nothing. We were a bit loud. I'm sorry for breaking your furniture. How much compensation do you need? It's us who should compensate you. The two kept insisting back and forth, ultimately settling with half the bill for the meal. Of course, after such an incident, nobody had the heart to eat, so they quickly settled the bill and headed home. Servant, why were you so polite to that old man? He attacked you. After returning to the ship, Louis asked House about what she didn't understand. A hand struck down on Louis's head, and she immediately squatted down, holding her head, mumbling, Oh, if you don't want to say it, then don't. Why hit me? You, this servant, are really too reckless. That old man's leg was lost because he gave all the food to a child during the shipwreck. He had no choice. Besides, if the Navy bullies others, what difference is there between us and pirates? And, what? Louis looked up at House in confusion. Thank you for protecting me in the restaurant. Louis's face turned red, and she covered her face with her hands, mumbling some words like servant, protect, responsibility, and don't think too much. When she finally organized her words and stood up to say something to House, she found he had already disappeared. Angrily, Louis stomped her feet. Not far away, Shouty was holding a notebook. Today, a chef actually tried to attack Mr. House. I didn't stop him in time, and I feel very guilty. Although I think the other party was very excessive, Mr. House forgave him and even said, if the Navy bullies others, what difference is there between us and pirates? How touching. Clap. She closed the notebook, and it was another day moved by Mr. House's character. What? Say that again. Housey's shout startled Louis, who was enjoying the view on the deck. I said, someone is offering 10 million to buy your and Louis' lives. House grabbed the little mustache simulated by the telephone bug, almost wanted to pull it off as if he were pulling it from a real person. The telephone bug, feeling the pain, had tears starting to well up in its eyes, but it still dutifully simulated a smiling expression. But don't worry, I've already thought of a solution for you. As soon as House heard there was a way to solve it, he let go of the telephone bug's mustache and listened carefully. What solution? I signed you up for the training camp at the naval headquarters. No assassin would dare to go to the naval headquarters to kill you. House's expression was somewhat twisted, feeling the discomfort of wanting to curse but not knowing how to start. Bling Bling looked at the distorted phone bug on the table, puzzled. Is the signal bad? He didn't think much of it and continued excitedly telling House about his solution. As long as you perform well in the training camp, you'll come out as officers of the headquarters, and then those assassins won't dare to touch you. Even if you can't become an officer, studying well at the Navy headquarters can enhance your strength, and naturally, you won't have to fear that group of assassins when you come out. I'm smart, right? I must tell you, I had to use a lot of favors to get both your names added in, so please don't let me down. On the other end, Bling Bling was a bit confused, wondering if the signal was really that bad. Why was the conversation coming out word by word? All right, the signal is a bit poor, so you should go directly to Lobetown now. Smoker has someone going to the headquarters. You can go with his people. Just let Little D bring your ship back later. That's it. Bling Bling hung up the phone, feeling very pleased. In his eyes, House was an excellent guy, cherishing civilians, protecting the town for 8 years, having a sense of justice, and willing to take risks to fight against the Fishman pirates alongside him. He also had excellent medical skills, even able to drug the fishmen. It's just that his strength was a bit lacking. He hoped this training at the headquarters would help House make up for his only shortcoming. It wasn't until the phone bug started protesting that House didn't return the microphone that he came back to his senses from the shock of the news. Liu Ye, who had run over after hearing House shout, couldn't wait any longer and asked, What happened? Is there news about the shadowy person? House rested one hand on his forehead, wearing a painful expression, while the fingers of his other hand kept tapping on the table. Come on, servant, quickly tell me the news about the shadow person. Luwa ran to House's side, poking him repeatedly with her fingers. House still didn't answer her, just shouted outside, "Xiao Di." "Yes, Mr. House. What can I do for you?" Xiao Di instantly appeared at the door, changed course, and said, "We're not going back to the branch. We're going to Rogtown." "Understood." Xiao Di didn't ask why and went out to make arrangements after bowing. "Idiot servant. Hurry up and say something." Louis angrily pounded her fists on House's back, and it felt quite nice. While enjoying a back massage, House mentioned the matter of the two being wanted and needing to go to the Navy headquarters for further training. "Don't worry, servant, I'll handle the assassins as your master." After hearing about the assassins, Lu Hua confidently patted her chest and said she would take care of it. House glanced at the ups and downs of the towering structure. Not bad. Looking up further, damn, that black and white hair really is a fire hazard. Done? You've done a hammer? Huh? Am I afraid of those assassins? I'm afraid that if I kill too many, my strength will be discovered. Also, didn't you completely ignore the training at headquarters? With your kind of attitude, aren't you afraid of being treated as a rare animal and locked up? In the foot basin, as long as it has 4 limbs and is black and white, it counts as a bear. Do you know that? Assassins are very powerful. You might not win. Impossible. The messengers of light and darkness are the strongest. Damn, no way to communicate. Fortunately, the assassins Haven T arrived in the EC yet, and House pushed the noisy 6 leaves who wanted to fight the assassins to the death out of the room. The room quieted down again, and House sat in a chair, rubbing his temples. He needed to calm down and think carefully. What is going on in this situation? Who is offering a bounty on him, a nameless pawn, in the underground world? Thinking about the recent wrongdoings, Jinbei, he shouldn't know that I killed Arlong. That big strength pirate group? On the surface, it was a collective kill, and the bounty shouldn't be on me alone. Lastly, there's the human trafficker, but I've already scattered that guy's ashes in the sea. No one knows. Damn, who is it? ISNT, this bullying honest people. Once I find out who it is, I must arrange something for you. Sai, the most troublesome thing now is to go to the Navy headquarters. Although I feel a bit sorry for Brin, I absolutely cannot show my face. What if I get left in a place like the Grand Line? Be cautious with the Navy. Absolutely do not show up. But when did I start having so many troubles? It was so good in Orangetown. Every day was just treating people and practicing my sword. Life was beautiful. Thinking back, it's all that rat-ass fault. If he hadn't tricked Brin into confronting the fishmen, how could I have gone to help? If I hadn't gone to help, I wouldn't have gone to sea, wouldn't have been driven out of Orangetown, and wouldn't have become a Navy. Damn, the more I think, the angrier I get. Why didn't I arrange some illness for that rat back then and get rid of him? Now I'm in all this trouble, and I can't even sort it out. If only someone could help him. A week after leaving Baratai, House and the others arrived at Lowtown. The bustling port was full of people coming and going. "Mr. House, I've heard about your situation. Those people are really despicable, wanting to target a doctor like you." Dasky, who was sent to welcome House and the others, had heard from Smoker about the bounty on House and 6 leaves. With a strong sense of justice, she was filled with righteous indignation. Who can say otherwise? We caused you trouble. It's okay, it's my duty. Seeing the two chatting happily, 6 leaves couldn't sit still. Who are you, and why are you so familiar with my follower? Huh? Dasky completely didn't understand what 6 leaves was saying. But when she saw 6 leaves' young appearance and distinctive black and white hairstyle, she suddenly understood. This must be the other person mentioned in the bounty. How could those bad people be so despicable? Even such a lovely girl is targeted. This tense look must be from being scared. Filled with affection, she hugged 6 leaves tightly, gently stroking her back. "Don't worry, with Colonel Smoker in Lowtown, no one can cause trouble here." 6 leaves was taken aback by Dasky's sudden tenderness, unsure how to respond. "Oh right." Dasky seemed to suddenly remember something, releasing 6 leaves and saying to House, "The warship is docked at the berth over there. Everyone has worked hard on the voyage. This afternoon you can stroll around Lowtown and relax a bit. The base has already prepared your rooms, and those who want to rest can go anytime. Please rest assured, it's very safe here." The last sentence was clearly directed at House. "Okay, thank you." Of course, the reason she gave such courtesy was mainly because of Brin, who was the highest commander in the East Sea. 6 leaves, let us go. I'll take you around Lowtown. "Mr. House, you all please feel free." "Okay, 6 leaves. I'll trouble you." House smiled as he watched Dashki reluctantly take Lyoya away. He was quite pleased with this phenomenon. Even those with a Chinibya need friends. After seeing off Lyoya and asking Shouty to dock the ship, House inquired about everyone's opinions. After sailing for more than 10 days, everyone was a bit tired, and most chose to rest at the naval base, while only a few wanted to go out and explore. After disembarking, House separated from a few who wanted to have fun and strolled alone on the street. The environment in Rogtown was really nice. and Smoker was quite capable of managing it. After wandering around, House stopped at a shop with a knife painted on the sign. The shop looked very old. Pushing the door open, he found shelves, walls, and even a few wooden barrels filled with weapons like knives, guns, and axes. A bald middle-aged man was sweeping the floor with a broom, and the little remaining black hair on his head resembled a hen spreading its wings. Upon seeing someone enter, he immediately looked up, his red nose and wide mouth breaking into a smile as he said, "Welcome to our store. What weapons do we make here?" "It's the Navy." However, the smile on the owner's face changed instantly when he saw House's naval uniform. This was understandable. Weapon shops only thrive in chaotic times and under Smoker's governance. Rogtown was peaceful and prosperous, making it difficult for him to sell his weapons. So, how could he have a good impression of the Navy? House casually walked over and sat down by the counter, crossing his legs. "Excuse me, Navy gentleman, what brings you here?" "I came to buy a knife," House said. This answer surprised the knife seller a bit. The Navy's equipment is standardized, and over the years, apart from Dasky coming to maintain his own knife, no Navy personnel have come to his shop to make a purchase. Since this person is here to buy a knife, he is a customer. The knife seller stood up, rubbed his hands together, and approached with a beaming smile. "So, what is this customer's budget? Our knives are both good and cheap. Let me first introduce you to this one over here. This one is a great knife priced at 500,000. I only have 50,000 berries." House took out a few green bills and shook them. The smile on the seller's face immediately faded. It was only 50,000 belly. What a waste of feelings. He casually pointed to a few wooden barrels nearby, filled with knives. "Look over there. They're 50,000 each." House secretly laughed. This boss was too obvious with his snobbery, not even trying to hide it. However, this had nothing to do with him. He had only one purpose for coming here today: to intercept. Those who have seen pirates know that this boss had a good knife hidden in the barrel. The knives in the barrel were mostly junk, and some were even rusty. The chaotic arrangement indicated that the owner completely disregarded these knives. House looked for a long time and was a bit annoyed at selling a knife. The knives over there are all the same, so anyone will do. There's nothing to choose from. "Oh, really? Then I'll take this one." House pulled a knife out of the barrel, and his eyes widened in shock. How could it be that knife? The blade is 88 centimeters long, 7 centimeters wide, and the edge is only about 0.8 millimeters thick. The blade is relatively long with a large curvature, no blood groove, and the blade pattern is a typical flame pattern steel with a burned edge, forged and folded. The handle is 22 centimeters long and 2 centimeters wide, with no through hole and no pins, featuring the koi mouth. And there is a small white cloth strip on the handle and the scabbard. The head and the pommel have decorations, and the knife guard is cross-shaped, quite simple, with a sharkskin grip and a wrapped handle. The scabbard is 89 centimeters long, 9 centimeters wide on the outside and 7 centimeters on the inside. This is the cursed blade, the third generation of Onitetsu, that he has always wanted to get rid of. The knife is indeed a good knife, having reached the peak of sharpness, close to the level of a fine blade. However, the Onitetsu series of knives has a frightening characteristic: it's cursed. Oh no, how could this guy choose this knife? If it were an ordinary person, I could just pretend I didn't know and sell it. But the key is that this guy is from the Navy. What if he really dies because of this cursed knife? What if the Navy holds me responsible? No way. I can't sell it. "Boss, the money is right here." House put down the money and was about to leave. But the boss spread his arms to block the door. "I can't sell you this knife." "What, boss, are you having second thoughts?" The cold tone made the seller shiver. "No, this knife has a defect. I can't sell you a defective knife. Pick another one." A businessman's mind worked quickly, and he immediately thought of an excuse. "A defect? How come I didn't notice?" "Boss, could you point it out for me?" Since there was time, it was nice to joke around with the boss. "Well, I'm just a knife buyer. I can't sell you a bad knife. Just choose another one." Wow. House had already pulled out the third-generation ghost cutter from its sheath. The silvery blade gleamed with a cold light, and the curved shape combined with the flame patterns looked somewhat eerie. In the depths of his mind, House felt a strange aura coming from the sword, trying to seep through his palm into his body. House secretly smiled. Is that it? Surely he hasn't forgotten what breathing techniques are for. If it can kill ghosts, what is this little power that doesn't even count as a ghost? He swung it casually a couple of times. It felt pretty good, then casually put the knife back into its sheath. "By the way, boss, you just said the third-generation ghost cutter has a problem?" "What? So you recognize this knife? Then I definitely can't sell it to you." The seller, hearing that the other party had recognized the knife, was even less inclined to sell it. "Since you know this knife, you should know its legend. It is said that every owner of this knife has died a tragic death. You should pick another knife. All right, boss. I'll be careful using it, don't worry. Even if something happens, I won't come looking for you. The indifferent response from House made the boss even more fearful. You should be more careful. This is a cursed knife, and it can kill. However, the seller didn't dare to force the other party to change knives. It is said that those who obtain the cursed knife tend to become more irritable. If this goes on, what if the other party uses the knife on themselves? Sir, are you really not going to reconsider? The seller still wanted to persuade him once more. I have warned you repeatedly. If you still don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. Well, I want this knife. Goodbye, boss. House hung the knife at his waist and walked out from beside the knife seller. Seeing the House had already left, the knife seller knew he couldn't stop him anymore and shouted towards the door behind the counter. Wife. Wife. A plump woman came out, saying, "What is it?" Her voice was a bit loud, as if she was angry. The Sandai Kitetsu has just been sold. What? Sold? The fat woman was initially puzzled. Then her face lit up with joy. Great. Finally sold. I told you that knife was unlucky, and with business being so bad in the store, it must be because of that knife. But the one who bought it is a Navy man. I want to go get it back. Slap. A loud smack. The knife seller covered his cheek and asked aggrievedly, "Why did you hit me, wife?" The fat woman pointed at the knife seller's nose and yelled, "I told you, the knife has been sold. Don't even think about getting it back. If he dies, it's his own problem. Hurry up and close the door. What if he changes his mind and wants to return the knife? We can't give it back." Spit flew onto the knife seller's face, and under the intimidation of the household tiger, he could only go close the store door. He secretly prayed that the Navy had capable people and wouldn't be troubled by a knife. Sorry, stranger. In fact, House was still basking in the joy of acquiring a good knife, smiling all the way, planning to find a deserted place to try the knife. He had thought about whether to learn from Zoro and throw the knife to test his courage, but he decided against it, thinking that the shopkeeper clearly had a bad impression of the Navy, and even if he learned, the chances of the other party taking out the snow walk were slim, so he simply dropped the idea. Besides, for him, a fast knife and a good fast knife weren't much different. The snow walk was just sharper than the Sandai Kitetsu. But in terms of energy conduction, the Kitetsu, which obviously carried special energy, was more durable. That was exactly what he needed. "Dr. House." "Servant." Two voices came from behind, and House knew he wouldn't be able to try out the knife today. He turned around, put on a smiling expression, and said, "What a coincidence to run into you two here. Mr. House, did you go to buy a knife?" Darsky was the first to notice the knife hanging at House's waist. "Did you change your knife, servant? What kind is it? Let me see." Only after hearing Darsky's words did Lyoye realize that House had actually bought a knife, and immediately reached out to grab it. House doesn't have any hidden intentions. Although the boss is a bit unorthodox, the knife was bought seriously from the store. He smiled as he took the knife from his waist and handed it to Lyoye, thinking that it was a bit dangerous now. So it was good to buy a knife for self-defense. Lyoye eagerly drew the knife from its sheath and examined it from side to side. "What's this?" "It's just an ordinary knife." Feeling disinterested, Lyoye thought about putting the knife away. Indeed, without the ghostly aura, the appearance of the third-generation Guetai was not significantly different from other knives. "Wait." Daski suddenly became serious. "Dr. House, can I borrow the knife to have a look?" Her eyes were filled with anticipation, as if she had seen something beloved. Of course you can, feel free." House was taken aback by Daski's sudden change, then gestured for her to go ahead. After receiving permission, Daski took the knife from Lyoye's hands and carefully examined it from the sheath, moving it up and down, left and right. "How about it? Are you having fun?" House leaned towards Lyoye, genuinely worried that Lyoye's Chunibu personality might not get along well with Daski. The Swordmaster of Light and I have formed a friendship pact. Look here, servant." Lyoye nodded heavily, then raised her right hand, where a white bracelet was tied. "This is proof of the contract between the goddess of light and me." Lyoye happily showed it to House, like a child proudly displaying a new toy to their parents. "Yes, it's very beautiful. Make sure to get along well with Daski." House revealed a smile reminiscent of an old father and reached out to pat Lyoye's head. "Yes, that's right, this length, this curve, this pattern, it can't be wrong. This is the third-generation Guetai." Lyoye held the sword with both hands, her tone very excited. After examining it once more, Daski sheathed the knife, holding it with both hands, and solemnly returned it to House. "Dr. House, I apologize, I got a bit too excited." House took back the knife. "It's okay, I can understand you. Thank you so much." Although the Onit series is known as cursed knives, it's mainly the first and second generations of Onit. The third generation doesn't have any special legends. If this time Onit can help you through the tough times, then the rumors about the Onit series being cursed should be debunked, right? "Oh, I didn't know there was such a saying. I just bought this knife because it was cheap." It has such a significant origin. Looking at House's indifferent demeanor, Dasky felt an indescribable sensation and blurted out, Mr. House. House did not understand why Dasky suddenly called him. Was there something wrong? Dasky hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. She wanted House to learn some swordsmanship and become a swordsman. Such a fine blade deserved a good swordsman. But what right did she have to say this? Mr. House was a doctor, and it seemed inappropriate to ask a doctor to wield a sword. She hoped he would use the blade well. In the end, Dasky only said this one sentence, and then she appeared somewhat conflicted. She could only silently comfort herself in her heart. At least Dr. House was a good person, and the sword did not fall into the hands of a bad person. Although he was not a swordsman, House didn't understand why, after returning the sword, Dasky became like this. Was she too shy to ask for the sword? If that's the case, he could only say sorry. He couldn't give up this sword. Recently, the people he fought against had become stronger, and he couldn't resolve things in one move. At this time, a good sword was very important. The two of them walked to the base, each harboring their own suspicions, and Dasky looked gloomy the whole way. If it weren't for Rokuyo talking to House about how Dasky had played with her there, mentioning the gray aura and abnormal magical power, it would have been very awkward with just House and Dasky talking. The three of them returned to the base like this, after Dasky arranged a dormitory for House. She left with Rokuyo. Watching the two of them laugh and make plans to sleep together tonight, House just smiled. Friendships among women come quickly. When they arrived at the dormitory, Rokuyo finally couldn't help but ask her doubts. Sword Master, what's wrong? Why have you been unhappy since you saw that sword? Is there something wrong with it? No, the sword is fine, it's just... Dasky shared her concerns with Rokuyo. Haha. Rokuyo laughed, so hard she rolled on the bed. You actually think a servant can't use a sword? Haha, that's hilarious. Oh, stop laughing. Am I wrong? Isn't Mr. House a doctor? Can he even use sword techniques? Dasky was confused and grabbed the rolling Rokuyo, wanting her to explain. The servant. Rokuyo wanted to say that House's sword skills were exceptional, but then she remembered House forbidding her from telling anyone about it. Otherwise, he would shave her head. Listen, is this something a person would do? The key is he really has that ability. Imagining herself bald, shouting that she is the messenger of light and darkness, Rokuyo shivered. No, I absolutely can't let that happen. She immediately changed her words. The servant has learned a little bit of sword techniques, just a little, to add credibility. She made a small gap with her thumb and index finger. So you don't have to worry about him ruining that sword. Rokuyo said this, but she was secretly complaining. You should be worried about how long that sword can withstand his damage. As the only one who currently knew House's strength, she had seen too many swords destroyed in his hands. Oh, really? In that case, I can relax. Dasky seemed to let go of a huge weight from her heart, showing a relaxed smile. Seeing Rokuyo still laughing at her, Dasky felt a bit shy. Stop laughing. Look out. Twin dragons going to sea. Huh? You actually sneak attacked me? Watch my power. The two beauties began to fight in the room. Please imagine the specific situation yourself. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Dasky had arranged a single room for House. House was captivated by his new knife, unable to take his eyes off it. It had been too long, far too long. Ever since he had made some progress in his knife skills, he hadn't found a knife that felt comfortable to use. After all, there was no Gorilla Crimson Sand Iron or Gorilla Crimson or in this world to forge a Sunwheel blade. The best knife he had used so far was just a borrowed one from Bling Bling. The blade shimmered in various colors, like a rainbow. Beautiful yet dangerous. There was a knock at the door, and the light on the knife instantly vanished. Mr. House, it's dinner time. Would you like to join us? Came the voice of Little D from outside the door. Oh, I'll be right there, just a moment. House glanced at the clock on the wall and realized it was already evening. He opened the door to find Xiao Di standing straight at the entrance. Xiao Di, you don't have to be so serious, House said, feeling helpless about the guy. Okay, Xiao Di replied earnestly, but his actions showed no change at all. Forget it, let's go. Okay, the two of them didn't say much along the way until they started eating, when House felt he had to say something. After all, even though he had only traveled with this group once, they were technically all his subordinates. Xiao Di, he called. Yes. Xiao Di's loud response drew the attention of those around them. No, you need to be quieter, relax. House felt a bit uncomfortable being watched. All right. Xiao Di also felt it wasn't appropriate to speak loudly in the restaurant, so her voice automatically lowered. Does Mr. House have any instructions? No, nothing much. We're parting ways. Just wanted to chat for a bit. Even though our time together hasn't been long, you know my character. Let me give you a piece of advice. In the future, when you encounter problems, don't act impulsively. Think carefully before you act. Life should come first. After listening to House's words, Xiao Di pondered for a moment and then smiled. I understand, Mr. House. As long as you understand. House felt relieved. Although this kid was a bit eccentric, he was still very clever. As long as one didn't actively cause trouble in the East Sea, life was generally secure. Even though he had only served as their commander for a short period, he still hoped that these righteous individuals would stay safe. The two enjoyed their meal together and returned to their respective dorms to rest afterward. Early the next morning, House arrived at the dock. After returning the day before, Xiaodi had gathered the crew and persuaded them to set off early. House only learned about it when he heard the commotion in the morning. Wishing them a smooth journey, Haas waved goodbye to the people on the ship at the dock, wishing Mr. Haas success in his studies at the headquarters. Little D shouted from the ship. House nodded. As the warship sailed away, his right eyelid began to twitch. Could something bad be about to happen? The assassin shouldn't have arrived yet. House thought for a long time, but couldn't think of any danger. It's all feudal superstition. It must be fine. When he returned to the base, House immediately saw Dasky running around everywhere. Good morning, Dasky. Good morning, Dr. House. I've been looking for you for a long time. I didn't know you went out. Dasky smiled as she approached, looking relieved. What's wrong? Do you need to find me for something? House curiously asked. It's Colonel Smoker who asked me to find you. He wants you to meet him. Smoker? House was puzzled. I don't have any connections with that smoke guy. Why is he looking for me? Oh, I see. Did the Colonel say what he wanted to see me for? Not really, but you'll know once you go. Well, that is basically the same as saying nothing. House shrugged nonchalantly, saying it was fine to meet. Let's go then. Please come this way. Dasky led the way, and soon they arrived at Smoker's office. Dasky knocked on the wooden door. Come in, came Smoker's distinctive, gravelly voice. Colonel, I've brought Mr. House here, Dasky coughed. The heavy smell of smoke in the room made Dasky cough. Colonel, haven't I told you many times? You need to open the window when you smoke. Dasky showed no intention of giving Smoker any face and directly walked over to open the window. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Smoker was used to it, skillfully apologizing to Dasky with a look that said he was wrong but wouldn't change. He then turned his attention to House. To be honest, Smoker was quite interested in the lazy-looking man in front of him. Ever since he saw him at Dragon Park last time, Smoker had investigated this guy. He had arrived in Orangetown at the age of 6, claiming it was because of a shipwreck and being separated from his parents. Then, with the help of the townspeople, he opened a clinic, and his medical skills were quite good, supposedly a family tradition. Until 6 years ago, after the battle between the 77th Division and the pirates, Commander Brin was severely injured and had to dock in Orangetown, where he happened to be saved by him. Interestingly, that group of pirates disappeared, and there has been no news of them for 6 years. There was no information indicating that this guy had any combat skills. However, Smoker recalled the incident when House collided with Dasky that day. Although Dasky was a swordsman, he had never stopped training his body. In the entire Rotown Navy base, no one could consistently defeat Dasky except for himself. Yet, this person collided with Dasky and seemed completely unfazed, which didn't match the data that said he was completely powerless. He pinched the cigar between his fingers and tapped the ash into the ashtray. But that wasn't important. There were many powerful people in the Navy who hid their strength, and one more didn't make a difference. House felt a bit uneasy under Smoker's gaze. You, a chain smoker, have an official partner, and you haven't even set sail yet. What do you mean by looking at me like that? Are you trying to cheat? Let me tell you, I'm the man you can have. Even if you're an officer, I won't yield. He tightened his collar and glared back defiantly. Smoker, I'm not confused. I'm asking you if you have a problem. Why do you look like you're ready to die rather than comply? Am I that kind of person? But I have to say, this guy doesn't look bad. Ahem, House, Blin mentioned your situation to me. After training, are you interested in staying in Logtown? The benefits shouldn't be worse than what you have at the branch. Just as House decided to remain steadfast, Smoker spoke up. You're not pretending anymore, are you? If I want someone, I want them. Am I that kind of person? You think you can keep someone just by saying a few words without clarifying the benefits? No way. Thank you, Colonel, but Brigadier General Blin has treated me well, and I won't switch to someone else. House directly refused, saying that characters like Smoker were just jokes. If Smoker dared to say those things to House, House would dare to crush him into dead Smoker. Just a mere shame of a natural type. In fact, who doesn't know that after a while? Luffy's father caused a huge uproar in Lowtown to send his child to sea. House doesn't want to have any encounters with someone who is considered a major threat by the world government. So House, will never participate. All right. Regarding the trip to the headquarters, you can set off with Daz Bounty tomorrow. Just ask Daz Bounty for the specifics. Seeing House refuse, Smoker felt a bit regretful. He was just casually saying it anyway. If House had agreed, it could have added a strong fighting force to Lowtown. But if he didn't agree, it was fine. After all, House is also a Navy, and as long as he is not a pirate, it doesn't matter. Even if this guy hides his strength, so what? Under his natural type, all beings are equal. In the EC, proud of the world, with my smoke there is heaven. Anyway, he will return to the EC, and if he causes trouble, he will be eliminated. Moreover, thinking about this guy's medical skills, the guards in Logtown's prison are still used to punish soldiers who make mistakes. All right, Colonel, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Let's go. House left the office, wanting to get away from smog. After turning left and right, he finally found Lioye at the training ground, arm wrestling with someone. Come on, Bennett. Just a little more effort, and you'll win. Bennett, if you win, I'll lend you my treasured book. A dozen sailors were cheering for the person opposite Lioye, and the situation was still evenly matched. I am the messenger of light and darkness. You mere believers are no match for me, Lioye taunted with a relaxed expression. In contrast, the burly man opposite him was red-faced, clearly exerting all his strength. However, he couldn't shake Lioye's delicate little hand at all. Hao Si's eyebrows jumped uncontrollably as he tried desperately to hide, while Lu Yi was leaking information vigorously. Why is it so lively here? Hao stepped forward, like a curious crowd. Oh, it's the followers. Wait a moment, I will win soon. Hao's eyebrows twitched even more fiercely. Was I telling you to win? Smack. Bennett's hand was already pressed down on the table, and the soldiers cheering him on suddenly fell silent. Lady Six Leaves, you are truly amazing. I think you might even be stronger than the colonel, Bennett said respectfully while shaking his swollen hand. What is a soldier? Losing is losing. Even if the opponent is a woman, she is still a worthy opponent. I am the chosen messenger of both the god of light and the god of darkness. You mere mortals are naturally no match for me. Six Leaves proudly lifted her head. Bennett thought to himself, so frustrating, but she's really impressive. May I ask how you usually train? We would like to learn from you. Yes, can you teach us? I'm willing to pay tuition. A group of people chased after Six Leaves, asking how she trained her strength. Six Leaves didn't have any special methods. It was all natural for her. Just as she was in a dilemma, she suddenly saw House, and her eyes lit up. Right, even though I can't do it, House trained hard for it. My servant is so impresso, wah. When House saw her looking at him, he felt something bad was about to happen, and finally covered Liu Yue's mouth before she could say anything outrageous. This can be explained. Don't be fooled by this child's strength. She actually has a condition. The surrounding Navy personnel questioned House with looks that seemed to say, do you even know what you're talking about? After all, Liu hasn't just beaten this one person. She's defeated everyone around here. Are you saying that this woman, who is stronger than all of them, is sick? Do you think we are worse than a sick woman? The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and House swallowed hard. Well, actually, it's like this. She has a condition where her pituitary gland didn't develop fully, leading to a reduced secretion of a hormone called TRH, which in turn affects brain development, creating a vicious cycle. The above is nonsense. Please don't take it seriously. Do you understand? House tentatively asked the crowd, and everyone looked confused, wondering, what are you talking about? They recognized every word, but couldn't understand the meaning. Damn, I forgot. In the pirate world, there's no compulsory education. To put it simply, do you think she's impressive? Her brain is switched. Oh, if you had said that earlier, I would have understood, instead of rambling on like that. The crowd looked at Louis Wei with pity. No wonder she seemed so strange. Turns out she's a fool. Seeing that no one was pressing further, House quickly pulled Louis Wei away. Strangely, after hearing House's long, incomprehensible speech, Louis Wei, who had been struggling with her mouth covered, stopped resisting. House didn't notice and pulled Liu Ye to a secluded place, intending to educate him. But when he looked down, he was shocked to see Liu Ye with tears in his eyes and a face full of disappointment. What happened to you? Did I pull you too hard? House began to nervously examine the hand that Lu Yi had just grabbed. TT House, am I really sick? Originally, House was seriously checking her arm, but upon hearing this, he slapped his forehead. Come on, I was just messing with others. How could you believe it? The words of reproach were on the tip of his tongue, ready to come out. However, when House's gaze met Liu Ye's teary big eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say anything reproachful. He closed his eyes, smiled, then opened them again, looking gently into her eyes. You silly girl. I was just lying to them. Don't you know if you're sick or not? But you just said it so convincingly. Were you trying to comfort me? Just tell me. I can handle it. House's forehead veins bulged, and he couldn't hold back. He just couldn't hold back. Bang. House struck Liu Ye's head with a knife hand strike. The classic head-holding crouched defense reappeared. Why did you hit me? House vigorously rubbed the black and white patterned head, saying, let's not talk about whether you're sick or not. Even if you were sick, I'm a doctor. Wouldn't I be able to cure you? Stop overthinking. Suddenly, Liu Ye froze at being rubbed on the head. Right, House is a doctor, a very capable one. If I really were sick, he would be able to treat me. Realizing this, Leah immediately protested against House's actions of messing up her hairstyle. You, this servant, are too presumptuous. How dare you treat your master like this? I will invoke divine punishment on you on behalf of the dual gods of light and darkness. Prepare yourself. Explode reality. Shatter spirit. Don't run. Only a fool stands there to let you hit them. Stop. Unable to catch up, it ended with Dasky capturing the rampaging Leoya. The next morning, the sky was clear and the breeze was pleasant. Dasky, as a girl, please take care of yourself over there. Smoker had the expression of a father sending his daughter off to school in another city. Lieutenant Dasky is so outstanding. It should be her taking care of me. House C and CMO Go were joking around. You want to send one Chow Chong to take care of the warrant officer? Are you out of your mind? Anyway, I don't care. If Dasky gets bullied at the headquarters, I'll transfer you to Rogtown to guard the execution platform for the rest of your life. The arrogant Colonel C has appeared. House was hit in a vital spot. Yes, Colonel Smoker, I definitely won't stand by and watch Mr. Shiji get bullied. Smoker felt that something was off and was about to ask when a voice from the ship called out, "Get on board. We're about to depart." It was 6 Leaves, urging them on, coming. House replied, "Well then, Colonel Smoker, I'm off." He ran up the ship with a thud. The ship started and set sail. While Smoker on the shore was still pondering what was wrong with House's words, when suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. "You bastard. Are you closing your eyes without even looking?" Despite Smoker's frustration on the dock, the current situation on the ship was quite harmonious. Dasky and Luiwe, these two new friends, were inseparable, giving House, who had always been troubled by Luiwe, a chance to catch his breath. However, with Luiwe's antics suddenly gone, it felt a bit empty. Slap. House slapped himself, reminding you to focus on the newspaper. Of course, they hadn't always been apart. One night, House took 6 Leaves to a secluded place, and they didn't reappear for half an hour. House looked very satisfied, but 6 Leaves seemed a bit gloomy. As a navy, they certainly couldn't take the reckless route of climbing upside-down mountains like pirates. The House's ship is a special warship embedded with sea stone at the bottom, allowing them to smoothly pass through the calm belt without attracting the attention of giant sea creatures. Ordinary pirates would not dare to appear in the calm belt. So their group arrived very calmly at the Marine headquarters, Marine Ford, which is located near the Holy Land Mary Geos, forming a triangular layout with Eni's lobby and Impel Down, situated in a unique whirlpool sea area. If the gates of justice are not opened, once pirates enter, they will drift endlessly in that sea area. The headquarters boasts a cluster of islands, with the headquarters building towering high, magnificent and imposing, resembling a Buddha sitting there from a distance. Surrounding it are large groups of buildings, mainly the Navy's training grounds and residential quarters. House and others are now here. Name and position: Warrant Officer Dasky from Donghai Rogtown Base. Sergeant Major House from Donghai 77th Division. Private First Class 6 Leaf. The Messenger of Light and Darkness from Donghai 77th Division. Sergeant Major and Private First Class. A military-looking man at the port inquired about the basic situation of the three, and upon hearing their self-introductions, immediately showed a confused expression. Sergeant Major and Private First Class? What kind of nonsense is this? Isn't the headquarters only training officers? Where did these 2 soldiers come from? After carefully checking the roster, found it, recommended by Major General Sicily. The officer showed a knowing expression, a connection. Then it's fine. The training itself is not a big deal. Even if a Major General wants to bring in relatives for some practice, it might sound bad, but it's not a big issue. However, one should still look down on connections. After all, he is not under Sicily's command. Training starts at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Now you can go to your dormitory. This is the headquarters. Don't wander around. Otherwise, if you end up in a confidential location, even your backer can't save you. The officer dropped a bland remark and left. The remaining House and others were left confused, wondering why the guy's expression changed so quickly. And hey, you haven't told us where the dormitory is. With no other choice, the 3 could only walk and ask along the way and finally found the dormitory. The dormitory had 2 people per room, and House was lucky enough to get a single room as he arrived the latest. Dasky and 6 Leaf were in the same room. The next morning at 7 a.m., new officers from all over gathered at the training ground, waiting for their instructor to arrive. A man with a black mustache, brown hair, and beard slowly walked towards them. "Are you the trainees for this session? What noisy bunch! Fall in line." The man shouted at them without any courtesy. Everyone looked at each other, dressed in typical naval uniforms, with feathers on their hats and a lightning shape over their left eyes, looking quite formidable, indicating he was an officer from the headquarters. They followed his orders and quickly lined up. Seeing the neat formation, the man nodded in satisfaction. I am Major General Sicily from the Navy headquarters, and I am in charge of your training. His gaze swept over the formation. House and Six Leaf stepped forward. With two responses, House and Six Leaf stepped out of line. The two named were puzzled. They didn't know Sicily, so why were they called out? Sicily looked them up and down. The male seemed a bit weak and lazy, while the female had an interesting look full of defiance. However, no matter how one looked at them, they didn't seem like troublemakers. Why were they targeted by the underground world? Forget it. Since they are at the headquarters, they might as well train well. A bunch of underground rats dare to attack the Navy. Brigadier General Blin Blin has already informed me of your situations. But I want to say, regardless of your positions, since you are here to train, I will treat you equally. Don't think I will give you any preferential treatment. All right, fall back in. What is this? Special treatment? A show of power? The two returned to the line, utterly confused. The others looked at them with strange eyes, unsure of what was happening. As a member of the Navy, an excellent physique is fundamental. Now run around the training ground 50 laps. What? It's already high intensity? They really don't give any psychological preparation. There's no way around it. The higher the rank, the more pressure. Let us run. The first 20 laps were manageable. Everyone could keep pace. However, by the 30th lap, some started to fall behind. House was panting and sweating heavily at the back, looking like he might collapse at any moment. Running alongside Dasky, Six Leaf rolled her eyes when she lapped House, full of disdain, thinking it was embarrassing for a big expert to look like this. But recalling the previous night, Six Leaf could only angrily follow Dasky. Six Leaf, what's wrong? Are you too tired? Dasky noticed her friend's unusual state and asked with concern. I'm fine, just keep running. Six Leaf shook her head, not explaining. Dasky wanted to ask more, seeing Six Leaf's poor mood, but Sicily's voice came. No whispering. Do you think you're not running enough? Whoever speaks adds 10 laps. Dasky stuck out her tongue. 50 laps were already tiring. Adding more would be inhumane. Suppressing her thoughts for now, she decided to wait until they returned to the dormitory to ask, and continued running. In the following month, House and others had a very regular schedule, with physical training every morning followed by lunch and a nap, and afternoon theoretical classes on the 6 styles. Originally thinking that only the Navy practiced the 6 styles because they were strict and didn't allow others to learn, House thought since he was here, he might as well learn a bit. However, after attending the class, House realized that the Navy didn't hide the training methods of the 6 styles at all. Just ask, at what angle is the gale foot kicked? What is the swing amplitude? How much drag coefficient needs to be overcome? How much should the blood flow speed be controlled? And what diameter do the blood vessels need to constrict to? At what frequency should the shave step be performed on the ground to achieve maximum kinetic energy for acceleration? What is the air resistance of paper drawings? And how to calculate the evasion direction based on the airflow caused by the enemy? How does a moonwalk reduce the wind resistance above the foot while increasing the resistance below? What is the direction of the force? And how to ensure body balance? What level of friction between the finger gun and the air is needed to poke the opponent without hurting oneself? It was like a student who had just gotten into college and then foolishly started doing high school problems again. My head hurts. I need to think. If you haven't been to school, you can't even understand the materials on the 6 styles. How can you learn? No wonder so few pirates can learn the 6 styles. Even if they do, they can only manage 1 or 2. It turns out the root is here. 1 or 2 techniques can be mimicked by talent, but how can all 6 be imitated? So don't criticize those Navy personnel who think they are impressive just because they can learn 1 or 2 moves of the 6 styles. When you solve a difficult problem that even the teacher didn't fully understand in school, you would also feel proud. Fortunately, House had gone through 9 years of compulsory education. Although there were some difficulties, he managed to get through the theory, even using the special skill of a top student to control his score. He kept himself just at passing. What House didn't understand was how Six Leaf, who looked like a bad student, could grasp the theory of the 6 styles so quickly. Could it be that this guy was pretending to be a fool, but was actually very smart? House stroked his beard thoughtfully as he watched Lyoya devouring his meal. The cafeteria at headquarters is really good. Although the taste is a bit worse than Baratai, the portions are large, filling, and free. Since the first day he arrived, Lyoya has fallen in love with this cafeteria. Come on, swallow your food before you talk. With a gulp, Lyoya swallowed what was in his mouth and then spoke again. Servant, let's stay at headquarters. The food here is too delicious. Lyoya looked hopeful, but was ruthlessly rejected by House. No, remember what I told you before. Oh, Lyoya recalled their conversation that night. a blush spreading across his cheeks. When we're at headquarters, you mustn't stand out too much, understand? House said seriously. Why? I am a messenger of light and darkness. Very powerful. Louiswe was very displeased, as she planned to show off in front of her friend Dasky. Of course it's for safety. Safety? Louiswe asked in confusion. Yes, safety. Being too exceptional might lead to an immediate promotion to an officer by the headquarters. Officers from the headquarters have to serve in the Grand Line, which is too dangerous. But you're already so strong. Isn't it safe in the Grand Line? Louiswe had no idea why this guy was being so timid. Don't be fooled by Cole's seemingly weak appearance. He was taken out by House in 3 moves. However, in the Grand Line, Coles wasn't considered weak. Just look at who would dare to fight him in close combat. Hundreds of kilograms coming at you. Wouldn't you be scared? He was also among the strongest under Umit. Otherwise, Umit wouldn't have dared to provoke the Navy over the death of an ordinary subordinate. Yet, House still thought he was weak. But House really believed that he was only somewhat strong in the East Blue. What does he count for in the Grand Line? My strength? I am weak? Okay. Last time Jean Bay came to the East Blue, I had to hide and didn't dare to meet him. Where am I strong? Louiswe, listen. House suddenly grabbed Liu's shoulders with both hands, locking eyes with her. Liu turned her head away, unable to meet House's intense gaze. With my current strength, I can barely protect both of us in the East Sea, but it won't work in the Grand Line. So promise me, okay? Don't show too much strength during training. Just be like Dasky. Liu's eyes began to spin. She understood that hiding her strength was what he meant. She closed her eyes, not wanting to agree, but he said he would protect her. Having achieved the desired result, House walked away satisfied, while Liu followed behind gloomily. Back in the cafeteria, Dasky, who had no idea what they were talking about, couldn't interject at all. The seating arrangement of the 3 was somewhat distant from the others, which was normal. Aside from Dasky, no one else knew that House and Liu were actually seeking refuge. In their eyes, House and Liu were just 2 individuals with connections, while they were all fighting hard against pirates to earn merits for the opportunity to train at headquarters. Yet these 2 could sit on equal footing with them just because of their connections, especially that private. Who were they insulting? However, they didn't bully them. They just isolated House and Liu, and even gave Dasky a cold shoulder. House understood all this and was quite pleased. After all, his goal was to return to the East Sea and continue to survive. He probably wouldn't intersect with this group for the rest of his life. And they hadn't done anything wrong, right? He even advised the similarly isolated Liu and Dasky not to take any extreme actions, which made Liu and Dasky a bit unhappy. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was observed by a woman with a cigarette. Tina found the girl very interesting. Indeed, she was a rare beauty officer in the Navy, Brigadier General Tina, who had last spoken to Smoker about her returning to headquarters for a report. As an old friend, Smoker naturally entrusted Tina to look after Dasky and keep an eye on House. He didn't know if it was because House's acting was too good or if Liu's acting was too poor. Tina's impression of House was that he was a clever, ordinary person, mentally sharp but lacking in strength. Instead, Liu intrigued her more. She trained with Dasky every day, while Dasky was panting and exhausted. Yet this third-class private seemed unbothered. There had to be something off about that. However, the students in the training camp ignored it due to their prejudices. Even Cicely thought the other party was just seeking refuge and assumed that Dasky was helping her since they always trained together, not paying much attention. But this couldn't escape the watchful eye of Tina, who had nothing better to do than observe them, especially with Liu, who was somewhat unconventional in speech and attire. She struck a chord with Tina. Thinking about it, the subordinates Tina had previously taken on, like the one who often hypnotized himself, Zhang Yao, and the one who dared to call himself Iron Fist while being weak, Hobody, were all known eccentrics. Others wouldn't dare take them, yet Tina liked this type. So, while Liu appeared strange to others, she seemed like an interesting gem to Tina. In the afternoon, the scorching sun shone down on the training ground, where a large group of young men and women stood in neat rows. A man and a woman, both draped in justice capes, stood in front of them. This is Brigadier General Tina from the Navy headquarters, who has come to help you all with your training today. After a month, I believe your theoretical knowledge has solidified. And now is the time for you to put it into practice. Starting today, there will be practical combat training every afternoon. Today, Brigadier General Tina and I will each take on your male and female groups for combat training. Be ready. It will start in 10 minutes. After assigning the tasks, Cicely took the male group to the other side of the testing ground. The practical training for the male group ended exceptionally quickly. The entire process could only be described as a massacre. Cicely didn't use his full strength, but it was basically 1 hit per person. The male trainees ended up rolling on the ground like tumbling gourds. Cicely looked serious and shouted, "With your strength, how can you protect the justice of a navy? Get up." One by one, they stood up. Yes, the trainees could only respond weakly. Only House, who was still pretending to be in pain, was sweating coldly. One by one, how can I pretend to be weak then? Physical fitness can't be faked. Cicely couldn't break House's defense, and one hit would expose him. He could only lay low and observe others' performances, hoping to imitate them and get through. "House, you go first, come here." Cicely had his own little scheme. After all, he was asked to look after House by an old friend, and being the first to step up would allow him to teach a bit longer. Moreover, if this kid recovered quickly enough, he could even participate in the second round. Cicely thought this was a good plan, but House's CPU was about to explode. Why did it seem that the more he didn't want something, the more it came? Going first, how should he act to seem normal? Can't take a single hit? Is it acceptable to take a few hits? What to do? What to do? Hurry up. What are you stalling for? Cicely shouted impatiently, and his opinion of House dropped a notch. A Navy soldier with poor strength could still train, but if he didn't even have the courage to strike, then he was useless. House revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. This question was too difficult, and he couldn't solve it. At this point, he had to participate even if he didn't want to. After all, House also had a reputation to uphold. If news of his cowardice reached the 77th branch, his image would be ruined, and he wouldn't even be able to return to Orangetown afterward. He could only take it one step at a time. House stood opposite Cicely and assumed a fighting stance. Cicely's cold expression finally improved a bit. If he wasn't afraid to fight, there was still hope. However, given your performance, I have to teach you a lesson. Shave. Cicely's figure instantly vanished from the spot. While House was still pondering how to dodge, he instinctively reached back, and by the time he realized he had caught Cicely's fist, it was already too late. The trainees present, including the captured Cicely, looked at him with eyes full of astonishment. This was the shave from the 6 Styles, and it was used by a major from the headquarters. Yet you caught it so easily? House's brain crashed, and he even forgot to let go. Cicely kept pulling with all his might, finally catching House's attention. Only then did House realize he was still holding on. He quickly released his grip, but at that moment, Cicely had already used all his strength to break free, and House's sudden release caught him off guard. As a result, Cicely lost his balance and rolled, kicking up a cloud of dust on the training ground. The onlookers gaped, their heads slowly following the dust cloud Cicely created as it drifted off into the distance, before gradually turning back to look at House. House's face turned red, as if he was feeling very uncomfortable. Puffed. House spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground, his face pale as paper, clearly gravely injured. This startled Cicely, who had rushed back in anger. "Wait a minute, everyone saw it. My punch didn't even hit you. How come you're lying down? Are you trying to scam me?" He stepped forward to check carefully and found that House's breathing was relatively steady, but he couldn't wake him up no matter what. Cicely was anxious. This was someone his old friend had entrusted him to take care of. If he just died like this, how would he explain it to Bling Bling? He left a quick comment, "You all go check out Brigadier Tina's battle. I'll take House to the infirmary," and then quickly lifted House and rushed toward the infirmary. "Doctor, help!" Cicely kicked open the door and shouted inside. The noise startled the doctors inside. After a flurry of chaos, House was lying on the examination bed in the infirmary. However, the doctors looked around and couldn't figure out where House was injured. Just when they were at a loss and about to conclude that House was faking, he coughed. House woke up. "Where's this? How'd I get here?" The weak voice made the doctor start to doubt his diagnosis. This condition didn't seem like an act. What was going on? House's brow furrowed. As a doctor, how could I be found out for faking an illness? Just watch. The doctor could only check again, but the conclusion was the same as before. This guy was as strong as a bull, with no issues at all. No need for further tests. This is an internal injury, which can't be detected. The doctor suddenly realized that it was an internal injury. No wonder it couldn't be found. But wait, how could a patient guide a doctor? He must be faking. "Sir, please do not doubt our professional competence. We are doctors. After our examination, The doctor intended to give House a diagnosis of faking illness. "I'm also a doctor." House's words silenced the doctors, who looked questioningly at Cicely. Yes, according to the records, he was indeed a doctor, and a very skilled one at that, able to save even a ruptured heart. Cicely provided the answer, which was told to him by Brin. The two doctors were immediately astonished. A ruptured heart. Wasn't that a guaranteed death? There wouldn't even be time to stitch up the wound, and even if it were stitched, the pressure from the heart would just tear the stitches apart. So far, there had been no reports of anyone being able to treat it. Could it be a lie? They looked at Cicely with suspicion, and Cicely replied that he was also unsure, as it was all said by Brin. That was just a rumor. It was only bleeding, not a rupture. House still had that weak voice. The two doctors nodded knowingly. Heart bleeding. Huh, that makes no sense at all. ISNT that just a short interval before the heart completely ruptures? What is the difference? It's just a matter of a few seconds. So what is your current condition? Realizing that the other party's medical skills were far superior to their own, the two doctors in the clinic dared not jump to conclusions and could only tentatively inquire about House. You can't really blame yourselves. My situation is quite rare. House propped himself up on the edge of the bed, trying to sit up, but it seemed he lacked the strength. Two doctors hurried over to help him up. Once sitting, House expressed his gratitude, appearing to regain some vitality, and his speech became less weak. This is my family's secret technique, which can break through physical limits and enhance strength in critical moments. However, the consequence is that the body cannot withstand this power, resulting in internal injuries. The Sicilian general was too strong, and I had no choice but to fully activate the secret technique. So, although House didn't say it, everyone present understood that in his weakened state, it was clear he had suffered severe internal injuries. The two doctors immediately exchanged angry glances at the Sicilian, questioning how such an impressive doctor could be rendered useless by him. Did he provoke you? The Sicilian could only smile wryly, feeling wronged himself. Who knew this guy had such a strange, secret technique? You should have said something earlier. If you had, I wouldn't have resorted to violence. The patient needs rest. You can leave now, one of the doctors said indifferently to the Sicilian. Seeing a colleague getting beaten, they couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow for the situation. The Sicilian had nothing more to say and could only leave with a remark, "I'll come back to see you later." As he hurried out, one of the doctors could no longer contain his curiosity. "Hello, sir. Oh, just call me House. Mr. House. May I ask how you addressed the blood pressure issue during a cardiac rupture?" Well, that requires going back to. As military medics, they usually had no opportunity to interact with renowned doctors, so with a skilled physician like him present, they naturally wanted to learn as much as they could. House didn't keep his knowledge to himself and immediately started sharing various treatments for injuries and first aid knowledge with them. When Sicily returned to the training ground, he felt uneasy. He had sent his old friends charged directly to the infirmary. What kind of situation is this? He was burning with frustration, not knowing how to vent it. Wow, come on, keep it up. So impressive. Cheers echoed in Sicily's ears, and looking around, he saw a large group of male trainees watching the female trainees fight. Tina wasn't as aggressive as Sicily. Her approach was mainly about feeding techniques. However, after such a long fight, most of the females were already exhausted and slumped on the side. Only Dashki, Rokuyo, and Tina were left battling it out. Tina had her eye on Rokuyo and thought, how about joining my ranks? Tina admired Rokuyo. After fighting for so long, Dashki was already panting heavily. But Rokuyo's breath was still steady, indicating that Rokuyo's physique surpassed even the well-trained Dashki. What a rare talent, and she particularly matched Tina's aesthetic. Tina really liked this kind of person. My servant says I need to return to the East Sea, so I will go back too. Rokuyo maintained her fighting stance, thinking to herself, what does it matter if you admire me? I don't know you. I haven't repaid your kindness yet, so I want to leave house. That's a pity. Although she didn't quite understand what a servant was, she clearly heard about returning to the East Sea. Fortunately, Tina wasn't someone who would force others. So she collected her thoughts and smiled. Tina wants to make a deal with you. When you leave the East Sea, come join Tina's ranks as a soldier. In return, I will personally guide you outside of training hours. Tina had high hopes for Rokuyo. Even though she was currently just a private, everyone starts as a rookie, and with her strength and Tina's guidance, she would soon leave the East Sea for the Grand Line. By pre-booking an excellent subordinate, Tina felt she was quite clever. Rokuyo thought for a moment. Tina was very strong, and even at full strength, she might not be able to defeat her. With her guidance, she would definitely become stronger. At that time, it was possible to surpass House and rub him into the ground. Imagining herself beating House, Rokuyo couldn't help but laugh. Watching Rokuyo start to smile foolishly after hearing her words, Tina wondered if she had made a wrong decision. So, will you agree? Tina asked again. The voice interrupted Rokuyo's imagination, and when she came back to her senses, she thought about House's character and guessed that he would probably never leave the East Sea in his lifetime. So this agreement was almost meaningless. If she agreed, would that be considered taking advantage of House? Taking advantage is not acceptable. Well, I haven't repaid my kindness, so I won't leave my servant. Tina felt it was okay. She wouldn't rush her, keeping promises, having potential, and although her personality is a bit odd, ISNT, there are a lot of abnormal people in the Navy. Tina increasingly admired Rokuyo. Just agree, Rokuyo, trust me, this will be good for you. Even Dashki couldn't help but come over to persuade Rokuyo. All right then. In the end, Rokuyo agreed. Tina was very happy. It was settled. Starting from tonight, after you finish dinner, come find Tina at the training ground. Class is over now. Tina strode out of the training ground, needing to prepare for tonight's lesson. Cicely also began organizing the male trainees to continue with class. All right, female trainees, class is dismissed. Male trainees, come with me. One-on-one teaching began, coming up one by one according to your formation. Cicely was ready to vent some frustration. Suddenly, he thought of something. Those with congenital diseases or self-harm techniques stepped forward. The trainees looked at each other. No one stepped forward. Very well, let's begin. I want to tell you that the first hour after an injury is critical for life and death. House was still speaking eloquently at the entrance of the infirmary. The two doctors' gazes had shifted from an initial equal discussion to one of admiration. There was no other reason. House's understanding of emergency care was truly profound, almost like a new system. If the Navy could adopt House's methods, the annual casualty rate could drop by at least 20. That would mean the lives of several thousand sailors, which left them with no choice but to admire him. House himself didn't think much of it. These things were merely basic knowledge in his past life, and he didn't feel they were impressive at all. Doctor, someone is injured at the training ground. The door of the medical room was slammed open. What's all the noise about? Where's the injured person? Is it serious? The two doctors were somewhat displeased with the interruption of their studies. However, due to their responsibilities, they still inquired about the situation. The young soldier was clearly taken aback when he saw House sitting on a medical bed, then quickly said, "There are too many patients. No, the patients are too severe. I can't explain it clearly, just follow me." He pulled the doctors outside. Don't pull. Dr. House, please wait a moment. We need to handle this first." As they were leaving, they made sure to turn back and greet House. "All right, you all take your time." House answered cheerfully. After the three left, House was the only one left in the infirmary. He looked around, and indeed, the headquarters was much better equipped than his small clinic. Hey and stiff. Bang. The poor door of the infirmary was violently opened for the third time today, and the visitor was none other than the usually calm Dasky. Dr. House, you're here. Come with me." Seeing House, Dasky looked pleasantly surprised, grabbing his hand and running outside. "Wait, what's going on?" House, who was being pulled along, asked Dasky in confusion. "There's no time to explain. Major Sicilian is seriously injured." Dasky continued to run ahead. "What? Sicilian is seriously injured? Did pirates attack?" This was the Navy headquarters. No pirate could harm anyone here, not with Whitebeard around. Even if there were pirates, with the three admirals, Garp and Sengoku, who wouldn't be able to handle it? Why was Dasky dragging him along without explaining clearly? House still hadn't figured out what was going on when the two arrived at the training ground. The ground was uneven and full of damage, with people rolling on the floor and shouting ouch everywhere. What was going on? In just over an hour, this group had gotten into such a state. House recognized that these were all his classmates from the same training batch. In the middle of the training ground, two people in green uniforms were crouched down, and another person was lying on the ground, seemingly in a bad situation. Dasky pulled House over to take a look, and to their shock, it was Cicely lying on the ground. The two doctors' hands were pressed firmly on Cicely's heart, their expressions tense and their bodies soaked in sweat, completely focused on compressing her chest without daring to relax for a moment. Seeing House approach, they didn't dare to ease up. This time, without waiting for Dasky to explain, he took the initiative to check Cicely's condition. To his surprise, this was exactly the heart bleeding he had discussed with the two doctors earlier. The two doctors were using their strength to compress Cicely's heart, preventing it from rupturing due to its beating. Their eyes lit up when they saw House, as if they had found a savior. House wasted no time, rummaging through the doctor's medical kits for gloves, disinfectant, a scalpel, sutures, and gauze. After sterilizing the items, he told the two doctors who were pressing down, "On the count of 3, you let go, and I'll take care of the rest." The two doctors nodded in understanding. 3, 2, 1, let go. The doctor with his hands above successfully released his grip, but the one below, possibly due to exertion, became stiff. Now that the pressure on the heart was reduced, blood would instantly fill the heart, and the rapid blood flow could burst it. Once it ruptured, blood would drain out in just a few seconds. Suddenly, a hand reached from behind and pulled the stiff doctor away. House didn't have time to see who it was. He held his breath, his expression serious, and with a slight movement of the knife in his hand, he precisely cut open the Sicilian skin, revealing the bleeding heart underneath. He then picked up the sutures and, with a speed that was hard to follow, began stitching the heart. After observing for a moment and confirming there was no more bleeding, he stitched up the wound a few more times. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Fast. Too fast. This was the consensus among the onlookers. The two doctors were in awe of House's medical skills. The theories he had just taught them in the clinic were enough to prove he was a top-tier doctor, but they never expected his current operation to be so extraordinary. In an instant, House had become a world-class surgeon in their eyes. He casually tossed the tools aside and said, "All done, you're fine now. Just make sure to rest. You should recover in about 5 days, but you need to pay attention to your diet." House suddenly realized that this was not his small clinic. It was not his place to give orders. What dietary precautions should I take? A doctor with a small notebook was recording House's words, his eyes filled with curiosity, not sensing anything amiss. Well, avoid spicy and stimulating foods, no alcohol, and drink more fish soup. All right, we will follow your advice. The two doctors nodded in unison and continued to look at House with admiration. House felt a bit uneasy as he glanced at the classmates sprawled all over the floor. That student, yes, you. How can you move around when you're injured? Let me help you. He hurried over and started to examine him. Dr. House, you are amazing. How did you do that? House looked up and saw Dashi and Lyoya standing in front of him. Ha ha, it's nothing. Any doctor could do it. House scratched his head and continued to examine the two doctors from Sicily. Hearing this, they silently complained in their hearts. No, we just can't do it. Go, go, go. Help me check if there are any other seriously injured patients around. If there are, come back and tell me. House waved his hand at Liu Yi and said, "Oh." Liu Yi left in a huff. "I'm really envious of your relationship with Liu Yi, Mr. House." Daski's tone was a bit sour, wasn't it? "I also have a headache when she causes trouble, haha. By the way, Daski, what exactly happened? How could Major Sicily be injured so severely? Was there a pirate attack here?" "It wasn't pirates, it was a student." Daski's expression turned serious, and then she explained the whole situation. The main culprit was a student named Montgomery, who was also in the same group as House. Sicily, in a bad mood, gave the students a harsh lesson, beating them until they were all bruised and battered, although it was somewhat guided, just with a poor tone. After teaching them all, he asked again who else wanted to be taught a lesson, and when no one responded, he mocked a bunch of softies. Montgomery immediately became defiant and stood up wanting to fight again, but he was no match for Sicily and was subdued in no time. As Sicily pinned him down, ready to let go, Montgomery suddenly gained several times more strength for some reason, flipping Sicily over, and then, with bloodshot eyes, started attacking everyone he saw. The male students realized something was wrong and gathered to subdue Montgomery, but unexpectedly, he was too fierce. He managed to take down a whole group of boys, leading to the chaotic scene when House arrived. What's even scarier was that bloodshot-eyed Montgomery seemed to have lost his sanity and was about to kill one of the students on the ground. It was Major Sicily who rushed out to block him. After being stopped by Sicily, Montgomery showed no signs of waking up and bypassed Sicily to unleash a flurry of punches on the student, seemingly intent on not stopping until he killed him. Sicily had to bear all the attacks to protect the student. Sicily's arm turned black, but was not injured. However, this only made Montgomery more frenzied. Daski saw clearly that when Montgomery threw his last punch, his fist also turned black. That punch was too powerful. The fist created a metallic friction sound against Sicily's arm as it slid past and struck his chest. It even generated a shockwave that sent the students on the ground flying. After delivering the final punch, Montgomery collapsed as if all his strength had drained away. Major Sicily crouched down to check on Montgomery, finding that he was merely exhausted. He intended to stand up and check on the other students, but as soon as he stood up, he spat out blood and then fainted. House basically understood and looked surprised at Montgomery, who was lying over there looking like a pretty boy. He had used armament hockey. No wonder he was able to injure the heart of Sicily, who also possessed hockey. "Oh, so that's how it is. Thank you, Daski. Especially for helping to pull the doctor away, just now. That was really a big help." House smiled and thanked Dashi. Indeed, if no one had pulled that doctor away, even a few seconds of delay would have meant certain death for Sicily. "Huh, wasn't it me who pulled him away?" Dashi replied in surprise. "Wasn't it? Could have been Ryu." House was a bit confused. He was completely focused on the scalpel and really didn't pay attention. "It's not me." Lyoya, who was eavesdropping nearby, immediately raised his hand to respond. "Huh, it's not Lyoya? Then who is it?" There didn't seem to be anyone else around at that time. "It's me. Thank you very much for saving my subordinate." The voice carried a hint of authority, and House turned to look. The speaker was a tall, long-headed person wearing a standard navy cloak. The buttons of the uniform underneath were not fully fastened, and he wore a light green coat with a yellow Chinese-style pattern that matched his trousers. "Good day, Major General Stolberry." House was the first to greet, as only officers of the rank of colonel and above could dress so casually in the Navy. Coupled with the person's distinctive head, House immediately recognized the visitor. Admiral. Dasky also saluted, while only shyly was puzzled, wondering why they were saluting this long-headed person. Stoloberry nodded in acknowledgement, thanking him for saving Sicily. He is an excellent subordinate, and it would have been a pity if he had died here. The voice remained cold, but it was not difficult to detect a hint of gratitude within it. You're welcome. It's what I should do. House politely responded. You must be trained at the headquarters from all corners of the world. Stroberly pondered for a moment, realizing time was not very ample. Stroberly reached into his pocket and pulled out a book, handing it to House. I noticed your skillful use of the scalpel earlier. This is a bit of my insights on swordsmanship, and I gift it to you. Sir, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. House shook his hands, wanting to refuse. No worries, just accept it. I originally planned to teach you personally for a while, but now there's an urgent mission. By the time I return, you should have gone back to the East Sea, so it has to be this way. Stoloberry shook his head, and it was clear he felt a bit regretful. However, if you learn the things in the book, there shouldn't be anything in the East Sea that can threaten you. Well, then thank you, General. House respectfully took the book with both hands. Although he didn't find Stoloberry's swordsmanship insights useful, he had to put on a show. There's my phone number inside. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. I'm leaving now. He nodded in satisfaction, and then Stoloberry walked towards the dock. A mere sword, huh? The servant leaned in, poking his head through House's armpit to look at the swordsmanship notes, showing a look of disdain. Although he didn't know what level of swordsman Stoloberry was, the servant was a great swordsman, who, besides Hawkeye, would dare claim they could instruct a great swordsman in their swordsmanship. Before he could voice his disdain, House covered his mouth. Buddy, you shouldn't say that. House's eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, and, seeing that no one was showing any unusual reactions, he finally felt relieved. One arm clamped around Rukus's head, while the other hand, shaped like a drill, repeatedly poked at Rukus's head. The Vice Admiral's swordsmanship insights are quite valuable. You should be grateful, you idiot. Disdaining a Vice Admiral's swordsmanship insights at the Navy headquarters? How bold you are, girl. It hurts, stop drilling. It hurts. I get it, let go. Rukusa pushed hard against House's arm, trying to free her head from under his arm. But House's arm was as unyielding as if it were cast from bronze and iron, showing no signs of loosening. After drilling for a while, House finally released Rukusa. Once freed, Rukusa jumped back, distancing herself from House at once. With tear-filled eyes, she looked at House fiercely. How dare you treat your master like this, you servant? Scum, idiot, cabbage. House's response was to step forward, his left hand once again making a drill shape while his right hand moved in to grab. Wow, help. 6 leaves fled in panic, and House won decisively. Their relationship is really good. From a distance, Dasky sighed as she watched the two playfully fight. Tina felt envious. No wonder she was unwilling to leave with Tina. Standing beside Dasky, Tina's gaze wandered, her thoughts drifting somewhere unknown. House and Dasky stayed in the infirmary to help, while Lua also wanted to stay, but was sent by Dasky to find Tina. When the two of them came out of the infirmary, it was already midnight. The moon hung high, and the stars twinkled. The waves crashed against the shore one after another. Everything seemed so beautiful and harmonious. House and Dasky silently enjoyed this moment, not saying a word. Hey, wow. As they passed by the training ground, the small shouts felt a bit out of place in the quiet night. House C and Si Chi exchanged glances, curious about the source of the sound, and walked over. On the training ground, a figure was desperately striking the target. Who? Lu Yi leaned on her waist, panting heavily. It felt like she was just a little short, but why wasn't it working? I need to try a bit harder. After catching her breath, she once again put all her effort into hitting the target. Tina had clearly said that as long as her physical condition met the requirements, it should be easy to bring out the armed color. Why had she been trying so hard for so long without any results? No, if this continues, I won't even have the qualifications to stand by. Lu Yi desperately recalled Tina's previous teachings. Listen, Lu Yi, armed color is a type of energy produced when muscle hardness reaches a certain level, and part of this energy can suppress the abilities of devil fruits. So the practice method is very simple. It's just to attack with all your strength. I've observed that your physical strength is already sufficient. As long as you put in the effort, you will succeed. Just put in the effort? Lu Yi murmured to herself, her previously frustrated expression turning resolute again. I don't understand muscle respiration or anything, but if it's just about putting in the effort, then I'll do it. Hey, she squatted in a horse stance, her right fist at her waist, gathering strength, and then struck out with all her might. Punch after punch, sweat soaked her clothes, revealing her proud curves. However, in the distance, Housi had no romantic thoughts at all. Drops of sweat shattered on the ground. Liu Yi, you are shining. House understood that it was the moonlight reflected by sweat, but it still shocked him and Dashki. This was a final punch. Six Leaf's expression remained unwavering. She understood that her stamina had reached its limit. Huh. Six Leaf's arm began to tremble, but upon closer inspection, the tremors were very rhythmic, like breathing. Six Leaf's right fist seemed to vanish under the cover of darkness, and then, bang, the target shattered. I did it. Six Leaf laughed heartily, wanted to raise her hands in a celebratory gesture. Yay. Huh. Before she could complete the action, she seemed to lose consciousness and fell backward. Not good, Dashki exclaimed, rushing over to catch Six Leaf. A figure beside her was faster than Dashki and instantly appeared behind Six Leaf to catch her. When Dashki saw that House had caught Six Leaf, she finally relaxed. But then she seemed to think of something and looked at House in surprise. If she wasn't mistaken, what House had just used was shave from the six forms. Was he a genius who could use it just by studying the theory? House certainly didn't know what Dashi was thinking. And even if he did, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he was checking the condition of Liu Ye's body, the power of water breathing slowly permeating into Liu Ye's body. Huh, what's this? House sensed a power within Liu Yi that was very similar to his own water breathing, but extremely faint. After carefully feeling it for a moment, he was sure this was water breathing. When did this guy sneakily learn his breathing technique? House looked at Liu Ye with a somewhat amused expression. How is Liu Ye? It can't be serious, right, Mr. House? Dashki, suppressing her shock, hurried over and, seeing that House remained silent, nervously spoke up. It's nothing, just exhausted, that idiot. Liu Ye, having exhausted her physical strength, had used her breathing technique to enhance her muscles and unleash her dominance. After such a double consumption, Liu Ye, already drained, fell into a self-protective state after that strike and fell asleep. She really is trying hard. Yeah, just an idiot who only knows how to use brute force. The two looked at Liu Ye's face with gentle expressions. The judgment eye is the strongest. Servants, come and take a beating. Liu, who was originally breathing steadily in House's arms, suddenly mumbled something indistinctly, and after speaking, she rubbed her head against House's embrace. House and Dashki looked at each other, and with a puff and ha-ha, it was unclear who couldn't hold back first. Their laughter broke the night silence. After night passed, House, good morning. Good morning, House. Thank you so much for yesterday. The classmates who had always been indifferent suddenly became enthusiastic, leaving House feeling a bit unaccustomed. What happened? The small eyes of the six-leaf clover were filled with big questions. Why did this group of people suddenly change their attitude? They had clearly ignored them just yesterday. House responded to their greetings. Perhaps it was because he helped save someone yesterday, and everyone felt grateful. House thought for a moment and came to this conclusion. Not only that, Dashki sat down next to Liu Yue with a tray in hand. Besides gratitude, they also had the intention of getting along. After all, House, your medical skills are truly impressive. No one can guarantee that they won't end up injured and seeking your help in the future, so it's natural to greet you properly. Liu Yue used her right hand as a hammer and her left hand as a cushion, giving a light tap. So that's how it is. Servant, you're amazing. Where did you learn your medical skills? Hee. House smiled at the report and did not respond. East Sea, area of Branch 77. For justice. Eliminate the pirates. Take down the Navy. Kill. Intense fighting was taking place on an unnamed small island, with black cannon barrels spewing fire from the bunkers on the mountain. Sergeant Smurd, the enemy's bombardment is too fierce. If this continues, we won't hold on. Where are cannons? Smurd said in a low voice. It will take another half hour to get here. The soldier immediately replied, there's no time. We can't sacrifice lives like this. I'll go up and destroy their artillery first. You follow the signal. The soldier was taken aback. No, Sergeant, that's too dangerous. Smurd remained calm. Everyone's life is the same. There's no distinction. I can't just hide behind and let you all fight to the death. But you're the sergeant. So what if I'm a sergeant? Mr. House, a doctor, could go to the battlefield. I should lead by example. Now prepare. Sergeant, what is the signal? Very obvious. You'll know soon. The soldier seemed reluctant, but had no choice but to respond with a yes and went to prepare. You trash Navy, what can you do? I killed a civilian just yesterday. What can you do? You only killed one? I've killed 3. Navy, come and punish me. Smurd looked at the pirates on the mountain, cursing the Navy with foul language, and actually smiled. Now Smurd's weapon had changed to a large hammer, and he didn't know why. Ever since being knocked out by an explosion on Chaoshi Island, he had developed a liking for such violent weapons. He lifted the hammer, took a deep breath, and his breathing became clearer, even in the chaos of the battlefield. A gray aura enveloped the iron hammer, as if coated with wax, reflecting light in the sun. Boom, boom. Heavy footsteps thundered like rolling thunder. Smurd began to charge like a stampeding buffalo, raising a cloud of dust with every step. The pirates on the mountain noticed this and shouted, "Don't let him charge up! Fire!" Bang! Bang! Gunfire rang out, come on. Smurd swung the hammer, which seemed to lose weight in his hands, flying up and down, creating an impenetrable wall. Is he a monster? One pirate said, dumbfounded. Bullets hit the wall formed by the iron hammer, sparking, but none could penetrate it to hit Smurd. Even monsters must die. Fire the cannon. The pirate operating the cannon was obviously more brutal than the previous one. Boom. The cannonball flew out. Sergeant, be careful. The soldiers behind were terrified. What if he got hit? Come on. Smurd smiled slightly, gripping the axe handle, and swung it forcefully. Boom. Smoke from the explosion covered a small part of the battlefield. TSK, I thought it was impressive. One shot solved it. The legs of the pirate operating the cannon finally stopped trembling. Just a navy. Boom. The footsteps remained steady, and a black figure slowly emerged from the smoke, charging at high speed. In an instant, he broke through the smoke. It was Smurd. The earlier explosion seemed to have no effect on him at all. Aside from some dust on his clothes, he was completely unharmed. While the pirates were in a daze, Smurd had already raised the giant hammer high above their heads, and the thick wooden door burst open with a bang, sending flying wood chips that turned the pirates hiding behind the door into a sieve. The pirates looked at Smurd as if encountering something incomprehensible, all staring blankly. Sergeant Smurd has broken through the door. Brothers, charge with me. The pirates were confused, but the soldiers who had been instructed by Smurd earlier, although shocked, quickly understood. This signal was indeed very obvious. Remembering Smurd's orders, they quickly organized their forces to attack. Smurd had no time to check the situation behind him. He was in the bunker wreaking havoc, and anything that appeared in his sight could not escape the hammer. Take this. A pirate circled around to Smurd's back from a supporting pillar and slashed directly at Smurd's back with a knife. Clang! It was as if the knife struck not his back but a piece of iron. Smurd reacted and turned around to swing a hammer. The ambushing pirate, still in shock at why the knife couldn't penetrate, saw Smurd's hammer coming at him and turned pale with fear, but fortunately did not freeze and quickly hid behind the pillar. What a monster! The knife couldn't cut him. The successfully escaped pirate was desperately trying to calm his racing heart. What do you think you're running, pirate? Smurd raised his hammer and began to chase. But the pirate was not foolish. He ran as Smurd chased him, and they started running around the pillar. Pirate, watch me use the Chain King around the pillar technique. Damn it. Smurd was getting anxious. Why was this pirate so hard to chase? Running around the pillar. Huh? Let us see how you run when the pillar is gone. Smurd swung the hammer directly at the pillar. Boom. Even the stone pillar could not withstand Smurd's hammer, breaking apart and revealing the pirate hiding behind it. Bang! The pirate's life of crime ended. After knocking down the pillar, Smurd seemed to awaken some incredible attribute. He no longer focused on attacking pirates, but started another task. Demolishing walls. Boom! Boom! Smurd was so immersed in the thrill of demolishing walls that he couldn't extricate himself. Run. That freak is demolishing walls. The building is going to collapse. Help! I surrender. Don't demolish it, it's going to fall. Mommy, someone is demolishing walls. The pirates went crazy. Who fights while demolishing houses? Finally, under Smurd's relentless efforts, the bunker collapsed. The Navy was left in shock, and Smurd swaggered out from the rubble with his hammer. Pirates are still pirates. They skimped on building a bunker. It couldn't withstand even one hammer strike. Seeing the soldiers staring at him in silence, Smurd glared. What are you looking at? Hurry and see if there are any surviving pirates. Catch them all. If not, I'll hammer you. Yes, Sergeant Smurd. The soldiers stood at attention and quickly got to work. It was no joke. That hammer was so big, even the wall couldn't withstand one hit. How could our small bodies take it? Little D, leaving Rogtown, was heading towards Branch 77 with a ship full of Navy. Sergeant, our food reserves are insufficient. The chef on the warship was reporting to Little D. Insufficient? Do we eat that much? Saw thee. Little D was about to scold the chef for being too wasteful when the chef's resentful gaze came over. Little D finally remembered that the chef had indeed mentioned wanting to replenish supplies back in Rogtown. However, such matters require the captain of the warship to sign. And at that time, the captain was House. House slipped away as soon as he bought the knife, and I couldn't even catch up with him. There was no other choice. I planned to find House that evening to get his signature and then go by it the next day. However, that evening, House took the initiative to invite me to dinner. After all, it was Mr. House. He actually invited me, and during the meal, I felt his friendliness. He was clearly the captain, but didn't put on airs at all. He also gave me a lot of useful advice. Mr. House is truly a good person. I wonder if Mr. House has gone to the headquarters now? Ahem. A few coughs from the chief cook brought Xiao Di back from his thoughts. The chief cook looked somewhat wronged. Clearly, it was you who rushed to set off, yet the supplies in the back kitchen were not replenished. And now you still dare to be distracted. What? Do you plan to let everyone go hungry? The chief cook can't be bothered. He took off his hat and planned to leave, but Xiao Di dared not let the chief cook leave like that. If he really left, going to the cafeteria at noon might not just mean being scolded, but actually not having anything to eat. Calm down, I forgot about this. We'll take care of it right away. By the way, how many more days can our food last? Xiao Di quickly went up to pat the chief cook's shoulder. The chief cook replied irritably, 1 meal a day will only last for 2 days. 2 days? Xiao Di pondered for a moment. It's all right. This is the sea of the fourth kingdom, and we can reach the land in 1 day. We can replenish the ingredients immediately when we arrive. How does that sound? The chief cook nodded in satisfaction. That was more like it. After getting a satisfactory answer, the chief cook turned and left, not giving Xiao Di any face. Managing the meals for the entire ship, he could be this overbearing. Xiao Di could only respond with a bitter smile. After all, the one who made the mistake was himself. Just endure it. The next day, they arrived at a port affiliated with the Fourth Kingdom. For some reason, the atmosphere on the streets felt somewhat solemn. Hey, have you heard? Heard what? It's about the king. Are you crazy? Is this something we can talk about here? But the fifth prince. All right, shut up. Don't say any more. Many people on the street were whispering, and teams of soldiers were patrolling the streets, seemingly looking for someone. Squad leader, what happened? A private accompanying Xiao Di for procurement asked curiously. Shoo, don't ask. It has nothing to do with us. Xiao Di's expression was serious. Oh, the private wasn't completely ignorant, so he didn't pursue the matter further. In fact, Xiao Di was also somewhat curious about what had happened. But judging from the reactions of the surrounding citizens, it seemed related to the Prime Minister of the Fourth Kingdom. The Navy cannot interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. This is an iron rule given to the Navy by the world government. Xiao Di stopped his curiosity. Being curious could not only get him in trouble, but also implicate the Navy. Boss, thank you very much. You're welcome. Need us to help you carry it? No need. We can handle it ourselves. Xiao Di smiled as he chatted with the shop owner. Beside him, the Navy personnel who came out with Xiao Di were carrying large wooden barrels, which contained the ingredients purchased this time. The shop owner was very friendly to the Navy and, seeing that everyone was working hard, even arranged for a cart to help them with the goods. Go. The driver set off with a cart full of goods toward the port. Stop. You can't set sail today. Several soldiers from the kingdom blocked the cart on the main road. Officer, what is going on? Aren't they usually not checked? The driver got out of the car with an awkward smile. This cart is carrying goods for the Navy gentlemen. Don't worry, it's fine. Oomph. Why do you care so much? What's wrong with the Navy's goods? Even if the Navy themselves were here, the leading soldier from the kingdom didn't care at all. Their country was a member of the world government, and the Navy couldn't do anything about them. He walked around to the back of the cart and tried to lift the curtain. Hey, wait. The driver tried to stop him, but it was too late. Inside the cart, 6 sturdy sailors glared angrily at the soldier from the kingdom who was lifting the curtain. Even if the Navy themselves were here, the soldier from the kingdom suddenly became speechless. Go ahead. Even if the Navy themselves were here, what are you going to do? Xiao Di said in a strange tone. The soldier from the kingdom swallowed hard. This was bad. Weren't they just transporting goods? Why were there Navy personnel involved? The kingdom's army could indeed ignore the Navy, but the Navy couldn't ignore the kingdom's army either. Attacking the Navy was not an option, as they were the most powerful force at sea. So there was an unwritten understanding between the kingdom's army and the Navy. As long as the soldiers fought without causing fatalities, it was considered nothing had happened. With a quick thought, of course, I just wanted to see if any unscrupulous merchants were selling inferior products to the Navy comrades. What about now? Are you still looking? Since there are Navy personnel here, it must be fine. The soldier from the kingdom shouted ahead. Let them pass. Sir, didn't the higher-ups say no one is allowed to leave? A soldier ran over to ask. I say let them pass, so let them pass. The soldier from the kingdom kicked the soldier who was asking. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Didn't you see these Navy guys are clenching their fists? He knew his own soldiers well. They had no problem oppressing the common people. But facing the Navy, who fought against pirates every day, that was just asking for trouble. Besides, if the recent events in the country involved the Navy, he would be in deep trouble with the higher-ups. It was better to send them away now. The soldier hurriedly moved to clear the roadblock. Several Navy personnel, take care. The soldier signaled to the driver that he could continue. Xiao Di wasn't foolish. Why create conflict with the kingdom's army when there was no need? Thus, the cart returned safely to the ship. Concerned about the driver's safety, Xiao Di suggested sending someone to follow the driver back to prevent the kingdom's army from causing trouble. Who knew the driver patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. It's fine. My uncle is the governor of the port. They won't do anything to me." Then the driver drove off in a hurry, leaving Xiaodi dumbfounded. Having had previous experiences, Xiaodi knew this place was not safe and that they needed to leave quickly to avoid getting involved in any troublesome incidents. "Everyone lend a hand and get the things on board. We need to set off quickly." Okay. The Navy personnel each carried a large barrel up onto the ship. "Hey, why is this barrel so light? It can't be half empty, right? Scammer. What's wrong?" Xiaodi asked when he saw a Navy sailor stop while carrying. "This barrel is lighter. The owner might not have filled it up." "It's fine. A little less is okay. Just carry it." "All right." Although little D was anxious to depart and angry, he couldn't run back to trouble the boss at this moment. So, it was better to hurry off. Accompanied by the sound of the whistle, the Navy warship departed from the port. 2 days later, the head chef rushed over again. "Corporal, what's going on? Didn't you say you already bought the ingredients? Why can't we get them when we go to pick them up?" This time, little D's expression darkened, losing his previous politeness. "Impossible. I personally went to buy them, and I definitely bought enough." "Then why can't I get them?" the head chef asked angrily. Little D frowned. "Wait a moment. Let me ask the quartermaster." "Hey you, go call the quartermaster over." "Yes." The quartermaster soon arrived. "Quartermaster," the head chef said, "they couldn't get the ingredients from you. What's going on? Please explain." Upon hearing this, the quartermaster began to feel wronged. "Corporal, this isn't my fault. They come to pick up supplies 5 times a day. No amount of ingredients would be enough." "Nonsense. We only make 3 meals a day. Even if we pick them up once for each meal, that's only 3 times. How could there be so many? Are you deliberately framing us?" The head chef was also agitated, claiming it was slander. The quartermaster then pulled out the inventory records, which clearly documented everyone who entered and exited the warehouse. It stated that one chef had picked up supplies from the warehouse 8 times in the past 2 days, and that person was the head chef's subordinate. Now the head chef was at a loss for words. Such formal records couldn't be faked. And he recognized his subordinate's signature. It was indeed true. The head chef didn't know whether to feel embarrassed or angry, his face turning red. "I am sorry. It's my failure to manage my subordinate. I'll go back and deal with this guy immediately." He waved his spatula, ready to rush out. "Wait." Little D spoke up. Something about this felt strange. He knew the head chef's subordinate, who was an honest person. Otherwise, the head chef wouldn't have entrusted him with important tasks. Besides, even if someone wanted to steal, they wouldn't do it so blatantly. "Corporal, what are you waiting for? It's just that kid who has dirty hands. Let me go back and teach him a lesson and throw him off the ship." The head chef was furious. He had trusted this subordinate so much and even hoped to cultivate him. Yet he had betrayed him. Everyone on the ship saw him storming over to seek accountability, only to find out that his subordinate had caused the problem, leaving him utterly humiliated. Little D didn't rush to a conclusion. He stroked his chin and thought carefully. "Quartermaster, has this kind of situation happened in the kitchen before?" "No, this is the first time." "Is that so?" The head chef and the quartermaster watched Little D pacing in the room, puzzled about what he was going to do. They were all veterans and couldn't just suspect their own people without reason. Besides, the pickup records were so clear, the possibility of foul play was low. "How about this? Let's call the person over and ask." The quartermaster had no objections. After all, if he was innocent, he had nothing to fear. The head chef's expression was complicated, but he sighed and agreed in the end. If possible, he didn't want this promising young man to be in trouble. Soon, the person arrived. Little D inquired about the situation, and the answer left everyone stunned. "The ingredients I picked up had many bites on them. I suspect there are mice. How can we serve such ingredients to everyone?" "Of course, we need to pick them up again." "Impossible. The warehouse is very clean. I check it every day, and there are no mice at all." "You're slandering." The previously calm quartermaster suddenly couldn't sit still, feeling wronged and ready to fight back. Calm down, calm down." Little D stopped the quartermaster, and things became interesting. Little D looked at the chef. "You said the food was damaged by mice, right?" "Yes." Little D then turned to the quartermaster. "You said there are no mice in the warehouse, right?" "Yes." The two glared at each other, neither willing to back down. "Then let's do it my way." Little D gathered everyone together and whispered something. Hee. After a while, sinister laughter echoed in the cabin. Then everyone returned to their posts as if nothing had happened. That night, the originally quiet warehouse suddenly became lively. The lid of a wooden barrel opened. "Phew, I was dying in there. I hope to find something good to eat today. I've been gnawing on vegetables for 2 days. I'm about to turn into a rabbit." A person stood up from the barrel, stretching and moving his stiff body after being inactive for a long time. He climbed out of the barrel, but didn't know who had raised it. His leg couldn't reach the ground. One leg swung desperately, trying to find a foothold. But the next second, he wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. With a click, the lights turned on. The sudden light startled the person in the barrel, causing him to instinctively cover his eyes with his left hand. "Corporal, you're amazing. How did you know someone was hiding in the warehouse?" "Yeah, Corporal. I check every day and never found anything." "How did you know?" "It's nothing. It's all thanks to Mr. House's teachings. Before he left, he told me to think twice before acting when faced with problems. You said the ingredients were bitten by mice, but he said there are no mice in the warehouse. You wouldn't lie to me, so the problem must be with the goods, right?" "Mr. Mouse." Indeed, it was Little D, along with the chef, head chef, and quartermaster. The four pointed their weapons at the person in the warehouse, smiling, but their hands were ready to fire at any moment. Seeing himself discovered, the person who came out from the box could only smile bitterly and raise his hands. "I surrender." In the interrogation room, Little D and the others sat across from the thief. "What's your name? Where are you from? Where are you going? How many people are in your family? How many acres of land do you have? How many cows do you have? Speak, speak, speak." The chef and the quartermaster watched Little D, who was a bit overly excited, with black lines on their foreheads, turning their heads away as if trying to pretend they didn't know this fool. The thief across the table was taken aback and then honestly replied, "My name is Tushin Fusey from the kingdom of Fusey. I don't know where I'm going. I guess my family has a few million people and about 3 to 5 million acres of land. As for how many cows, I really don't know, but there are several mountains." The three exchanged glances, then burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Millions of people? 3 to 5 million acres? Did the cows on those mountains fly away? Right? Do you think you're an emperor? The whole country is yours. Ha ha, you crack me up. Do you think you match that outfit? Tell me, do you think you match?" Tushin Fusey didn't understand what they were laughing about and asked in confusion, "I'm not an emperor, but my dad is. I'm the 5th prince." "You? A prince? I think you're just a fraud." "Right, Corporal?" The chef and the quartermaster believed he was just a liar. But Xiao Di did not respond. They turned to look at him and saw that he had a face full of terror, cold sweat pouring down. The two of them hadn't disembarked in the past few days, so they didn't know that the ethnic discussions on the street were precisely about this 5th prince. Looking at the middle-parted hairstyle in front of him, Xiao Di was on the verge of tears. This was a big problem. He wanted to slap himself for being so foolish that morning. It was just a matter of ingredients. If they were gone, they were gone. At worst, he would be hungry for a day or half a day. Why act like a wise man? And now they had captured people, and he was in trouble too. Xiao Di trembled as he lit a cigarette, but the match failed to ignite after several attempts. At that moment, a lit match was extended toward him. "Thank you." Xiao Di unconsciously expressed his gratitude. "If it really becomes difficult, you can just send me back. I won't implicate you." The 5th prince calmly blew out the match, and Xiao Di then realized that the 5th prince had somehow escaped and had come over to light his cigarette. "You will die if you go back." "Ah, I know." His voice was as calm as if discussing what to have for dinner. The interrogation room was filled with silence, with only the chef and the supply officer gasping for breath. Xiao Di's expression was complicated. He could not bear the charge of interfering in national politics. So, should he be sent back? Was there really a difference from murder? If Mr. House were here, he would definitely think of a solution. "House, don't drag me into your pretentiousness. What did Mr. House say before leaving?" Xiao Di's gaze gradually calmed, and the 5th prince returned to the interrogation chair, lowering his head as if he had accepted his fate. "We've never seen the 5th prince. You're just an ordinary thief. I'll take you back to the branch for trial." "What?" The 5th prince looked at Xiao Di in disbelief, as if he wanted to die. Xiao Di calmly replied, "Although I don't understand what's happening. You haven't resisted since we captured you, and you've directly exposed your identity. To be fair, if you had concealed your identity, we might have found out eventually, but it would have taken time during which you could have escaped with your skills. But you didn't. You just sat there waiting. Moreover, your actions didn't seem to hide anything at all. It was as if you intentionally left a flaw for me to catch you." The 5th prince was in shock. How dare this person? What he said was true. He had already given up. It seemed that he was the only one left in the royal family now. Although he had barely managed to escape the navy, he was all alone while his opponents possessed the entire country. Even seeking revenge seemed hopeless. It would be better to just die. "I can't decide your fate, but Mr. House said that life comes first. As long as you are alive, there's hope." Xiao Di continued, "Alive, there's hope?" That phrase seemed familiar to the 5th prince. Waves of emotion stirred within him. "We didn't capture the 5th prince of the Furs Kingdom. We only caught a vegetable thief named, Xiao Di suddenly recalled the moment of capturing the 5th prince and had an idea. "From now on, you will be called Pier Guard." "Huh." At the naval headquarters, House had just sent off a major who was frustrated for failing to recruit him. "Servant, what does your anger look like?" I've never seen it. Next to him, Louis curiously asked. Since she met House, he had always maintained this good-natured demeanor. Whether he was isolated before or was now being embraced by people, his expression had not changed much, as if nothing mattered to him. Can't you wish for something good for me? Why do you have to make me angry? House ruffled Louis's hair, and the texture felt really good. Don't mess up my hairstyle. Louis protected his head with his hands. Why are you so antisocial? So many people want to be your friends, yet you just brush them off. Friends, huh? Upon hearing Louis mention this topic, a hint of memory flashed in House's eyes. Friends aren't so easily made. Do you have friends? Who are they? Tell me about them. Louis seemed very interested, even forgetting that his hair was being messed with. But those aren't exactly pleasant memories. House seemed to want to say something else, but the door was knocked on again. Coming, hello, who is it? House has regained that formulaic smile. Clang, clang, clang. House was humming happily on the ship. The 2 months of training had finally come to an end. Although there were some ups and downs, it was ultimately a smooth ride. Looking back, House still felt that something was off. He realized he couldn't draw attention to himself like that in the future. House reminded himself that there were some benefits. Looking at the famous sword CH can hanging at his waist, House smiled. The famous sword CH can, a Tachi type, is 63 centimeters long and is also known as the famous Daibana CHK. It belongs to the category of good and fast swords with 50 craftsmen. It was specially exchanged for House by Sicily as a token of gratitude for saving his life after hearing that Stolo Belli had passed on his swordsmanship insights to House. House secretly tried it, and this knife is indeed stronger than the famous sword, the third-generation Ghost Cutter. Moreover, its sharpness far exceeds that of the third-generation Ghost Cutter. If it weren't for the fact that the third-generation Ghost Cutter is more sensitive to energy, House would have wanted to throw it away. But for now, both knives are hanging at his waist. After all, he has taken the insights of Stolo Belli, who is a dual-wielding swordsman. It would be too much for a small fry from the EC to take the insights of a vice admiral and not learn from them. So, this state of carrying 2 swords is more suitable for House C, and no one would find it strange. The most important thing is that if one day he really needs to fight, he can push the swordsmanship responsibility onto Stolo Belli, which is exactly what House C wants. However, he needs to be more cautious in the future. He must not get promoted again. If he does, he will become a warrant officer. In the Navy, a warrant officer is considered an officer and could be called to fight against Whitebeard. House secretly made a resolution in his heart. House, will never get promoted. Servant, there are unusual magical fluctuations at the high platform in the northwest. Come with me to take a look. 6 leaves appeared out of nowhere again. Here they come. Here they come. Buddha was being dismissive. At this moment in the headquarters building, Sengoku, wearing a seagull hat, looked at the reports and couldn't help but sigh. Sakazuki was strong and ruthless towards pirates, but his disregard for his subordinates made things difficult. Look, it's only been a short time, and the injury rate among subordinates has reached 30, mostly because he keeps demanding aggressive attacks, leaving injured Navy personnel unattended, turning treatable injuries into serious ones. Sigh. The casualties in the New World have been quite high lately. Do you have any solutions, Tsuru? On the sofa, an elderly woman with gray hair tied in a simple ponytail to her shoulders, all her hair pulled back, exposing her forehead and wearing a pair of emerald green earrings, calmly blew on her cup of hot tea and took a small sip. At your age, you should calm down. Tsuru's voice was very steady, paired with her unruffled expression, which made Sengoku lose his temper. What can we do? Sakazuki is also an admiral. Even I can't force him to follow orders. But if this continues, our plans in the New World will be ruined, Sengoku said with an expression of helplessness. Tsuru glanced at Sengoku with a hint of disdain. With such high casualties among soldiers, besides increasing troops and treatment, are there any other methods? Didn't those 2 kids in the medical office recently submit a new medical technique? Use it. That might not be good. If I issue the order, could it lead to rumors that I'm dissatisfied with Sakazuki and want to suppress him? Sengoku hesitated. Tsuru's disdain became more evident. Then let it be in my name. I'm old, and I can't bear to see those young soldiers retire due to injuries. Tsuru put down her cup and glared at Sengoku. Next time, just say it directly. Don't be so wishy-washy. Sengoku knew his intentions had been discovered and could only smile apologetically. There was no way around it. The 3 admirals of the Navy belonged to different factions. Although they shared the same overall direction, their approaches were completely different. Sakazuki adhered to absolute justice, treating pirates with the same fiery and violent intensity as his fruit power, not distinguishing between friend and foe. Regardless of how many civilians or Navy personnel sacrificed, he would never hold back in exterminating pirates. Kazan practiced lazy justice, with a calm and composed personality, like a block of ice, rarely revealing his inner thoughts. He let his subordinates act freely and hardly intervened. Borsellino followed ambiguous justice, being lazy and casual about tasks. After all, he was an admiral, and even if he didn't complete tasks, no one could punish him. Although his behavior drew some criticism, he was surprisingly the most rule-abiding among the three admirals. As the fleet admiral, Sengoku had to manage naval affairs and maintain internal stability. For example, with today's order, if he issued it, rumors of his dissatisfaction with Sakazuki might spread within Navy. Although the impact will be minor, who knows what those bloodthirsty subordinates of Sakazuki would think. Therefore, he specially invited his old friend Tsuru to handle this matter in her name. As a fellow Navy member from his generation, Tsuru's seniority far exceeded Sakazuki's, and her reputation for kindness had spread widely. So even Sakazuki's subordinates wouldn't think too much about it. Of course, Tsuru noticing this was something Sengoku had prepared for, although the outside world called him a wise strategist. Tsuru's intellect, having survived from that era to the present, could not be simple. Then I'll issue it in your name. You know what? Those two kids' plans are quite good. And a report states that this plan was invented by a chief petty officer named House from the EC. If it works well, we definitely need to transfer such talent to the headquarters. Do as you like, but I heard he saved that kid Cicely's life. Don't forget about that. Also, those rats in the shadows have been a bit restless lately, daring to put a bounty on the Navy. What's going on with you, Fleet Admiral? As a woman, Tsuru was more meticulous. Training injuries that left students severely wounded were a disgrace to the Navy, so she couldn't publicly commend House. Tsuru had also seen House's emergency medical suggestions, which had a high feasibility. However, such things needed to be tested in practice. Therefore, she couldn't credit House for the achievement yet. Rules had to be followed. But such an outstanding junior was actually targeted by a group of cowardly rats. Even someone as calm as Tsuru felt a bit angry. So she seized the opportunity when Sengoku brought it up. As a vice admiral, she could warn those rats. But that would only represent herself. However, if Sengoku spoke out, the effect would be entirely different. Sengoku represented the Navy's stance. No single force in this world can resist the Navy, except for the world government. Hearing this, Sengoku's expression turned cold. He only learned about House's emergency plan after finding out it was proposed by him. He didn't expect such a thing to happen to House, forcing the East Sea Navy to seek refuge at headquarters. This was a disgrace for him as the fleet admiral. I've already sent people to warn those rats. I want to see if anyone dares to oppose our Navy. In an instant, his imposing aura was evident. At this moment, House was still unaware that he had been saved by the Navy headquarters and was currently staring wide-eyed at Smoker. You didn't make a move on Tashigi, did you? Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, glared, his tone filled with distrust. This guy with a head of silver hair clearly looked like no good. Colonel Smoky. My relationship with Miss Tashigi is purely one of camaraderie in battle. Don't overthink it. House wore a smile, but that very smile made Smoker even more annoyed. How about he beat this kid up? Smoker sized up this unyielding guy, and as he looked, he noticed the two swords at his waist. Got it. I heard that you've gained the favor of Vice Admiral Stolberry and received his swordsmanship insights. But how can one practice swordsmanship without real combat? Come. Today I will be your opponent and give you some guidance in your training. Smoker's arm turned into smoke, ready to strike. House's heart sank for a moment. How shameless of Smoker, talking about guidance while already using his devil fruit powers. Who doesn't know that Logia users are the nemesis of swordsmen? A swordsman without haki can't even touch a Logia user. Guidance? You're just after my body, you scoundrel. Colonel, you're really joking. Even if Vice Admiral's swordsmanship insights are incredible, I can't possibly transform from a weak doctor into a master in just 2 months. How could I ever be a match for Colonel? If this gets out, people will think you're bullying a mere captain like me. Don't you think so? House emphasized the word bully with a heavy tone, and his sarcastic reply made Smoker even more irritated. Smoker caught on to it. If he made a move, House would definitely be shouting everywhere tomorrow about how he was using his strength to bully the weak. Smoker was so angry that his teeth were starting to hurt from grinding them. You bastard. In an instant, Smoker was about to lash out in anger. Smoker. Dashiki quickly ran over, standing between Smoker and House, looking furious as she said, Smoker, how can you bully Dr. House? He can't possibly fight you, and besides, you're not even a swordsman. How can you instruct her? Smoker was momentarily speechless, his mind filled with the thought that the cabbage he raised had actually been stolen. Stolen. Gone. Forget it. I won't say anything. A disheartened Smoker walked away, his back looking increasingly desolate. Dashiki didn't follow him, but turned to House and said, Mr. House, I'm really sorry. Smoker was just joking. He didn't mean any harm. I hope you hold it against him. Of course. I blame him. After all, Miss Dashiki and I are good friends. House deliberately spoke slowly so that Smoker, who had not gone far, could hear him. Smoker staggered a step as if hit by something. Colonel Smoker, are you all right? Dashki saw this and immediately rushed over to support Smoker. A faint warmth finally touched Smoker's cold heart. However, Dashki's next words felt like an arrow piercing his heart. Colonel, are you sick? Do you want Dr. House to take a look at you? His medical skills are excellent. No need. Smoker pushed Dashki away and quickly walked towards the base. He couldn't stay in this broken port for another minute. Seeing this, Dashki could only turn back and smile apologetically, to which House responded with a smile. Dashki hurriedly caught up with Smoker. Servant, your smile is so wicked. Are you thinking of something bad again? Louise stood next to House, instinctively feeling a chill. Instead of wasting time chatting, it would be better to quickly check if Little D and the others had arrived. Housey was unsure, but Smog, if you dare to disgust me, don't blame me for disgusting you. Housey, never take revenge overnight, Mr. Housey, Xiao Di shouted excitedly from the deck towards Housey, who was standing in the port. Are you here? 6E, let's go. After waiting for a long time, they finally waited for Xiao Di's Housey and reminded the one next to him who drew a hexagram and sat cross-legged, claiming to feel the magic. 6E. Servant, it's all your fault for disrupting the magic circuit. You made me unable to feel the magic. 6E pointed at the ground beneath Housey's feet, where one corner of the hexagram was located. House ignored it. He was in a good mood and didn't want to argue with this Chuyuni. Soon he would be back at Branch 77, and then he could apply to stay at the headquarters under the pretext of being chased by assassins, which seemed reasonable. Right now, he was leading a team alone, and as long as he didn't go out to fight pirates, no one could promote him. After a few years, once the Marineford War was over, he could go out and deal with some pirates, become a minor official, and then fulfill his dreams, ultimately waiting for retirement to collect his pension. After thinking it through, this logic was flawless, and House couldn't help but show off his bright smile, thinking, I'm truly amazing. However, his happiness disappeared before he even reached the branch. What? In line with your statement that life comes first, I really couldn't just watch him go back to his death. So after thinking it over, I decided to pretend I didn't know and deal with him like a thief, and then secretly release him after a while. Little D looked proud. He was very confident in his idea. Mr. House once said that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Although he didn't know what a pagoda was, it must be something good. Wait a minute. Let me sort this out. House's hand kept rubbing his temple. You caught a prince of a kingdom as a thief. Yes, and this kingdom is undergoing a coup, with the prime minister becoming the new king. That's right. You didn't report it and left the person on the ship. Yes. What the hell? Do you know what you've done? Do you think you're acting a Hamlet? Don't you understand the Navy's position? Who gave you the courage to meddle in their internal affairs on your own? Is your understanding of life being the top priority like this? That means to be a bit cowardly when you encounter pirates to save your life. Go bring that person to me and let me see. House could only helplessly say, there's nothing we can do. The situation has already happened, and now even if we send people back, it's too late. The coup has been completed, and the other side is now one of the member states of the world government. How would others view sending someone back? Would the Navy be supporting the prince's reinstatement? Or would the Navy ruthlessly send the former prince to his death? Regardless, our Navy's interference in their internal affairs is a sure thing. We could be expelled from a Navy at any moment. Expelled from a Navy? Well, that is not entirely out of the question. Worst case, I could go back to being a doctor, right? ISNT, that what I've always wanted. Although the reputation might not be great as a doctor, my reputation will eventually come back. With that thought, House's headache faded and his anxiety subsided. His clever intellect regained its ground. Bang! Bang! Little D walked in and saw House's happy, smiling face. Mr. House is smiling at me. He must think I'm doing well. Mr. House recognizes me. Xiao Di feet is moved. Behind him, the fifth prince is puzzled to see Xiao Di standing at the door without moving. He is very curious about the people inside. During his conversations with Xiao Di in recent days, it was not hard to see Xiao Di's deep admiration for House. Finally being able to see him in person today, he pushed Xiao Di aside and walked in. Two gasps were heard simultaneously, as the fifth prince seemed to have witnessed something incredible, his face filled with ecstatic surprise. Trembling as he raised a finger to point at House, Xianshui. Bang! House struck first, hitting the fifth prince's forehead with a teacup from the table before he could finish his sentence. The fifth prince rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Unable to get up, Lu Yi and Xiao Di stared blankly at the fifth prince, then slowly turned their heads to look at House, mouths agape, as if wanted to say something, but ended up saying nothing. I have an irreconcilable enmity with evil. House casually brushed it off. He got injured. Let me check on him. You all go outside first. House unceremoniously pushed Xiao Di and Lu Yi out. Wait a minute, Mr. House. This isn't compliant. I don't want to go out. Let go of me, servant. Bang. The heavy door slammed shut, and their complaints were also shut outside. Xiao Di and Lu Yi exchanged glances, then pressed their ears against the door to eavesdrop. Putting aside the two outside, the biggest trouble now is this guy lying on the ground. I should have thought of that. Hey, stop pretending. I don't remember you being this fragile. House kicked the fifth prince on the ground twice with his foot. Ouch, that hurts. You're still so rough. The previously unconscious fifth prince surprisingly sat up, rubbing his swollen forehead and complaining to House. Cut it out, just talk. Why aren't you properly being the fifth prince and running around doing nonsense? House didn't care at all, casually lit a cigarette and started smoking. Give me one too. The fifth prince got up from the ground and sat across from House. Didn't you say you would never smoke? House glanced at the fifth prince in surprise. People can change, after all. The fifth prince shrugged, and House didn't delve deeper into the meaning of that. He took a cigarette from the pack and handed it to the other man. The fifth prince took the cigarette, first sniffing it under his nose. This must be a special supply from the Navy headquarters. Not bad. Can I borrow a lighter? He picked up the matchstick from the table, lit his cigarette, and then casually put the matchstick away. House frowned at the other person's skillful act of stealing matches, not out of pity for the matches, but wondering what could have caused this guy to become like this. Cough, cough. The fifth prince started coughing after taking a few puffs. Indeed, I still can't learn to smoke. He took the cigarette out of his mouth and extinguished it in the ashtray. Are you in the Navy now? That's great. These are trivial matters. What's going on with you? Has the kingdom been overthrown? Although they hadn't seen each other for more than 8 years, there was no sense of estrangement between the two. You know, it's the rebels causing a ruckus, the fifth prince said nonchalantly, but the hatred deep in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Rebels? Aren't the people in your country living quite well? Where did the rebels come from? How would I know? Everything was fine. And then suddenly a woman popped up, insisting that our country is decayed and backward, calling for the commoners to resist the nobles. My old man just thought it was a joke, as you know. That old man is only obsessed with following the rules, but he's still decent to the commoners. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just chased you away in the first place. House nodded in agreement, saying, that's true. I should thank them for the startup funds. But just one person shouldn't be a problem, right? I heard that your country is now led by a prime minister. The fifth prince's voice gradually turned cold. That woman is not an ordinary person. Although there is no evidence, I'm sure she can manipulate people's hearts. Those commoners, instead of farming, started attacking the kingdom's soldiers and nobles with farming tools. They are very fervent. Even when the old man ordered the royal army to abandon resistance, they showed no mercy. By the time the old man wanted to resist, it was already too late. They had occupied the royal city, leaving only the last palace. In the end, the old man negotiated with them and secretly sent me, this unrefined son, out of the palace. I originally wanted to use what you taught me to take them away, but the old man wouldn't allow it. He said, nobles have their dignity. Since the citizens no longer need us, we should disappear. You, this ungrateful son, have never had the awareness of a noble. So just get as far away as possible. By the time the fifth prince said this, his eyes were already filled with tears. The old man drugged me and threw me into the river, and I was carried outside the palace by the current. When the effects of the drug wore off and I want to go back to save them, they had already committed suicide on the city wall. That old man, he never gave me a chance to prove myself. He was truly wicked. Don't you think so, House? The fifth prince's eyes were reddened. Tears streamed down uncontrollably, and he tried hard to smile, but could not manage to do so. House didn't know what to say, so he could only pat his shoulder to offer comfort. After sobbing for a while, the fifth prince finally regained a bit of composure. Well, seeing you means I have no regrets. If you keep me here, even if you're in the Navy, it won't work. I heard you're a doctor now. Give me some medicine. Don't let me suffer too much. The fifth prince could tell that House came back just to see him, purely to resolve this trouble. The best way to solve the trouble was to quietly get rid of himself. Without himself, the trouble would naturally disappear. Bullshit. House slammed his palm on the table, startling the two eavesdroppers outside the door. Your old man didn't send you out here to seek death. Besides, what do you think I am, House? No matter what strange woman comes, if she dares to show up, I'll scatter her ashes. You stay on my ship. Don't you dare die, got it? Hearing the words of his childhood friend, the fifth prince could no longer hold back and began to cry out loud. House, my family is gone. The old man who always scolded me is dead. My mother, my elder brother, my second sister, my third sister, and the fourth one, they're all gone. No one is left to jump and scold me anymore. No one is stopping the old man from making me run away. And no one will bring me food when I'm locked up anymore. Do you know? They're all gone. All gone. At that moment, the fifth prince's inner defenses collapsed in front of his old friend. His country destroyed and family gone. He wanted revenge, but couldn't he find a target? That woman? Aside from inciting the common people at first, she disappeared afterward. Revenge against the common people? His old man never mobilized the army to slaughter civilians. How could he do that? The fifth prince leaned on the table, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, his voice choked with sobs. House sat there smoking, motionless, with a distant gaze, not knowing what he was thinking. After an unknown amount of time, the fifth prince's sobs stopped, replaced by faint snoring. He was too tired. After his cathartic crying, he fell asleep. House draped his clothes over him and then opened the door. Outside, little D, who had already sensed something was off, had run away, leaving only 6 leaves still crouching at the door. She awkwardly glanced at House, who glared back at her, then ignored her and walked straight onto the deck, leaning against the railing and smoking. Damn this cursed world. House sighed and leaned against the railing, feeling melancholic. Thanks for this, Xiao Di. Xiao Di, who was nervously peeking out with Lu Yi and didn't dare to step forward, immediately stood up. You're welcome, Mr. House. So shall we proceed with the original plan and put him on the next island? No need. Could you please help me get him on board, register him under my team, and use the name you came up with? What's it called again? Pier something? Pier Cardan, sir. Yes, that Cardan. Just keep his record clean and treat him as a reformed thief, please. No problem, sir. I'll take care of it right away. Shouty nodded and ran off to handle the paperwork. House nodded. It should be fine now. He erased the past of Tushin, now called Cadden, treating him as an ordinary person left on the ship, and he could keep an eye on him. As for revenge, that could be discussed later. Seeing House's expression finally return to normal, Liwei couldn't hold back her curiosity and ran up to House. By the way, what was that Xinshui thing that Pierre mentioned? It sounds really impressive. Enough. House slapped his forehead. This is something you can't know about. It's my dark past. Go, little kid. Stop prying. Go play somewhere else. No, you must tell me quickly, or I'll judge you with my eye of judgment. But no matter how much Liwei fussed, House showed no sign of relenting. Cadden had been asleep for a whole day and night. My neck hurts. How did I fall asleep here? He looked around and realized it was indeed House's place. I even cried. How embarrassing he picked up the white coat from the ground, shook off the dust, and walked out to find House. Hello. May I ask where House is? Cadden politely inquired of the girl in front of him. He remembered she was in House's room when he met House yesterday, so she should know where House was. Liu Yue's eyes rolled, and a mischievous smile appeared on her face. I pestered House for a long time yesterday, but he wouldn't tell me what that Xinshui is. But it's okay. This person in front of me knows. She grabbed Cadden's hand and pulled him aside, to his surprise. Miss, we aren't that familiar. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Cadden felt a bit embarrassed. Although he was a prince, he really had no experience in this area. What should he do? Would it seem too heartless to directly refuse? But if he didn't refuse, it didn't seem right either. Stop this and tell me. What is the Xinshui you mentioned yesterday? Liu looked around, confirming House was not nearby, and immediately asked in a low voice. Oh, you were asking about this? I'm misunderstood. Cadden felt a little awkward. Stop with the this and that. Hurry up and say it. Otherwise, the servant will find out. Liu didn't care about Cadden's embarrassment. She was only interested in this Xinshui, which sounded very impressive, fitting her role as the messenger of light and darkness. That, well, to be precise, it's not Xinshui, but Xinshui Jinjuan. I and House. You've said enough. Just as Cadden was about to honestly confess everything, House appeared out of nowhere. Let's not mention the past. Right now, you're just a surrendered thief named Pierre Cadden. Come with me. I'll take you to register. After saying this, he didn't care whether Cadden agreed or not, and push him along, leaving Liu jumping in place. Come back. Explain to me what this Xinshui Jinjuan is all about. As House walked, he reminded, we must never tell that woman about our past, understand? Why? Cadden asked, confused. Just don't ask. I told you not to say anything. Oh, the person following behind, Liu, was so angry upon hearing this that she felt like rushing up to hit someone. You insolent servant. Do you think this will stop me? Just wait and see. Also, what is the deal with your sword? House pointed to the sword at Cardan's waist. Are you talking about this? Cardan, looking excited, drew the sword from his waist. I specially crafted this. Isn't it beautiful? Cardan stroked the blade, and House's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected that. Not only the name, but also the sword. The sword in Cardan's hand was less a sword and more like a knife. The entire silver-white blade was single-edged, and the tip was not streamlined like an ordinary knife. Instead, it became wider and thicker towards the tip, resembling a small hand axe. There were also some serrations in the middle of the back of the blade, making it look very sharp. While these features could be understood, the shape of the guard was hard to overlook. It looked like a copper chicken head. I admit, I saw it in a sword forging competition. I named it the Gaul Vanguard sword. It can chop, slice, and saw. Impressive, right? Cardan caressed the blade with an expression as if he were touching a treasure. Strange changes or no changes at all? House cautiously probed. Chicken? Lotus root? Do you want to make chicken soup with lotus root? Kadong looked a bit confused. Is House hungry? Is chicken soup with lotus root tasty? Imperial jade, liquid wine? House still hasn't relaxed. Huh? I didn't bring any wine from home. Do you want a drink? It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered the wine at your place. Let's go. House didn't know how to feel, both disappointed and relieved. This sword was just a coincidence. After all, I am still alone in this world. With the help of House and Little D. Cardan quickly completed his registration and became a proud naval deckhand. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I'm going to complain about you. Cardan looked at House with indignation. While House stepped on the floor he had just cleaned. I'm the biggest on this ship. If you want to complain, you can come to me. House had a mischievous grin and said, Hey, I did it. Go ahead and hit me, idiot. The world is so wonderful, yet I am so irritable. This is not good, not good. Cadden tried to calm his anger. It wasn't T that he didn't want to hit him. It was mainly because he knew he couldn't win. From his conversation with Xiao D a few days ago, he might be the only one on this ship who knew House's true strength. After all, it was this guy who taught him the breath of flame. House was also confused. Logically, this guy should be unable to hold back, right? You should resist, fight back. And then I would have a perfectly good reason to beat you up. This guy actually thought yesterday that I would sell him out. A brother like that deserves a good beating. But Kadong surprisingly went off to do chores obediently. A fifth prince of a kingdom, dragging a deck, can you believe it? Without any reason to hit someone, House could only leave in anger. 3 days, a full 3 days, House had been looking for an opportunity to beat Kadong up. But Kadong just wouldn't give him a chance. Watching House return empty-handed once again, Kadong smiled slyly while sweeping the floor. Huh, I still don't know you. If you have the ability, just drop the act and hit me. La la la. The broom in Kadang's hand kept moving, and he happily hummed a tune. Mr. House, do we really have to go? Little D hesitated. What's wrong? But the other side is a member of the world government. Aren't we interfering in the internal affairs of a member country? Isn't that against the rules? Little D looked troubled. House patted Little D on the shoulder. Young man, you're still too young. We're not going to interfere in their internal affairs. We're just stopping to resupply due to a lack of materials on the ship. That's the obligation of a member country of the world government. But carrying weapons? That's because of the internal turmoil in their country. What if we encounter pirates? That's for self-defense. It's allowed by the regulations. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. House. Little D's eyes sparkled as if a new world had opened up to him. So, the rules can be used this way. Let go of me. I can walk by myself. Kadong was being pulled by House off the ship. He looked conflicted. He didn't want to get off the ship, after all. This was the kingdom of furs, the place he once loved but was hurt by. Moreover, as the fifth prince, even though he wasn't very famous, many people in the town still recognized him. Going out casually would bring trouble to House. What are you stalling for? Hurry up and go. You're not the fifth prince. You're a Peer Kadong, a Navy officer. Would the Royal Army dare to fight with the Navy? Let's go. House didn't give Cardan a chance to speak and forcefully push him off the ship. Walking in the city, Cardan was in shock. How could a royal city have changed like this? Even Shouty and the others showed expressions of disbelief. They had been here just 2 months ago, and although the streets were tense back then, they were still bustling. But now, the streets were empty, with fruit peels, scraps of paper, and various garbage scattered everywhere. The smell of decay made people instinctively cover their noses. The houses by the street had obvious signs of damage on their doors and windows. The scattered items inside seemed to indicate what these houses had gone through. What on earth happened? Where's the Prime Minister? Why is no one doing anything? Cardan still couldn't believe that his country had turned into this. Servants, what is going on? Has this place been plundered by pirates? Liu Ye cautiously tugged on House's sleeve. She had never seen the former Fourth Kingdom and could only think that the current state of ruin was the work of pirates. What kind of pirates could plunder an entire kingdom? This was something even more terrifying than pirates. House closed his eyes and said leisurely, as expected, everything turned out as he anticipated, and things really became this way. What is it? It feels so frightening. Liu Ye grabbed one of House's arms. House didn't answer. He just gently stroked Liu Yue's head to comfort her. Let's go. Let's look at other places and see if there are any survivors. The group wandered aimlessly through the royal city, which was filled with silence. The once magnificent royal city now seemed like a deserted place. Mr. House, should we go ask them about the situation? Xiao Di pointed to a second-floor window, where a boy about 8 or 9 years old was watching the group through the window. Even from a distance, his eyes were clearly filled with hatred. However, when Xiao Di pointed at him, the boy instantly became very frightened, hurriedly drawing the curtains and hiding away. What could have happened to turn a country into this? To the point where even a child could show such an expression? Everyone was puzzled, except House, who seemed unfazed and very calm. Let's not disturb that child. Come on. Let's meet the witnesses of all this. House led the group forward, crossing the street and arriving at the palace. The surrounding walls had been knocked down, leaving only piles of rubble. The roads here were just as filthy as those outside. House ignored all of this and continued forward with everyone. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the royal palace hall, where they could see a gray-haired man kneeling before 6 graves from a distance. The last thread of patience that Cardan had been holding on to snapped. He cried out, rushing over, grabbing the kneeling man's shoulders and turning him to face himself. Burns, my father entrusted the kingdom to you before he died. How did it come to this? Tell me. Cardan's screams were so hysterical. He couldn't understand why the old man, to prevent the people from bleeding and sacrificing, chose to take his whole family's lives. Why had the kingdom turn out like this? Fifth Prince? You're still alive. Great. The old man first looked puzzled. Then his expression changed to one of joy. No, you shouldn't be here. Hurry and leave. Don't let them see you. The old man's expression turned to one of terror, and with his dry, twig-like arms, he pushed Cardan vigorously. Hurry, get away, don't come back. Go. Cardan, calm down. Old stubborn, do you still remember me? House stepped forward, first scolding Cardan, then supporting the old man. He placed one hand on the man's back, using the power of his breathing technique to heal his body. After being scolded by House, Cardan seemed to wake from a dream. Looking at the old man in front of him, he noticed that the man's eyes were cloudy, his surroundings swollen, clearly having cried for a long time. His clothes were tattered, covered in clumps of dry dirt. His hair was disheveled, with some small twigs visible, and he emitted a foul odor, clearly not having bathed for a long time. If it weren't for the identical face, Cardan could hardly believe this person was the prime minister, who was very particular about his appearance and would never allow any stains on his clothes, conducting himself in a meticulous and disciplined manner. Don't worry, those people have all left. There are no outsiders here now. House was delivering energy while comforting the old man. Upon hearing that the enemy had left, the minister seemed to regain a bit of his sanity. He looked at House with murky eyes and asked, Who are you? I am House, the one who used to tease you when we were kids. Next to him, Cadden provided an explanation to the minister. The minister appeared to have a moment of realization. Oh, it's you, House. I remember you. You scared me by throwing firecrackers in while I was using the restroom with the 5th Prince. The Navy personnel present, except for Cadden, looked at House with strange expressions, as if they wanted to laugh but dared not. House felt a bit uncomfortable under everyone's gaze. What are you looking at? I was just a kid back then. Being a little mischievous is quite normal, right? The crowd replied, setting off firecrackers in the bathroom. Isn't that a bit beyond just being mischievous? The minister, completely unfazed, continued. You're back too. The queen actually liked you very much. It's a pity she's gone. But with you here, I feel reassured. You were so impressive as a child. You can definitely protect the prince now. The minister was very gratified. Burns pointed at the 6 new graves with red eyes. Yes, that's them. I feel ashamed before the king. It's all my fault. Burns repeatedly slapped his own face, and it was House who couldn't bear to watch anymore and stopped him. Katushin, I'll take him in to rest for a bit. Do you want to come in or stay here? I'll go in later. Katon simply knelt on the ground, showing no intention of standing up. Forget it. Let's go in first. House didn't know what to say, leading everyone into the palace. As soon as they entered, everyone couldn't help but gasp. They thought the outside was dilapidated enough, but they didn't expect the inside to be even worse. If one word were to describe the interior of the palace, it would be spacious. Indeed, in House's impression, the palace was not exactly splendid, but rather magnificent, and now was empty and desolate. The throne, murals, the bricks on the floor, and even the gold paint used for decoration on the columns had been scraped away completely. It seemed that if the columns hadn't been made of ordinary wood, which wasn't valuable, they might have been chopped down as well. The axe marks on the columns were evidence of this. Next to the columns, some torn rags and branches were piled together. forming something that could barely be called a bed. Old Stubborn, are you going to sleep here? House also found it hard to believe. After all, the Old Stubborn one was an executive. How could things be this bad? Yeah, but I guess I brought this on myself, Burns said self-deprecatingly. Sorry, I can't entertain you anymore. After all, I have nothing left here. It's fine. Those who are willing to sit can find their own place. And those who don't can just stand. House ignored Louis and Shouty, sitting down on a relatively clean patch of ground by himself. You stubborn old man, tell me, what are your plans for the future? You have some gratitude towards me, so I'll help you depending on the situation. Aren't you curious? How did this place become like this? Burns asked strangely. What is there to be curious about? This kind of peasant uprising formed on a whim is just like that. No ideology, no rules. Only knowing how to desperately overthrow the existing system without knowing how to establish a new order. Once the gathered people achieve their goal of overthrowing the monarchy and gain some power, they start becoming more ruthless and thorough than the original nobles. Without a king, there are no constraints. House said this with an indifferent attitude, completely unconcerned about the astonished expressions of those around him. You. Burns widened his eyes and then began to smile wryly. Well, it makes sense that you could come up with such thoughts at a young age. It shows that this is all quite normal. Looking back, it seems you truly are the wisest person in the kingdom. House is non-committal. This is not wisdom, but experience and vision. When it comes to rebellion, who can compare to House, who has memories of past lives? It's quite simple to guess all of this. There are precedents. From Chun Sheng and Wu Guang to the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, the situations are quite similar. However, the organizers of this group lack the wisdom and finesse of those organizers from past lives. House can bluntly say that when it comes to rebellion, everyone in this world, including the Revolutionary Army, is a younger brother. Burns was silent for a moment, and he replied, You are right. After the king died, those people lost their purpose and began to massacre the nobles. At first, I could still persuade them, but later, when they realized that turning against me would not affect them at all, they became reckless, beating, smashing, and robbing, leaving no valuable thing untouched. As rebels, they do not obey anyone and could not elect a leader. One of the leaders felt he was earning too little and began to plot against others. But it was like opening Pandora's box. Those rebel leaders started to imitate each other, and the entire royal capital was destroyed under their conflict. You must have seen it when you arrived. There is nothing of value left in the royal capital. They decisively abandoned the royal capital and returned to other cities. Naturally, I, an old and useless person, was discarded. I collected the remains of the royal family. The king loved this country so much that I buried them here. I regret every day. If I could do it all over again, I would rather it be me who died. If only the king were still here. Burns began to weep again, not knowing if it was for the deceased king or for himself. Well, thinking about those things is useless now. So what will you do? The palace can no longer be inhabited. If you are willing, I can take you to another place to live, away from here. House did not have any sympathy for Burns. He came here simply because Burns had done him a favor in his childhood, and one must repay a favor. No, I will not leave the king again. Let me stay by the king's side until death, hoping to slightly alleviate some of my sins. House furrowed his brows, contemplating the possibility of forcibly knocking out the old stubborn man and taking him away. No, you will assist me in rebuilding the kingdom. Kadong, or the fifth prince, pushed the door open and walked in. The dejection of recent days vanished, replaced by a resolute determination. House, you will help me, right? Although it was a question, the fifth prince seemed already certain that House would assist him. Beside them, Louis looked expectantly. Restoring the country sounded quite interesting. She wanted to participate. However, upon hearing this, Shouty's expression changed, deep in thought. Allow me to refuse. House directly refused. Talking about restoring the country sounded like a hassle. Why not enjoy being in the Navy? Just wandering around at sea, soaking up the sun, and waiting to apply for retirement when the time comes? Is that so? Kadong suddenly had a mischievous smile, and House had an ominous feeling. That six leaf. Huh? Lua didn't understand why Kadong was calling her. Let me tell you, House and I not only blew up the bathroom together when we were kids, but we also stripped Burns at a party. Everyone turned to look at the old man, eager to hear his side of the story. Burns blushed a little. That did happen. Huh, it's just a small matter. You can't threaten me with that. House tilted his head to one side, looking stubborn. Seeing this, Cardin wasn't angry and continued to smile as he said. House even gave himself a title called True Lord of Mysterious Water. True Lord of Mysterious Water? Sound impressive. Luya's eyes lit up as he kept sizing up House. Hey, Tushin, you're going too far. House was a bit restless. We also formed a Kata pointed at House, about to say the rest, when House suddenly stood up and grabbed Kata's finger. How can I help you, dear friend? Kata rolled his eyes at House, thinking he should have just agreed earlier. Kata stopped talking, but Luo was not having it. Hey Kata, what did you form? Tell us. Sorry, it's been too long. I've forgotten. Kata started to brush it off. Damn it. I want to challenge you one-on-one. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Sit down. Haas can only act as a mediator, holding down Lioye to prevent her from provoking Kadong and getting him to say something. But to be fair, even if I wanted to help you, I couldn't, as the Navy has regulations prohibiting interference in the internal affairs of other countries. House turned to Kadan and said, that's indeed a problem. Kadan pondered. Having House help is the limit. But if it puts House at risk of being held accountable by the Navy, he won't do it. Damn it. Isn't there any other way? Seeing this, House secretly chuckled. I agreed, but the rules are there. It's not that I don't want to help. Just as Kadan was deep in thought, the usually inconspicuous little D suddenly spoke up. No, actually there's a way. Kadan instantly perked up. What way? No. Don't say anything foolish. It could get me hanged. House looked at Shouty with a worried expression, wondering if this guy really had a way. No way, right? Please don't worry, Mr. House. It's absolutely legal. Shouty bowed to House, and then began to explain his plan to everyone. As long as we have the king's permission, our navy can pursue pirates within his territory. But there are no pirates here. Lioye was somewhat confused, and, although he didn't want to say it, pointed out that our country currently has no king. The old man chimed in at the right moment. However, House seemed to understand, gritting his teeth as he glared at Shouty. You bastard, are you backstabbing me? This plan won't work. Cardin looked a bit disappointed. Don't worry, let me continue, Shouty said with a slight smile, pressing his hands down slightly to quiet everyone. Now comes the important part. Mr. Cardin, you're the 5th prince of the kingdom, right? Yes. And this esteemed gentleman. Shouty wasn't sure how to address Burns. You can just call me Burns. My name is fine. All right, Mr. Burns. If I'm not mistaken, the scepter representing the kingdom's heritage is under your bed, right? Shouty said with certainty. This. Burns looked at Cardin, seemingly unsure whether to reveal this. It's okay. Just say it. Everyone here can be trusted. Cardin realized Burns' hesitation and smiled, understanding Shouty's intention. Although the scepter was of great importance, and if it fell into the wrong hands, the kingdom could change ownership, Cardin didn't care. Shouty was the first to discover his hidden identity and was someone he could trust. House is his own friend, and only he knows that if this friend wants to be king, he doesn't need a scepter at all. As for the remaining 6-leaf, seeing her confused expression at this moment, it's clear she doesn't have the brains for it. 6-leaf, hey. Well, since this is your highness's intention. Burns lifted the tattered cloth on the bed and found a thick, muddy branch among the twigs that supported the bed. He struck it hard against the ground. Crack! Clumps of dried mud fell off the branch, revealing a shining scepter inside. They are really crazy. I can only preserve the scepter in this way. Please punish me, your highness. Burns held the scepter with both hands and respectfully presented it to Cadden. Cadden looked at the scepter with a nostalgic expression. Being able to preserve it is the best thing, and this is not your fault. Cadden took the scepter, gently stroking it, his eyes starting to redden again. Old man, did you see that? When I was a child, because House and I took your scepter to hit jujubes in the tree, you exiled House and locked me in a small dark room. Now that I have a scepter, I can do whatever I want. Why don't you come and scold me? Long live the king. Burns knelt on the ground, shouting loudly. By now, even 6-leaf understands the situation. Cadden, the 5th prince of the Foth Kingdom, is currently the only royal bloodline holder. When he picks up the scepter representing royal power, he becomes the king of the kingdom. As king, he can naturally demand the navy to capture pirates within the territory, even designating who will do it. This is Little D's method. House gritted his teeth and praised Little D. It's all thanks to Mr. House's good teaching. Little D looked very happy. Mr. House praised me. When did I teach you? Oh. House looked puzzled, suddenly remembering the reason he used to get on shore in the morning, feeling regretful to the point of his intestines turning green. He wished he could slap himself a few times, thinking, you stupid mouth, what nonsense have you said? Making good use of the rules? Now you've been used by others. But there are no pirates on shore, right? Can't we still not take action against the rebel army? Although Lioye understood how to help House get on shore, she still didn't know how to assist. The few of them looked at Lioye's confused expression, exchanged glances, and then laughed out loud at the same time. Miss Lioye, don't worry. We will find a way, Xiao Di said, suppressing her laughter. Does it matter whether the rebel army is pirates or not? The Navy says he is a pirate, and the king also says he is a pirate. So even if he's not a pirate, he must be one. Moreover, in Shouty's eyes, House being asked for help by Cadden is entirely because Cadden needs House's wisdom, as long as he can come up with ideas. Whether they can take action is not important. However, by chance, this method is also applicable to situations where action is required. In the evening, on the warship, Brin's response dealt House the final blow. Sure, if you want to stay there to catch pirates, that's fine. Do you need me to send Smur to help you? Hey, Windmill Head, did you hear that? I'm talking about going to another country to catch pirates. House's tone gradually became irritable. I know, don't call me Windmill Head. You should call me General. It's just a landing chase. How big of a deal is it? I'll give you 3 months. That should be enough. On the other end of the phone, Bling Bling said nonchalantly. Little D and Cadden, who were listening nearby, raised their eyebrows in surprise, realizing that all the words we had thought of for a long time were useless, as he directly agreed. Since it had come to this, House did not resist anymore. Let be. He refused Bling Bling's kind offer to send Smur to help and hung up the phone. All right, now it's up to you. I was left behind. House cast a cold glance at the two, and Xiao Di and Ka Dang could only laugh awkwardly. So, Your Majesty, how do you plan to restore the country? Huh? Are you asking me? Ka Dang pointed to his own nose, looking puzzled. I haven't thought it through yet, but don't we just need to defeat those rebel forces? Ka Dang replied, scratching his head. So you plan to drag me down with you to the end? Huh? Just defeating the rebel forces? Let's not even talk about whether you can win or not. Even if you do win, how will the country be governed? Who will govern it? How will productivity be restored? How will the country be protected from pirate invasions? House roared, hey, calm down. Just let Burns handle it. The kingdom was doing just fine before. Cardin looked a bit frightened. I'm sorry, Fifth Prince, but you really need to think this through. Because if we continue with the old system, the same rebellion will happen again. Little D interjected at the right moment. I'm calling Blin Blin now. I want to go back. I'm done. House angrily picked up the phone and was about to dial. Xiao Di and Ka Dang exchanged glances and immediately stepped forward to grab both of House's hands. Not necessary, House. Just think about it. Think about it right away. Yes, Mr. House. Let's discuss it again. Meanwhile, Bruin inside Branch 77 showed a relieved smile. House, let me lend you a helping hand. He leaned back, resting in his chair while looking out at the training ground. Smurd was passionately speaking on the platform. Mr. House showed me what unyielding justice is as soon as he entered the Navy. Even when facing invulnerable monsters, Mr. House can pick up a knife and fight back. Never yielding. Maybe the opponent is strong, but as long as we unite and use every last bit of our strength to fight them to the end, victory will surely belong to us. In front of Smurd, a group of Navy personnel were incensed, and looking at their uniform numbers, they were actually Navy from other branches. As the highest officer in the East Sea, Bruin often received distress signals from some branches. When House first came to the branch, he specially trained a group of doctors to fulfill his own goal of slacking off. House's first aid skills are so impressive that even the Navy headquarters doctors are in awe. Therefore, it was only natural that those rescued sailors were brought to the 77th Division for treatment. Mr. House has said that he loves this world and hopes for peace without violence. However, unlike us, those pirates only know how to destroy peace. We, the Navy, are warriors of love and peace. Looking at the thunderous cheers from below, Smurd felt very gratified. Mr. House, your justice will be spread by me, Smurd. Smurd's speech actually started 2 months ago, when House had just left the base. Through repeated battles, Smurd discovered that he had become stronger, especially after defeating Buffalo Bison. When he took a deep breath, a gray stream emerged from his body. It was this stream that made him stronger and even able to ignore bullets. After thinking it over, the only recent change was being shocked by House's words about love and peace, as well as his indomitable spirit. Smurd's simple mind couldn't figure out the reason and wanted to ask House. However, House had already gone to headquarters, so he could only ask Brigadier Blimblin as a second option. Blimblin's insight was far beyond Smurd's, and based on his experiences at the Navy headquarters, he immediately concluded that this was House's understanding of justice. He was then shocked. Justice was something all Navy spoke about, but very few would delve deeper into its understanding. The top 3 admirals of the Navy were the best examples of this. Our House has the potential to be an admiral. This was Blimblin's most shocking thought at the time. Even he was convinced by House's theory of love and peace, as well as indomitable justice. To aspire to be an admiral, the support of the grassroots Navy was essential. So, Blimblin began to subtly encourage Smurd to promote House's justice. Initially, it was just for internal promotion within the 77th branch, but when everyone found that adhering to indomitable justice made it significantly easier to fight pirates, it caught on. In fact, this was also House's fault. In the beginning, to deal with the evil dragon, everyone was taught the breathing technique, which itself was a method to enhance oneself. With House's power backing them, The Navy, which had long been fighting pirates, shed their ailments, and their bodies were even enhanced to some extent. At first, they didn't notice because they hadn't fully recovered from exhaustion. However, as Smurd began to spread justice, everyone became skeptical, and with more focus on themselves. They naturally noticed the fact that they were becoming stronger. This caused an uproar. Everyone realized that adhering to indomitable justice was indeed effective. Facing pirates, they no longer shouted for justice, but directly shouted for love and peace. They boldly drove the pirates away from the 77th branch's waters. And with the reduction of pirates in the 77th branch, the number of pirates in other branches naturally increased, leading to more distress signals. As the distress signals increased, more rescued Navy personnel returned, and those who were saved were already grateful to the 77th branch and were curious why they shouted for love and peace instead of justice. At this time, Blimblin stepped forward and had Smurd explain to those Navy personnel what love and peace were and what indomitable justice meant. The grateful Navy personnel from various branches, thinking that they might as well believe in something without any cost, also began to adhere to indomitable justice. This faith was not trivial. What is indomitable justice? Simply put, it means facing pirates without backing down, just fighting. As the old saying goes, the bold fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who risk their lives. Among the pirates in the EC, many were originally civilians who turned to crime out of passion and trembled at the sight of the Navy. Now, seeing the Navy charging forward recklessly, they broke down completely. The Navy personnel who adhered to indomitable justice didn't understand much. They only knew that after adhering to it, they found it easier to catch pirates. So indomitable justice was effective. Then this group began to spread indomitable justice within their own fleets, and in a short time, it started to spread centered around the 77th branch. For most branch leaders, having their subordinates' combat power enhanced was a good thing, and having a justice they believed in was not a bad thing either, so they just let it be. Of course, there were exceptions such as Colonel Mouse, who, upon hearing about indomitable justice, scoffed. Who wants to risk their lives against pirates? Why not just collect more taxes during this time? A bunch of fools. Ignoring such naval scum, indomitable justice indeed sparked a wave in the EC. And of course, all of this was completely unknown to House training at headquarters. The people on the ship were aware, but without any battles, who would casually speak about justice. As for the ordinary Navy's attitude towards House, he thought they were misled by Little D, and since he had just returned, he had encountered the incident with Cardan. So he hadn't returned to the branch yet, and couldn't hear Smurd's passionate speech. This time, when House called Blimblin, Blimblin thought he was practicing his own justice and naturally agreed. Moreover, although it was of little use, they had already found a non-violating reason for themselves, hadn't they? As for the matters within the branch, at this moment, Cardan and Little D were deep in thought about how to restore the country. House had only given them one night, and he declared that if they didn't come up with results by the end of the night, he would simply quit. Little D, do you have any good ideas? Cardan asked, scratching his head in frustration. What good ideas could I have? This isn't something a Navy should be thinking about, is it? Little D replied with a bitter smile. Letting him exploit the Navy's loopholes was one thing. After all, it was his job. But restoring the country? Where would he know how to do that? However, not wanting to disappoint House, he could only force himself to think. It's all House's fault. If he hadn't stopped us from using what he had as a child, we wouldn't have to waste our brains on this. Cardan muttered under his breath. But Little D heard him. Curious about House's past, he immediately asked, you mentioned it several times. What was that childhood approach? Cardan thought for a moment. House said not to let the Six Leaves know, but he didn't say he couldn't let Little D know, so it should be okay to say it, right? It's like this. I met House when I was about 5 years old. At that time, I secretly snuck out of the palace to play and saw House standing among a group of farmers talking about something. Out of curiosity, wait a minute. Little D interrupted Cardan and pulled out a notebook from his pocket, opened it, and got ready with a pen. You can start now. Although Cardan was puzzled about what Little D was doing, he continued speaking. Next was Cardan's memory. A group of farmers stood together, listening intently to a child who was still shorter than their waist speaking. Now the great calamity has arrived. The heavens and earth are dark. The sun and moon have no light, and the world must undergo great change. We, the believers, take the 4 seas as our home. There are no distinctions. We are all brothers and sisters born of the same parents. We should help each other with gender equality and create a harmonious society. The first step is to share wealth. Young House spoke passionately. Those familiar with history would find this segment terrifying, as it echoed the doctrines of a very fearsome cult. However, in this pirate world, no one knew the extent of its impact. Looking around, the farmers seemed to be smiling, clearly treating this as mere childish nonsense. Little house. How could it be dark and the sun and moon have no light on such a sunny day? Yeah, little house, my house is right next to yours. Far from the sea. How can you say that the four seas are our home? Indeed, I'm about the same age as your dad. And you still say I'm your brother or sister. One taunt after another made little house's face turn red with anger. You little brat, not worth consulting. Young house's furious reaction made everyone burst into laughter. Friend, I really admire you. Tell me more about your dark and gloomy world, and I'll treat you to some food. Little Cardang's eyes lit up as he leaned in, although he didn't understand what a harmonious society was. The phrase "the sky darkens and the earth is in chaos, the sun and moon lose their light" sounded very interesting. Is it just you? Are you very rich? Little Howes shot a sidelong glance at little Cardang, noticing that despite his runny nose, Cardang was dressed very elegantly, clearly a wealthy person. I don't have much money, but my dad is very rich. At that time, little Cardang was still an honest child. Damn rich people. Little Howes thought bitterly. As a poor person, he was quite sensitive to money. Since you were so sincere, I'll take you as a friend. Seizing the opportunity, since this kid came over, you shouldn't blame me for taking advantage of him. After all, I'm just trying to scrape together enough to eat. That's right, 5-year-old Howes was that miserable. Following the principle that a time traveler must be parentless, his parents had passed away from illness when he was 3. Fortunately, his parents had a good relationship with the neighbors, so little Howes could still manage to get something to eat. But with memories from his past life, how could little Howes keep living off handouts? Although he had a cheat, he was just a child who couldn't even hold a sword steadily. How could he practice? Under various circumstances, little Howes became a bit darkened in character, with the idea of causing a huge upheaval. He chose the religious sect from his past life that spread the most and started preaching. To his surprise, it didn't work at all. This sect thrived in his past life mainly due to people's ignorance and a small gap in military power. Any slightly extraordinary power would have them bow down and worship. But this world was different. There were countless swordsmen, martial arts masters, and devil fruit users, making it impossible for ordinary people to resist. So little Howes' sect failed before it even began, and his proclamations were treated as jokes during breaks. People even gave Howes a little money to encourage him just to continue listening. Thus, the once great leader became a storyteller. Today, Howes thought it would be just like usual, preaching, being laughed at, and then collecting money to buy food. Unexpectedly, he ran into the 5th prince who had slipped out, hearing that Howes wanted to be friends. 5-year-old Cardang was so happy that he almost blew bubbles from his nose. Really? You want to be friends with me? No one has ever said that to me. Looking into the pure and innocent eyes of the other, little Howes felt a slight pang of conscience. Of course, I'm willing to be your friend, but I'm very poor. Will you mind having a poor friend? Little Cardang immediately replied, of course not. I call anyone my friend. Anyway, no one is richer than me. He was just like a silly son from a landlord's family. Thus, a clever little rascal teamed up with a rich silly boy. Little Howes founded the Sun and Moon sect. Those who understand will understand. I'm afraid to write the full name and get banned, and called himself the leader, known as the true man of mysterious water. He appointed little Cardang as the protector, known as the Holy Fire Envoy, and they began to live a lawless life in the royal city. The old king was a good man, and usually just laughed off the pranks of the 2 boys. The queen was also very kind. Upon hearing that Howes had no family, she arranged for him to live in the royal palace. At that time, Burns was not yet the prime minister, but he was responsible for educating the royal children. So he was very displeased with little Howes for leading the 5th prince astray and often punished them. Therefore, little Howes and Cardang played various pranks on Burns. Their happy life continued until they were 11, when Cardang and Howes actually stole the king's scepter to play with it and were caught. The king's scepter, as the token of allegiance from member countries of the world government, was not to be insulted. Therefore, the first king issued a decree that anyone who took the scepter besides the king would be considered a rebel and must be killed. Even if the king wanted to protect them, he couldn't. Left with no choice, the king could only publicly announce that little Cardang had been instigated by little Howes and that he had already executed Howes, stripping Cardang of his royal identity and imprisoning him. He then gave Howes a sum of money and secretly sent him away to keep him far from the kingdom. This led to Howes' later arrival in Orangetown. From that moment on, Howes realized that the world government was practically unbeatable. The childish idea of "do nobles and princes have any worth?" was laughable, and he subsequently adopted a laid-back attitude. The story ended, and little D was so shocked that he was speechless. So it turned out that Mr. Howes was like this when he was a child. This made Mr. Howes even more admirable. Ordinary children simply do not have so many brilliant ideas. He even created a religion with a complete doctrine. He truly was a born wise man. Clearly, what he said back then was great. Living together equally, helping each other like siblings. Why couldn't he at work? Cardang didn't he understand? At this moment, little D, recovering from his shock, heard Cardang's complaint and thought for a moment. I think it's because of the world government. I don't know if you've noticed, but in Mr. House's vision, there are no nobles. Yet now, each country is controlled by the nobility, and even the world government serves the nobility. Once a government without nobles is established, other countries' commoners might learn from it, and then our opponents would not just be the mere rebels, but the world government itself. After all, the most numerous in this world are commoners. Cardang gasped, not expecting that the sect House casually created in his childhood would actually impact the world government. Then we really can't go along with that. It's impossible to go against the world government. That's right. The two exchanged glances and then simultaneously lowered their heads with a sigh. Little D looked at the notes he had just taken and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. No, I think I have a solution. Little D quickly flipped back through his notes, found a page, and pointed it out to Cardang. What solution? Cardang leaned over. To be honest, he really liked House's theories from childhood. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken on the role of protector as a prince. Mr. House once took me to replenish supplies, and we came across a butcher shop. It clearly had a sheep's head hanging outside, but they were actually selling dog meat inside. So we can. Hee. A sinister laugh echoed through the ship's cabin at night, sending chills down the spines of the patrolling soldiers, who hurriedly left that area. That laugh was too terrifying. There couldn't be ghosts, right? So you two kept tossing and turning all night, scaring the patrolling soldiers into coming to me to report just to come up with this? House raised an eyebrow at the two obviously overly excited geniuses across from him. Just say whether it's possible or not. Cuddy, still clearly buzzing with excitement, even dared to get into a confrontation with House. House squinted at the two of them, and they really came up with a solution. That guy Cardin has never been very bright. So this plan must have been thought up by Little D. The honorary monarchy system, indeed impressive to come up with this in this society. In the previous world, this would definitely be considered politician. Because this system had another name in the last life, constitutional monarchy. The country is nominally ruled by the king, but the actual management is handled by the prime minister. And the king only appears when diplomacy is needed, losing the original power to make all decisions. It seems I need to treat Little D a bit better in the future. The heart of a politician is dirtier than that of a tactician. If I get on a bad side, I wouldn't even know how I died. Little D, this is what you were thinking, right? Very well thought out. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. House. The excitement on Little D's face was almost impossible to hide. Mr. House praised me again, which is really delightful. Well, it's not easy for you to come up with this solution, so I'll help you refine it a bit. Yay, thank you, Mr. House. House also has his own little calculations. Living in this world with memories from his previous life is really uncomfortable, especially in those independent small towns. Once he reaches the territories of kingdoms and principalities, the arrogant attitude of the nobles makes him very displeased. If he could establish a country that suits his living habits, it would be delightful once he no longer served in the Navy. Moreover, this is just a small kingdom in the East China Sea, and with the king as a cover, the world government should not meddle too much. As long as he can pay the protection fee, gold from the sky, on time, and does not openly violate the laws of the world government, they wouldn't care what he does domestically. The plan is successful. Now, let me briefly say a few words. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Just like when they discussed, they didn't take the rebel army seriously. The mere peasant rebel army lost their fighting spirit upon seeing the regular navy, and some even fell into infighting. Only a few rebel leaders resisted stubbornly with some followers. But even these few enemies opened Little D's eyes wide. If Cardin's military strength was within his expectations, after all, he is a prince, and it is understandable that he has learned from experts. However, he cannot comprehend the strength of Louis, a rebellious little girl with dyed hair. Although her thoughts are always strange, it cannot be denied that Louis still looks like a delicate young lady on the outside. Yet she uprooted a huge tree with just a grunt. Little D was gesturing with her hands to illustrate an exaggerated size, vividly recounting her recent experience to House. Not only did she uproot it, but she also threw it, and it crashed in front of the leader, scaring him so much that he wet his pants and crawled back, crying, begging me to catch him and not hand him over to Miss Louis. As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Louis beside her, unable to understand how someone with such thin arms and legs could possess such great strength. Ahem, this could be explained. House pulled out the same tricks he used to deceive the Navy in Rogtown to fool Little D. since I was the only doctor present. I said whoever is sick is sick. While saying this, I secretly glared at Liuye, who looked a bit unconvinced. You're the fool. Your whole family is made up of fools. Oh, is that so? Then I understand. Little D glanced at Liuye with pity. No wonder she always felt something was off about her. It turns out she's sick. With just that one glance, Liuye jumped up. I'm not sick. It's all mumble, mumble, mumble. House quickly covered Liuye's mouth and pointed to his own head, spinning it a few times. Shouty nodded to show understanding and stopped asking about Liuye. Mr. House, there's only one city left with rebel forces that have yet to be subdued. What's wrong? Are they very strong? As House subdued the struggling Liuye, he asked, this shouldn't be happening. He knows this area well. There shouldn't be any strong characters here. Shouty looked around and confirmed that Cadden was not present. He walked over to House and whispered, that woman has appeared again. We are subordinates of Mr. House from the Donghai 77th branch, and we suspect that pirates have infiltrated the city. Please open the city gates to cooperate with our investigation. Shouty stood outside the city, shouting into a loudspeaker. Although it's called a city, it's really just a high ground surrounded by wooden fences. What house or no house? There are no pirates here. You all should leave quickly. A rough and flamboyant voice came from behind the fence. The man had a full beard and a scar running across half of his face. From his appearance, it was clear he looked down on the Navy's words. Shouty didn't mind the tone of the other party. After all, this kind of thing had happened frequently in the past 2 months, and this was already considered polite. After shouting 3 times, it should be enough. Mr. House said that we only need to fulfill our duty to inform. 3 times, they should have heard it clearly. Navy, get lost. You are interfering in the internal affairs of a member state of the world government. If you don't leave, I will report to the world government and hold you accountable. The bearded man shouted back loudly. Oh, so he understands the law. Cadden walked up with a grin, standing side by side with Shouty. He took out his scepter and declared, I, Prince Cadden of the Foth Kingdom, have officially reported to the world government as the successor to the throne of the Foth Kingdom. Pirates have infiltrated your city, and I have commissioned the Navy to capture them, so open the city gates quickly. Behind the fence, heads surged. He really seemed to be a prince. I've seen the picture of that scepter. It looks real. The Navy is also here. There are people who have fought against pirates. Can we defeat them? The bearded man gritted his teeth. So it's you who led the enemy here. Prince Cadden has long been disowned by the royal family. That scepter must be fake. Don't believe him. He just wants to trick us into opening the gates. This is a pirate scheme to rob us. The bearded man forcefully argued. But the loudspeaker on the other side started shouting again. We, the Navy, have a close relationship with the civilians. We promise that as long as you lay down your weapons and surrender, we will not harm you. What does close relationship mean? I don't know, but they really don't seem to be pirates. He said he wouldn't kill. If the Navy is real, then the king is also real. Wouldn't that make us rebels? Yeah. Didn't the leader say the ones on the other side were pirates in disguise? It seems like they aren't. The bearded man was so angry that his beard began to tremble. When did the Navy become so sharp-tongued? Shouldn't they stop immediately upon hearing that the world government disapproves? How dare he? Shouty wasn't worried about such things. Report to the world government? Go ahead, feel free. After the report, an investigation would have to take place. Question: who will the world government send to investigate? Answer: the local branch of the Navy. Question: who is the local Navy branch's commander? Answer: Brigadier General Brin. Question: who are the witnesses? Answer: the king. Question: who is the king? Answer: it's the one picking his nose beside us, Tushin Foth, also known as Cadden. Both the investigators and the witnesses are our people. How could we lose in this situation? Tell me how we could lose. Attack. A decisive order was given. Charge. The Navy quickly entered combat mode and rushed towards the enemy's position. In contrast, the rebels were feeling low. The civilians holding farming tools didn't know whether to listen to the Navy or the bearded man. Most people looked confused, uncertain whether to surrender. At this moment, if one person took the lead to surrender, it would inevitably lead to collapse. Just then, a large red flag was raised from the center of the crowd. You bunch of scum. A loud shout came from where the flag was. The woman holding the flag wore a tall red hat with long tassels at the back, had short purple hair with bangs, and wore sunglasses. She was dressed in a red long-sleeved vest, tied a tie around her neck, wore leather gloves, and kept her shirt open. She wore a long skirt and red boots. Do you want to return to the life of being oppressed by the kingdom's nobles? Do you want your family's lives to be taken away at will by the nobles? Think of your past life. If you don't want to go back to that life, then pick up your weapons and resist. The woman in red waved the flag and shouted loudly. The originally confused crowd began to look determined. I don't want to go back to the life of farming every day and not having enough to eat. I don't want to pay taxes anymore. Give my family back to me." The crowd became agitated, including the bearded man. The rebels unconsciously tightened their grip on their weapons. Their eyes, filled with anger, stared directly at the Navy charging forward. Their muscles tensed up unnaturally. The large flag pointed forward. "Go, the enemy is right ahead." Civilians holding farming tools leaped out from behind the fence, their fierce momentum even surpassing that of the Navy charging forward. The woman in red held the flag high, pointing straight ahead. The crowd rushed past her, and the airflow lifted her open shirt. "Huh, she's not wearing anything underneath?" Luiwa looked at the battlefield in the distance, somewhat puzzled. "Followers, followers!" Luiwa shouted. They're coming, what's going on?" "Golu." House walked over with a helpless expression, holding a water bottle and drinking water. Louis held a telescope in one hand and pointed towards the distant battlefield with the other. "There was a welfare girl over there." "Phew." House spat it out in one go. "No. Where did you learn that word?" "I overheard you and Cadden when you were hiding at the stern last time." Liuya had an innocent expression on his face. "You." House Ben wanted to explode with anger, but upon hearing that the culprit was actually himself, his momentum immediately weakened. "Next time, don't eavesdrop," he said, but in his heart he reminded himself. Next time, he must use observation hockey to look around. Roka shot House Ben a glare, thinking to herself that she would never listen to this servant. What? Do you want me to show you the telescope?" House looked ahead and reached out for the telescope from Liuya. "No, you can't look." Liuya quickly tossed away the telescope, covering House's eyes with both hands. "What are you doing? Let go of me. I want to see." "No way. I won't let you look at that shameless woman." "Stop saying I and you. Say me and you properly. And let go of me. I want to see, I want to see." On the front line, Shouty frowned as he looked at the enemy ahead. "What's going on?" I clearly suppressed their morale. How do they regain it? And they all look like they have a deep grudge against us. "Cadden, do you know what's going on?" Shouty wanted to ask Cadden if he knew the situation, was startled by Cadden's current state. Cadden's eyes were wide open, and his rage seemed to burst forth from his eyes. No, it really burst out. Flames surged from the sheath of his sword, forming rings of fire that wrapped around Cadden. Shouty swallowed hard. This guy Cadden could actually manipulate flames. Cadden, are you hot?" It's her. I remember her." Cadden seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed on the woman waving the red flag across from him. His hand had tightened around the hilt of his sword. "What are you talking about?" Shouty looked in the direction of Cadden's gaze in confusion. Boom! Just as Shouty looked ahead, a loud explosion rang in his ears. The massive sound caused Shouty's vision to darken, but he quickly reacted. Cadden was right next to him. "Cadden, are you okay?" He turned back to see if Cadden had been hurt by the sound, but Cadden had already disappeared, leaving only a charred mark on the ground scorched by flames. The explosion sounded again, this time from above. Shouty quickly looked up, and a gigantic tiger made of flames was pouncing from the sky, revealing Cadden standing inside it, holding his sword, diving down together with the tiger. The roaring red tiger lunged at the red flag behind the rebel army. The red-clothed woman's expression showed slight surprise, but she calmly waved her large flag horizontally. The flame-formed tiger opened its giant mouth, ready to bite off the head of the woman in red. Clang! The black flagpole unexpectedly blocked the tiger's mouth, producing a metallic clash. The tiger seemed unwilling to give up and continued to lunge forward, trying to bite the woman in front. However, the flagpole was firmly pressed against the tiger's head. No matter how hard the tiger tried, it couldn't break through. The tiger forcefully pushed the woman in red back several meters, but sadly, this was ultimately not a real tiger, just Cadden's technique. Once the technique was exhausted, the flames forming the tiger dissipated, revealing Cadden's twisted expression inside. The fifth form of the breath of fire, Flame Tiger, creates an attack in the form of a tiger when advancing. The two stood facing each other, the pioneer's sword and flagpole clashing together. "Wait, don't attack yet. There might be a misunderstanding between us." The woman in red did not counterattack, but tried to reason with him. After all, their organization's tradition was not to conquer by force. "A year ago, weren't you the one inciting rebellion in this country?" Cadden's voice was like a low growl of a tiger. His grip on the sword tightened, as if he would attack at any moment. "It was me, but I did it to rescue those civilians from the oppression of the nobles." Although she didn't understand why the other party would ask that, the woman in red still wanted to explain. "Then what misunderstanding is there?" The blade was angled, sliding down along the flagpole. As the blade was about to strike her hand, the woman in red quickly stepped back, using her arms to force the flagpole down to evade the blow. Ascend. Blazing flame. The blade, pressed down, slashed upward from below, creating a fierce arc of flames. The intense flames scorched the skin of the woman in red. Since you won't listen to reason, then don't blame me. Her gaze sharpened, and the hand gripping the flagpole suddenly turned black, as if the originally white flagpole had been coated in wax, reflecting black light under the sun. Clang! The pioneer's sword and flagpole clashed again. But this time, the flagpole did not retreat. Instead, it swept aside the pioneer's sword. Clang! 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 Cadden seemed frantic, continuously swinging his sword to unleash fiery slashes. However, the woman in red remained calm, effortlessly defending against his attacks with her seemingly clumsy flag. Unable to break through, Cadden's anger burned even hotter. His movements became more intense, each strike fueled by all his strength. But the woman in red remained as steady as before, her large flag dancing like an impenetrable wall, rendering Cadden's attacks futile. You die. Unknowable fire. Cadden pushed off with all his might, channeling the last of his strength into this strike. He shot forward like a rocket parallel to the ground. Behind him, a long tail of flames followed closely. The crimson blade slashed towards the woman. This time, the woman in red could no longer maintain her previous calmness. Although the blade had not yet reached her, she could already feel the sharpness of the blade on her neck. I can't block this. The woman in red instantly understood. This strike was different from before. She couldn't stop it. If I can't block it, then I won't. Flag of advancement. The woman in red gripped the flagpole tightly, the black light intensifying, covering not just the flagpole's originally white neck, but also enveloping it in the same black hue. The flagpole transformed into a long spear and thrust forward. If Cadden did not give up this attack, then before his blade could reach the woman's neck, his head would be pierced by the spear. Did Cadden not notice? No, he did, but he didn't dodge, or rather, he had no strength left to dodge. This was his all-out strike. He thrust the blade forward with all his might, intending to trade blows with the opponent. Clang! The sound of the clash rang out, and the woman in red quickly retreated, her gaze fixed on the distance, filled with disbelief. Just as her spear, transformed from the flagpole, was about to pierce Cadden's head, a fiery red arc of a slash flew in from afar, striking at the point where their weapons met. The power of this strike was so immense that even now her hands felt somewhat numb. In the air, with no leverage, Cadden was directly sent flying, out of reach of his attack. With just this one strike, she could clearly tell that the opponent was definitely a great swordsman, and not just an ordinary one. An ordinary great swordsman would not be able to precisely hit the point of contact between weapons. Swish! A person in a white coat appeared beside Cadden. A water blue energy enveloped Cadden. House let out a sigh of relief. It was just exhaustion after all. At this moment, Cadden, who had used up all his strength, didn't even have the energy to raise his hand. House, I beg you, help me kill her. Tears filled his eyes, and his voice was filled with sorrow. Okay. House smiled at his brother and said, You take a rest. I'll help you catch her. He grabbed Cadden's collar and, under Cadden's puzzled gaze, gave it a strong shake. House, you son of A.B. House smiled at his brother and said, You take a rest. I'll help you catch her. He grabbed Cadden by the collar and with a strong flick, threw him. House, damn you. Cadden shouted angrily as he flew through the air. Rokuyo, take him far away. Cadden was thrown in a perfect parabola towards House. In the distance, Rokuyo, dressed in a striking black and white outfit, jumped up and caught the flying Cadden. House brushed the dust off his hands and turned around. I thought you would sneak attack me while I was throwing someone. Welfare girl. The woman in red across from him looked tense, losing the previous ease and comfort. The flag in her hand had already been rolled up on the flagpole, and under the cover of armed color, the flagpole had completely transformed into a black spear. I am Bello Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army. With your strength, you must not be an unknown figure. May I ask your name? Welfare girl. No. Bello Betty's expression was serious. Did she not want to sneak attack? No, she was afraid. From the moment House stood beside Cadden, her observation hockey had been constantly warning her. It felt as if the white figure across from her was not a person, but a lurking, ferocious beast. As long as she made a move, she would face a fierce counterattack from the other side. The overwhelming sense of pressure made her completely unable to move, and she could only try to adjust her state to prevent the other party's attack. House scoffed at this. It's impossible for me to introduce myself. I, House, have lived to this day relying on stability. It's absolutely forbidden to reveal my name and wait for retaliation from the other party's backing. What if they are currently communicating with someone using a phone bug? Wouldn't that expose me? He drew the twin blades at his waist, and his response was, fifth form of the breath of fire, Flame Tiger. the fiery, giant tiger reappeared, and the same move in different hands was entirely two different techniques. Wait, I have no grievances with you. It seems unnecessary to fight to the death. Bellow Betty quickly spoke up, her throat moving as she swallowed. What a joke. The difference from the previous person's technique was too great. Compared to the previous one with an empty gaze, she could even see the ferocity in the red tiger's eyes. Hey, let me ask you, do you have a grudge against the old king? The tiger spoke in human language, with a few strands of flames leaking from its mouth. She knew that today it was going to be a big trouble. Our revolutionary army was born to help the common people overthrow the nobility. The common people should not be enslaved. Even so, Bellow Betty still voiced her thoughts loudly. People should be born free. Freedom. What a universal statement. Is freedom more important than a stable life? I don't understand your thoughts. If the common people have food to eat, clothes to wear, and can earn enough through their labor, while the nobility only manages without oppressing anyone, do you still want to overthrow the nobility? Of course. As long as the nobility exists, the common people can never attain freedom. Bellow Betty answered as a matter of course. So I can't relate to you people. I am lawful good. The voice of the tiger seemed to be a lament or a sigh. The tiger said no more, tilting its head and opening its massive mouth to bite at Bellow Betty. Wait. Bellow Betty seemed to want to say something, but House had already lost patience. They were just a group of people who knew what was happening but didn't understand why. The nobility certainly has its limitations. However, it is precisely the nobility that ensures the existence of order. With order, the common people can have a stable life. And without order, just look at everything happening in this country. A group of people without management experience relies solely on their feelings, burning, killing, and looting, turning a good royal city into ruins. They plunder wealth and return to their territories to act like tyrants. What do the common people gain from this? Apart from those leaders? As long as the leaders are willing, they can take everything from them. Is this what you call freedom? The freedom of the strong is filled with the cries of the weak. Bellow Betty crossed her spear in front of her chest, avoiding the fate of being swallowed by the tiger. However, the strength of this tiger was incomparable to the previous one, forcibly pushing Bellow Betty backward for more than 10 meters, leaving 2 furrows plowed into the ground. After barely blocking this blow, she thought the tiger would dissipate like the previous one after one strike. But unexpectedly, this tiger raised its right paw and slammed it down toward her. Bang! Bellow Betty could only barely cover her side with a layer of armed color to defend. However, the tiger's immense power still sent her flying. She crashed into a wooden fence, which collapsed with a loud noise. Who are you? Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she half knelt on the ground. The fear in Bellow Betty's eyes was completely unmasked. As a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army, at her level, there were not many people in the world stronger than her. However, those strong individuals were all well known, while the person across from her looked to be only in their 20s. She was certain she had never heard of such a young powerhouse before. House approached slowly with 2 knives in hand. Me? I'm just an ordinary sailor for now. House paused for a moment and then gave his answer. Since you are unwilling to speak, I will not force it. Thanks to my superior, the Navy is well aware of the powerful figures in the Revolutionary Army, and I have never heard of anyone named House. Therefore, Bellow Betty assumed that House was hiding his identity. With a spear as a crutch, Bellow Betty stood up, her gaze sharp. The dynasty will eventually decay, the nobility will surely decline, and I am a warrior fighting for freedom. As she shouted, an indescribable power surged from her heart into her limbs. Her muscles began to swell. This was her fruit power, the Inspire fruit, which could awaken people's inner strength through rallying cries. Since she could inspire other strength, she could certainly inspire her own. She referred to this state as warrior form, where her speed and strength could reach double that of before. In a flash, Bellow Betty's figure disappeared from a spot. Shave? When your leader is a defector from the Navy and has a father who is a master of world martial arts, mastering the 6 forms is only natural. Facing the fully powered Bellow Betty, House did not dare to be careless. Although he seemed to have fought easily just now, he actually only took advantage of the dual swords. Hard fighting with the Great Panhua Long Light while using the 3rd generation Ghost Slash in his other hand for a sneak attack, which was how he managed to send her flying. Even so, she still wasn't seriously injured. It has to be this way. Facing the fully powered Bellow Betty, House did not dare to be careless. Although he seemed to have fought easily just now, he actually only took advantage of the dual swords. Hard fighting with the Great Panhua Long Light while using the 3rd generation Ghost Slash in his other hand for a sneak attack, which was how he managed to send her flying. Even so, she still wasn't seriously injured. It has to be this way, House said to himself in his mind. The great Prajna Longwang in his right hand was entirely dark red, entwined with flames. Meanwhile, the third-generation Onit in his left hand had turned deep blue, shimmering as if a stream of water was wrapping around it. Covering his entire body with armament haki, he armed himself. Armament, haki, and armed body. The dual breathing method combined with the two-color haki was the biggest gain from this trip to the headquarters. Originally, House and Louis had the same idea, thinking that with the foundation of the breathing method, Strawberry's swordsmanship insights were just a side note, until he casually flipped through Strawberry's swordsmanship insights out of boredom. He realized he was indeed underestimating things. To become a vice admiral in such a vast organization as the Navy, second only to the admiral in general, was certainly not simple. Especially this dual sword style, it was not merely about using two swords. Thanks to these swordsmanship insights, on a certain unknown night, House successfully developed a method of using two swords with different breathing techniques. The dual breathing method combined with the two-color haki made House feel incredibly powerful, even giving him the illusion that he could compete with that old man with white beard who could make people call him father. Fortunately, his laid-back mentality remained unchanged. Dealing with the four emperors was left to the higher-ups of the Navy. He was just a small EC Navy, and protecting the civilians of the East Sea to the best of his ability was his limit. Nevertheless, he still gave this mode a very fitting name, Haki Mode. Although the breathing method was innate, it was obviously not from a legitimate source. The haki was learned secretly when Tina was teaching Louis. Based on the idea that what I learned is my own, naming it Haki Mode was indeed appropriate. Under the enhancement of Haki Mode, House's perception ability also strengthened. To the right, the great Prajna Longwang, with dark red flames, slashed to the right, blocking the descending spear. Clang! The sword and spear clashed, producing a shower of sparks. Taking advantage of the standoff with his right hand, the third-generation Onit in his left hand executed a horizontal slash, and Bella Betty's reaction was also swift. She pressed down the spear, slightly tilted her body, using the lower half of the spear to block the third-generation Onit. Using this force, Bella Betty escaped from House again. Shave, quickly distancing herself from House, while being on guard against his sneak attack. It must be said that Bella Betty, as part of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army, had some skill. Despite being inferior to House in speed and strength, she managed to fight him to a standstill in a short time using her techniques. Damn it, is he a monster? After fighting for so long, his armament haki was still fully covered, and the intensity hadn't decreased at all. Doesn't he know to conserve some energy? Bastard. Bella Betty gritted her silver teeth, roaring in her heart. She had never seen someone waste armament haki like this. Everyone's stamina was limited, and the more concentrated the haki, the higher the intensity. Therefore, all the masters she had seen concentrated their haki to pursue strength. Unlike this guy opposite her, who was dressed in a white coat but was completely dark, relying on this scattered armament haki to block her concentrated haki. It's time to escape, go all out. Both thought at the same time. Bella Betty naturally realized she had no hope of victory and planned to flee, while House found it a bit difficult to catch Bella Betty. Under her puzzled gaze, he sheathed the third-generation Onit, holding the great Prajna Longwang with both hands. Against the backdrop of the black blade, the flames entwined around the blade were dark red. Everything seemed the same as before. In fact, House sheathing one sword might even make him weaker. But as Bella Betty turned to run, she was extremely shocked inside. Are you kidding? That monster can get even stronger. Indeed, in her observation haki, House, holding a sword with one hand, exuded an aura that was almost as strong as the leader's. Is this even human? Trying to run? The third form of the sun breathing. Scorching sun red mirror. The great sword in hand traced an infinite trajectory, widely releasing sharp slashes symmetrically to attack Bella Betty. With no way to avoid it, Bella Betty could only brace herself with the spear again. Crack! A shattering sound echoed. Looking at the cracks on the flagpole, Bella Betty was utterly horrified. This flagpole was something she had painstakingly found, and it even contained some sea prism stone powder. In terms of strength, it was absolutely comparable to an ordinary great blade, 21 techniques. Just like that, it shattered. Just for a normal action, not only did the noble rise again, but also attracted such a monster. Is the East Sea this deep? How did she not know before? But there was no time to think too much. The golden slash came again. She raised her spear to block. Gripping the long spear with both hands, she pressed the spear firmly against the slash. Veins bulged on her forehead, and armament haki surged into the weapon as if it were free. Hold it off for me. Huffing for breath, Bella Betty managed to block it. The force of the slash was gradually diminishing, and it would soon dissipate. Before she could show a victorious expression, another golden slash appeared. Same position, same power. Crack! The sturdy flagpole had no resistance against the second slash. No matter how Bella Betty urged her armament hockey, she couldn't stop the flagpole from breaking. Fortunately, before the flagpole broke, it slightly blocked the advance of the slash, allowing her to barely shift her body and avoid being split in half. Even with the coverage of armament hockey, her left shoulder was still injured by the slash. The wound was deep enough to see bone, but not a drop of blood flowed. The exposed flesh and bone were charred as if burned by fire. She could even smell the scent of her flesh being scorched. Enduring the discomfort in her left shoulder, Bella Betty turned to run. Shave, shave, shave. Using shave, a stamina-consuming technique, continuously after sustaining such a severe injury was indeed not very wise. However, she had no other choice but to run as fast as she could. Just as Bella Betty's figure disappeared, House appeared in her original position. How could she still run with such severe injuries? It seems I need to chop her legs off. Glancing at the upper half of the flagpole left behind by Bella Betty, he lightly waved his right hand. A flame shot out, and the flag began to burn. What a level! Daring to compete with a flag of the same color. Swipe. House's figure also disappeared from the spot. He glanced at the upper half of the flagpole left on the ground by Bella Betty and waved his right hand lightly. A flame shot out, and the flag began to burn. What a level! Daring to use a flag of the same color. Swish! The figure of House also disappeared from the spot. Not far away, the battlefield between the rebels and the Navy was silent. Everyone stared blankly in the direction of the two recent battles. It's no wonder. Such a level of combat exceeded their imagination. Isn't fighting just about cannons booming and small guns firing? Or those two tigers? Is this something humans can do? At first, when the tiger charged, the Navy was in high spirits, beating the rebels down. Then when the tiger lost, the rebels became arrogant. What kind of tiger is that? Just flashy trash. You can't do this either, skinny dog. You can't even beat a welfare girl, you lousy dog. Such taunts flew out of their mouths, and the Navy felt embarrassed. They were once suppressed, and then House made his move, easily defeating Bella Betty without giving her a chance to fight back. Suddenly, the Navy regained their confidence. Then they saw the injured Bella Betty, clutching her wounded arm, suddenly disappear from a distance, reappearing in the center of the battlefield, not even glancing at them before vanishing again, only to reappear at the other end of the battlefield, continuously disappearing and reappearing, each time moving further away from the battlefield. After Bella Betty disappeared into the distance, House also appeared on the battlefield in the same manner. Xiao Di, hurry up. A light remark snapped the stunned Xiao Di back to reality. Yes. She quickly stood at attention and saluted, but when she looked again, House's figure had long since vanished. Are we still fighting? A rebel holding a hoe asked blankly. What the hell, if you want to fight, you fight. Those people over there could wipe us out with just a casual move. A middle-aged man with graying temples put down his sickle, sat down, and gave up. The other rebels, seeing this, followed suit, laying down their weapons and surrendering. The Navy also ceased their attacks, and everyone stared foolishly at the golden crescent that occasionally appeared in the distance. Xiao Di murmured, Mr. House, is he really that strong? Oh, people can unleash incredible power in dire situations. House had previously been skeptical, but today he had no choice but to believe it. You really can run. After 2 hours, the welfare girl on the opposite side, dragging her heavily injured body, had managed to continuously use her ability for 2 hours. Finally being cornered by House on the edge of a cliff, where fierce waves crashed against the rock face below. He let out a long breath. After 2 hours of pursuit, even he was a little tired. However, compared to the woman on the other side, who was panting like a broken bellows, his condition was much better. What kind of person like you hides among the Navy? What ambitions do you have? Although she was already cornered, Bella Betty still managed to straighten her back and face House. Ambition? If living a peaceful life counts, then that's my ambition. At this point, House was no longer in a hurry. This cliff was surrounded by sea on 3 sides, and the only escape route was blocked by him. Bella Betty was an ability user, and it was well known that ability users could not swim. Exhausted, with her left arm severely injured and her weapon broken, even House himself couldn't think of any way to escape in such a situation. A peaceful life? If we revolutionaries defeat the nobles, won't the common people be able to live peacefully? Bella Betty found it somewhat unbelievable. Clearly, what they were doing was aligned with the other side's thoughts. So why were they attacking her? Let me ask you, what happens to the kingdom after you defeat the nobles? Since he had time, House didn't mind chatting for a bit. Of course, we find a kind person among the common people to manage the kingdom to prevent oppression from happening again. Belabedi asked in confusion, "Isn't that obvious? The country managed by good people will get better. This is the consensus of the revolutionaries. Haven't you heard that benevolence shouldn't wield military power? Righteousness shouldn't engage in commerce. Kindness shouldn't govern. And goodness shouldn't hold office? What is that?" Belabedi looked bewildered. "Forget it. Have you ever returned to those kingdoms you liberated?" Looking at the ignorant expression on her face, House didn't want to say much more. This was a limitation of understanding. Good people are not necessarily good officials, and excessive kindness can be a frightening thing. Of course, although he didn't know why some countries still had oppression of the common people, most countries were good. Belabedi was full of pride. "This is the achievement of the revolutionaries." "How long have you been established?" "Less than 20 years. Belabedi proudly stated that in less than 20 years, they had liberated the common people of over a dozen countries. A feat she felt very proud of. 20 years. So those people haven't even changed their leadership. House said meaningfully, "What is a change of term?" Belabedi heard another word she didn't understand from House's mouth. Forget it. Forget it. Even if I tell you, you won't understand." House shook her head somewhat disheartenedly. This is the importance of knowledge. How could she understand what House, who had witnessed the inheritance of 5,000 years of culture from past lives, was saying? Power is both a delicacy and a poison. House stepped forward slowly, the knife in his hand ready to strike at any moment to prevent the other from escaping. "Wait a minute, don't come over," Belabedi said, retreating in a bit of a panic. Just a moment ago, they were having a good conversation. Why was he suddenly about to make a move? This person must be crazy. House ignored the other person's words completely, and the knife in his hand ignited with a dark red flame again. He planned to cripple Belabedi's legs, although her legs were quite beautiful, long, straight, and fair. However, he had promised Cardan to capture this person, and if she kept running around, it would be troublesome. As long as he crippled her legs, that would eliminate the possibility of her escaping. If she had the ability, she could try to fly away. Just as House had driven Belabedi to the edge of a cliff, where one more step would send her plunging into the sea, she suddenly smiled sinisterly, revealing a look of despair. "Haha, a warrior of freedom will not end here." She leaped off the cliff. House sensed something was wrong when she laughed, but it was too late to stop her from jumping. "Are you a revolutionary or a terrorist? Playing the martyr's game? Have you been brainwashed?" House cursed on the cliff, suddenly realizing something was off. Why was there no sound of water splashing? He quickly leaned over the edge of the cliff to look down. "Damn it, you really flew away." A figure in a dark green hoodie was holding Belabedi, standing on a whirlwind, rapidly speeding away into the distance. "Don't think I won't recognize you just because you're not showing your face. Monkey de dragon. You, who are so obsessed with tattoos that you even tattoo your face, while others just have floral sleeves, you go for floral face." Sun breathing, second form, Byro no 10. A circular slash emitted a golden light like the sun, rushing towards the two of them. From a distance, it looked like a small sun was chasing after them. Dragon didn't even turn his head, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Several wind blades shot out from the whirlwind beneath him, flying straight towards House S. Byro no 10. It seemed he wanted to use the wind blades to counter the slash. It wouldn't be that easy. House, standing at the edge of the cliff, sneered. Sun breathing is said to emit an aura just like the sun. You think a few wind blades can block it? You underestimate me. Sure enough, as House expected, the light green wind blades didn't even qualify to touch Byro no 10 before being distorted and disappearing due to the high temperature surrounding it. "Captain, the slash is still coming." Belabedi, held in his arms, shouted, pointing at the sun rapidly approaching from behind. Dragon frowned, thinking to himself, "I know. Why are you shouting so loudly? I thought a few wind blades would be enough. Now that they didn't block it and I failed to show off, it's already embarrassing enough. Why are you still shouting? Do you still think of me as your boss? Do you still want to continue? It's fine, leave it to me." Although he was cursing in his heart, he kept his cool on the surface. Holding Belabedi, he stopped in place, turned around, and a gust of wind blew his hat off, revealing Dragon's face, facing the sun directly. "I didn't expect the EC to hide someone like you, truly. Heroes emerge from the youth. Are you interested in joining the Revolutionary Army to achieve that harmonious, free, equal, and dream-filled world, and together erase the unnecessary rules of mankind?" With a suave turn, a powerful line, and seeing the other party gaze upon his handsome face, Dragon thought the Revolutionary Army could gain another strong member. Quack, 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 it seemed a flock of crows flew by. Dragon frowned, having received no response. "Your aura is powerful and filled with justice and peace. If someone like you is afraid of the world government and dares not contribute to a new world, then there is no hope for the world. His voice was thunderous, as if even the surrounding wind was stunned into silence for a moment. However, there was still no response. The sun was very close now. Dragon's expression darkened. How rude. Even if you don't respond, you should at least acknowledge me. Just as Dragon was about to say something else, a finger kept poking at his chest. Dragon shot an annoyed glance at Bella Betty in his arms. Just a small country, and it's already liberated, yet it got turned upside down. What is this Eastern Army commander doing? And almost got himself killed. If I hadn't happened to come home to see my son and received a distress signal from your subordinate, this so-called Eastern Army commander might have been taken out. Now you dare to disturb me while I'm recruiting new members. You really have no sense of awareness. If it weren't for your fruit ability being suitable, I'd have to make things difficult for you to let you understand the consequences of interrupting your superior's show-off. But little did he know, Bella Betty in his arms was also on the verge of tears. She didn't want to disturb Dragon either. But that huge sun was about to cut through. So she could only remind him softly, Captain, this is a slash. That person hasn't chased over yet. Ooh, he hasn't chased over? But my observation hockey clearly sensed a strong life force. You say this is just a slash? How is that possible? No wonder Dragon didn't believe it. If it weren't for the previous battle with House, Bella Betty wouldn't believe that someone could infuse life force into a slash. This wasn't surprising. Sun breathing was originally a technique created by Kuniakiori to imitate the sun's aura, which shines fairly on everyone. Hence the aura is just and peaceful. Only when the attack reaches the body can one truly experience the power of the sun, as a technique that counteracts death concepts like demons. The breathing technique naturally carries a sense of life in contrast. Dragon, who had never seriously looked back from the beginning, found it difficult to discern solely based on observation hockey. The scene suddenly became somewhat awkward. No wonder Dragon was the leader, facing the teasing gazes of his subordinates. His expression didn't change at all. Cough, cough. It's just a slash, hurricane. The whirlwind beneath his feet rapidly expanded, forming a massive tornado in an instant. Connecting with the water surface, a large amount of seawater was stirred up, turning the originally green whirlwind blue, forming a towering water column. The water column collided with the sun, the two forces pushing against each other, as if in a tug-of-war. The high temperature of the sun caused the water to start evaporating rapidly, even emitting a sizzling sound. Although Dragon's expression didn't change, he was secretly shocked. This slash had already flown out for over 10 kilometers, yet it could still contend with his tornado. That was truly impressive. Far on the shore, House watched as his slash was blocked, his face showing no signs of frustration, but instead he smiled slightly. He softly uttered, "Hello, Patrick Star." In the distance, Byro Note 10 began to flicker erratically, looking extremely unstable. Then, under the horrified gazes of Dragon and Bella Betty, the sun exploded. Boom! The massive explosion generated a shockwave that directly blasted the water column apart, clearing the fog created by the high temperature. And the sea surface within the explosion range was pressed down several meters, forming a gigantic wave that surged outward. House watched the scene with satisfaction and nodded. The thought of chasing after Doflamingo had never crossed his mind from the moment he saw him. How could he chase? Rely on Moonwalk. While Moonwalk does provide some flying ability, its consumption is also quite significant. Even if House wasn't afraid of that consumption, in terms of flexibility, he couldn't compare to Doflamingo, who could control the wind. It was likely that he would end up being taken down by Doflamingo. Although he didn't understand why Doflamingo suddenly stopped and turned to take his slash head-on, House didn't care much about that. The effect was good, wasn't it? Now, the Revolutionary Army should be too scared to come back, House murmured as he sheathed his sword. The identity of the Revolutionary Army under Bella Betty had already been exposed. If they came back here, did they really think the CP system was just for show? The Revolutionary Army had not been caught for so many years because they always hit and ran. There was no organization in this world that could confront the world government. As for whether Doflamingo and Bella Betty had been blown to bits, the answer was obviously no. Under House's observation, Doflamingo had flown away at an astonishing speed when the explosion occurred. House was relieved that he didn't chase after him. Otherwise, with that speed, he definitely wouldn't be able to compete. As expected of the world's most vicious criminal, he actually had a hidden trick. Dolag, I was blown away. Hawes calculated in his heart that Dragon hadn't really taken action in the original work. His best performance was scaring Smoker, that shame of the Logia type. However, Smoker often got beaten, so he wasn't a good standard for measurement. Smoker, did you hear that? But after his base was destroyed by Blackbeard's crew, he didn't seek revenge, probably because he couldn't beat Blackbeard. Dragon, what if there's a possibility, just a possibility, that I'm not seeking revenge because I'm afraid the Revolutionary Army will be exposed and wiped out by the world government? As for Akiji, although he refused to relax during the Marineford War and had his leg broken by a Kainu, his strength was still not in question. Given Blackbeard's level of information protection, he could still casually come and go after joining the Blackbeard pirates, so Blackbeard definitely couldn't defeat him. However, if Blackbeard could win against the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, and those captains had back-and-forth fights with vice admirals during the war, then overall, Blackbeard should be at the level of a candidate admiral, while Dragon should be at the level of a vice admiral. As for whether he is an elite vice admiral or a regular vice admiral, it's hard to say. And although my attack, Byro no 10, isn't the strongest move, it's not far off. Dragon rushed to confront someone while holding a person, and he easily blocked this move. I can only be considered a vice admiral. No, I must be conservative and say I'm at the level of a rear admiral. Sigh, I really am too weak. Upon hearing this, both Roku and Kadin displayed confused expressions. Are you serious about what you're saying? You're weak? Then what are we? Kadin's gaze scanned Haas, seemingly trying to see where he had hidden the person. Sorry, she got away. House shrugged his shoulders and replied helplessly. The other party had clearly been forced into a corner, yet she managed to escape. Can you believe it? Is it true that even you couldn't take her down? His tone was filled with despair. Is that woman really that strong? Or are you just addicted to watching those welfare streamers, which is why she got away? Louis had a face full of doubt. As the only one who understood the situation, her observation hockey told her that Bella Betty's presence was still weaker than hers. So how could House possibly lose? It must have been that he got distracted while watching someone else's welfare stream, which allowed her to escape. Cough, House. I've lived a pure life. How could I be that kind of person? She was rescued by someone else. House covered his mouth with his hand and pretended to cough twice. How do you know I watched it? What kind of person can save others with your hands? In my opinion, you just think that shameless woman is good looking, so you let her off the hook. Lioya's expression was angry, her finger almost poking House's nose. Kadin's face also looked unkind, clearly agreeing with Lioya's statement. Stop messing around. House C pushed Lioya's hand aside and said in a deep voice, It's Dorag. What? It's actually him. Who is Dorag? Kadin was very surprised to hear this name, but Lioya didn't quite understand. Was this Dorag really that powerful? Dorag is the leader of the Revolutionary Army and is recognized by the world government as the world's most notorious criminal, posing a threat even to the world government itself. House briefly explained to Louis. Hiss, Louis gasped. Although she didn't know who Dorag was, she knew about the Revolutionary Army. And she was aware that the Revolutionary Army had the potential to overthrow the world government. How powerful is the world government? When she had just awakened her observation hockey, she was almost scared into the sea by the people in the Navy headquarters building. And that was just a part of the world government. So that's it. That woman is the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army, the user of the Inspire Fruit, Bella Betty. Hearing House's explanation, Cat Ing had a bitter smile on his face. It seems that I will never be able to take revenge in this lifetime. Sorry, House. I just doubted you. House waved his hand to indicate it was fine. He understood Katong's eagerness for revenge. Why can't you take revenge? That woman doesn't seem much stronger than you. As long as you put in a little more effort, you can definitely win. As for that guy called Dorag, just leave it to House. Whether Dorag is strong or not, Lioya didn't know, but in her eyes, House was the strongest among all the people she had seen. Regardless of whether it's Dorag or not, he definitely wouldn't be House's opponent. Really? House? Lioya's words were like a glimmer of light in the pitch-black night, and Kadong wanted to reach out, but was afraid it would disappear. Cough, if it's just to hold off Dorag for a while. I should still be able to do that. House also found it difficult to strike down Kadong. After assessing his own strength, he gave Kadong a glimmer of hope. All right, I will work hard on my training. Kadong suddenly burst forth with unimaginable enthusiasm, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fire, the fire of hope. Kadong stood up and, under the puzzled gazes of Lioya and House, knelt down before House. House, I want you to help me train. House. Lioya, I can't take it anymore. Just let me go. No way. You haven't given it your all. Do it again. But I'm really tired. I can't move at all. Then I'll move for you. No. House. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been with Lioya. Hearing the sounds coming from the training room, House's face turned pale and then flushed. All right, Kadin. I considered you a brother, and you treat me like this. House suddenly pushed open the door to the training room. Servant, you're here. This guy is so stupid. No matter how I teach him, he just doesn't get it. Lioya threw away the stick and ran to House, casting a disdainful glance at Kadin. who was sitting on the ground. Back then, it only took me a few days to sense the servant. But I've been teaching this guy for half a month with no progress at all. The training methods are the same, he's just really dumb. Cadden, with a head full of bumps, wanted to cry, but had no tears. What do you mean I'm dumb? You don't say anything. Just come up and hit me with a stick, such a big and thick stick. You just told me to endure it, blindfolded me, and started hitting. You said it was training for observation hockey, telling me to dodge the stick myself, but with my eyes covered, how can I dodge? House, help. I'm about to be beaten to death. Cadden was tearful. Ahem. So, it turns out we were practicing observation hockey. I thought it was. House coughed awkwardly and said, Servant, what do you think? I thought you were practicing hockey. All right, let me see how you ended up beating Cadden like this. He's my brother. House chuckled and then walked over to Cadden to check his injuries. Behind him, Lyoya stroked her smooth chin, looking thoughtful. It felt like something was off, yet it also seemed like nothing was wrong. Under House's examination, Cadden's injuries were not serious, mainly just exhaustion and some superficial wounds. Cadden, I got hit so hard that even my mom wouldn't recognize me, and it's just superficial wounds. It was nothing major. So House casually injected some energy into Cadden's body to speed up his recovery, then turned to Lyoya and asked, How did you train him to end up like this? Was it just like how we train? Lyoya looked innocent. She had used the same training method, and while House learned quickly, Cadden did not. It was just that Cadden was too slow. Really? House was somewhat skeptical. He knew Cadden's aptitude. Although it was not as good as his own, it had gone pretty smoothly when he taught Cadden the breathing technique. Try it again for me to see. House crossed his arms and glanced at Cadden, who was stretching his arms and legs, having recovered a bit of stamina. Cadden looked shocked. You healed me just to let her hit me again? Lyoya didn't care about Cadden's expression. Since House said to hit, then just hit. Even if something went wrong, House could fix it. Lyoya even used a scythe, picked up a stick from the ground, and ran behind Cadden with the scythe, swinging it at his head. Although it was from behind and could not be seen, Cadden sensed something and turned his head slightly. Then, bang! A stick hit Cadden on the head. Congratulations to Cadden for getting one step closer to Buddha. Clap. House covered his eyes, truly unable to watch. The case was solved, and he understood why Cadden couldn't learn observation hockey. Lyoya, is this how you've always taught? Yes. This is what Tina taught me. To learn observation hockey, you have to take hits. When you can dodge attacks on your own, that means you've learned it. Lyoya was quite confident. This method had worked well for her and House. She just didn't understand why Cadden could never learn it. He was really slow. Cadden, can you feel the stick about to hit you? House asked Cadden. Cadden nodded frantically, casting a wary glance at Lyoya, or more accurately, at the stick in Lyoya's hand. Nonsense. He didn't dodge at all. Lyoya was indignant. Not dodging the stick meant he hadn't mastered observation hockey. The stick in Lyoya's hand was itching to move. Seeing Lyoya about to lose her temper, Cadden quickly hid behind House, not daring to show his face. House couldn't help but laugh at Cadden's timid demeanor. Lyoya, here's a little suggestion. Next time you train, don't use observation hockey. That's right. House saw it clearly. Lyoya had used observation hockey while hitting Cadden, even though Cadden had already dodged the point of impact of the stick from the start. But because Lyoya activated observation hockey, her body instinctively altered the trajectory of the stick, and Cadden's speed was far inferior to Lyoya's. At this rate, unless Cadden's observation hockey surpassed Lyoya's, he would never be able to dodge her stick in this lifetime. Really? Lyoya was somewhat skeptical. Was it that simple? I'll give it a try. Then Lyoya, not believing in evil, swung her stick. Although it still hit Cadden's shoulder, at least it didn't hit his head. I really learned it. Summoner, you're amazing. Lyoya didn't even realize what mistake she had made. She looked at House with admiration. She had tried for so long to teach this idiot Cadden, and House just casually guided him a bit, and he got it. Could it be that I can't teach? Lyoya fell into self-doubt, but soon she figured it out, because House's domineering presence was taught by her, and he learned it right away. So it definitely wasn't a problem. It was just that Cadden was too foolish. Cadden, is there no one to speak up for me? Watching Lyoya's proud little expression, House couldn't help but reach out his right hand and ruffle Lyoya's hair. Lyoya's hairstyle was messed up, and she was in a flurry again. All the rebels had been wiped out, and the days ahead were about rebuilding the kingdom. To have a good place to live after retirement, House had truly put in hard work this time, burning the midnight oil for several nights, finally writing new law. Although he faced strong opposition from the old stubborn Burns, House merely said lightly, "You are already a fallen kingdom," which sent Burns off to reflect on his own. This wasn't because House was heartless towards the old man. Continuing the old system would make no difference from not changing it at all. There had already been a rebellion, and it had succeeded. This time, it was with the help of the Navy to restore the country. Once oppression occurred again, civilians would think, what's the worst that could happen? We could just rebel again. How could such a country be stable? Honorary King Cadden fully supported this. After all, he was someone who had been misled by House since childhood, with no attachment to power, only thinking about strengthening their power to take revenge. No, these people must be executed. The old stubborn Burns said, his neck stiff, his cane crashing heavily on the ground, looking absolutely unyielding. Save it if you execute them all. Who will do the work? House glared at Burns. I will go, I will go. These traitors living in this world are an insult to the old king. Burns stared back furiously. Unless you kill me today, I absolutely will not agree. House C was also helpless. This old man was getting more stubborn with age. Today, he proposed to take those rebellious soldiers out of prison to repair the city walls or something, to save food being wasted in jail. He was sternly rejected by this old hardliner, who insisted on executing these criminals. This reflects a fundamental difference in worldviews. In the pirate world, there's a viewpoint regarding criminals. Just locking them up is sufficient. For example, the world-famous prison, Impel Down, holds many people inside, including quite a few devil fruit users. The Navy's explanation for this is that if some devil fruit users die, their fruits will be reborn somewhere in the world. If someone obtains them, it could lead to another disaster. House has only one word to describe this: nonsense. Let's talk about whether the fruit reincarnation is really random. Why have the fruit users in the East Sea become legends in recent years? Not to mention the New World and the Grand Line. But why do the other three seas have devil fruits while the East Sea does not? Are you sure there's nothing fishy about this? In House's eyes, criminals are just cheap labor that doesn't want money, right? Wherever it's dangerous, let them go. If they're unlucky and die, so be it. They were meant to die anyway. Those who are lucky enough to survive will continue working. Isn't that more useful than torturing them in prison? As long as they don't die from the work, just push them to their limits. Once the country is rebuilt, they must be executed. In the end, it was Burns who reluctantly bowed his head as the current king. Cardan is House's brother. All right, no problem. Once the country no longer needs labor, they will be executed. House readily agreed, but of course, he wouldn't actually execute them. National construction isn't something that can be done in a few years. If it doesn't work out, he can always send them to be a suicide squad against pirates. Can't waste manpower. Now it's time to talk about another matter. The serious expression made the few people present solemn. Dealing with criminals is not a trivial matter. But compared to the other issue to be discussed today, it pales in comparison. House took out a book from his pocket. Little D was very excited. Is this the new law you mentioned? That's right. House placed the book on the table, with the words Sun, Moon, law neatly written on the cover. This is the law based on the Great Ming Code from his previous life, modified according to the characteristics of the current world. They even copied the cabinet system. It's not that House didn't want to go all out and add some red elements. But looking at the state of Dorag and his revolutionary army, House decided it was better to avoid that. Dorag had been targeted by the world government for over 20 years for his half-hearted red approach and dared not show his face. If he were to implement true red policies, do you believe the Demon Slayer Order would wipe this island out in no time? Cadden, Shouty, and Burns huddled together, flipping through the Book of Sun, Moon Law. This system is fantastic. It requires the king to do absolutely nothing. Cadden exclaimed, as he loved the feeling of being unrestrained. If it weren't for revenge, he definitely wouldn't want to be king. The cabinet system perfectly liberated him. House smiled faintly. This was something he had specifically chosen. The system of the Ming dynasty was the most relaxed for the monarch. Looking back at the entire Ming dynasty, among its 16 emperors, not a single one could be considered a serious person, especially a certain guy who was obsessed with alchemy, who didn't attend court for a full 20 years. Yet the country still managed without any issues. This demonstrates the advancement of the system. Good. This is how we should deal with corrupt officials. Burns clapped his hands in admiration. He hated corrupt officials even more than rebel forces. The former Foss Kingdom was ruined by corrupt officials. If it weren't for their extortionate practices that made the common people feel they couldn't go on, how could the rebels have gathered so many supporters? This was also within House's considerations. One must admit that when it comes to handling corrupt officials, the Ming dynasty ranks among the top in history. Although corrupt officials were still rampant at that time, what was the reason? Poor communication meant officials could cover things up. However, this is the world of pirates. Although communication capabilities are similarly limited, they're significantly better than in the Ming dynasty. And what is a characteristic of this world? Pirates. If you push people too hard, they will turn to piracy. Then, when the Navy investigates, they will find out where the person came from and notify the king, which would expose the situation. Little D didn't say anything, but the little stars in his eyes sparkled, revealing his admiration. He had been following House for a long time and was very clear about House's friendly attitude towards commoners. Compared to the strictness towards officials, this set of laws was quite considerate of the people. After all, House came from the modern era. However, it wasn't unlimited goodness. One could only say that the degree of freedom within the bounds of the law was very high. For example, if you insult the king, it's not a crime. But if you spread rumors about others, it is a crime. Overall, this is a law that reflects the characteristics of the one-piece world. Although it still has some flaws, it is much better than other countries where the king and nobles hold absolute power. It is very suitable for the current state of the Foss Kingdom. Moreover, the biggest drawback of the Ming dynasty, the nobility, does not exist here, as they were all wiped out by the rebels. The entire country is left with only one noble bloodline from Cardan. Several people praised House's laws, but also made some suggestions. For example, Cardan insisted on abolishing the position of king, but this proposal was met with unanimous opposition from those present. Only the king could decide whether to join the world government. The support of the world government is essential for the current kingdom. At the very least, it allows them to ask the Navy for help against pirates. Burns strongly advised Cardan against it, and Little D and House also agreed. If something goes wrong, the king would have to take the blame. In the end, with Burns's persuasion and a little assistance from House, Cardan tearfully became king. Cardan, have you ever seen a fist the size of sandbag? I have. The 3-month deadline had passed, and welcoming the dragon. No, it was House's mission time that was nearing its end. Fortunately, most of the tasks had been completed, and now they just waited for time to test the results. The sun shone brightly on the sea, and the sea breeze blew gently. On the third deck of the warship, 3 lounge chairs were lined up. House took a sip of the 1982 ice-cold cola, feeling quite content. This is how life should be. By the way, aren't you going back to keep an eye on things? Cardan waved his hand dismissively and said, no problem. With that old stubborn Burns around, there won't be any issues. Besides, the Emperor is Tushin Foss. What does it have to do with me? Pierre Cardan. Goodness, that's really some Lu Sun literature. All right, as long as you're happy. House didn't persuade further. That old stubborn Burns had already convinced this kid. It would be useless for him to try. In fact, House understood that before successfully finding Bella Betty for revenge, Cardan would not stay obediently in the kingdom. But it was no big deal. Under his system, the king was mostly just a figurehead. Putting all that aside, what's up with those sunglasses? Are you nearsighted? As soon as Cardan boarded the ship, he pulled out a pair of sunglasses from somewhere and put them on. Talking about glasses made Cardan perk up, and he pushed his glasses with his finger. These are my latest invention, opaque glasses, used to block vision and train the observation hockey. Do you want a pair? I have a spare. Thanks, but no. House politely declined. It seemed Cardan was indeed quite fond of his glasses. In the end, House still didn't ask. Is there really any difference between this and closing your eyes? Why is it necessary to have glasses? This is really delicious. Servant, you should try it. The little hand of the 6-leaf flower stretched out towards House, as if offering something, but the thing was nowhere to be seen, and the blanket covering her slipped to the ground. House quietly picked up the blanket from the ground and covered Lyoya back up. It's really something that she can't even sleep properly. During this time, Lyoya has actually worked quite hard, although House didn't assign her any tasks. Her kind nature compelled her to help the common people. She no longer clamors every day to go see some barrier or magical anomaly. Instead, she just strolls around the city, helping anyone in need, quietly doing what she can. Now, the people of the entire royal city might not recognize King Cadden, but they certainly know the female Navy officer with half black and half white hair and clothes. House lay on a lounge chair, watching the white clouds drift by. If only life could always be like this. I, House, will never leave the East Sea in this lifetime. This time, I really have to thank your House. If it weren't for him, I would have lost my life. The phone bug simulated the iconic 2 mustaches of the Sicilian general, his voice full of vigor. Is that so? I said he was really good. How's your injury? Do you need me to have House take a look at you again? The one talking to Sicily was Brigadier Bling Bling, who House would soon meet. Huh, no need, I'm completely healed. But how come you kept this from me? That kid has such strong secret techniques. It's a shame his body is so weak. Sicily's voice was filled with regret. What are you talking about? What did I hide from you? Bling Bling was confused. Stop pretending. That kid has already exposed himself. You just want to see me make a fool of myself, right? I could tell from the training camp that you weren't a good person. Sicily replied irritably. No, what are you talking about? You don't know? I don't know. Seeing the expression simulated by the phone bug didn't seem fake. Sicily thought Bling Bling might really be unaware. After pondering for a moment, he decided to tell Bling Bling the truth. That kid has a family secret technique that can unleash potential. Yes, I know that. Last time my team won against the Fishmen thanks to that move of his. What? You don't want that kid's life anymore. Unleashing potential can cause internal injuries. When did you become the kind of person who sacrifices subordinates for your own credit? Cicely was currently thinking about what House had said in the infirmary. Unleashing potential would make one stronger, but because the body couldn't handle it, it would lead to internal injuries. Internal injuries? That kid never told me. He just said it was a family secret technique. Bling Bling regretted so much that he wanted to slap himself. He initially thought House was hiding in the infirmary to be lazy, but it turned out he was healing, and he even forced him to go to sea. I'm so damned. If I could do it all over again, no matter what the 7 warlords are, even if it cost me my life. That big fat fish shouldn't even think about bullying a single hair of House. Bling Bling's thoughts raced, his expression changing wildly. Not good. That kid's justice. Cicely, listen to me. That kid upholds unyielding justice. Do you understand unyielding justice? It's a belief that must be fought for until the end. With his belief, if he encounters pirates again, he will definitely use that secret technique. Cicely's expression also grew heavy. If that's the case, his body might not hold up for long. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have brought him into the Navy. I didn't expect to end up harming him. Bling Bling's eyes brimmed with tears. House, I'm sorry. Yes. If that kid's medical skills can't solve the drawbacks, then a miracle is needed. Miracle? The two suddenly paused for a moment and then blurted out simultaneously. Devil fruit. Yes, the devil fruit has miraculous powers. It can definitely save House. Cicely said excitedly. But the EC hasn't seen a devil fruit in many years. Bling Bling first felt excited, then immediately fell into disappointment. The EC doesn't have it, but the Grand Line does. Cicely wasn't so pessimistic. Are you saying? Send him to the Grand Line? That won't work. The Grand Line is so dangerous. Bling Bling hesitated a bit. We have to take a chance. Do you want to just watch that kid die? Cicely remained very calm. Staying in the EC is just waiting to die. But going to the Grand Line, while dangerous, would significantly increase the chances of obtaining a devil fruit. After thinking it over, rather than waiting to die, it's better to fight for it. Then, let us send him to the Grand Line. House, you must understand me, right? Achoo! House rubbed his nose. Was it because he had caught a cold from sleeping too long on the deck today? House tightened his clothes, reminding himself to be more careful in the future and not to sleep too long on the deck, as he still wanted to enjoy his retirement in the East China Sea. It wouldn't be good if he damaged his health. Half a year later, House returned to East China Sea Branch 77. As soon as he got off the ship, he noticed that something seemed off. Is there something on me? House asked Liuya and the others. He turned around in place twice, trying to figure out what was strange about him. Nothing, it's very clean, everyone replied in unison. So what's going on with them? House pointed at the Navy sailors who occasionally stole glances at him. I don't know. They might admire you, said Little D, giving a completely different answer from everyone else. Huh? Admire me? What is there to admire? Don't joke around. Let's go. House clearly didn't believe it. He hadn't been back to the base for half a year. Where could these admirers have come from? Forget it. Being looked at a few times wasn't a big deal. Suppressing his discomfort, House continued forward. He had more important things to do. So we, the Navy, will uphold our indomitable will and fight the pirates to the end. Oh, and as he passed by the training ground, House heard a familiar commotion. What was going on? But by the time he got closer, the crowd had started to disperse. When did so many new recruits join? House was unaware that the Navy from other regions had come here to learn. He thought these were just the 77 new recruits who had joined during his absence. Mr. House, a surprise voice called out from the front, loud enough to make House's ears ring. House felt the darkness before his eyes, as if the owner of the voice had become a wall blocking his way. He looked up. Oh, it's Smurd. Seeing you so spirited makes me feel at ease. Yes, Mr. House. Were you just giving a speech? It was really good. I was deeply moved and now want to fight against the dark forces to the end. Keep up the good work. Haas and Smurder exchanged greetings, casually complimenting each other. But Haas's mind couldn't help but drift towards the building. This matter was the most important. I still have to find the general, so I'm leaving. He casually patted Smurder's shoulder twice and continued walking towards the building. So it was Smurder's voice just now. No wonder it was so loud. But what was this guy talking about? He seemed really passionate. Never mind. It has nothing to do with me anyway. And has Smurder started growing again? How'd he get taller? All right, Mr. Haas. Smurder watched Haas's departing figure, his mouth almost stretching to the back of his head. Mr. House has recognized me. He thinks I did a great job. I need to keep working hard, but I've already promoted everywhere nearby. What should I do? House's words left Smurd with new doubts. However, the people who had just left the venue were not puzzled. Instead, they were somewhat excited. Is that Mr. House? I can actually see his true face. No wonder he is the one who can create unyielding justice. Look, he is so famous. Yet he smiled at me as he walked by. What do you have to say? Just now, Mr. House even took the initiative to let me pass. Such a great person, yet not at all arrogant. He truly is a messenger of peace. I must learn from Mr. House and carry unyielding justice to the end. A new round of cheers erupted in the square. Why is it so noisy? Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. I can soon be free. House, who had already entered the building, did not hear clearly what the crowd was saying, only a cacophony of sounds. He didn't mind, with a smile on his face. House was only thinking about one thing, finding Bling Bling to report. This was a major matter concerning his life. The situation is as follows. I did not catch any pirates this time, wasted 3 months for nothing, and even got involved in some domestic affairs of the kingdom. I sincerely apologize to the Navy, to the people, and to your trust. Please punish me. Even if it means being expelled from the Navy, I will have no complaints. House lowered his head and pretended to be heartbroken, occasionally stealing glances at Bling Bling's reaction. Yes, this was House's intention, a legitimate resignation. Those were just trivial matters. No need to care. Bling Bling looked casual, as if House hadn't said anything at all. Huh? No, I wasted 3 months of a whole ship of people's time. I was also involved in the internal affairs of the kingdom. Isn't there any punishment for this? You can't ignore the law just because you have a good relationship with me. House looked at the windmill head in front of him, feeling an inexplicable urge to hit someone. This situation was strange. It shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't Brin be furious and wave his hand to expel me from the Navy? What's going on now? Brin, you actually abused your power. I will report you to headquarters. Don't worry, the procedures are legal. Seeing that he still looked somewhat unconvinced, Brin began his explanation. Originally, your position was not sufficient to participate in the training at headquarters, so I asked Cicely to help me register your file under his name, which allowed you to become a soldier at headquarters and successfully participate in the training. After the training ended, your file was deleted. So, strictly speaking, during that time, you were not part of the Navy. Only when you returned to report and I registered you again, did you become a member of the Navy. So, House, welcome to the Navy. Brin declared firmly. House's mouth dropped wide open. What? You can play like this? No wonder you agreed so easily back then, not caring at all whether I would interfere with others' internal affairs. So that's the reason. I have to wait until I come back to report to you to be considered part of the Navy? Why didn't you say that earlier? If you had said it earlier, I wouldn't have come back. Oh, so that's how it is. Thank you. You might wonder how House managed to suppress the desire to spit blood and say this, but there's no choice. He has to save face. Being dismissed for violations and voluntarily resigning are two different matters. If dismissed for violations, he could still find some justification, but if he quits the Navy himself, he would be labeled a deserter for life. House doesn't want anyone to point at his back and call him a deserter, and worse, he can't even retort. Seeing House's somewhat twisted expression, Bling couldn't help but sigh. If it were someone else who knew they could avoid punishment, they would have jumped for joy. But only someone as truly outstanding as House would be troubled by avoiding punishment. By the way, House, there's good news. Because you saved someone during your training at headquarters. Although it's not appropriate to make it public, the headquarters has rated your training performance as excellent. So, congratulations, you've been promoted to warrant officer. What? Not only did I fail to resign, but I got promoted? House felt like he'd been shot in the knee, staring blankly at Bling. I know this position is a bit low, but I did my best to help you get it. Don't worry, I've thought of a way to address your issue, and there will be results soon. Bling patted House's shoulder to reassure him. He also felt that the position was a bit low, but there was nothing to be done. House's experience was limited. Even if he gave all his accumulated achievements to House, he still couldn't rise any higher. However, Bling smugly thought, House would never guess that I have already paved the way for him, and after some time, he'll be able to go to that magical place and find a way out. But seeing House's blank expression now, Bling thought it would be better to wait a while before telling him. After all, House feels guilty even about things that are not violations. What if I tell him now and he refuses the opportunity to go to the Grand Line? I can't just drag him there, can I? It's better to wait until the dust settles, not tell him, and directly transfer him. By the time he finds out, the matter will already be settled, and someone like him who follows the rules will naturally accept it. For House's sake, this old guy Bling is really worried sick. All right, you should rest for a few days, and I'll assign you tasks again in a few days. Saying this, Bling supported House's shoulder and pushed him out. House stumbled back to his lounge, sitting in a chair with his head in his hands. What on earth was going on? Everything was going according to plan. Performing average in the training camp, then violating the Navy's taboo regulations. Shouldn't I have been dismissed? How'd I get promoted instead? Can this world be any more unreasonable? Meanwhile, Smurd and Little D were also huddled together. By the way, Little D got promoted too. He's now a chief petty officer. In the East Sea especially, a chief petty officer's rank is already quite high, allowing him to lead a ship out to sea independently. Since the office notified him of his promotion and asked if he wanted to go solo, he felt conflicted. On one hand, he genuinely wanted to go to sea. After learning from Mr. House for so long, wasn't it to become a good sailor? Now that the opportunity had arrived, he should cherish it. But if he accepted, he couldn't continue learning from Mr. House. What should he do? Little D tossed and turned in bed for a long time, unable to sleep, feeling increasingly restless as he scratched his head. Since he couldn't sleep, he decided to go for a walk. He picked up a coat, threw it on casually, grabbed a lantern, and pushed the door open to step outside. The branch at night seemed a bit desolate. The once bustling square was now silent, with only the occasional patrol passing by. Who goes there? Oh, it's Chief Petty Officer Demio. That's all right then. On the way from the dormitory to the port, Little D had already been questioned several times. Although he knew that the other party was just doing their duty, it only made him more irritable. Walking along the embankment, the sea below crashed against the shore with the tides, splashing countless droplets. What should I do? X2, who goes there? Astern shout starto Little D. And a strong shadow jumped up in the darkness, almost twice Little D's height. The voice scared Little D, and he quickly shone his lantern in that direction. Little D? Chief Petty Officer Smurd? Oh, it turns out it was one of their own. Crisis averted. The two sat side by side on the embankment, looking at the dark sea before them. Why are you here so late? Not able to bear the silence, Smurd asked first. But this was exactly what Little D wanted. He didn't want to talk to someone. Plus, Smurd had once been one of House's superiors and had left because House went out to sea alone, which was somewhat similar to his situation. Chief Smurd, I'm feeling a bit conflicted. I want to be a captain, but I feel like I'm not ready yet. I should learn more. Only with more experience can I ensure the safety of everyone on board. What do you think I should do? Smurd burst into laughter. I thought it was something serious. Turns out it's like this. Smurd slapped Little D on the back with such force that he nearly knocked him off the embankment. Fortunately, Little D was quick enough to grab a stone on the embankment, preventing a mishap. He shot a resentful glance at Smurd. Smurd was startled and felt a bit uncomfortable under Little D's gaze. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's just that your question is a bit strange. House told me that the sea is always dangerous. No matter when, you should never think you're fully prepared and that nothing will go wrong. But Smurd suddenly became serious, completely different from the playful tone before. Commoners are not prepared for pirate invasions. If we keep hesitating and not taking action, what will happen to the civilians? Who will save them? Thinking too much is not as good as taking action. I'm not very smart, but I know that if I don't catch pirates, they will always be there. His voice wasn't loud, but resonated deeply within Little D's soul. Yes, I always think I need to be more thorough, but is there anything perfect in this world? Wanting to catch pirates without taking risks is impossible. Mr. House taught me long ago not to act impulsively when faced with problems, to think carefully before acting. Life comes first. I always thought this meant to think more and prepare thoroughly before acting, but life comes first. It's not just my life. The lives of civilians matter too. While I'm hesitating, I don't even know how many civilians have already suffered at the hands of pirates. Mr. House sighed. Have missed the opportunity. The frustration that had troubled Little D vanished in that moment, replaced by a firm resolve, a determination to protect peace. Thank you, Mr. Smurd. I really appreciate it. Little D stood up and bowed to Smurd. From now on, anyone who calls Smurd foolish will have to deal with him. That's not foolishness. That's great wisdom. No need to be formal. Just call me Smurd. Smurd saw that Little D seemed to have gained some understanding, and he felt pleased. However, thinking about his own unresolved issue, his expression quickly returned to one of distress. With Little D's worries resolved, his intelligence regained its dominance. Noticing Smurd's troubled look, it was clear he was also dealing with something. Chief Smurd, do you have something on your mind? Little D kindly inquired. Smurd didn't hide it. Today I met Mr. House. He said my speech was great and encouraged me to keep it up, but I've already promoted all the places I could in the East Sea. I really don't know how to move forward. Smurd spread his hands, wanting to continue, but feeling there was no way. What do you think I should do? After waiting for a while without hearing Little D's response, Smurd self-deprecatingly smiled. It really is difficult. Even someone as smart as Little D doesn't know what to do. Forget it, I know this matter. But before he could finish, Little D spoke up. If there are no places left to promote in the East Sea, then go to the South, North, and West Seas. Mr. House's ideas of love and peace belong to the civilians of the whole world. How can they be limited to the East Sea? Right, how could I forget that? Smurd thumped his own head, and the force made Little D wince. Smurd looked excitedly at the sea with his arms wide open. It turned out he still had so much room to grow, and his fighting spirit was instantly ignited. Thankfully, Smurd didn't notice that Little D was watching him with a caring gaze. This is the kind of problem that can keep someone up at night? Little D thought silently, completely forgetting that his own issues weren't that great either. Could someone like this really promote Mr. House's ideals? Little D secretly murmured to himself. East Sea Branch 77. Branch Chief's Office. Can you guarantee that the information you have is true? Bryn sat behind the desk, hands clasped like a bridge, chin resting on top. With a sharp gaze. What is recorded in the documents is what I witnessed with my own eyes. Absolutely no falsehood. If it does not match the facts, I am willing to accept punishment. The first-class soldier opposite Bryn was wrapped in bandages, but his voice was clear, seemingly tinged with a hint of regret. But the document says you have been in the branch for 3 years. Why are you only reporting it now? Bryn lowered his hands, his gaze fixed tightly on the other person's eyes, as if trying to discern something from them. But apart from determination, he saw nothing else. Originally, I was deceived by Colonel Mouse's lies. He told us, if we do not cooperate with the pirates, they will kill more people. Cooperation is for the protection of civilians. But the private's voice suddenly became agitated. Ever since you defeated the evil dragon pirate crew, Colonel Mouse has been gloomy all day and even refused to return the loot from the evil dragon pirate crew to the villagers who were robbed. Half a month ago, Captain Chow demanded that he return the villagers' property, but he said he was still counting and would return it soon. Then suddenly assigned Captain Chow a mission to eliminate the pirates, gathering all those who opposed him onto one ship under the pretext that the enemy was very strong. At first, we thought it was just a routine operation. Colonel Mouse even expressed concern for us and provided ample supplies. However, once the operation began, we, who were supposed to ambush, found no pirate ship at the location. Just as we were puzzled, we were attacked by the pirates. During our desperate resistance, a person wearing a black hat on the enemy's ship told us they were from the Black Pirate crew, and Colonel Mouse had informed them of our whereabouts, asking them to kill us. Although we didn't know why, the other party claimed to be the first mate, and we did not see the captain. In the end, the private's eyes brimmed with tears, and his voice choked. Captain Chow, he charged onto the enemy's ship alone, blocking them, allowing us to wait for the rescue from the 77th Division. We survived, but Captain Chow, Otito, the private wiped a tear and initially thought he was just a private, without the strength to challenge a colonel, especially one who was a branch chief. However, after listening to Captain Smurt's speech, he understood that the Navy should not yield. The justice of the Navy cannot be insulted. So he dared to report this matter to you. Please, for those villagers, for Captain Chow, seek justice. The private endured the pain in his body and bowed deeply. Blin hurried forward to support the private, making him face himself. If the situation is true, I won't allow that mouse guy to insult the honor of the Navy. Rest assured. Thank you, Brigadier General. You should go take care of your injuries. You may need to testify later. Yes. Blin called someone to take the private back to the medical room, then sat down in a chair, pressing his temples. What should I do now? To be honest, regarding the evidence against Colonel Mouse in front of him, Blin was still inclined to believe it. However, just the testimony of a private cannot convict a colonel. More evidence is needed. Although he could directly approach the oppressed villagers. If Colonel Mouse noticed and took some extreme action, it would still damage the Navy's reputation. Someone must be able to approach him without raising Mouse's suspicion, secretly gather evidence, and also have the ability to subdue him when Colonel Mouse goes out of control. What to do? Blin was troubled. After all, the Navy is a violent organization. Finding someone with high combat power is not difficult, but finding someone with brains is not easy. Bang, bang. A large amount of dust fell with a knocking sound, as if the door would fall down at any moment. The Smurd-style knocking interrupted Blin's thoughts. With a face full of black lines, Blin shouted, "Come in." Smurd's strong body squeezed in from outside the door. Yes, recently. The growing Smurd had already begun to exceed the door frame. Brigadier General, I want to go to the other 3 Cs. Uh-huh. What did you say? What do you mean, Smurd? Did I wrong you in any way? You actually want to leave? Well, Smurd, if you have something to say, just say it. If you've been wronged, just tell me. There's no need, really no need. Is it because last time when fighting the pirates, you and Zeiss fought to go, and I didn't let you go, letting Zeiss go instead? I have to criticize you for that. We have so many people in the base. We can't just give all the missions to you. Others need a chance to achieve merit too. Or was it about the time we received the distress signal? Didn't I tell you that we were too far away, and Westing was closest, so I sent him? Come, sit down first, and Tell me why you want to leave? Blin Blin wore a big smile. He couldn't help but think too much. Just a few minutes ago, there was still a report against a superior in the room. Although Blin Blin believed he hadn't done anything wrong, there were always a few borderline things. Smurd rubbed his bald head and smiled brightly. I want to continue promoting Mr. House's justice philosophy. But the EC has been fully promoted, so I can only go to the other 3 Cs. So that's how it is. Blin Blin patted his chest in relief. It's good that it wasn't a report. He then began to think about sending Smurd to promote in the other 3 Cs. This matter is difficult to say and easy to say. After all, he is a brigadier general. And if he puts aside his pride to send a few people to the other 4 Cs, it's not a problem. With that in mind, Blin Blin sized up Smurd. But once he goes, it would be hard to come back. Generally, matters involving cross-sea transfers require coordination from headquarters. But who is he? An old brigadier general with many acquaintances. Smurd, you need to think carefully if you go to the other 3 Cs. You might not have time to promote like you do now. The other 3 Cs are not as peaceful as the EC. Blin Blin advised earnestly. This is true. Smurd can promote so quickly in the EC mainly because there are fewer pirates, and he has strong support as a brigadier general. If he goes to other sea areas, he won't have such conditions. Thank you, Brigadier General. I know it will be difficult to go to other sea areas, but fighting pirates is the duty of our Navy. I will not lose sight of that. Smurd was very clear-headed. He had thought about this all night. Currently, the EC is relatively calm. Whether he is there or not, it makes no difference. However, he understands that he is just a reckless person. Although he doesn't know why, in the past few months, his strength has been increasing, and there is even a gray aura within him. As long as he breathes in a certain way, he can activate that aura, and his strength will surge. In other words, there is no room for him to exert himself in the EC anymore. All right, do you want to go to South Sea, North Sea, or West Sea? Blin Blin asked. His attitude towards his subordinates has always been to support their development as long as they are not doing anything dishonorable to the Navy. He is willing to help. Looking at Smurd's determined appearance, it reminded him of himself back in the day. As a superior, one needs to protect their subordinates, but cannot stifle their growth. This was taught to him by a superior back then. Even though that person is no longer around, the belief can still be passed on. A glimmer of memory flashed in Blin Blin's eyes. To the other 3 Cs, Smurd replied in a deep voice. I meant which sea area do you want to go to? To the other 3 Cs. Which one? The other 3. Do you think you can just run around in the 3 Cs? Do you think you're the marshal, going wherever you want? You can only choose one. Go back and think it over, then come back. Bling Bling kicked Smurd's butt, but unfortunately, Smurd was too strong. And the kick not only failed to move him, but also caused Bling Bling's foot to ache. Oh, Smurd realized he seemed to have made a mistake and hung his head as he walked out. This guy, he's getting old, can't even kick a kid anymore. Bling Bling laughed and scolded, but there wasn't a trace of blame in his eyes. If only House were as proactive. I wouldn't have to think of ways to earn him credits. Bling Bling shook his head and smiled. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Someone with a brain wouldn't be overly guarded and could subdue the opponent in a situation. Wasn't this task just perfect for House? He was a doctor and could enter the 16th branch under the pretense of treating patients or training military medics, then collect evidence from the injured without raising suspicion. Moreover, Little D had reported that House had learned that General's swordsmanship and his skills were already quite good. If it were before, House would probably have been unwilling to go. But now, he's a good kid who knows to improve himself, he should agree. Bling Bling nodded and had someone find House. House, I have a task for you. I'm not going. No, this task. I'm not going. Just listen, the task is not going. Shut up and let me finish. Oh. House mumbled in a wrong tone. I've trained at headquarters for 3 months, and as soon as I got back, I chased pirates for 3 months without resting. And now you want to assign a task to me after just 2 days of rest. There's no humanity at all. Who has no humanity? Bling Bling was so angry his beard stood on end. Ah, you can hear me? I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about an officer who doesn't care about his subordinates' lives and insists on assigning tasks. You're so good, it definitely isn't you. Bling Bling was almost laughing in anger. Who are you being sarcastic to? Looking at the lazy House, Bling Bling fell into deep doubt at that moment. Is this guy really the one who proposed unyielding justice? Could Smurd have made a mistake? At this moment, Bling Bling was getting closer to the truth. Taking a deep breath, he decided to let it go. Although this guy was the most suitable candidate, if he was unwilling, it would instead be counterproductive. Let's find someone else. Since you don't want to, then this mission to investigate Colonel Mouse will be given to someone else. You can go back and rest. What did you say? House put down his finger from his ear and asked in shock. Bling Bling was also startled by House's reaction. I said you can go back and rest. No, the previous sentence. Bling Bling thought for a moment and said softly, investigate Colonel Mouse. That's it. What did you ask me in the beginning? Bling Bling's head was buzzing, and he subconsciously replied, there's a task. Do you want to go? I'll go. House answered loudly while Bling Bling was still confused. What is the task? Bling Bling stared blankly at House's excited face, unable to distinguish whether the person in front of him was human or dog. After a while, Bling Bling finally came to his senses, although he didn't know why. Since he agreed, that was fine. There really was no one more suitable than House. The task is like this. Someone reported Colonel Mouse, but the evidence is insufficient. So you need to. Bling Bling explained the content of the task. That's how it is. Once you have solid evidence, I allow you to directly arrest Colonel Mouse. Okay, Brigadier, is there anything else? House squinted and smiled as he replied. I'll arrange for you to go with the injured from the 16th branch tomorrow. The specifics will be up to you. Your safety comes first, and you can abandon the task if necessary. Understood. House stood up and saluted, then left. The moment House closed the door, a sudden premonition struck Brin's heart. Colonel Mouse was in for it this time. Forget it. Just a naval scoundrel, not worth thinking about. Once outside, House rubbed his hands together excitedly. Mouse, oh Mouse, you're finally going to fall into my hands, The sinister laughter echoed into the nearby restroom, scaring the soldiers inside so much that they couldn't finish their business. The next day, rumors spread among the Navy in the 77th Division that there were ghosts peeping around the restroom. Moreover, the ghost would mock you for not having a big enough. Well, of course, House was unaware of this. He was currently sitting at a table with Xiao Di, Ka Dang, and Lu Yi, having a meal together. The atmosphere at the table was somewhat tense. Xiao Di, are you really leaving? Isn't it better for everyone to be together? Lu Yi appeared a bit unhappy. Xiao Di was one of the few who didn't look down on her, and now she was actually leaving. Miss Lu Yi, all good things must come to an end. It's an honor to work with all of you, but I need to go out and walk my own path. Compared to Lu Ye's reluctance, Xiao Di felt a bit sad too, but he was still more rational about it. Oh, well then. Lu Yi looked dejected, lacking the appetite for the delicious food in front of her, and sullenly poked at a plate of roasted meat with her fork. House felt a bit heartbroken, but he understood Xiao Di. Xiao Di had always been a person with ideas, and although it was annoying at first when he secretly followed him to take notes, he turned out to be quite a nice person after spending time together. It's okay. Xiao Di just got promoted and moved to another team. He hasn't died. Everyone in the same branch will still see each other often. Don't be sad. House comforted, rubbing Liu Yue's head. Xiao Di, is it really okay to say such unlucky things when parting? Yes, Miss Liu Yue, the ocean is so vast that we will still meet again. Xiao Di, you're so comforted. I know, you annoying servant, don't mess up my hair. Liu Yue's mood improved a bit, and House breathed a sigh of relief, turning to Xiao Di. Xiao Di, I won't advise you too much, but be cautious when you go out in the future. Don't get into a confrontation just because of a moment of impulse. House actually felt a bit reluctant, but he understood that Xiao Di was a very ambitious Navy, unlike him who just wanted to take it easy. Following him would delay Xiao Di's future, which is why he invited a few people to dinner today, essentially bidding farewell to Xiao Di. Yes, Mr. House, I will definitely remember your teachings. Xiao Di's voice was also a bit low. The table was silent, and everyone's faces showed varying degrees of sadness, except for Catan, who appeared indifferent. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded. It was mainly because he had experienced too much recently and had become somewhat numb. For him, a friend getting promoted and parting ways was not a big deal. Promotion is a good thing, so don't be too sad. Let's all raise a glass to celebrate Xiao Di's promotion. Catan raised his glass, and the other three followed suit. Cheers to Xiao Di's promotion. Clink. The glasses clinked together, and then everyone drank up. By the way, House, I remember you used to be quite a singer. Why not give us a song? Catan suggested. Servant, you can sing? I want to hear. Lu Yue said with some surprise. Xiao Di also looked at House with eager eyes, although he didn't speak. His expression clearly indicated he wanted to hear House sing. Isn't this inappropriate, Catan? You know how I sing, let's skip it. House glared at Catan. Wasn't this exposing my shortcomings in public? No, servant, I want to hear. Lu Yue clung to House's arm, acting cute. Who can resist that? All right, if you all are willing to risk my life, then I'll go for it. I'll sing a cheerful song, so listen up. Xiao Di and Lu Yue looked a bit expectant, while Catan had a mischievous grin, waiting for the show to unfold. He knew House's singing all too well. Sure enough, when House sang the first line, Xiao Di and Lu Yue's initially excited expressions suddenly froze, while Catan looked like a weasel that had successfully stolen chicken. The east is dim, the west is bright. I expose my sadness under the setting sun. As he sang, he even pulled out a swana and started playing, alternating between singing and playing. Everyone, what is this? Can this even be called a song? But as they listened, everyone, hey, this seems a bit interesting. Then, when House started singing the second verse, everyone, why does this song feel a bit addictive? Finally, the east is dim, the west is bright. I expose my sadness under the setting sun. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. This song was just too suitable for this world full of madness. The entire branch was immersed in a sea of joy. This was the charm of rock. Let go of me, I can still drink. Shouty got drunk for the first time in his life. After the party ended, House personally took the utterly drunk Xiao Di back to the dormitory, gently laying him on the bed, carefully checking around to confirm there was no one. He cautiously unbuttoned Xiao Di's jacket and then placed a letter marked to be burned after reading into Xiao Di's shirt pocket, and then rebuttoned Xiao Di's jacket. Looking at Xiao Di's sleeping face, he softly said, "Sigh, I can only help you this far." He then left Xiao Di's dormitory. House just wanted to take it easy. He wasn't without feelings. His willingness to help Catan take revenge despite revealing his strength showed that. Parting with Xiao Di, he made him feel a bit sad. After months of spending time together, Xiao Di had helped him a lot. That's why he left that letter, hoping it would help Xiao Di on his path. The next day at noon, the first thing Xiao Di did when he woke up was to hold his head. "Ugh, my head hurts. Am I hungover?" Xiao Di crawled up and walked to the sink to wash his face. Phew, feeling a bit better. What is this? Slightly more awake. Xiao Di felt something stuck in his chest. After searching around, he fished out the letter from his shirt pocket. What is this? Xiao Di examined the envelope carefully, trying to find some clue. After all, such a sudden letter was very suspicious. This is Mr. House's handwriting. Really, Mr. House, are you this shy? Writing a letter. Familiar with House, he quickly recognized the handwriting, feeling relieved and smiling as he opened the envelope to see its contents. He quickly tucked the letter away, not bothering to change clothes, and ran to House's room. But the room was empty. He was gone. Standing at the door of House's room, Xiao Di's mind went blank until a soldier passed by and greeted him. "Sergeant Demiyu, you're awake. Last night's party was really great, especially Dr. House's songs. I still haven't recovered from it. Where did Mr. House go?" At this moment, Xiao Di didn't care about small talk and grabbed the soldier by the collar. "Doctor." House took the injured from the 16th branch back. He left in the morning. The soldier was startled and honestly answered Xiao Di's question. "He left?" "Sorry, I'm still not fully sober," and got a bit excited. Hearing that House had already left, Xiao Di felt a bit down, but quickly regained his composure. He let go of the soldier's collar and smoothed his collar. "It's fine. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." The soldier said tentatively. "Yeah, it's fine, sorry. I drank too much yesterday, and my head is a bit blurry." Xiao Di sincerely apologized. It's okay, I understand," the soldier said while moving sideways. Seeing Xiao Di's lack of reaction, he hurriedly left. Xiao Di could only respond with a bitter smile, not knowing what rumors might spread later. But now there were more important matters. Xiao Di held his chest, the letter quietly resting in his shirt pocket. "Mr. House, I will not disappoint your expectations," he silently said. Then, Xiao Di returned to his room. That night, Xiao Di lit a match in his room, found a basin, and burned the letter, watching the flames slowly consume it. After confirming it was completely burned, Xiao Di opened the door and resolutely walked toward Smurge's room. He. Will he get this illness or that one? Or maybe both? He. House laughed sinisterly. "Servant, what's wrong? Did you get dumb from the promotion?" Liu looked at House, who was lost in his own world, feeling a bit cold. "I don't know, but as long as he smiles like that, someone is bound to be unlucky," Cadden said with great certainty. At this moment, in the warehouse of the East Sea Branch 16, Colonel Mouse shivered. Is it going to change? Colonel Mouse rubbed his hands together, looking greedily at the pile of treasures in front of him, but after a while, he began to sigh again. When will I be able to turn these things into mine? This question had troubled Mouse for a long time. Recently, he had been eating poorly and sleeping uneasily, unable to come up with a solution. He also wanted to directly take the treasures for himself, but he was afraid. He was very aware of the strength of the evil dragon pirate crew. At first, he was an idealistic Navy officer. But after his flagship was easily destroyed by the fishmen Arlong, he realized that he was far from being a match for the fishmen. Yet, such fishmen were defeated by Brin and Smoker, with Smoker being quite far away from Logtown. So, there wasn't too much of a problem, but Brin was nearby. If he took this batch of treasures directly, once Brin found out, as a Commodore, Brin had the authority to arrest him directly, which made him hesitate to act. Fortunately, someone had come up with a solution for him. He had a new partner, and that guy was much smarter than the evil dragon. Now he just needed to buy some time to acquire these treasures. Little treasures, you will soon be mine. Colonel Mouse looked excitedly at the mountain of treasures, his eyes gleaming with greed. Report, Colonel. A shout came from outside the warehouse. Mouse, with a gloomy face, walked to the door, opened it a crack, and stuck his head out to shout loudly. Didn't I tell you that I have very important matters in the warehouse? Do not disturb me unless it's important. Do you want to go to the water prison to accompany that pirate? Yes, sir, I didn't mean to. There's really something urgent. The private who came to deliver the message was nearly in tears. Colonel Mouse had been getting increasingly brutal lately, punishing others at the slightest provocation. Was the water prison a place for humans? Even the fiercest criminals would break down after being locked in there for just 2 days. Quickly say, what is it? Mouse was very impatient, glaring fiercely at the private who had disturbed him while he was bonding with the treasures. If you enter with your left foot tomorrow, I will make you clean the toilets. Why, yes, the injured soldiers have returned. The private thought to himself that he should have sent someone else. Now it seemed he was in trouble. Nonsense. We have no injured soldiers. Mouse's gaze became even more vicious. Not only did you disturb me, but you also used such a ridiculous excuse. Fine, you will clean the toilets tomorrow too, even if you enter with your right foot. Seeing Mouse's gaze grow more menacing, the soldier simply closed his eyes and blurted out, "It's those who were sent to deal with the pirates half a month ago. They were rescued by the people from Branch 77 and have now arrived at the port." Nonsense. We have no operations against pirates. Are you talking about that group? Mouse's expression changed. Recently, he had only sent one team out, but that was to eliminate rivals and send them to their deaths. They were actually rescued. They are already at the port. Why are you only telling me now? You will report to the sanitation team tomorrow and be responsible for cleaning the toilets. He glared at the private again, scaring him to the ground. Then Mouse walked out of the warehouse, locking the 3 locks on the door one by one, ignoring the soldiers nearby, and strode toward the port. He needed to see what was going on. This could be a big deal. Look at their eyes. Leoya tugged at House's shirt. The people from Branch 16 were looking at them with suspicion, each gripping their guns tightly. Although they showed no intention of refusing them from disembarking, it was clear they were not welcome. Should we make a move? Cadden whispered in House's ear, his right hand already gripping the hilt of his sword, vigilantly watching the crowd around them. House first stopped Louis from continuing, then quietly replied to Cadden, "No, let's see the situation first." But he sighed inwardly. Has it decayed to this point? What a disgrace. Ha ha. I thought someone with such high popularity was making so many of us come out to welcome them. It turns out to be Dr. House. Colonel Mouse stepped out from the crowd and laughed loudly. "Hello, Colonel Mouse. I'm really sorry to disturb you." House suppressed the turmoil in his stomach and stepped forward to shake hands with the colonel. Disturbing? The EC Navy is one family. You like coming home when you arrive here? There's no such thing as disturbing. Seeing that House was actually so well-behaved this time, not vomiting as he did last time upon meeting, made him feel much better. He had been observing from behind and noticed that this time House and the others only sat on one boat. Besides House, Cadden, and Louis, there were only over 20 injured soldiers, with no combat capability at all, which didn't seem like they were here to seek retribution. Only then did he dare to step out from behind. It is truly my honor that the colonel thinks this way. However, is there something that Dr. House needs from our 16th branch this time? Well, it is like this. Last time, your branch's navy bravely fought against the pirates, but unfortunately, the pirates were too cunning. Your navy managed to break through after a fierce resistance and happened to encounter our branch's navy. House pointed at the bandaged sailors behind him and said, "As you know, our brigadier general is quite enthusiastic and worried that these colleagues might encounter problems on the way. So he sent me to help escort them and, by the way, to exchange some medical knowledge with the doctors in your department." "Huh, I see." Colonel Mouse sighed in relief. "Dr. House, you are too humble. I know the doctors in our department. Their skills can't compare to yours. This time, please take the trouble to teach them well." "Not all. We learn from each other," House replied, showing his humility. "Well then, thank you all for coming such a long way. I'll arrange a place for you to rest, and tomorrow, I'll prepare a banquet for you. I hope you will honor us with your presence." Colonel Mouse smiled in a rather unpleasant way, and House almost lost his composure. "Thank you, Colonel." House didn't refuse, and after exchanging a few more insincere pleasantries with Mouse, he excused himself, claiming to be too tired, and let Mouse's subordinate lead him and a few others to rest. Once they were taken away, one of Mouse's loyal subordinates approached. "Colonel, should we?" The subordinate made a gesture of cutting his throat. "No need. We can't be sure yet that they are here to cause trouble. If they aren't, it would only make things more complicated for us." Mouse glanced disdainfully at his subordinate. "Loyalty is good, but they lack both skill and brains. Unlike House, whose superb medical skills are already renowned across the EC, and who has a pleasant way of speaking, Mouse stroked his few whiskers, contemplating the possibility of getting House under his command. Your smile today was quite disgusting. As soon as they arrived at the dormitory, Leah couldn't hold back any longer. He had never noticed before that House had such a hypocritical side. House did not explain immediately, but instead released his observation hockey and sensed that there were indeed people monitoring nearby. That guy Mouse is quite cautious. The three of them were arranged in adjoining rooms on the same floor, and now they were gathered in the first room, which was House's, while two people were crouching outside the window, eavesdropping. It's fine, we won't be here too long, House reassured Roku, while gesturing for Cadden to turn on the gramophone. The melodious music from the gramophone started playing, and House finally felt at ease, speaking softly to the two. Thank goodness this world doesn't have pinhole cameras and listening devices. Didn't I tell you on the way here not to show hostility towards Colonel Mouse? We're just here to deliver the injured, especially you, Roku. He shot a stern glance at Roku. Oh, Roku said, looking aggrieved. House couldn't bear to blame them, so he said, all right, just bear with it a little longer. Tomorrow I'll coordinate with the medical department. You two stay in the room, and in the afternoon, you can just wander around the branch. If there are places you can't enter, don't force your way in. Just come back and tell me secretly at night. Although being stuck indoors all morning made the two a bit gloomy, they were excited about playing spy games the next afternoon, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Indeed, they considered it just a game, and House noticed, but he didn't mind. If worst came to worst, he could just take down everyone at Branch 16 and then find evidence later. As a navy colluding with pirates to oppress civilians, it would be easy to find a few villagers from Cocoa West Village to testify. For example, that guy with the windmill on his head, Aegean. It would surely be interesting if he met someone like Bulin, who sported a windmill hairstyle. After reminding Luyi to draw the curtains well, so no one could peek, Cadden and Luyi returned to their room, and the night passed without incident. The next morning, House left early and ran into two people with dark circles under their eyes. Wow, had they been eavesdropping outside all night? Upon seeing House, they forced themselves to greet him. Good morning, Dr. House. Are you heading out? Yes. I'm going to the infirmary to check on the injured. What about you? House asked, pretending not to know the situation. We're here to monitor you. One of the soldiers was about to reveal the truth in a dazed manner, but before he could finish, the other soldier pinched him. We're here to witness, yes. We've heard about Dr. House's superb medical skills and came to see for ourselves, the soldier who pinched quickly explained, smoothing things over while secretly glaring at the pinched soldier. The pinched soldier wanted to protest, but, after receiving the glare, suddenly woke up, realizing he had almost exposed their identities, and broke into a cold sweat. House pretended not to hear the flaws in their words and asked with concern, why are you sweating so much? Is it too hot? Huh? Yes. I just went for a morning jog, so I broke a bit of sweat. I'm really sorry. These two soldiers were among the more clever subordinates of the Mouse. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sent to monitor the three. Morning exercise is good, beneficial for body and mind. I just arrived and still don't know how to get to the infirmary. If you two have time, could you take me there? It would be a good opportunity to introduce some medical knowledge to you. Of course, please follow me. The one who had grabbed the other made a gesture of invitation and led House, secretly giving a glance to the one who had been grabbed, signaling him to continue monitoring the other two. The other nodded slightly in understanding. Soon, they arrived at the infirmary and found that the injured were not in serious condition, just lacking energy, which relieved House. His visit to the injured was certainly not aimless. He was afraid the Mouse might act irrationally and eliminate these wounded individuals he had sold out. Now that he saw they were all fine, House naturally began to play his part as a kind-hearted doctor with superb medical skills who couldn't bear to see the injured. He shared his medical knowledge generously in the infirmary, explaining everything from homeostasis to skeletal muscle contraction, and from the abnormal secretion of luteinizing hormone by basophilic cells in the anterior pituitary to the response process of effector T cells. The few people listening started to zone out. It was no wonder, as the information he provided was entirely made up based on knowledge from his previous life. If he had to explain it again himself, he wouldn't be able to do so. It was all just a bunch of nonsense to make them believe that House's medical skills had reached an unattainable level for them, which was one of House's goals. It's worth mentioning that the soldier who led the way was also kept to listen to the lecture. Every time he nearly fell asleep, House would call on him to answer questions, making him experience what it felt like to be targeted by a teacher. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but every time he tried, House would say, "Didn't you say you were very curious about medicine? This is a rare opportunity. It won't hurt to listen more." Thus, he was kept behind. After enduring the morning, House reluctantly announced the end of the class. just when the soldier thought he was liberated and was about to cheer. House. The sly one said, "Did I talk too much? How about this? You all digest what I've said first, and I'll wander around the base this afternoon." The little soldier dared not let House move freely. Colonel Mouse's order was to monitor House and not let him wander into any secret places. Reluctantly, the little soldier could only express that he was still eager to learn. He was very much looking forward to House's afternoon class. Meanwhile, he secretly vowed that if anyone dared to encourage him to study medicine again in the future, he would find a rainy day to hang that person on a lightning rod and enjoy the feeling of being struck by lightning. Seeing the other party clearly unwilling but still pretending to be very happy, House chuckled to himself. He was doing it on purpose. Don't think he didn't know that this guy had been squatting by the six-leaf window last night, trying to steal a glance. Although he had seen nothing due to House's reminder, it didn't affect House's intention to deal with him. By the time House finished the afternoon lesson, the soldier looked completely gray, his eyes dull, swaying with every step, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. House didn't pay him any mind. Dinner time had arrived, and Colonel Mouse had already sent someone to call him. When he arrived, Louis and Kadong were already seated. They were very happy to see House and rushed over to discuss today's discoveries, but House stopped them with a soft "we'll talk about it later." It was unclear if Mouse was doing it on purpose, but the dishes at the dinner were extravagant to the extent that even Kadong, who grew up in the palace, had rarely eaten such meals. However, after a while, Colonel Mouse's expression turned a bit grim. How could these guys eat so much? Especially that woman, who was eating more than all the others combined. These were dishes made at high cost. It's no wonder Colonel Mouse was distressed. Regardless of the breathing technique, it enhances physical fitness, and a stronger physique naturally leads to greater consumption. Therefore, those who practice breathing techniques tend to have a good appetite. Lue, even before practicing breathing techniques, already had a greater appetite than House, not to mention now that she practiced water breathing. The dinner finally ended when Colonel Mouse was pained to the point where his whiskers were twitching. He was really distressed. "Dr. House, I wonder if you're interested in coming to my Branch 16. As you can see, our Branch 16 has strong financial resources, and promoting medicine consumes a lot of money. Your Branch 77 can't meet your needs." He stopped pretending. Mouse was genuinely no longer in the mood to play games with House and was directly recruiting him. As for whether House would fulfill his promise after agreeing, that was another matter. House silently cursed in his heart, but on the surface he remained composed. "Let's put that aside, Colonel. May I have a word with you privately? What can't be said? Just say it directly." Mouse didn't dare to be alone with House. He knew about the Fishman War. That little piece of knowledge was still fresh in his memory. Although House lacked combat power, he was wary of his poisoning skills. "Ahem, then I will speak." House looked at Mouse with an inquiring gaze. "Just say it." Mouse felt a bit uneasy, but thinking that the entire branch was supporting him, he calmed down, thinking, how could House solve everyone in the branch? "Then I'll say it. Colonel, you are ill. You're the one who's ill. Guards." Mouse became anxious. "I kindly hosted you, and you actually insult me in public." The person closest to House had already grabbed his collar. However, House remained unperturbed and continued. "Have you been feeling tense lately, sweating a lot, often feeling anxious with a particularly fast heartbeat, dizziness, poor sleep, accompanied by nausea and reduced appetite?" Every time House spoke, the rat's face paled a bit more because everything House said was spot on. "Colonel, are we going to take action?" The subordinate had already raised his fist, just waiting for the rat to give the order. "Take action? Get out of my way." The rat kicked the subordinate aside and looked at House with a sneer. While forcing a smile, the rat smoothed House's collar and said, "Sorry, Dr. House, my subordinate was a bit reckless." "Dr. House, how did you figure it out? Am I sick? I still have a lot of money left to spend. I can't just die like this." Of course, he didn't say the latter part out loud. House sneered inwardly, observing the dark circles under the man's eyes that could rival a bear's, his habitual gesture of clutching his chest, and the way he barely touched the delicious dishes at dinner before giving up on eating. It was easy to guess. "So, can we talk privately now?" House didn't respond, but asked again. Yes, you guys stay and accompany our two esteemed guests to eat as much as they want. Dr. House, this way, please." The wealthier people are, the more they fear death. At this moment, the rat no longer cared about guarding against House. He was House's lifeline and had to hold on tightly. As soon as they reached a nearby room, the rat eagerly grabbed House's hand. "Mr. House, do I have some terminal illness? You must save me, no matter what the cost." House held back his nausea, reassuring himself that this was part of the plan. He had to endure, he must endure. He forced a smile on his face. "Of course, I'm a doctor, and since I've encountered this, I will do my best to treat you. Your condition is quite rare. If I hadn't treated a similar patient before, I might not have been able to diagnose it, although that patient ultimately couldn't be saved. Colonel Mouse felt a chill upon hearing this. His legs went weak, and he nearly fell to the ground. It was House who caught him and helped him into a chair. He had suspected he was ill and even consulted renowned doctors. But it was of no use. They all said he was fine and just needed a rest, which worked at first. However, his condition had worsened over the past 6 months. A bunch of quacks. Dr. House, you must save me. I'll give you $1 million. No, $5 million. If that's not enough, just name your price. I'll find a way to get it. Mouse clutched House's sleeve tightly, like he was grasping a lifeline. Colonel, please calm down. I never said I wouldn't help. But your condition is quite special, and I can't guarantee anything, but I will do my utmost. House spoke with righteous determination, showing no signs of guilt. Then thank you. Colonel Mouse looked at House with gratitude. He truly was a good person. No need to be polite. Let me first explain this illness to you. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Mouse's gaze, he wondered if lying was wrong. Was it a bit inappropriate to do this? But then he thought he was dealing with Mouse, so it was fine. Punishing the wicked does not require mercy. House's expression became serious. After years of research, your condition is primarily caused by an uncoordinated reaction in structures such as the prefrontal cortex, amygdala, hippocampus, and hypothalamus. It is also related to the regulation of hormones like gamma-aminobutyric acid and serotonin. It truly is a difficult disease to treat, very challenging. After saying this, House pretended to shake his head. The mouse was now completely confused. What is the prefrontal cortex? Isn't the amygdala something you eat? Aren't hippocampy creatures from the sea? And what are gamma-aminobutyric acid and serotonin? Although he didn't understand what those were, he could tell from House's expression that this illness was very hard to treat. Feeling a chill in his heart, he lost the strength to sit up and knelt before House. Dr. House, you must save me. I am willing to pay any price. I don't want to die. Colonel Mouse said, his voice trembling with emotion. House sneered inwardly. You want to live? But what about the civilians you've harmed over the years? Did you give them a way to live? However, for the sake of the plan, House pretended to care and helped the mouse up. Oh, what are you doing? As a doctor, I will do my utmost to save you. You just need to do as I say. Dr. House, you say. The mouse had already made up his mind. No matter what House wanted, he would give it all. Even if it was something he didn't have, he would steal it to give. Cough, cough. Because aside from me, no one else might know about this condition. So I named it the Liang-Fifan syndrome. Liang-Fifan syndrome? Colonel Mouse repeated in confusion. That sounds a bit like a person's name? Yes, Liang-Fifan syndrome. You just need to know this name. The reason behind it isn't important. What I'm about to say is the key. After years of research, I have made some progress, but the medicinal materials needed for this illness are quite unique. House put his hand to his mouth, pretending to cough, mainly afraid of laughing out loud. Ah, you say no matter how precious the medicine is, I will definitely find it. At that moment, Colonel Mouse burst out with immense determination. It's not a matter of being precious or not. Mainly, it's hard to find. House expressed some hesitation. That's fine, you say it, and I will definitely find it. Colonel Mouse's tone was firm. Then I will say this. This illness mainly requires Wanyue sand, Yeming sand, Walingzi Lu Eni, silkworm sand, and Bai Ding Xiang, 6 types of medicine. The medicine cannot be boiled in water. It must be boiled with huilong soup, reducing 5 bowls to 1, and finally supplemented with Rinzhong Huang taken together. Bei Ding Xiang, huilong soup, Vein Song Huang. All right, I've noted it down. Mr. House, I will go find the medicine now. Excuse me. Colonel Mouse found some paper and pen from somewhere and wrote down the names of the medicines one by one. Then he happily ran out the door. Oh, don't say Mouse. House was also very happy. The so-called Liang-Fifan syndrome was of course made up. In reality, it was just that Mouse had done so many bad things over the years that he felt guilty and developed severe anxiety. Especially after the dragon, his collaborator, died. He was constantly on edge. However, several types of medicine were indeed real. They just didn't cure the illness when combined. Back in the next room, Cadin and Liu Ye were having another meal, simply chatting with a few companions, and the 3 returned to their lounge. Servant, that dish today was so delicious. Aside from Barati, this is the best thing I've ever eaten. Liu Ye was still reminiscing about today's meal. Cadin nodded in agreement beside her, saying that his old man was usually quite stingy and wouldn't spend money on such good food. He only did it a few times for appearances when hosting others. It's all right. We can let Mouse treat us to a meal another day. House said generously, since it wasn't costing him anything. Now that Mouse had asked him to treat an illness, such a meal, he certainly wouldn't be stingy, nor would he dare to be stingy. Turning on the phonograph again, House waved his hand, and the 3 leaned their heads together. House quietly asked, "Did you notice anything unusual here today?" When I went out, someone was waiting there, insisting on leading me. I originally wanted to shake him off. But servant, you said not to raise anyone's vigilance, so I didn't act rashly. Liuya felt very proud. She had seriously remembered the servant's words. Good, as long as we didn't raise any alarms. House comforted. However, when I went to visit the prison cells, I found that there was still a life force beneath the cells, but they didn't take me to see it. Liuya was very happy to be praised, but felt a bit frustrated thinking that she hadn't gathered any news. It's okay, that's enough. What about you, Ken? Awaz followed, but I noticed there were many hidden sentries over by the storeroom, so I didn't get close. Cadden had a serious expression. The dungeon and the storeroom? Interesting. House pondered for a moment and felt it necessary to see for himself. The three discussed their itinerary for the next day and then returned to their rooms to rest. In the dead of night, with the bright moon hanging high, perhaps because the medicinal materials were too hard to find, Colonel Mouse had mobilized many people to help him look for medicine. Surprisingly, today there was no one watching outside the house. This gave House the opportunity, though it wouldn't have affected him much if there were people. He quietly opened the window and jumped out without making a sound. The observation hockey was a good thing, especially in a place like the Four Seas. It was somewhat of a dimensional strike. House strolled leisurely through the branch. As long as he relied on the observation hockey to avoid others in advance, everything was fine. Wandering around the vicinity of the prison, he transformed into a shadow at the moment the guard yawned and slipped into the cell. The wind is so strong tonight. Why hasn't the next shift come? The guard noticed nothing and thought it was just a gust of wind. After entering the prison, he moved deeper inside. He sensed a very faint life force from far away. At the deepest part of the cell, there was a small door, and behind the door was the source of that life force. The creaking sound of the decayed wooden door was very clear in the night. But there was no movement inside the room at all. How stinky. Is this a water prison? House looked into the room by the moonlight. Behind the iron bars, a person was hanging in the water with their hands bound, head down, showing no reaction at all, as if they were already unconscious. The dark water prison emitted an indescribable stench, forcing House to cover his nose. Floating in the filthy water were the decaying bodies of various insects. House furrowed his brow. In this environment, an ordinary person wouldn't last 3 days, let alone one. They'd return home seriously ill, judging by the marks on his hands from the ropes. It was clear this person had been held for more than 3 days. Fortunately, the moonlight was sufficient tonight, allowing House to barely make out the face of the person hanging there. The emaciated figure was covered in knife wounds that had turned white from the water, with gray hair and a pair of heart-shaped eyes. There was also a long, stick-like object on his chin. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a mushroom stem, with the cap already eaten away. Zongao. House recognized the guy in front of him, though it wasn't because House had a particularly good memory. It was just that this guy was hard to forget. It was rare to see a hypnotist who had managed to hypnotize himself. House still covered his nose. This guy seems to be from the Black Pirate crew, right? After being defeated by Prince Luffy, he seems to have become a Navy officer. How did he end up hanging here? Oh, right, those injured soldiers mentioned that a pirate told them they were sold out by a rat. It should be Zango. Did he get caught for letting the water flow? Considering he might be a future colleague, House tapped Zango's body with his sword sheath to transfer a bit of energy. Although it wasn't enough for him to recover, it was enough to keep him alive. After that, House left. Saving him? House never thought about it. Even if he might be a future colleague, this guy is still a pirate, and he probably robbed countless civilians over the years. A little suffering is what he deserves. Leaving the cell in the same way, he headed to another location, the warehouse. Compared to the cell guarded by just one person, the warehouse seemed much more important. With his observation hockey, House surprisingly discovered 3 hidden sentries. But this was no challenge for House. The Sandai Kitetsu slightly unsheathed, and a mist began to gather, quickly turning into a thick fog. Using the cover of the fog, House jumped to the top of the warehouse and lifted a tile. Wow! Almost blinded by the golden light, he saw that the treasures inside the warehouse were piled up like a small mountain, with boxes of gold, silver, and jewels haphazardly placed together. Some of the boxes were engraved with a shark with its mouth open. Isn't that the symbol of fisherman Arlong? It has been half a year since he defeated that evil dragon. I remember that Bryn entrusted the rat to distribute these treasures to the oppressed villagers. It looks like he kept quite a bit for himself. The 77th branch isn't far from the 16th branch. How dare they do this? Aren't they afraid of being discovered? No wonder he is so seriously ill. It's a classic case of wanting money while risking his life. The fog came quickly and dissipated just as fast. Before the sentries could figure out what was happening, the fog had already cleared. Of course, House returned to his room to summarize today's findings. First, Zango was tortured in the water prison, but there were no other members of the black pirate crew in the cell, and despite capturing such a big pirate, the rat didn't report it. That's quite interesting. Zango is the acting captain of the black pirate crew, and those under him definitely don't have the brains to rebel. This means that Kuro has stopped pretending to be a butler and is back to being a pirate. Combining what the injured soldiers said, it's likely that Zango hypnotized Captain Chow. Otherwise, Kuro's strength is quite good in the EC. So the current situation is that Zango has betrayed the black pirate crew, but is locked up in the 16th branch. The rat and Kuro definitely have some connection. Produce. They're the treasures in the warehouse. Things are getting interesting. 3 days have passed since House handed the prescription to the rat, and the rat has lived up to his name, actually gathering the medicines. Hey, Dr. House, look, is it these? Colonel Rat bent over, rubbing his hands, looking just like a real rat. Yes, it's these. Just as I said, boil the dragon return soup over a high fire, reduce 5 bowls to 1, and take it with the human center yellow. Take it once a day for 7 days and see the effect. House covered his nose, looking at the bottles and jars in front of him. All right, no problem. You guys, hurry up and prepare the medicine. No, I'll do it myself. The rat initially wanted his subordinates to make the medicine, but suddenly remembered that his subordinates were not good people. What if they poisoned it? It's better to do it himself. By the way, since your illness has persisted for a while, there will be a detoxification process after taking the medicine, which will be quite intense. Be careful. House kindly reminded. I understand, Dr. House, using strong medicine for serious illnesses, I get it. The rat replied with an understanding look. Right? By the way, the doctors in your branch have made great progress these past few days. I'd like to take them to the nearby village for free consultations. Theory must be combined with practice to learn better. House casually mentioned. Free consultation? The rat was startled. This couldn't be casually agreed to. However, he still needed House for his illness. Although he had the prescription, even House said he wasn't very confident about this illness. He couldn't refuse House now. How about this? Dr. House, free consultations also require a venue and some equipment preparation. Don't worry, I will arrange it for you. The rat had already made up his mind that after taking the medicine, he would contact the black pirate crew to prepare, making sure not to let House see any flaws. No problem. Then, Colonel, let us take the medicine first. House wasn't in a hurry. He had figured out the basic situation of the 16th branch over the past few days. It could only be said that among the 10 soldiers, 10 could be innocent. But definitely, there are some who slipped through the net. Going out to see the villagers was just to find other members of the black pirate crew. House believed that Colonel Rat would arrange it well for him. Before long, the fragrance of the medicine had filled the entire medical room, and House took out 3 sets of gas masks. Why 3 sets? Do you think Roku and Cadden would miss the chance to witness such a scene? Dr. House, is it like this? The rat held a bowl of deep brown liquid, as if he couldn't smell the odor emanating from it at all. Yes, this medicine is fine. House nodded while wearing the gas mask, slightly tilting his head to the other side. Even through the gas mask, he seemed to detect a faint smell. Great. I'll take the medicine now. Colonel Rat felt he was incredibly lucky, unknowingly acquiring a very rare disease that many doctors couldn't diagnose. All saying it was a mental issue. Only House recognized his condition at first sight and could even prescribe the medicine for treatment. Although the medicine was a bit strange, this disease was even stranger, wasn't it? At this point, the other people in the medical room had already been driven out by the smell, leaving only 3 people wearing gas masks. The rat himself had to pinch his nose, and what sustained him was his desire for life. The 3 looked at Colonel Rat with expectant eyes, as everyone knew how this stuff came out. But going back in was something they had never seen before. The deep brown liquid in the bowl was steaming, with bubbles rising from it, and the rat seemed to see several bubbles forming a skull's face smiling at him. But to cure the illness, the rat had to take the plunge. He closed his eyes, stomped his foot, steeled his heart, and raised a large bowl, gulping down the liquid in one go. Seeing this scene, Roku could no longer hold back. Covering his mouth, he ran out, even using his shave to disappear instantly from the room. Cadden, though his face also changed, was someone who had blown up toilets with House as a child, and he managed to suppress his urge to vomit, standing still. Oh no, Colonel, why did you just drink the medicine? House exclaimed. The rat, originally standing still with his muscles tense to prevent himself from vomiting the medicine, couldn't hold it anymore upon hearing House's exclamation and could only cover his mouth with his hand to minimize the loss of the medicine. Weren't you the one who said the medicine was fine? With each word, some unknown brown liquid leaked through the rat's fingers. The medicine is indeed fine, but you didn't use a catalyst. House's comment sent the rat straight to hell. Indeed, House had said that the medicine needed a catalyst. Damn it. Why did my hand move so fast? Realizing this, the rat could no longer hold back. PFF. A large amount of brown liquid sprayed out of his mouth. House and the mouse retreated in unison, avoiding the liquids that didn't look normal. Dr. House, what should we do now? The mouse looked at House with a pleading gaze, truly not wanting to drink again. Of course, House saw the meaning in the mouse's eyes and gave him an affirmative glance. After all, House wasn't a devil. Just as the mouse received House's glance and felt a flicker of hope, House once again plunged him into despair. You threw it up? What a waste. House looked at the mouse with regret. In fact, it could work without a catalyst, just with slightly less efficacy, which wouldn't matter much. But now that you've thrown up the medicine, you'll have to do it all over again. A lump was stuck in the mouse's throat, making his face turn red. He wanted to curse, but didn't know who to blame. He had taken the medicine himself and had thrown it up himself. Could he really blame House? Moreover, he still hadn't gotten better. If he upset House, who would treat him? There was no choice but to start over. Fortunately, there was plenty of medicine left. Even if he had to redo it 10 or 8 times, it would be enough. After brewing the medicine again, once it was ready, the mouse repeatedly and carefully asked House about all the details of taking the medicine. Then, with admiration in their eyes, he downed the medicine in one gulp. This time it should be fine, right? The mouse, who had taken the medicine twice, asked House tremulously, his face pale. Yeah, it should be fine. But this medicine will have a strong reaction, so you better find a restroom. As soon as House's words fell, the mouse's expression changed, and the sensation in his abdomen made him instantly understand what a strong reaction felt like. His face went from pale to flushed red in just a second. Colonel Mouse covered his mouth with one hand to prevent himself from vomiting the medication again, needing to take it once more. With the other hand, he blocked the exit, resisting the overwhelming force coming from his abdomen. Clenching his legs together, he shuffled toward the bathroom. Witnessing all of this, House and Caden exchanged a smile and walked out of the infirmary together. As for Colonel Mouse, he had plenty of time to wait with this medication. He definitely wouldn't be coming out for at least 3 to 5 hours. Huh, he said, taking off his gas mask and breathing in the fresh air from outside, as if the world had suddenly become vibrant. House turned to the few doctors who had already come out and said, "You don't need to wait anymore. The Colonel has had a reaction to the medication, so you all can go back. Just wait for him to come out on his own." The doctors nodded in agreement. They didn't want to go inside either, as the smell inside hadn't dissipated yet. 5 hours later, in the medical room's restroom. I can't do it anymore. Someone, couple me a hand and open the door. I am your Colonel Mouse. The weak cries for help echoed in the empty medical room. By evening, with House kind reminder, the doctors in the medical room finally remembered the fact that there was still a person in their territory. They hurriedly ran back and rescued the Colonel, who had fallen asleep in a golden world. On the third day, Dr. House, this is it, Cocoa West Village. Colonel Mouse looked haggard, but surprisingly in good spirits, leading House and the others. Kadong and Luyu were not among them. They stayed at the branch to say they were going to do something big. Thank you, Colonel. House didn't hold back and clasped his hands in thanks. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, that medication seemed to have some effect. Colonel Mouse hadn't had a proper sleep for half a year due to excessive anxiety and was already close to his limit. House's medication added a little more to him. Though the vomiting and diarrhea made him feel a bit miserable, his body entered a state of self-protection and he fell into a coma. He rarely got a good sleep, and the physical relaxation brought mental relaxation. As a result, the Colonel's symptoms indeed lessened significantly. This made the Colonel have unwavering faith in House's medical skills. Now, dragging his sick body, he insisted on leading House to the already set-up temporary tent, where some people were already lining up. A hint of disdain appeared in the Colonel's eyes. It was such a waste for a top figure like Dr. House to treat you commoners. However, since it was House's suggestion, the Colonel pointed at House now and didn't dare to overstep. You rest first, we'll be fine. To show his willingness, the Colonel even took the initiative to help move tables and chairs, but was quickly stopped by his subordinates. Given the Colonel's current half-dead state, his subordinates were afraid he would exhaust himself moving things. It's okay, I can do it. This chair is heavier than it looks. I'll rest for a moment. The Colonel, panting, struggled to move an ordinary chair. All right, you rest first. House was also afraid that the Colonel might really collapse here. He hadn't gathered all his evidence yet. He signaled to his companions to take the Colonel to rest. Hello, Navy Lord. I am the village doctor, Dr. Nagao, and we warmly welcome your arrival. A thin old man wearing a white coat and a black headscarf approached, and several villagers who came to help were also very enthusiastic. It's the Navy Lord. Ever since we heard the news that you were coming for free consultations, we started preparing yesterday. Yes, I couldn't even sleep last night from the anticipation. The villagers were very enthusiastic, and the process of the free consultation went so smoothly that House was somewhat incredulous. What was going on with the smiles on these villagers' faces? Weren't they supposed to be oppressed by Colonel Mouse, struggling to get enough to eat and wear? Shouldn't they express immense disdain upon seeing the Navy? What was happening now? And over there, that tall, thin man with a beaming smile helping an old lady fetch water. If he wasn't mistaken, wasn't this the one who claimed to have an IQ close to Van Beekman, but ended up pretending to be a butler for 3 years and then insisted on confronting the prince? Honestly, he only needed to delay the plan a little bit. Wouldn't it have worked out once Luffy left? How long could a passing traveler like Luffy stay? In the end, he ruined his 3-year plan. The smartest person in East Blue? Mrs. Kinda, I have filled your water tank. Is there anything else I can help you with? Crocodile, with a gentle smile, asked very gentlemanly. You've worked hard, Clabberdoll. Come eat something at my house. The grateful old lady grabbed Crocodile's sleeve, wanted to take him home. No need to be polite. Mrs. Kenda, I still need to help Mrs. Mel fix the roof, so I can't go. Clabberdoll, also known as Crocodile, gently pushed Mrs. Kenda's hand away with the other hand and adjusted his glasses with his wrist. Then Crocodile bid farewell to Mrs. Kenda and retraced his steps away from her house. Mrs. Kenda kept waving at Crocodile, looking very familiar. House stared with his mouth agape at the scene before him. What was going on? A joyful life between pirates and civilians? Had Crow transformed? His intuition told him that something was definitely wrong. Crow left Madame Kindaf's house, slowly distancing himself from the location of the free clinic. Out of the public sight, the gentle smile on his face disappeared, and the light in his glasses flickered out. That doctor has been watching me. Am I exposed? No, it shouldn't be that. It's probably just a coincidence, Crow murmured to himself. Clabatel, Clabatel, a voice called from a distance. An old man with a scarred face and a windmill in his hair was pulling a blue-haired woman toward the center of the village. The woman's expression looked somewhat displeased, as if she had been forcibly brought along. It's Mr. Aegean. The smile that had vanished from Crow's face reappeared, and he greeted the other person with a smile. Nokigao, you look as beautiful as ever today. Crow even greeted Nokigao very gently. Ha, Aegean laughed. She has been particularly prone to illness lately, and since a doctor is here, I brought her to have a look. Aegean tugged at Nokigao, trying to get her to greet Crow, but Nokigao, with no choice, could only stiffly say, hello, Clabatel. You said you wanted to see the doctor, so let's go, or the doctor will finish work. Suddenly, the unwilling Nokigao burst with enthusiasm, pulling Aegean along. Hey, don't pull me. Clabatel, see you next time. Aegean, being pulled away, still remembered to wave goodbye to Crow. All right. Crow smiled as he watched the two walk away until they disappeared from his sight. Then his expression suddenly changed. That damn village woman. Walking along the main road of Kokoja village, Aegean kept complaining to Nokigao. Why are you pulling me? Clabatel is such a good guy. He's the right age. And he even pursued you. Why don't you care at all? Did you hear me? Okay, I got it, Nokigao perfunctorily replied. Nokigao felt helpless as well. Aegean had never cared about her personal matters before. Until about half a month ago, when this seemingly perfect man appeared, everyone, although friendly, still had some wariness toward strangers. But after that speech, everything changed. Everyone's trust in him was higher than in her, someone who had grown up in the village. If she clearly remembered that he had only been there for less than half a month, she really couldn't understand everyone's change and wanted to ask for clarification. But unexpectedly, since Clabatel arrived in the village, he had been doing various good deeds. This made the trust seem reasonable. But Nokigao knew that this situation was abnormal. The entire village had only changed after attending that meeting. Along the way, Aegean kept saying good things about Clabatel. However, Nokigao felt only coldness in her heart. Aegean was not a person of many words. Even when he liked Belmare, he hadn't spoken so much to her. Blue short hair, a red headband, blue tattoos on both arms and the upper chest, wearing a tank top and long pants, and barefoot in flip-flops. House slapped his forehead. Wasn't this Nami's sister, Nokigao? House recognized the woman in front of him at a glance. Nokigo should be a cheerful person, but now she seemed somewhat troubled. House's mind raced. Perhaps he could learn something from this person. Nokigo casually sat in the chair in the consultation room, looking at the very young doctor in front of her. Unsure of what to say, she had been forcibly brought here by Aegean because she couldn't stand the strange change in everyone's attitude. So she had to pretend to be ill at home, taking care of her orange tree and avoiding communication with everyone. Unexpectedly, she happened to encounter House doing free consultations, and she was dragged over by Aegean. Hello, may I ask if you have any discomfort? House smiled and inquired. Doctor, I heard you came from another place. May I ask a question? No Kigo did not answer, but instead tentatively asked. House was taken aback for a moment and replied, "Of course, go ahead." He had been wondering how to extract information, but unexpectedly, No Kigo was about to reveal it herself. No Kigo paused to gather her thoughts. "Doctor, have you heard of any way that would make someone suddenly believe that a stranger is their friend?" That was the only way No Kigo could ask. She didn't dare to directly mention Clabatel's name, as she wasn't sure if the doctor in front of her had been influenced. Suddenly treating a stranger as a friend? House repeated, then fell silent. "You don't know either? Then never mind." Seeing House silent, No Kigo assumed he didn't know either and was disappointed, preparing to leave. She wasn't sick and didn't need to see a doctor. "No, I actually do know a method that can achieve what you're talking about." When House said this sentence, No Kigo, whose hand was already resting on the armrest, suddenly rushed over and grabbed House's shoulder. "Really? Don't get too excited, sit down and talk." House was also startled by No Kigo's unusual behavior. "Sorry, I got a bit too excited." No Kigo also felt that his actions were a bit excessive, blushing as he released House and sat nervously in the chair, looking at House. "Regarding what you said about suddenly treating strangers as friends, there is indeed a way to achieve that. Medicine is divided into many fields, such as internal medicine, surgery, etc., and there is a special category called psychiatry," House said calmly. However, the impatient No Kigo was not interested in medicine. He just wanted to know what caused the villagers to become this way, and couldn't help but ask, "Is there a connection between these two things?" "Don't rush, I'm about to explain." House pointed to his head. "Psychiatrists treat mental illnesses, but a person with mental issues generally cannot cooperate well with the doctor. So they have a form of auxiliary treatment called hypnosis." At this point, House observed No Kigo again and saw that No Kigo seemed to suddenly understand something, becoming stunned. This method can change the patient's perception of the doctor, making the doctor instantly become a friend with whom the patient shares everything. Someone with profound medical skills can even permanently alter a person's thinking. After House finished speaking, No Kigo had not yet recovered from the shock. House was not in a hurry and just sat there slowly sipping tea. After a while, No Kigo finally came to her senses. She understood the reason for the villagers' changes. At that gathering, someone had hypnotized the villagers, and she had escaped a disaster by not attending. This meant that Clabatel was definitely not well-intentioned. So, should she seek help from the person in front of her? No Kigo thought to herself while looking at House, who was smiling and drinking tea, her expression constantly changing. House leisurely sipped tea and even poured a cup for No Kigo. He was waiting for No Kigo to open up and ask for help. Being too proactive would raise No Kigo's suspicions. Unexpectedly, No Kigo directly said, "Doctor, thank you, but you should leave this village as soon as possible." Then he quickly ran away, leaving House there. Holding the teacup, House looked at the wide-open door and thought about how No Kigo would seek his help in various ways, directly, indirectly, and by insinuation, but he never expected her to ask him to leave outright. Today, after seeing Kuro, House activated his observation haki to keep an eye on Kuro's actions. To his surprise, Kuro seemed to have a good relationship with the townspeople. It appeared that only No Kigo was dissatisfied with Kuro. If she didn't seek help from him, she would have to face the entire town alone. However, thinking back, No Kigo had also asked Luffy to leave as soon as he arrived, even knowing that Luffy was there to help her sister Nami. Her insistence on his departure made a bit more sense. This kind and strong girl would rather face everything alone than drag outsiders into the mire. How interesting. House stood at the door with his teacup, gazing in the direction No Kigo had gone. Then, as if he thought of something, he took out the snail phone from his pocket. This was a provision he received after his promotion. The Navy, being large and well-funded, equipped every officer with a snail phone. "Hello, Brigadier, I need to ask you for a favor." Colonel Mouse had slept soundly until the afternoon. When he woke up, he felt refreshed and couldn't help but admire House's medical skills. "I'm a bit hungry." He patted his stomach. After all, he and T had lunch. Checking the sky, Mouse thought it was time to call House back. He was eager to enjoy the exquisite food. "All right, let's go." By this time, House had gathered most of the information he wanted. The remaining details wouldn't be clarified in a short time. Moreover, since no one else was coming, he readily agreed to Mouse's request. "Great, let's head back." Mouse immediately called over the others. This free clinic was set up to please House, and the rest had long wanted to leave. Hearing that they could go back, they moved more quickly than they had when they arrived in the morning. "Dr. House, I specially prepared a big elephant fish today. The taste is unforgettable after just one bite. You must try it." Mouse animatedly described it to House, even wiping his mouth. House responded absently. He felt a vague unease today, as if he had forgotten something important. The group boarded the ship, but as the coastline gradually shrank from view, House's sense of unease intensified. Nearing the shore, House sighed, as if resigned to his fate, casting a sympathetic glance at Mouse, who was still dreaming about dinner. "Dr. House, do I have a problem?" Mouse felt a shiver from that look. He feared House might tell him, "I want tea treat your illness." "It's fine, let's just head back." House shook his head, saying no more. Seeing House silent, Mouse didn't dare ask further, but felt anxious, not knowing what House was planning. "Where's everyone? This is so unprofessional." "Don't worry, Dr. House, I'll teach them a lesson soon." As they approached the port, Mouse became angry. This group of subordinates had been lazy. It was one thing, but they had clearly been told to make a good impression on House in the past few days. After he had been out for just one day, they dared to be absent. Once he found out who led this, he would make them clean the toilets. "It's fine, let's go." Compared to Colonel Mouse's anger, House was very calm, his expression increasingly filled with pity for Mouse. "Dr. House, you have to believe me. They're usually not like this. There must be a special reason this time." Perhaps thinking House would disapprove of their absence, Colonel Mouse kept explaining. "We've arrived." As they rounded the last corner, House stopped. Colonel Mouse followed and was shocked by the scene before him. The training ground was filled with people lying down. It was their branch members. Did a pirate attack here? Mouse immediately suspected pirates, then dismissed the thought. He knew the nearby pirates well, and there wasn't a drop of blood on the ground. No one could defeat over 100 members of his branch without injury in a single day. Moreover, there were still some standing. Over 20 injured soldiers who had returned with House were now standing guard over those lying down. Most importantly, sitting in a wheelchair beside Katong and Luiwe was a pirate, Zheng Yao, a pirate he had thrown into the water prison to fend for himself. Although Zheng Yao now looked gaunt and hollow-eyed, his heart-shaped eyes were wide open, while like a beast, softening only when he saw Katong and Luiwe. Bang, 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 bang. With a series of sounds, Mouse turned his head. Everyone who had gone out today was down, leaving only House standing there with his hand raised. It was clear he had knocked them all out. "Dr. House, what are you doing?" Mouse's face was filled with terror as he took a few steps back in disbelief. "Mouse, you're in trouble. By order of Brigadier Brin Brin from the East Sea Branch 77, I am arresting you. You may choose to remain silent, but anything you say may be used as evidence against you in court." At this point, there was no point in pretending anymore. Although the evidence was not complete, the existing evidence was enough to convict Mouse. The treasure in the warehouse was not something he could deny, and with Zhang Yao's testimony, there was evidence of collusion with the Black Pirate Group. Although they hadn't figured out Kuro's side yet, they could deal with that after capturing Mouse. At that moment, Luiwe, who had been on the other side of the training ground, noticed the commotion and excitedly ran over. "I told you today I—" "Stop. Don't move." The once frightened Mouse now held two guns, one pointing at House and the other at the approaching Luiwe. "If you move, I'll shoot." His gaze darted between the two. Seeing Mouse dare to point a gun at House and himself, Luiwe was about to explode with anger. But House shook his head, signaling Luiwe to hold on. Luiwe clearly received House's signal, but felt somewhat indignant, glaring at Mouse. Mouse was starting to doubt his life. He was the one pointing a gun at them, not the other way around. They needed to understand the situation. Who was in control here? The glances exchanged clearly showed they didn't take Mouse seriously. Mouse's expression grew more dangerous, and his grip on the gun tightened. After all, one hostage was enough. Should he shoot one to establish authority? At this moment, House spoke up. "Colonel Mouse, this may be the last time you hear someone call you Colonel. Your past has been buried with the destruction of the evil Dragon Pirate Group. You could have left without a trace. Why tie yourself to the Black Pirate Group again? Is it so hard to just be a good Navy officer?" Indeed, this was what House couldn't understand. If it were just about money, the evil Dragon Pirate Group had given him plenty before. It should have been enough for him to squander. "Shut up, what do you know?" Mouse realized that today would not end well. He was focused solely on how to escape. However, hearing House's words still made him a bit angry. "I've been a Navy officer for nearly 20 years, and I've made countless contributions to the Navy. I've nearly died at the hands of pirates numerous times, which is why I became the branch chief 10 years ago. I and my subordinates are very happy, but shortly after taking office, that merman came. He is too strong, really too strong. I know better than anyone that I cannot defeat him. Am I supposed to let my subordinates sacrifice themselves for nothing?" Perhaps it has been suppressed for too long. The Mouse even began to cry. However, his hands remained firmly on the trigger without loosening. "Before Brin Brin attacked the merman, he told me that the Navy does not only fight the weak." House seemed completely unconcerned about the gun in the Mouse's hand, stepping closer to him one step at a time. "I told you to stop. Don't come any closer." Seeing House approach, The panicked mouse aimed both guns at him, trying to force him to stop. If he is willing to die, that's his business. What does it have to do with me? Moreover, if it weren't for me, at least half of the people in those 10 or so villages would have died. I made the evil dragon turn plundering into garrisoning, saving countless lives. I have done a good deed, the mouse roared. Yes, until now, the mouse has always believed that although he took dirty money, he simultaneously protected his subordinates from dying and indirectly prevented the evil dragon from slaughtering civilians. He was not wrong. Looking at the unrepentant mouse, House stopped, still with that kind of pitying expression. Maybe you saved him back then, but you don't know what you found in Cocoa Village today. What did I find? The mouse instinctively asked. In the entire village, there are only 3 children under 8 years old. After rewatching the anime, there are a total of 3 children. One of whom, following Nokigao's Chabwa, is the orphan from the destroyed Kesha town at the beginning, and is not from this village. Cocoa Village is a village with more than 30 households and 150 people. But this village only has 3 children under 8 years old. Do you understand? What does that have to do with me? It's not like I'm stopping them from having children. The mouse clearly understood what House was saying, but he still stubbornly said, though his hands holding the gun began to tremble slightly. Yes, it's because the evil dragon charges by the number of people, and everyone is afraid they won't be able to pay if they have children, so they don't have any, right? House's tone was somewhat erratic. That's right, the mouse said, but it sounded somewhat fierce yet weak. However, if the 77th Division hadn't desperately fought against the evil dragon pirate group, they wouldn't know how long they would be in this situation. Just a few more years. And when the young people in the village grow old and can no longer have children, this village will disappear. House spoke his speculation in a plain tone, while the nearby Liyue opened his mouth wide, seemingly unable to believe that such a thing could happen in this world. Clearly, no one was killed. Yet the village had disappeared. Bang! Shut up. I didn't want this either, and the fee wouldn't be so high now that the evil dragon is dead. I even sent the money. The mouse shot at the ground beside House's feet. Yes, you sent money, but didn't you and Chloe agree to get the money back? A weak voice sounded, as Cadden pushed Zhang Ao closer. Who would believe what a pirate says? The mouse threw the gun, now out of bullets, at Zhang Ao, but it was caught by Cadden, who had a cold expression. Yeah, I'm a pirate, but do you know what Chloe's plan is? Isn't it just to get the money back and split it, and then I send him to the Grand Line? The mouse said disdainfully, these pirates are all like this, disregarding everything to go to the Grand Line. That's what Chloe told you, but he never planned to leave. He wants to stay in Cocoa West Village. Impossible. What can a pirate do by staying in a village? The mouse didn't believe Zhang Ao at all. It's hard to believe that a pirate actually wants to live a stable and prosperous life. But it's true. He even secretly recorded his conversation with you on a den mushy to prevent you from regretting it and hurting him later. Moreover, he originally said he would give the footage to me so that we could take it to the Grand Line, which would make you think twice before acting. I don't believe you. You must be lying to me. I will kill you. The mouse recklessly aimed his gun at Zhang Ao and was about to pull the trigger. Crack. It wasn't the sound of a gunshot, but the sound of a bone breaking. My hand. The mouse clutched his right hand in pain, as years of living in comfort had left him without the physique he had when fighting pirates in his youth. To think of killing a witness in front of me. Dream on. House disdainfully sheathed his sword. He didn't even need to draw it to deal with such a person. House said angrily, I hated most of my life when someone points a gun at my head. I once vowed never to let anyone point a gun at my head again. Hello. Dr. House, thank you for saving me. Zhang Kao politely spoke to House. Oh, you remember me? House was a bit surprised, as Zhang Kao had been in a coma when he arrived. Yes, to hold on, I hypnotized myself to fall into a coma, but I was actually still somewhat aware. Zhang Kao said honestly, hypnosis, huh? That's quite interesting. The two chatted nonchalantly, completely ignoring the mouse nearby that was still screaming in pain. Servant. I did a great thing today. Seeing House handle the mouse himself, Liyue couldn't help but chatter away like a popping bean. This morning, I was wandering around with the middle part hairstyle, and then this guy suddenly ran out of the cell. Liyue pointed at Zhang Kao. The middle part hairstyle was a new nickname Liyue had recently given to Cadden. Then I sensed something you left on him. House, it's a breathing technique. You can do it too. Don't talk nonsense. Then Liyue pointed at the group of bad guys lying on the ground who wanted to kill him. And I thought this kind-hearted person must be a good person. So I, with my middle-parted hair, took them all down. Impressive, right? Liyue felt that he should put his hands on his hips. Today he saved a good person and took down a large group of bad guys, which must have helped House a lot. Impressive, very impressive. What else could House do? Of course, he would forgive her. He glared at Cadden, who was snickering beside him, and said, Why aren't you keeping an eye on her? Cadden shrugged. Why don't you try watching her yourself? By the way, this kind-hearted person also said that a guy named Klo wanted to kill a woman named Noki Gao. Do you know about this? Liu Ye spoke astonishingly again. What? Zhang, what's going on? House was also surprised. What he heard in the village today was not like this. Wasn't it said that Klo was still pursuing Noki Gao? How did it turn into a murder plot? Is it love turning into hate? Regarding this matter, I can explain. Zhang Ao started speaking. To be honest, I was originally a pirate, and I was the captain of a pirate crew. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. The pirate ship I was on was the infamous Black Pirate Group 3 years ago, and at that time, the captain was Klo, known for his 100 schemes. Zhang Ao recounted how Klo hypnotized him and made a shipwright named Nur Baiha, who resembled Klo, believe that he was Klo. He then devised a plan to have the Navy capture Nur Baiha, disguised as Klo, and hypnotize a Navy officer to firmly believe that he had captured Klo. After escaping, Klo went into hiding and became a steward in a wealthy merchant's household, attempting to seize his vast fortune over the past 3 years. During this time, I had become the acting captain of the Black Pirate Group. However, when Klo led us into action, we were defeated by another group. Well, you said so much. What does this have to do with Klo wanting to kill Noki Gao? Kaden completely couldn't understand why this person loved to talk nonsense so much. I haven't spoken for a few days, so I'm a bit excited, sorry. I'm getting to the point. Zhang Ao felt a bit embarrassed himself. He really had been holding it in. The failed Klo returned to the pirate group, became captain again, and came to this area. Somehow, Klo actually got in touch with Colonel Mouse. Half a month ago, he disguised himself as Krabatel and entered Cocoa West Village, gathering the villagers under the name of Colonel Mouse, and had me hypnotize the villagers to instill a sense of trust in him. Housey understood roughly why Klo wanted to kill Nokigo upon hearing this. Although he didn't know the reason, from Nokigo's performance today, it was clear that she had not been hypnotized. In other words, Nokigo was the only flaw that Klo had in the village. Housey suddenly thought of something. That tigress let me go today. Could she be planning to confront Klo head-on? Thinking of this, Housey felt it necessary to make another trip to Cocoa West Village. After all, he was a Navy officer. There were things far away that he couldn't control, but he could still save the person in front of him. Cadden, take a few people to help with the boat. I need to go to Cocoa West Village. Okay. Cadden was taken aback for a moment, but immediately agreed and turned to call people. What Housey was most satisfied with about Cadden was this point. After years of tacit understanding, if there were questions, they could wait until the work was done to ask. Wait, I want to go too. The three of them said simultaneously. Cadden was somewhat surprised. He knew Liu Yi liked to join in the fun, and he understood that Zhang Ao wanted to see Klo's fate. But what did the mouse mean? Please take me along. The mouse bowed with his arms crossed, his tone very firm. Although it was just a simple action, the pain from his severed hand made him sweat dripping onto the ground. This made Housey even more curious. What happened to the mouse? Did he want to run away after going to Cocoa West Village? That didn't make sense. He had seen the mouse's skills, and even when he was whole, he couldn't escape, let alone with a severed hand. However, Cadden had already called the others, and it didn't matter if they brought along the mouse. He could confront Klo as well. Fine, but if you show any signs of escaping, I will shoot you. Bringing him along was fine, but a precaution had to be taken. Thank you. I won't run away again. The mouse said gratefully, boarding the boat first and sitting in a corner with his head down, not saying a word. This left Housey puzzled. Why did the mouse suddenly seem like a different person? Housey was an open-minded person. If he couldn't understand it, he wouldn't think about it. After all, it wouldn't change anything. While the others were preparing for departure, Housey ran into the office building and came out shortly after. By the way, Cadden, you stay. Cadden, who was about to board the boat, froze upon hearing Housey's words. Huh? What? Someone has to keep an eye on that batch lying on the ground. I'm worried about those injured soldiers. It's either you or Liu Yi. What's the matter? Do you want to have a contest with Liu Yi? After House finished speaking, Cat instinctively glanced at the ship, where Liu Yi was baring his teeth at him and rolling up his sleeves, clearly ready to throw him off the boat if he dared to step on it. Forget it. Circumstances are stronger than individuals. It's not worth getting beaten up just to go out for a walk. It's not that I can't beat Liu Yi. I just don't want to bully a woman, yes. That's it. Cat turned around and left in a dejected manner. The warship set sail, racing towards Cocoa West Village at full speed. Taking advantage of the journey, Zhang Ao explained why he had been abandoned by Klo. That day I went to invite Klo to dinner and inadvertently overheard him talking to himself in his room. One night, in the captain's cabin of the Black Pirate crew, those idiots actually thought I infiltrated the village to gather information. Once they finish robbing the nearby villages, I'll take them out. I'll use the money from selling naval intelligence to threaten Mouse, making him hand it over as a bounty. Then I can live peacefully in the village as a hero fighting against pirates. But but the unstable factors need to be eliminated. Chloe pushed his glasses with his palm, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Meanwhile, Zhang Ao, who had come to report to Chloe, was sweating profusely and stopped his knocking just a second before he would have knocked on the door. Captain Chloe wants to kill us? Didn't we agree that after this robbery, we split half with Colonel Mouse, and he'd help us enter the Grand Line? Why? Thinking of Chloe's terrifying power, his indiscriminate killing when firing at full force, Zhang Ao couldn't help but step back. Who's out there? Gil lo solteth. It's me. Fortunately, Zhang Ao had been a captain for a long time. Although he was panicking inside, he still forced himself to respond calmly. He knew Chloe very well. As a hypnotist, he was half a psychologist. If he were caught eavesdropping now, he would undoubtedly die. Zhang Ao, what's the matter? Chloe seemed relieved, walked over, and opened the door, revealing a smiling face. It's like this, the naval ship has reached our ambush zone, and I came to ask if we're going to start the attack. They've arrived? I'll go take a look. Chloe took a few steps outside, and then turned back. Why are you sweating so much? Is it hot? Well, my stomach hurts, it really hurts. Zhang Ao hugged his stomach with both hands, as if he were genuinely in pain. Then hurry and take care of it. Chloe glared at him and said sternly, having a stomachache before a battle, you really are useless. If it weren't for them being so useless, I would have failed in Silab Village. It's all because of this group weighing me down. Yes, I'll go right away. Seeing Chloe's murderous intent growing stronger, Zhang Ao didn't bother hiding anymore and ran straight to the restroom. Damn it, useless. Chloe spat at Zhang Ao's retreating figure and then started walking forward again. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. No, Zhang Ao's behavior just now was strange. This guy had been captain for 3 years, his ambitions inflated, and he didn't respect me like this anymore. Remembering his earlier soliloquy in the captain's cabin, was he overheard? A hint of darkness flickered in Chloe's eyes. No, I can't kill him yet. Zhang Ao is an essential part of the plan to infiltrate Cocoa West Village. I need to wait until he has served his purpose. Chloe thought viciously and then walked up to the deck. Zhang Ao, who had rushed to the restroom, closed the door and didn't care about the smell, panting heavily. The captain wants to kill us? What should I do? Having been Chloe's first mate for so many years, Zhang Ao considered himself to know Chloe pretty well. That tone was definitely not joking. Zhang Ao was at a loss. His hypnosis technique was merely a byproduct of eating poisonous mushrooms, ineffective against someone powerful. So he couldn't resist Chloe. Moreover, with Chloe's speed, as long as he ran away, Chloe could say he defected and directly pursue him to execute him. At this point, I can only pretend not to know. Given that I'm still useful, I should be safe for now. I need to find an opportunity to escape. Zhang Ao thought, using the crew to oppose Chloe. Zhang Ao didn't even dare to think about it. That kind of silent killing technique wouldn't work, even if the entire crew attacked together. Calming himself down, Zhang Ao left the restroom and went up to the deck. Why are you taking so long? Chloe immediately said with dissatisfaction as he closely watched him. Zhang Ao's heart sank. This is bad, this is bad. He seems to suspect me. Sorry, I might have eaten some strange mushrooms, haha. Zhang Ao scratched the back of his head and forced a silly smile, pretending everything was the same as before. Is that so? Get ready for battle. Captain Chow will be your responsibility. No problem, right? Chloe withdrew his gaze and assigned Zhang Ao a task. Captain Chow. Haha, since it's the captain's order, I'll deal with him. Zhang Ao still wore that silly smile. Chloe replied indifferently and then stopped paying attention to Zhang Ao. Did I pass him? That's great. Zhang Ao thought excitedly. But he didn't see the fierce glint in Chloe's eyes from an angle he couldn't see. He heard it. Chloe firmly believed in his heart. He knew Zhang Ao. The other party was not a yes man. Usually, he would always push and pull when asked to do things, but this time he agreed so readily. There must be something wrong. Kill. The subsequent events became clearer. Zhang Ao intentionally leaked relevant information to the opposing side during his battle with the discarded members of the 16th branch. He even hypnotized Captain Chow of the opposing side, creating chaos for his side to allow the opponent to escape. He didn't dare to directly oppose Chloe, but if there were enough strong navies to attack Chloe, he would have the chance to escape. However, he didn't expect that before help arrived to attack Chloe, he was sold out by Chloe first. You go deliver a letter to Mouse and bring back some activity funds, Chloe said. After hypnotizing the villagers of Cocoa West Village, Chloe handed Zhang Ao a sealed letter. Okay, Zhang Ao pretended to be calm on the surface, but inside he was overjoyed. Wasn't this a great opportunity to escape? After receiving the letter, Zhang Ao happily left, but unfortunately, he didn't see Chloe's meaningful smile behind him. Otherwise, he might not have dared to leave. Is that it? I've worked for Klo for so long. I can't go without any benefits. Zhang Ao pondered alone on a small boat, his mind unconsciously drifting to the envelope in his arms. Should I go get the money first before leaving? In that moment, the pirate-esque greedy nature still influenced Zhang Ao. Then I arrived at the 16th branch, and as soon as Mao saw the letter, he captured me and tortured me incessantly. After saying this, he shot a fierce glance at the mouse in the corner. A mere pirate. What is there to torture? Mouse didn't care about Zhang Ao's gaze at all. Mouse was tearing his naval uniform into strips to use as bandages for his wounded hand. The letter said Zhang Ao was a traitor and that I should kill him. But I know Klo is just afraid that if he kills Zhang Ao, his subordinates will fall apart. After all, this pirate has also been captain for 3 years, and he still has a bit of prestige. Mao spoke while wrapping his arm, as if he didn't care that others knew he was treating himself. I locked him up in a secret water dungeon to have a trump card against Klo in the future. Now I understand. House nodded, realizing that Kuro was indeed a clever pirate. The plan for Syrup Village had failed, and now there was a new plan. It turns out that those who dare to slick back their hair are not simple characters. However, Kuro was unlucky to encounter someone like him, who was an extraordinary silent killer. Even Luffy, who hadn't awakened his observation haki, could handle it, let alone someone like him who had it. Compared to Kuro, it was the mouse that left House puzzled at this moment. He casually glanced at the mouse. Ever since the mouse boarded the ship, he had become increasingly difficult to understand. Initially, he thought the mouse was looking for a chance to escape, but it seemed that aside from bandaging his own hand, the mouse had just been pretending to sleep beside him. Just a moment ago, he even took the initiative to explain the letter Kuro had given him. What was he trying to do? Cocoa West Village was not far from Branch 16. So much so that when House heard that he would let Six Leaf take the chance to capture Kuro, his excitement had not yet passed before they were already close to the shore. However, when the warship approached, House realized that this beating was probably impossible. There was already a ship docked there, a sailing ship with a ram's head. The Going Merry, the princess ship, to be honest. House did not want to see the prince at all. In House's words, the prince was a collection of troubles, and being associated with him was considered bad luck. But since he had come, House had no excuse to leave. The prince wasn't currently offering a bounty or causing trouble, so he might as well pretend he didn't see him. Take your time. No need to rush. As soon as the ship stopped, Six Leaf couldn't wait to run towards the village, completely ignoring what House was shouting behind him, or she was pretending not to hear. What else can House do? Just follow them. Ah, Bad Butler, what are you doing here? Luffy was surprised to see Crocodile again. Anyway, he's probably up to no good. It's right to chop him down. Zoro chimed in from the side. Do you know him? And what have you done to the beautiful lady? Sanji had never seen Crocodile before, but when he saw the claw gloves on Crocodile's hands and the blue-haired girl lying nearby, he instantly became angry. No Kigo. Nami shouted upon recognizing the person on the ground and immediately rushed over to check No Kigo's injuries. What, it's you guys? That's great. Crocodile was actually quite surprised to see Luffy and the others. However, he quickly reacted, although he didn't know why his subordinates didn't come. But aren't these people right here perfect substitutes? Everyone, look, this is the evidence. No Kigo and Nami have colluded with the pirates, intending to plunder our village. Crocodile shouted to the villagers behind him, pointing a finger at Luffy. No Kigo, really? No way. Nami used one to save our village. But this is what Clabater said. It shouldn't be a lie, right? The villagers were in a frenzy, unsure of whom to believe. Crocodile smiled sinisterly. Everything was within his expectations, and all he had to do next was add fuel to the fire. Crocodile raised his head, pointing at Luffy with righteous indignation. That guy over there with the straw hat. Who are you? Huh, Bad Butler, did you forget? My name is Luffy. I'm a pirate. Luffy, no, don't say that, you idiot. This is troublesome. You're really causing a mess. Upon hearing Crocodile's question, Nami, Usopp, Zoro, and Sanji all wanted to stop Luffy from speaking, but it was already too late. Luffy smiled and revealed his identity. The others slapped their foreheads. It's over. He really is a pirate. Nami brought a pirate back to the village. Clabater was right. They want to take our things. We can't let them succeed. We have numbers. Kill the pirates. Yes, we have numbers. Don't be afraid of them. The crowd was agitated, and Crocodile was almost laughing out loud. Aren't you all self-proclaimed righteous? So, what will you do against the civilians? The crowd was restless, just waiting for a leader. Everyone, follow me. From the moment Luffy answered Crocodile's question, the members of the Straw Hat crew felt something was off. While Crocodile was inciting the villagers, Nami took No Kigo back and hid behind the others. What to do? Are we going to fight? Zoro's expression became sharp, and his hand rested on the sword handle. I don't care about others, but that bastard in the suit dares to treat a lady like this. I must make him repent. Sanji slightly raised his right foot. This kind of small scene doesn't need the great Captain Usopp to step in. Just leave it to you guys. Usopp pretended to wave his hand casually, but his legs couldn't stop shaking. There are probably about 200 villagers here. How can I fight against so many people? I'm not like Luffy or Zoro. That kind of freak. Usopp roared in his heart. Cough, cough, no, don't hurt them. They're just under hypnosis. No Kigo coughed up a mouthful of blood. And although he didn't know how strong Nami's friends were, he heard Luffy say he was a pirate. Even now, the villagers were just being used. If the pirates act recklessly, everyone will be in danger. No Kigo, you're awake. You said hypnosis? Nami was very happy to see No Kigo was fine. Yes, they believed Clabber's words because they were hypnotized. No Kigo was severely injured and could barely stand with Nami's support. Hypnosis? Isn't that something that makes people sleep? Luffy asked in confusion. Luffy had seen Zango in Syrup Village, and at that time, Zango performed hypnosis on him. But after the performance, Zango fell asleep himself. No, anyway, this matter is very complicated, all caused by Clabber. Don't hurt the villagers. No Kigo didn't know how to explain. Oh, then okay. After hearing this, Luffy called out to the two people in front of him. Zoro, Sanji. What? Two, don't copy me. Green algae head. You're the one who shouldn't copy me. Color river turtle. Huh. Do you want to be kicked? Do you want to be cut? Luffy looked unconcerned at the two arguing in front of him. Grinning, Nami's sister said not to hit the villagers, so let's prepare to escape. Rubber, Luffy hugged the others together. Then his arms began to stretch like rubber and grabbed two lampposts ahead. Hey, wait a minute, Luffy. No way. Are you going to? The others were still confused when they heard Luffy's second half of the sentence. Slingshot. Duong. The rubber slingshot made by Luffy shot the group out. Luffy, I will definitely chop you down. Haha, my arms are stretched out. Oh, that guy's a monster. The villagers saw Luffy's ability to stretch his arms and, not knowing what a devil fruit was, were too scared to continue pursuing. The pirates fled because they were afraid, and if they don't chase now, they will bring back more pirates. Chase them. Crocodile rushed out first. How could he let the situation he had just regained control of slip away? Clabber was right. The pirates must be scared. That's right, there's so many of us, they can't beat us. We can't let them bring back more pirates. Otherwise, we will be in danger. The villagers nodded to each other. Chase, kill the pirates. The villagers followed Crocodile's lead and rushed forward. Crocodile, running at the front, smiled, gradually increasing his speed until he disappeared from the villagers' sight. Now is the last step of the plan to kill those straw hats. He was defeated last time because he was careless. This time he wouldn't let that happen again. Silent step. Crocodile's feet moved quickly, creating illusions of several feet existing simultaneously. Then he silently disappeared from the spot. The Straw Hat crew fell into the woods outside the village. Ah, that was dangerous. Everyone, are you all okay? Luffy asked with a smile. Do you think it's all because of who? Five, although they were all very angry with Luffy. His move did help them escape from those villagers. Ha, Luffy was still laughing, while the others were very, very angry. But. A series of fast footsteps approached from afar. Squeak. The sound of a shoe sole rubbing against the ground rang out. A very beautiful girl stopped in front of the group. Are you pirates? Her voice was crisp and bright, showing no signs of having just run. Ah, beautiful lady. We meet again. This must be fate. Sanji rushed over immediately, his whole body exaggeratedly shaking like a noodle. Hey, Color Kappa, this is not the time to get excited. Zoro's gaze was fixed tightly on the newcomer, his intuition telling him that this woman was very strong. Yeah, I'm a pirate, Luffy answered nonchalantly. Hey, Nami and Usopp spoke up simultaneously, thinking the same thing. Admitting to being a pirate when they couldn't tell friend from foe was not a good idea. Have you seen me? That tone. Yes, the newcomer was indeed the anxious Roku who had come running ahead. Of course, I was a chef at the Bartai restaurant. You ate at our restaurant. Don't you remember, beautiful lady? Sanji certainly remembered Roku. Her half-black, half-white hair was too distinctive to forget. Roku crossed her arms and thought for a while before finally remembering, her expression turning a bit dangerous. You are that bad chef who attacked the followers. At that moment, Sanji felt as if struck by lightning. Ha, Sanji, he called you a bad chef. Only Luffy among those present could laugh out loud like that. So, pirates, I am the messenger of the god of light and darkness. Release the hostage immediately and surrender, or I shall judge you on the spot. Roku's cute face revealed a serious expression as she took a fighting stance. Indeed, Roku had already taken the Straw Hat crew as the group that House wanted to defeat. The Kuro crew, and the restrained Norkageo was the hostage of the Straw Hat crew. No, I'm a villager from Cocoa Village. They are my companions. We're not bad people. With the battle about to break out, Nami hurriedly explained. So, that means you're all pirates. Pirate companions are still pirates. What do you mean you're not bad people? No bad person would admit to being a bad person. Clearly, Roku's comprehension skills were also top-notch. It seemed like a fight was unavoidable. Zoro had already bit down on the Kitetsu's sword and gripped the other two swords tightly. It's about to start. At that moment, Luffy also stopped his laughter, grabbing his right arm with his left hand. His intuition was no worse than Zoro's. Both sides were on high alert. Wait, we can't attack a lady. Sanji spread his arms to block Roku, shielding her from Luffy and Zoro's line of sight. Bang! Roku made her move, and the unprepared Sanji instantly fell to the ground. House had taught her that when the opponent has many people, weapons, and shows intent to attack, it's time to strike first. This is called justifiable self-defense. It is said that a master named Chun taught this. The master also said that if you have agreed to a one-on-one duel the next day, you can run over the opponent with a truck tonight. Therefore, Louis showed no hesitation in launching a surprise attack. Sanji, colorful kappa. How despicable. Rubber Luffy swung his right hand back, and his arms stretched back at lightning speed. Three-sword style. Zoro held a sword in each hand, crossing them in front of him, with his right foot forward and his body slightly leaning forward. Louis clenched her fists, her right hand in front and left hand behind, raised to her chest, with her feet slightly apart and ready to exert force. Pistol. Oni slash. The two shouts rang out simultaneously. Zoro's right foot pushed off with great force, and he charged toward Louis like a cannonball. In midair, Zoro swung his two swords simultaneously, always keeping an eye on Louis' movements, intending to use his swords to block her actions. Whoosh, whoosh. Zoro's three swords danced at the same time. Each strike aimed to be lethal. He was not like Sanji. To him, there was no distinction between genders. People were simply enemies or friends. However, Louis moved like a leaf in the wind, gracefully dodging every slash from Zoro. In the blink of an eye, Zoro had passed Louis and was now behind her. Whoosh! A fist rapidly came toward Louis' head, but she calmly sidestepped. Looking at the direction of the fist, it was indeed aimed at her face. And Louis even had time to think after dodging the attack. House once said that slapping someone is a highly insulting act. So if someone slaps your left cheek, you should knock their head askew. Lyoya has always followed House's teachings. With quick steps, he stomped the ground, and then, poof, he vanished. Where? Luffy's arm rapidly retracted, his eyes darting around, searching for his opponent's trace. Luffy, watch out on your right. Usopp shouted from behind. Right? Luffy quickly glanced to the right, throwing a left punch in that direction. But it was too late. Bang! Lyoya's punch flattened Luffy's head, quite literally. His fist sank into Luffy's face, and the skin at the back of his head bulged outward, clearly showing the imprint of a fist. Luffy's head flew to the left, his neck instinctively stretching, and then his head and neck pulled his entire body in that direction, ultimately crashing into a tree. Why does it feel so weird? Lyoya looked at his fist in confusion. The impact felt unreal, as if he had hit something soft. Three-sword style, secret technique. Before Lyoya could process what was happening, the voice of the particularly green swordsman came from his right. Turning his head, he saw the green swordsman spinning two swords in his hands like a windmill, creating a strong wind blowing toward him. Not easy to dodge, huh? A feeling of being locked on enveloped Lyoya's heart. 3,000 worlds. Zoro charged at Lyoya again, this time at least 50% faster than before. The two swords in his hands spun rapidly, even creating afterimages, as if dozens of swords were attacking simultaneously. This was Zoro's strongest technique so far. Yet, Lyoya remained unperturbed, raising his left hand palm forward while retracting his right fist to his waist. A stream of black air appeared, dyeing Lyoya's right fist black. Armament Haki, coded. Huh. With a light shout, Lyoya retracted his left hand and thrust his right fist forward. Clang! The next second, Zoro appeared behind Lyoya. The sound of metal clashing echoed. Two broken blades spun in the air several times before plunging into the ground. Looking at the two broken swords in his hands, Zoro's eyes showed a rare hint of confusion. Exhaling deeply, he discarded the two broken blades, drew Wado, Ikamanji, held the sword with both hands, and the confusion in his eyes vanished. He was a swordsman who aimed to become the world's greatest swordsman. Watch out. Miss Nami. Luffy's voice rang out again as his arms quickly extended forward. Lyoya did not dodge, as Luffy's target was not him. A figure in black had appeared beside Nami, each finger tipped with a sharp blade, reaching out to grab both Nami and Noki. Nami screamed. instinctively swinging the stick in her hand at the sudden intruder. Bang! Luffy's attack hit the silent figure that had appeared beside Nami and Noki. The black figure spat out a mouthful of blood in midair before crashing into a large tree that 3 people could hug. Crack, crack! The sound of breaking echoed continuously, and finally, with a loud crash, the tree was snapped in half. Aren't you all on the same side? Lyoya wondered. Her observation Haki had long detected someone hiding nearby, initially thinking they were trying to ambush her. But when the hidden person attacked Nami and Noki, she couldn't understand. I would never team up with that bad butler. Luffy pulled back his arm and shouted, "Hey, Color Kappa, stop pretending to sleep. Go deal with Kuro. I'll hold off Luffy here." Zoro instantly assessed the situation. Indeed, the shadow that had just been sent flying by Luffy was Kuro. Kuro had used silent steps to get away, leaving the villagers far behind. Upon nearing, he saw Lyoya fighting Sanji. Although he didn't know which side Lyoya was on, he welcomed anyone helping him deal with the Straw Hat crew. He could always kill Lyoya later. However, he didn't expect Lyoya to be this strong. Her speed was something even he couldn't see clearly, and it was unexpected for a woman to be so powerful. But instantly, he was consumed by desire. There must be a reason a woman could be this strong. Although he wanted a peaceful life, who could refuse to become stronger? Since she was fighting the Straw Hats, if he helped her defeat them, he could earn her trust and learn the secret of her strength. Then, I need to find an opportunity to take out a few. Kuro pondered, his shadowy gaze scanning for targets. The battlefield was currently in chaos. Sanji was down, Luffy and Zoro were entangled with Lyoya. Usopp was standing by, with his bow, looking for an opportunity, while Nami was helping Noki towards the bushes, seemingly wanting to leave the battlefield. Kuro quickly fixed his sights on Nami and Noki. After all, Usopp was too tough. Then came the scene of Kuro's earlier ambush on Nami being sent flying. All right, Sanji, who had been lying on the ground, had somehow woken up. That earlier warning had been his shout. Sanji sprang up like a carp and ran towards Kuro, whispering to Zoro as he passed, "Don't die." "Ha, you should worry about yourself." Zoro tightened his grip on Wado Ikamanji, warily watching Lyoya. Unexpectedly, Lyoya just stood there, showing no intention of attacking again. Cough, the ambush actually failed. Kuro, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, stood up again. But only one person? You guys really underestimate me. His steps became elusive again, silent steps. Sanji, running towards Kuro, suddenly stopped. Where? Suddenly, a dangerous feeling came from the left. Without hesitation, Sanji jumped to the right. Sizzle. The fabric of his clothes on the left side of his waist was sliced open by 5 blades. And Kuro appeared on Sanji's left side. Dodge, huh? Then let's see how you dodge this. Kuro vanished again, faint sound coming from all around. But when Sanji looked towards the direction of the noise, he saw nothing. Alarm bells rang loudly in Sanji's heart, but he had no way to respond. His speed was inferior to Kuro's, and he could only barely catch a glimpse of Kuro's figure when he stopped to attack. That little bit of time was simply insufficient for a counterattack. Even dodging was just barely manageable. Meanwhile, Zoro and Luffy were still locked in a standoff with Lyoya, not daring to relax for a moment. They couldn't simultaneously face 2 enemies, Sanji thought. Behind, Sanji leaped to his left front, but it seemed he had jumped a bit too high. He lingered in the air a little too long. Kuro swiped at empty air, but upon seeing his strike missed. Kuro didn't feel disheartened. Instead, he smiled. In the air, can you still dodge? Kuro's figure flickered, appearing at Sanji's landing spot. 10 long blades glinting coldly as they stabbed towards Sanji, who was still in midair. I've been waiting for you. Even though he was about to be pierced, Sanji did not show any fear, instead remaining very calm. He had intentionally jumped so high to provoke Kuro into attacking him. He couldn't keep up with Kuro's speed. However, he could expose flaws for Kuro to attack. At least at this moment, Kuro couldn't avoid it. Chest meet. Sanji ignored the opponent's sharp blade and kicked with all his might at Kuro's chest, hoping for mutual destruction. Sanji closed his eyes, old man. I might not be able to inherit Bartai. Luffy, thank you so much for inviting me on board. Green Algae Head, you must become the world's #1 swordsman. Miss Nami, it's a pity I couldn't date you. Usopp, forget it. Don't. Sanji, pervert chef. Several people saw Sanji's danger and rushed towards him. But how could they catch up? Specialized explosive star. A black bullet suddenly appeared next to Kuro's temple. Boom! A second before Sanji was pierced, the black bullet exploded. The shockwave from the explosion sent Sanji flying, avoiding the fate of being pierced. Sanji was fine, not to mention the main target Kuro, who was directly blown away several meters, lying on the ground. Well done, Usopp, for that's it. Usopp wiped his nose. I'm Usopp, the sharpshooter. The power of the specialized explosive star is 10 times that of a regular explosive star. Kuro, I will get back at you for bullying Miss Kaya. So cool. Luffy's eyes sparkled, completely forgetting that they were still on the battlefield. Enough. You nameless ones, time and time again, ruining my perfect plan. Kuro got up and roared at the Straw Hat crew. A few of them looked at Kuro, and then, haha, the explosion was too close. Although Kuro tried to turn his head to the side, the flames still burned half of his hair and eyebrows. His glasses, which he always wore, were nowhere to be found. A gust of wind blew, and Kuro, who was about to say something, felt a chill on his head and quickly used his long knife as a mirror. Damn it. Kuro went berserk. How could he maintain his composure when his seemingly harmless handsome face was ruined like this? He no longer cared about any secrets to enhance his strength. He wanted to kill everyone who saw his current appearance. Death Scythe. Kuro's figure vanished again, but this time there was not even a slight sound. Sizzle. Marks appeared on the nearby trees where the knife had passed. Sizzle. 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 Scratches kept appearing on the surrounding trees, now here, now there, with no pattern at all. Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy formed a triangular formation, protecting Nami, Nokigao, and Usopp within. The three held their breath, carefully sensing everything around them, their expressions serious. Luffy and Zoro had fought Kuro before. This move was extremely fast, and even Kuro himself did not know where his attacks would land. Last time, if Luffy hadn't used his body to entangle Kuro, preventing him from moving, they wouldn't have won. As for Sanji, who had just fought Kuro, he was even more cautious. He could barely keep up with Kuro's normal speed, let alone when Kuro was going all out. Just as they were trying to find Kuro's figure. Boom! The Straw Hats stared blankly at the six-leaf clover that was retracting its foot and Kuro, who had rolled into a ball and crashed into a tree. Their mouths were wide open, as if they had dropped their jaws. Only Luffy was different. His jaw really dropped to the ground. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll capture all of you. The six-leaf clover showed its fist, looking fierce. The more timid Nami and Usopp immediately turned their heads away. Nokigao was still in shock. The impact she experienced today was too great. First, she publicly asked Kuro to lift the villagers' hypnosis, then got injured by Kuro. And then Nami and the others appeared, and they were treated as pirates, almost getting beaten to death by the villagers. That guy named Luffy had such long arms and sent everyone flying. Then came a black and white girl who made Luffy and Zoro powerless to fight back. After that, Kiribatel suddenly appeared to ambush her and Nami, only to be sent flying by Luffy's extended hand. Finally, the guy named Sanji almost went down with Kiribatel. Kiribatel used a strange move, disappearing completely, but there were marks everywhere from the attacks. Lastly, that girl who had fought Luffy and Zoro actually defeated Kuro. All of this left Nokigao's head spinning. She was just an ordinary rural girl. What kind of monsters were these people? Is Nami really hanging out with such people? The six-leaf clover was sizing up the Straw Hat crew, unsure what to do. As for Kuro, the six-leaf clover thought he was too foolish to develop such a useless move. How could it be useful if he couldn't even control his own body? Running around here, attacking with his claw knives flailing on both sides was just a matter of luck. If he happened to run past an enemy, he might hurt them. He could only bully ordinary people. Once he encountered someone with observation haki, it would be just like before. There was no need to even attack. Just predict Kuro's path and extend a foot to trip him. That's exactly what the six-leaf clover did. Without Kuro, the Straw Hats still couldn't relax because there was an even stronger six-leaf clover here. Fortunately, it seemed the six-leaf clover had no intention of making a move. You all just stand there and don't move, she told the Straw Hats. She felt very bored. She had come to fight, as Hal said, but her opponent was too weak and she was done playing. The six-leaf clover didn't make a move, but that didn't mean the Straw Hats wouldn't. Rubber, rubber. Kill them. Don't let the pirates escape. Charge. The pirates are right in front. Not a single one can escape. A large group of villagers rushed over, wielding their hoes and other farming tools. Why are there only pirates? Where's Kiribatel? Who is this black and white woman? Is she also a pirate? The leading villagers saw the Straw Hats and the six-leaf clover, but did not see Kuro. Confused, they stopped in front of the group, but the villagers behind didn't know they had stopped. Instead, due to running too fast, many stumbled and fell. Hey, pirates, where's Kiribatel? And is this woman one of your accomplices? A bolder villager asked Luffy and the others, pointing at the six-leaf clover. I'm here. Hearing someone call him, Kuro leaned against a big tree, unsteadily standing up, his eyes still spinning. After crashing into the tree twice, even Kuro's body could hardly take it. Hiss! The tragic sight of Kuro made the villagers gasp. It was truly horrific. At this moment, Kuro had lost half of his hair and eyebrows. His clothes were tattered and worse than a beggar's, covered in dirt and branches, and his glasses were gone. Clabatel, it's these pirates who did this to you, right? Don't worry, we will avenge you. That's right, Clabatel, you rest now. We will take over. Don't worry, Clabatel, even though you look so disheveled right now. You were really cool when you stopped the pirates. The villagers, hypnotized, had a mysterious trust in Kuro, imagining him fighting desperately to stop the pirates from leaving. No Kigo, Nami, I now declare that you are colluding with pirates and are no longer part of our village. Yes, how dare you let the pirates loot us? It's unforgivable. Why say so much? Let's kill the pirates. Charge. The villagers rushed towards a straw hat crew, and even Roku was their target. A sigh came from the woods. Roku's face brightened. A white figure appeared in front of the villagers, holding a long knife, swinging it downwards. Boom! En explosion sounded, startling the birds in the woods into flight. The ground trembled, and a huge crack appeared to block the villagers' path, halting their advance. Strangely, such a strong noise hadn't harmed anyone. The sound of the first form of the breath of sound, boom, accompanied by the explosive sound, made a striking move that was highly effective in intimidating others. Zhang, the man in white shouted back. I will release the hypnosis right away, Mr. House. Zhang Yao was struggling to climb a tree. Usually, he could do it effortlessly, but now he was weak, taking a lot of effort. Fortunately, everyone was stunned by House's arrival and didn't dare to move. But there were also some bold ones. Squinty-eyed big brother, who are you? Luffy was particularly bold. What the hell did you just call me, squinty-eyed? House's eyes twitched slightly. He shot a glance at Luffy, ignoring him, constantly telling himself not to hit him. This was the prince. He had to hold back. Nami and Usopp were desperately covering Luffy's mouth, while smiling awkwardly. What a joke. They couldn't afford to offend House. Didn't they see Roku already approaching? They were clearly in the same group. The crack on the ground was still there. This guy's strength was definitely not low. And just one Roku made them lack confidence in dealing with him. If Luffy kept provoking someone else, their pirate crew would be disbanded today. Only Zoro looked at the large blade in House's hand and the sword at his waist, his eyes shining, feeling an impulse to try it out. But thankfully Sanji held him back. Zhang Yao finally climbed to the top of the tree. Everyone look at me. The villagers looked up, and Zhang Yao displayed his pendant on a branch, a strip of cloth clearly ripped from his own body in a fresh orange. Zhang Yao's original ring blade had long been thrown away by a rat. This was a makeshift creation on the way. The orange began to sway left and right, and the villagers' eyes followed it. 1, 2. Zhang Yao. Seeing the villagers close their eyes, Zhang Yao laughed and carefully placed the orange pendant into his chest. Then he fell from the tree, unable to hold on after the revenge was over due to his already heavily injured body. Fortunately, the arriving navy from the 77th branch caught him. Why am I here? Right, why are we here? It seems we were chasing No Kigo. Why are we chasing No Kigo? Clabatel said No Kigo colluded with pirates to loot the village. Why should we believe Clabatel and not No Kigo? I remember No Kigo seemed to say Clabatel had hypnotized us. So that's how it is. The villagers took turns explaining what happened. Zhang Yao, how dare you? The villagers' gaze shifted from trust to hostility in just a few minutes. The long-prepared plan was ruined, and Kuro was furious, his eyes starting to turn red from bloodshot. You garbage, why can't you just follow my plan? Godi, Kuro, now red-eyed, charged at the villagers. Roku was about to step forward to stop him, but for some reason, House held him back and shook his head. Bang! A bullet whizzed past Kuro's face, leaving a blood stain. If Kuro hadn't reacted in time, that bullet would have pierced his head. Furious, Kuro looked in the direction the bullet had come from. The rat's gun was smoking. Hot, what are you doing? We're on the same side. After I kill these villagers, we can go to another village to continue the plan. Kuro couldn't understand. If others attacked him, there might be a reason. But the rat, as his partner, shouldn't be attacking him. Pirate, today, I, Rat from the East, Blue 16th branch of the Navy, will be your opponent. You can't harm any civilians under my watch. Rat shouted in a near roar, throwing away his gun and rushing at Kuro with a knife. Kuro's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Since you seek death, don't blame me. Clang, clang, clang. Rat's standard military knife kept clashing with Kuro's claws and blades. Although Kuro had stumbled because of Roku injuring his foot, which prevented his silent steps from fully exerting themselves, this speed still made Rat suffer a lot. In no time, Rat had several wounds on his body. There was no way. The opponent had 10 knives while Rat only had 1, and his speed was inferior. If Kuro wasn't injured, Rat would probably be killed in an instant. However, Even in Kuro's current state, Rat couldn't last much longer because Kuro's speed was recovering, and he was adapting to the pain, while Rat's injuries were real. Gloomy uncle, I'm coming to help you. Rubber. Seeing Rat about to give in, Luffy thought to step forward to help, swinging his arms back and extending them rapidly. Rocket lounge hair. His hands shot forward rapidly, joining together in front. Clang! A black long knife blocked Luffy's hands. Ah, it hurts. Luffy retracted his reddened hands, blowing on them. Squinty-eyed big brother, why did you stop me? That navy is about to lose, and why does it hurt? Luffy couldn't understand. That uncle with 6 whiskers had come with House, and, as a companion, how could he just watch him die? This wasn't a duel. Don't interfere. This is a battle between the Navy and the pirates. If you interfere, then we will all become your opponents. House rarely got serious, but he stopped Luffy this time. Are you threatening our captain? Zoro glared, retracting his sword back to his waist and gripping the air with his left hand. One sword style. Bang. What do you want to do? At a critical moment, Nami punched Zoro on the head, causing a big bump. Damn woman, what are you doing? Zoro was very dissatisfied. Maintaining the captain's dignity was something every crew member should do, especially against a formidable swordsman. You should assess the situation. His eyes kept darting to the side, where 6 Leaves was cracking his knuckles, clearly ready to fight. Zoro fell silent. He was reckless, not stupid. The 2 swords that 6 Leaves had just interrupted were still stuck in the ground. Meanwhile, Sanji and Usopp held back the indignant Luffy to prevent him from escalating the situation. From the looks of it, the Navy had no intention of attacking them. So why provoke them? House couldn't help but marvel at the relationship among the Straw Hat crew. Indeed, not all pirates were bad. The battle between Mouse and Kuro was nearing its end. Mouse, having lost too much blood, was swaying, his face pale as paper. Blood oozing from various wounds and pooling at his feet. Give up. If you surrender, I will help you eliminate all the witnesses here. You can go back to being a captain, and we can cooperate. You will gain more wealth. Kuro didn't want to give up this excellent partner, unless absolutely necessary. Don't even think about it, pirate. Justice will not yield. Even though Kuro's figure was becoming somewhat blurry before him, Mouse still straightened his back. I have run for 8 years. Now, I will not run anymore. Mouse shouted as he charged at Kuro. Behind House, several veterans were moved to tears. Colonel Mouse had returned. The veterans fell into memories. Mouse was once so just, always leading the charge against pirates, pushing everyone forward. After every battle, even when he was covered in wounds, he would first check on his subordinates. More than once, he had taken a blade for his allies on the battlefield, with the worst incident leaving him with a stab wound that pierced through his abdomen. It was this kind of Mouse who became the highest commander of a branch at the age of 24. But at some point, Mouse changed. He was no longer enthusiastic about fighting pirates and even ignored some of them. Although everyone's salary had increased and the branch had become more luxurious, these veterans still hoped to see the old Mouse again. The decision to report Mouse to Bryn was actually the idea of the veterans. Otherwise, how could a rookie with only a few years of service have so much evidence? Unfortunately, they were too disappointed upon learning the truth. Even after Mouse changed, he never mistreated his subordinates. But what happened this time? They were treated as pawns in a deal with pirates, which was completely intolerable for them. Swish! 5 more scars appeared on Mouse's body. East Blue 16th Branch Navy Coal. Under Colonel Mouse's orders, eliminate the pirates. The first veteran charged forward, standing beside Mouse to confront Kuro. East Blue 16th Branch Navy Hira. Under Colonel Mouse's orders, eliminate the pirates. East Blue 16th Branch Navy Adams. Under Colonel Mouse's orders, eliminate the pirates. All the Navy who came with House shouted as they charged forward. I'm sorry, everyone. Mouse's tears flowed uncontrollably. How long had it been since he was scared stiff by the evil dragon? He didn't know how long it had been since he had transformed from a battling hero into a money-obsessed miser. Mouse, already on the verge of collapse, suddenly found a surge of strength and wiped his tears with his hand. He laughed heartily. Pirates, prepare to die. East Blue 16th Branch, follow me. Mouse was the first to charge out. Yes, the soldiers closely followed Mouse's figure. The unified shout resonated with everyone present. Ha, just you? Kuro sneered. The number of them meant little to him, as his area attacks were random. Anyone who couldn't keep up with his speed would die. Unfortunately, momentum couldn't represent strength. The ordinary Navy had no power to resist against Kuro's silent steps. One by one, the Navy fell injured. Aren't you comrades? Why don't you help? Are you scared? Luffy broke free from his restraints, or rather, Sanji and Usopp let him go. House didn't even glance at them. Louis, keep an eye on them. Anyone who dares to take action, beat them up. Understood, master. Even Nami, who was blocking Zoro, was stunned. How could there be such a person? His own companions were suffering, and not only did he not help, but he also wouldn't allow others to help. I don't care. Gomu gomu no gatling. Luffy jumped up, trying to leap over House to fight Kuro. But Louie also jumped up, kicking Luffy back with her arm-colored right foot. Luffy, damn it. One sword style, 36 troubles. Bang. Another kick sent Zoro flying without a chance to attack. Sanji started to gather his strength, and suddenly jumped to kick Kuro's head. Pork shoot. Bang. Louie was fair and she kicked the soft one once, the green sword once, and of course the blonde ones too. However, for these few who attacked House, she used a bit more force than usual. The remaining three, whose combat power was low, ran after Luffy and the others as they flew out. Louie didn't mind. House said to stop them, not to capture them, so if they ran, let them run. In fact, she also wanted to deal with Kuro, but House wouldn't allow it. This was a battle belonging to the East Sea Branch 16, and it was best not to interfere. Don't worry, everyone will be fine. This was House's answer when Louie asked. Since House said it would be fine, it must be fine. Louie also relaxed and seriously observed the situation on the battlefield. Justice will not yield. The injured Navy got up, roared in anger, and continued to fight alongside the Rat and Kuro. Kuro was also stunned by this scene. Were these Navy men impossible to kill? Come on, Navy. Defeat the pirates. A villager unconsciously shouted. Yes, go Navy. Navy, come on. More and more villagers began to cheer. This voice made Kuro very annoyed. It was supposed to be me receiving the cheers. Since you all are so unappreciative and want to be my enemies, then I will kill you first. Not good. The Rat, who had regained his youthful state, was very sensitive to killing intent. He clearly sensed that Kuro's killing intent had shifted to the villagers. So when Kuro's figure disappeared again, the Rat rushed towards the villagers without a second thought. When Kuro's figure reappeared, it was right in front of the first villager who had shouted encouragement to the Navy. The villager was so scared that he fell backward to the ground. 5 sharp blades on Kuro's claws enlarged before the villager's eyes, followed by Kuro's sinister smile. The villager cried out in fear and closed his eyes. Thud! That was the sound of the blades piercing into the body. Am I going to die? The villager, with his eyes closed, awaited the arrival of death. But why doesn't it hurt? Warm liquid dripped onto the villager's face. What is this? The villager quietly opened his eyes. He screamed again as 5 sharp blade tips stopped right in front of him, and bright red blood slid down the blades, dripping onto his face. You care so much about the lives of these trash? Kuro coldly asked the Rat before him. They're not trash. They're the civilians I want to protect. Blood surged from the Rat's mouth, but he still said firmly. In fact, the Rat even turned his head to the villager and said, Are you okay? Everyone stared blankly at this scene. The Rat himself was not good-looking, and he looked very pale from excessive blood loss. Plus, the blood in his mouth made him appear quite terrifying. Yet, none of the people present felt afraid. Don't joke around. You traitor who sells out your comrades. You're worse than a pirate, and now you're pretending to be a good person. Kuro roared, struggling to pull his right hand away from the Rat. But no matter how hard Kuro tried, the Rat's hands clung tightly to Kuro's right hand, preventing Kuro from pulling the blade out of his belly. I am a Navy of the East Sea Branch 16. Even though the struggle caused the blood from the Rat's mouth to spurt out even more, he still used his last strength to shout. Kuro's patience was exhausted. Then die for the Navy. He raised his left claw, ready to slash at the Rat's neck. Kuroned. Clang. Thud. 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 Several blades pierced into Kuro's body simultaneously, and Kuro's left claw was blocked by House with his sword sheath. Is this my end? Why won't everyone let me live in peace? Kuro murmured, his eyes slowly losing their luster. House helped the mouse sit down. Are my subordinates okay? The mouse's eyes were cloudy, and it could no longer clearly see House's face, only barely recognizing the white coat. House glanced around, and although the group of sailors were injured, it didn't seem to be a major issue at the moment. A simple treatment would take care of it. Well, they were all fine. House adjusted the mouse's head so that it could see the sailors. The sailors stood straight, tears streaming down their faces. However, each of them pressed their lips tightly together, fearing that if they opened their mouths, they would cry out. They were afraid the mouse would think they were seriously injured and wailing. Was that so? That would be great. The mouse smiled gratefully. Its blurred eyes could only see some figures standing there. Dr. House, thank you for giving me the chance to be a sailor once again. Could you please distribute the wealth in my warehouse to the villagers who have been persecuted by the evil dragon for so long? I hope it can slightly alleviate my sins. The mouse weakly lowered its head. A seagull flew across the dim sky, its voice bright and uplifting. House smiled slightly and said, "You should handle such a troublesome matter yourself. I promised Louis that everyone would be fine, and I don't want to be blamed by that guy." Gloves, disinfectants, scalpels, wound suturing supplies, and simple surgical tools reappeared. House moved quickly, disinfecting what needed to be disinfected and suturing what needed to be sutured. Blood loss is a troublesome matter. House frowned. He had acted a bit late, at first. He thought the mouse rushed forward to fight Claw to win his favor, so he had been watching from the sidelines. As time went on, the mouse surprisingly did not call for help, which changed his mind. Especially the act of blocking the knife for the villager at the end was the reason House decided to save him. Since he wanted to atone, how could he die and end it all? "Dr. House, please use our blood." The group of Navy soldiers who charged with the mouse didn't dare to make a sound when House was saving someone, fearing they might disturb him. Once House finished saving the person, they rushed over and heard him mention blood loss. They all expressed that they could donate blood. However, House told them to stay back, as they were all swaying while walking. "Donate blood? We might have to transfuse some back to you later. If it's a matter of needing a blood transfusion, we can do that." Dr. Nagao, the village doctor who had once received House, stepped forward. Before House could respond, Nagao turned to the villagers and said, "The Navy officer is fighting hard for us against the pirates and has lost too much blood. We need someone to donate blood to save him. Who is willing?" "I." Before he finished speaking, the villager who had just been saved by the mouse raised his hand high. "You were so scared by the pirates that you wet your pants. If the hero uses your blood, he will become timid. Use mine. I'm brave." Another villager was not to be outdone and even mocked the previous person. "No, you can't. I'm stronger. If my blood is used, the Navy officer will definitely recover faster." The villagers even started fighting over the chance to donate blood. Although blood loss was troublesome, he could stimulate the mouse's body with breathing techniques. It was just a slight loss of vitality. House smiled as he watched everything unfold. "Mouse. Oh, Mouse. You really need to atone for your sins. As for your resignation from the Navy, let's just put that off for a while." The farce caused by the blood donation was quickly brought under control, and in the end, it was that young man saved by Mouse who triumphed. As his blood type was a match, the young man was overjoyed, with red blood slowly flowing through the foretube, moving from a civilian's body to a Navy sailor's body. "Disciple, why are your medical skills and swordsmanship so impressive?" Seeing Mouse able to get up and move around the next day, Rokuyo once again asked. Nearby, Kadan also perked up his ears to eavesdrop, curious about the source of House's extraordinary strength. "Well, just practice more, and you'll get there naturally. I'm not impressive at all. There are many people in this world who are far stronger than I am." As House flipped through the newspaper, he casually replied. He really thought so. Which of the great generals or the 4 emperors could he possibly defeat? Not to mention the master of the blank throne. He couldn't win. He simply couldn't win. He couldn't even handle a normal vice admiral level Dolag, let alone those top-tier powers. So, the East Sea is better, as long as he doesn't stand out. No one will notice him. Oh, having not received the answer she wanted, Louis felt a bit disappointed, and then suddenly remembered something. "When are we going back?" Brin will be here soon, and after we hand things over to him, we'll leave. It's a pity that the guy with the straw hat ran away. Otherwise, this time we could have achieved even more." Louis felt a bit frustrated. House had no comment on this. Did they really think the prince was just a title? That guy had offended so many people since he set sail. Who could do anything to him? When meeting pirates, my brother Ace, the only son of Pirate King Roger, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. When encountering the Revolutionary Army, just saying my father is Dolag turns enemies into subordinates. When facing the Navy, I say, I'm Monkey D. Luffy, of the Monkey D. Garp family. With that background, even the Celestial Dragons would have to respectfully call him Big Brother. Servant, I'm sorry. Louis' mood was a bit down. It's fine, no need to apologize. It's those pirates who are too bad. Haas thought she was still upset about last night's events. After saving the mouse yesterday, the group of 16th Division Navy became passionate. Please let us repay your kindness. The Navy members bowed to Haas, still dripping with blood. By the looks of it, they wouldn't give up if Haas didn't agree. However, their way of repaying her kindness was quite special, putting Haas in a difficult position. They wanted to capture Luffy and his crew to earn merits in return for her kindness. This was very typical of the Navy. They had not been issued bounties yet, so they didn't T-count as pirates. House explained that the information had been reported to 77 branches. The Brigadier General said that the reward notice from their department was already in production. A naval officer holding a phone bug said that the call hadn't even been disconnected, and it was clearly visible that he had a windmill hairstyle. House eyeballs twitched, sparkling. You're up to your backstabbing tricks again. It's dark, and the forest is vast. That group has no idea where they've run off to. You won't be able to catch them. And what if you get lost yourself? That would be even more dangerous. Reluctantly, House found another excuse. A few Navy personnel frowned. This was indeed a problem. House laughed. Now you guys have. It's okay. They must have gone to the seaside to board the ship. I can take you on a shortcut. We can definitely catch up. Several villagers volunteered, and it was clear they were excited to feel they could help. House's smile froze. They're very strong and you're injured. It's too dangerous. Master, I can go with them. Louis volunteered, excitement in his eyes. That soft person is so fun to fight. The feeling is particularly good, and I won't get hurt. If I can catch him back and fight a few more times, it's much more interesting than just taking turns with that middle part hairstyle. Louis's one-sided beatdown of the Straw Hat crew was in front of a large audience. And even if House wanted to say Louis wasn't strong enough, he couldn't. Well, fine. Reluctantly, he had to agree. Otherwise, what could he do? Could he protect Luffy in front of so many people? House's last name isn't Monkey. A group of people set off excitedly, leaving House feeling disheveled in the evening breeze. This is going to be a problem. House was thinking about the consequences of capturing Luffy. The consequences of capturing the prince would definitely be severe. His older brother, the double pirate second-generation ace, might come to seek revenge. Fire Fist Ace, he's very strong. After all, he fought evenly with Smoker when he returned to the Paradise while capturing Blackbeard. Huh? Fighting evenly with Smoker? That might mean, well, maybe he is not that strong. After all, he considered himself at the Major General level, and he was quite confident about defeating Smoker. Whitebeard was under the Navy surveillance for the sake of a godson's younger brother. Even that guy who likes to fight and calls others dad wouldn't come over, right? His second brother, the Star-Crossed Sabo, could only be triggered by special plot-related family sacrifices, and his older brother hasn't sacrificed yet, so he wouldn't have a chance to appear. His father, the man with the painted face dragon, hadn't been seen since their last fight, and he didn't know where he was now, trying to persuade people into the Revolutionary Army. That guy could at most secretly save people, unless he could confront the world government head-on and not fear them, using his son to threaten him. The guide, the old rogue Shanks, was also the same. He wouldn't confront the world government directly either, only rescuing people in private. That gambling addict, Rayleigh, he hadn't even seen him in person. The only trouble could be his grandfather, that old man who liked to wear a doghead hat and beat others into submission. But that old man was in the Navy. Considering he was a high-ranking officer in the Navy, would offending a leader be a big deal for a Navy officer who wanted to resign? Thinking this way, it seemed that capturing Luffy might not be an issue after all. With this realization, House felt indifferent. Capture him, capture him. Maybe they could even develop a Pirate King captured series of attractions to sell tickets in the future. Look at Lowtown, ISNT, that what they did? The town of beginnings and endings. How many naive kids do you think it fools into visiting every year? As for the tax revenue of Lowtown, you can see it from Smoker. How extravagant. Without money, can one be that extravagant? Thinking this way, capturing him seemed not just harmless, but beneficial too. 6 leaves? Go for it. On the other side, 6 leaves, and the others were following the villagers through the woods, turning this way and that. Soon, 6 leaves observation, Hockey detected Luffy and the others. Strange, they were almost at the seaside. Didn't the villagers say this was a shortcut? How could they get there so quickly? However, what was even stranger was that they were fighting another group of people whose auras 6 leaves had never encountered before. Moreover, it was evident that this group was no match for the Straw Hat crew. More than half had already fallen in a short time. The enemy is by the sea. I'll go first, you all come quickly. Continuing to follow the villagers was obviously not going to work, so 6 leaves made a decisive choice to go alone. The Nightwoods were easy to get lost in. Oh no. Hearing 6 leaves say she would go alone, the villagers quickly stopped her. How can you speak rudely to a lady of the Navy? Oh no. Another villager turned around immediately to reprimand the first. What is wrong with you? Oh no. Slap. Slap. 6 leaves shot up into the air, running as if there were invisible steps in the air, each step producing a sound like an explosion. In just a few steps, 6 leaves disappeared from the villagers and the Navy's sight, leaving behind a flurry of oh no. After a long time, the Navy and villagers finally came to their senses, looking at each other in confusion. Should we still go? One Navy officer asked dumbfoundedly. That pirate crew definitely can't escape. Didn't you see Miss 6 Leaves has already flown up to chase them? No, why can she fly? Go. The leading Navy officer gritted his teeth after thinking for a long time. A group of people looked at him in silence, hoping for an answer. What do we do if we go? Cheer for Miss 6 Leaves? Miss 6 Leaves, didn't bring handcuffs? We need to go over and deliver something. On the other side, the opponents of the Straw Hat crew were also their old acquaintances. Crocodile's subordinates, the Black Pirate crew, just disembarked, and Sam saw a few figures moving in the distance. Brooke, the ones running over there, seemed to be those Straw Hat kids who fought us last time. A fat guy pointed at the distant moving figures. It was getting dark, so he couldn't see clearly. Really? Let me see. The thin guy named Brooke squinted to look ahead. It really is them. Sam, we got beaten pretty badly last time. Brooke said with a sinister expression. Yeah, the wound on my stomach still hurts a bit. Sam said in a low voice. What should we do? Brooke asked, glancing at Sam. Sam nodded. The two were old partners and naturally understood each other's meaning. Everyone listen to my command. Brooke shouted back at his subordinates. Currently, Captain Crocodile was absent, and Vice Captain Zango had gone to the Navy base and hadn't returned. The highest-ranking officer on the ship was their older brother. The subordinates could only obey orders and pulled out their respective swords, looking ready to fight the Straw Hats. They couldn't beat the Straw Hats, and they didn't want to get beaten for free either. But they couldn't resist their older brother's orders. Captain Crocodile's rules gave those in higher positions absolute control. Although the Straw Hats could hit hard, if they didn't listen to their older brother, they might end up dead. Between pain and death, they chose the former, glaring fiercely at the Straw Hat crew. They couldn't be blamed for not being able to win. Captain Crocodile was very angry last time they lost. He said if we lost again, he would kill us. Brooke continued. Subordinates. No way out, so this time we have to give the Straw Hats. Brooke deliberately prolonged his tone. The subordinates looked at Brooke with despair. Get out of the way. The subordinates were dumbfounded. What are you saying? Did we hear wrong? What are you looking at? Hurry up and stand aside. Don't block the way of the Straw Hats. Brooke said with a fierce expression, after scolding his subordinates. Brooke and Sam stood on either side of the road. The two muttered to themselves, what is the point of fighting? If we lose, not only will we get beaten by the Straw Hats, but the captain will also deal with us. As for winning, their older brother hadn't even considered that. They could just use their heads to win. Right, just pretend we didn't see them. After all, the captain wouldn't know. Do you know those people? Why are they letting us pass? Sanji asked, supporting Noki Gao, confused. Ah, that seems to be Crocodile's subordinates. Usopp remembered this group very well. It was his first time directly confronting pirates. Yeah, they're indeed Crocodile's subordinates. How could they let us pass? There must be some plot. Zoro asserted. Huh? Are they bad guys? Luffy tilted his head. He didn't remember this group of defeated subordinates at all. They're holding knives. Could be they want to ambush us while we pass. Nami was obviously a bit worried. Is that so? Then let us just blow them away. Luffy said indifferently. Since everyone said these were bad guys, then it's fine to blow them away. The three strong fighters of the Straw Hat crew exchanged glances. The group stopped. Sanji handed Noki Gao back to Nami. The three strong fighters stepped forward slowly. Because this time their opponent was the Black Pirate crew, Usopp raised his slingshot. Brooke, what is going on? Didn't we say to let them pass? Why do they seem like they want to fight? I don't know, Sam. Why don't we ask? Then let's ask. The chubby Sam stepped forward, pointing at Luffy. Hey, Stauhut. Fire boom. Ultimate gunpowder star. As Sam turned to face them, Usopp became alert. This group of bad guys must have some scheme. They want to strike first. So when Sam raised his hand, Usopp decisively made his move. Although he had already used the special gunpowder star on Kuro, he still had plenty of regular gunpowder stars left. Damn it, Sam, are you okay? Brooke shouted. Sam coughed out a puff of black smoke. I'm fine. We made way for them, but they still want to fight us, so let's go all out. All right, kids. Follow me. Yes. The members of the Black Pirate crew rushed towards Luffy and the others in unison. Rubber, rubber, one sword style, meat grinder kick. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, half of the front row of the Black Pirate crew fell down. Damn it, let's go all out. The ferocity of the Black Pirate crew was ignited. They were never good people, and letting the Straw Hats pass was just a matter of self-preservation. Now that the Straw Hats clearly didn't want to let them go, they would fight back. However, today the Black Pirate crew was particularly tough. Just as a few were taken down, a few more got back up, causing great annoyance to the Straw Hat crew. At this moment, within the Black Pirate crew, several minions lying on the ground pretended to be dead. I'm injured. I hope the captain won't blame me, right? One minion pointed to the footprint on his butt. What does that compare to mine? The captain won't blame me for sure. Another minion pointed to his bruised face. You all are pathetic. Look at me. The captain is not that easy to fool. Hissed the first two pirate minions gave thumbs up to the third one, whose arm was still bleeding from a knife wound. Then they thought this won't do. If the captain sees that I'm injured so lightly, he definitely won't let me off. He will think I slacked off in battle. No, I need to get hurt a bit more. You guys chat first. I'll go get hurt a bit more, or the captain will blame me. After saying that, the first minion got up again, holding his knife and running towards the Straw Hat crew. The second minion, who was originally smiling, thought this guy is really stupid for going to get beat up. But the third minion reminded him, if he gets hurt more than you, guess who the captain will punish then? Right, I can't let him surpass me. Charge! The second minion also got up. No, if they all get seriously hurt, then I will be the least injured. That won't do. I need to get hurt more. Wait for me. The third minion also got up. One person told 10. 10 told 100. Originally lying on the ground, pretending to be dead, the minions thought, it seems to be true, whoever gets hurt lightly is most likely to be killed by the captain. Reluctantly, they all got up again, rushing towards the trio, all with the same thought. They absolutely cannot be less injured than the others. The scene then became quite strange. As the pirates rushed towards the Straw Hat crew like they were crazy and fearless, fearing they might not get hit. Meanwhile, Usopp and the two ladies, who were continuously firing ammunition with slingshots, were ignored. For a moment, they really managed to hold up the Straw Hat crew. Hey, Green Algae Head, what are they doing? Sanji asked, confused, after kicking away a smiling pirate. What is wrong with these people? Are they perverts? How can they still be smiling while getting hit? Damn Cook. I don't know either. Maybe they were hypnotized by someone named Zango. After cutting down one, Zoro was also puzzled. His combat power was greatly reduced after losing 2 swords and getting kicked by 6 leaves, but he was still not something these minions could deal with. Remembering the last battle with the Black Pirate crew and Zango's hypnosis technique, he couldn't help but doubt. Whatever, just blow them all away. At this moment, Luffy seemed a bit annoyed for some reason, and his strikes became heavier. Soon, under the huge disparity in strength, the members of the Black Pirate crew happily fell down. Luffy's sense of unease grew stronger. We should leave quickly. Luffy rarely became serious. Bang! Bang! A series of slight explosions came from behind. Looking up, they saw the figure of 6 leaves quickly approaching them in the moonlit night sky. Wow, so cool. Luffy's eyes sparkled, letting out an inappropriate sound. Bang! Nami struck Luffy on the head with a knife hand chop. That's a Navy soldier. They're here to catch us. Is that so? Luffy covered his head. As they spoke, 6 leaves had already landed in front of them. Pirates, surrender. 6 leaves crossed her arms, sizing up Luffy, seemingly trying to figure out what was different about him. Why fighting with him was so much fun. You guys go first. I'll hold her off. At this critical moment, Luffy stepped forward, unable to help it. He was currently in the best condition among the Straw Hats. Sanji wouldn't attack a woman. Zoro only had 1 sword left, and the combat power of the others was practically non-existent against 6 leaves. No, for Nami and the others decisively refused. They never had the habit of abandoning their captain in the face of danger. Excuse me, are you a Navy soldier? The dazed Nojiko suddenly asked 6 leaves. Yes. 6 leaves replied. Although she was puzzled as to why she was being asked, she quite liked her identity as a Navy soldier now. The Navy shouldn't harm civilians, right? Nojiko continued to ask. The follower said that the Navy protects civilians, so I wouldn't harm civilians casually. 6 leaves was curious as to why the other party was asking this. Oh, then I can rest assured. Nojiko patted her chest. I'm a civilian from Cocoa West Village. I was kidnapped here by this group of pirates. Please protect me. As Nojiko spoke, she walked towards 6 leaves. Blue hair? Miss Nojiko, what a despicable woman. A traitor who abandons her companions. The Straw Hat crew instantly exploded. They had been protecting Nojiko all the way, and her behavior was nothing short of betrayal, right? Nojiko is not that kind of person. Don't be impulsive. Nami whispered. Aren't you in cahoots with the pirates? 6 leaves remembered this woman. She had tried to stop her in the woods, claiming to be with the pirates at that time. That was all forced by the pirates. I'm not with them. I know a doctor named House. He can prove that I'm from Cocoa West. He is one of your Navy people. Do you know him? Nojiko approached, spreading her hands to show she meant no harm, gently waving her right hand. Oh, is that so? Then you should stay behind me and don't run. Once I catch these pirates, I will take you to confirm with the followers. Liwa thought for a moment. The servant did indeed come to Cocoa West Village today, and since the other party could mention this, they might really be a villager. However, to prevent being deceived, she still needed to go back and ask House. Although House often said that he was an easily deceived person, Liwa did not think so. She considered herself to be very smart. Nokigo received a response and smiled even more happily as she quickly walked toward Liwa, as if she were truly being persecuted by pirates and seeking protection from the Navy. All set, Nami said, feeling down, with tears welling in her eyes, her voice so soft that only the Straw Hat crew members could hear her. The few of them were still glaring at Nokigo, and upon hearing Nami's words, they simultaneously wondered what they were preparing for. Ah, before Nami could explain, no Kigo, who had reached Luiwe, suddenly seemed to twist her ankle and fell toward Luiwe. Luiwe quickly supported no Kigo and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" The reply was a simple "I'm sorry." Before Luiwe could understand why the blue-haired woman was apologizing to her, no Kigo hugged her tightly like a captured snake, restricting her movements. "Nami, run! No Kigo!" Nami cried with tears in her eyes, while the rest of the Straw Hat crew was stunned by this sudden turn of events. "Run! I'm a civilian. She won't hurt me. You all run." No Kigo shouted again, still holding Luiwe tightly. "Damn it!" Luiwe cursed and began to struggle, trying to shake this woman off, only to hear no Kigo crying in her ear. I'm sorry. I can't watch my sister get captured. After they leave, you can do whatever you want with me. I'm sorry." Hearing this, Luiwe suddenly thought of something, and her struggling strength weakened. "No Kigo," Nami shouted again, having sensed something earlier. A slight shake of her right hand was a signal from when she and no Kigo had gotten into trouble as children, indicating that one person should block while the other goes back to get help. Although they had never used this signal before, as they could never decide who would run first this time, the fastest to react was actually Luffy, who laughed heartily and shouted, "Ha, Navy, you can't catch me. Raber Jojo." Luffy's right hand quickly stretched out to grab the sheep's head of the Mary, while his left hand embraced the members of the Straw Hat crew. By the time he shouted the last yo, his right hand rapidly contracted, and the crew members truly flew back to the ship like a yo-yo being reeled in. Luiwe could only watch as the Straw Hat crew members escaped the harbor. After the Mary set sail, no Kigo finally let go of Luiwe, constantly apologizing. Seeing that no Kigo had finally released her, Luiwe let out a sigh of relief and jumped to the side to prevent no Kigo from hugging her again. "I promised the servant that I would catch the pirates. Don't think you can run just because you got on the ship." Luiwe dove into the sea. Yes, she intended to swim after them, but the weather was not in her favor. As soon as Luiwe entered the water, a huge wave suddenly appeared, tossing her around in the water. A strong hand suddenly grabbed Luiwe and pulled her out of the water. Blurrily opening her eyes, she realized it was House who had come. "Servant, I am sorry. Those pirates got away." Her pitiful appearance made House feel a little sorry for her. It's okay. You've already caught a batch of pirates. Losing a few doesn't matter," he said while glaring at the distant sky. A water vortex was chasing a dark green silhouette in the sky. The water-breathing's land-type twisted vortex generated a powerful vortex through intense twisting, transforming the vortex into a sharp and massive blade. Just now, House had used this technique to control the vortex around Luiwe and sent the newly formed vortex flying into the sky to chase a certain masked man hiding up there. After some time, the Navy and villagers who had followed Luiwe finally arrived at the seaside. Amazed at the sight of Luiwe and no Kigo kicking sand and the pirates scattered around, because they did not catch the Straw Hats. Luiwe had been sulking for a long time. "Shouty, how much longer until we reach Branch 80? Smoker asked, feeling quite frustrated. Shouty beside him also looked helpless. This was already Smoker's nth time asking this question in the past half-month. Soon, probably in 2 days, Shouty estimated the time in her mind. Thanks to the Navy's special warship, they had safely passed through the doldrums. It was no wonder Smoker was feeling a bit irritable. The doldrums, as the name suggests, had no wind, so the entire sea was calm and tranquil. Moreover, the islands in the doldrums were few, so for over 10 consecutive days, they had only seen a vast expanse of blue sea, without even a single seagull. This situation was indeed hard to endure. If it weren't for Shouty constantly confirming their direction, they might have already gotten lost. But now it was good. They had passed through the doldrums. As for why Shouty and Smoker were here, it all began when House went to Branch 16. That day, after Shouty burned the letter that was to be read and then destroyed, she found Smoker and explained her intentions. She wanted to go with Smoker to promote unyielding justice. "What? You want to go to the West Sea together?" Brin looked at the two with a complex expression. "Yes," Shouty and Smoker answered in unison. "But have you really thought this through? The West Sea is not like the East Sea. The situation there is more severe, and some countries are even established by pirates. We have thought it through. We want to go to the West Sea and hope to get the permission of the Rear Admiral," Shouty said, while Smoker stood like a wooden post. "Well then, I was a bit worried about Smoker going alone, but with you two together, I'm much more at ease. Prepare yourselves. We'll set off tomorrow," Brin said, stroking his beard. It's a good thing to have ambition among subordinates. He didn't want to refuse. "Thank you, Rear Admiral," Shouty said solemnly, bowing to Brin, feeling even more respect for him in her heart. Strictly speaking, these small soldiers had no real choice about which sea to go to unless they left the Navy. Being able to go to the West, see, was clearly Brinbrin using his personal favor to send them off. Shouty couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Truly worthy of being the one who discovered Mr. House. After bidding farewell to Brinbrin, Shouty and Smoker walked out of the office together. Along the way, Smoker couldn't suppress his curiosity any longer. Why did we choose to go to the West Sea? Although there were no restrictions on which sea they could go to, Smoker still wanted to know why Shouty chose the West Sea. Shouty rolled her eyes at Smoker, realizing that she had to lead him. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to promote Mr. House's justice properly. Do you remember the first line of the song Mr. House sang last night? Are you talking about the East is not bright, but the West is bright? Smoker recalled that song vividly, as he really liked its style. Yes, Mr. House's actions must have his deeper meaning, not to mention the songs he sings. This sentence clearly indicates that his justice is not best spread in the East Sea. The West Sea is the right place. Xiao Di is extremely confident in his speculation. Oh, it's good to have you here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that Mr. House had such deep meaning. Thank you, Xiao Di. Smurge's back clapped loudly as he carried Xiao Di. Thus, Wulong and Fengshu set off on their journey to the West Sea together. The map shows that there is a town on the island ahead where we can resupply, take a good shower, and then head to the 80th branch. We can't lose face for the East Sea Navy. Xiao Di glanced at Smurge with some disdain. After more than 10 days of sailing, everyone on the ship looked a bit disheveled. After all, they were all men, and life was relatively rough. Supplies had to be used sparingly, since there was no way to replenish them in the doldrums. So even someone as hygiene-conscious as Xiao Di couldn't keep clean, let alone the others. My name is Al, a completely ordinary naval sergeant from the West Sea 80th branch, and I'm a bit anxious right now. A man dressed as a sailor was staring with his mouth agape at the two people in front of him who were wreaking havoc. Boom! Bang! One of these two was using a huge hammer, while the other was using his fists. They were about to wipe out the pirate crew opposite them. How did it come to this? The story begins at noon. This afternoon, during my day off, I came to the nearby town of Palermo in casual clothes to have lunch and then started wandering around the town. I had planned to spend my rare day off leisurely, but then those two men casually appeared. As I passed by bathhouse, I suddenly tripped and fell. Ouch! When did a wall get here? I sat on the ground, rubbing my bruised forehead with my hand. Sorry, I didn't see you just now. Are you hurt? The other party spoke kindly, as if I were the one who had been bumped. However, I couldn't care less about their tone. Oh my God. The wall actually spoke? They pulled me up and warmly brushed off the dust from my clothes. It was only then that I came back to my senses from the fear. It really can't be said that I was cowardly. If you bumped into someone who was twice your height, 3 times your width, and whose arms were thicker than your thighs, you would be startled too. Sorry, I was daydreaming. I didn't hurt you, did I? I quickly apologized since I was the one at fault, right? Moreover, given the size of the other person, even if I weren't at fault, I felt I could apologize. It's fine, huh? The other person's smile was very cheerful, and I breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't seem like a difficult person to get along with. Sergeant Smurd, is there something wrong here? A young voice came from the side. Oh, it's nothing. I accidentally bumped into someone. The strong man replied, and I realized that this strong man was named Smurd. Furthermore, that person actually called him a sergeant? I quickly glanced at the other person's clothing. It was indeed a naval uniform. Sergeant Al from Colonel Brandt's West Sea 80th branch sends his regards. Attention, salute. It's fine. There is no need to be so formal. The strong man seemed a bit flustered, while the young man remained calm and composed. Hello, Sergeant Al. We are Dimiu and Smurd from the East Sea 77th branch. We are here to see Colonel Brandt. The young man, no, Dimiu, returned the salute. So, they are from the East Sea. That scared me. I wondered why I hadn't seen them before, especially since I noticed a group of sailors following them, which puzzled me. So, your colleague from the East Sea? What brings you to Palermo? The 80th branch, ISN, far away. Just as I finished speaking, I want to slap myself. What business was it of mine? Why was I asking such nonsense? Fortunately, they didn't seem angry and instead smiled. We've been sailing for a while, and we look a bit disheveled, so we want to rest here for a bit. Otherwise, it would be too rude to meet Colonel Brandt directly. It was still Dimiu speaking, while Smurd kept smiling, though there was something a bit silly about that smile. Gulp. As I wondered what that sound was, Smurd had already covered his stomach. Suddenly, I realized they were hungry. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I know a great place around here, with large portions and good prices, perfect for group meals. If you don't mind, please follow me. ISNT that too much trouble for you? Dimiu still hesitated. It's no trouble at all. I'm on break today and don't have anything to do. Besides, I just bumped into Mr. Smurd, so acting as a guide for you all is a way to apologize. I said with a smile. Then that would be a trouble for you. Dimyu hadn't said anything yet when Smurd happily agreed. You're really a good person. I don't know why the people here seem a bit unfriendly to us. We've searched for a long time, and no one is willing to serve us. Smurd said while patting my shoulder, making a loud sound. I felt the pain for being patted and thought apologizing was indeed the right choice. Under my guidance, the colleagues from his 77th branch finally found a restaurant willing to host them. The owner was an old man with a bad temper, but at least he didn't kick them out. He welcomed them, didn't he? So far, everything seemed normal. However, when a group of men in black suits appeared at the door, I knew there might be trouble today. Old man, since you've opened the door, you should pay the protection fee. After the group of men in black suits entered, they first looked surprised at the group of sailors nearby, then acted as if they didn't see them and spoke rudely to the owner. As soon as those words were spoken, the previously lively dinner party fell silent. I don't have money. Get out. The old man was also hot-tempered and didn't tolerate these men in black at all. Old man, are you going to oppose our fire tank pirate crew? Huh? The leader of the men in black deliberately emphasized the last word, and his underlings stepped forward in unison. Anyway, I have no money. If you have the ability, just take my life. Come on. The old man looked even angrier and pulled out a kitchen knife, holding it across his chest, ready to fight. The leader of the men in black seemed intimidated by the owner's momentum and took a step back. Then, as if suddenly realizing he looked too cowardly with his gang behind him, the furious leader pulled out a gun and pointed it at the old man's head, cocking the hammer. Then you could die. Saying this, the leader was about to pull the trigger. Wait. A large hand gripped the leader's gun barrel. In the leader's terrified gaze, the gun barrel was crushed. Actually, ever since the first question from the men in black, those sailors from the East Sea had been looking at me with strange expressions, as if asking, "Isn't this near your 80th branch? Why aren't you taking care of this?" I have difficulties to express, so I can only continue to eat, pretending not to see. I'll wait until I catch a glimpse of that big guy Smurd try and stand up several times, but he is stopped by Dimyu. It was only when the leader in a black suit pulled out a gun that I put down my bowl and chopsticks and spoke up to stop him. But Smurd's movements were even faster than mine. He disappeared in an instant, blocking in front of the shop owner and even crushed the leader's gun barrel. This startled the leader, who immediately dropped his gun and slipped into the crowd of black suits behind him. What part of the Navy are you from? You are so ignorant of the rules. How dare you interfere with our flame tank pirate group's matters? The leader, poking his head out from behind two lackeys, shouted loudly. Meanwhile, Smurd, looking like a wall in front of him with a dark expression and that big bald head, made it hard to tell who the real bad guy was. Sir, I don't know how much protection money the boss owes you. One hand resting on the leader's shoulder, he asked in a gentle voice. I turned my head and saw that Dimyu had also disappeared. The leader was startled by the sudden hand and slumped to the ground. The surrounding black suits immediately pulled out their guns, pointing them at the suddenly appearing Dimyu. Dimyu seemed completely oblivious to the guns, still smiling at the leader. The guns gave the leader a fair amount of confidence, and he stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. So, are you going to pay for him? With your Navy's meager salary? The boss originally didn't want to open for business, mainly because we were too hungry, and that's why we asked the boss to open the door. So, of course, the money you want today should be our responsibility. As for the money issue, you don't need to worry. We just caught a group of pirates, and they should have quite a bit of money, enough to cover it. Dimyu's voice remained so gentle, but I always felt something was off. That'll work then. The boss owes us a total of 500,000. No, 1,000,000 berries. Hand over the money, and if you don't have it, don't blame my brothers. Click. The black suits chamber their bullets. I thought Dimyu would definitely be angry since the leader's words were obviously fake. The boss behind them jumped up anxiously when he heard the amount, but was blocked by Smurd. Sigh. I couldn't bear to see this scene, slowly stood up, and planned to use the name of Colonel Brando to scare them, hoping it would work. Little Dimyu still had a smile on his face. Oh, it's 1,000,000, huh? Luckily, we have 2,000,000 on the ship. But we didn't bring that much money to eat. It's all on the ship, so you'll have to come with me to get it. Dimyu stopped me with a glance and agreed to give them the money. The leader, upon hearing that this seemingly broke Navy group actually had 2,000,000, couldn't hide his greed on his face. All right, lead the way. But I could see the wild look in his eyes clearly indicated he was not just aiming for 1,000,000. Then Dimyu and Smurd led them out the door, even leaving a Navy officer to stop the shop owner from trying to rush out. I followed them inexplicably, not knowing why. but my heart told me I had to follow today, otherwise I would regret it for the rest of my life. The civilians along the way looked at the black suits walking with the Navy and showed a look of disdain before hiding away. The faces of the Navy, including Smurd, grew darker, while only Dimiyu continued to chat and laugh with the leader. I couldn't understand it. Could it be that Dimiyu really had 1,000,000 and was willing to hand it over to the black suits? Finally, we arrived at the port, where the people seemed to have received the news in advance. And not a single one was left. Dimiyu and the others also stopped in their tracks. Why stop? Didn't you say the money was on the ship? Dimiyu turned around, still wearing that cheerful smile. Isn't it right here? The combined bounty of you all should be enough for 1,000,000, right? You dare to play me. The leader cursed angrily and shouted, "Kill them." Although he gave the order quickly, the Navy acted faster. The two groups had already mixed together, and the Navy quickly engaged in a brawl with the black suits. The black suits were caught off guard and had already taken several punches. The ensuing scene was a bit chaotic. For the first time, I acknowledged that sometimes the gap between people is greater than that between humans and pigs. No one hit by Smurd's massive fist could stand up. Dimiyu was also very agile, weaving between the crowd. Dare to deceive me, go die. Oh no, just 2 steps away from me. That leader who had hidden in the crowd first was actually standing there with a gun, his expression ferocious. The gun pointing straight at Dimiyu. My body reacted faster than my thoughts, and I dashed forward and tackled him. The leader's physique couldn't compare to mine. A Navy who often trained, and after a few moves, I subdued him. By the time I stood up holding his gun, Dimiyu and Smurd had gone completely berserk. They charged into the crowd of black suits, killing indiscriminately, with no one able to stand against them. I held the gun, watching them, feeling a bit anxious. After all, this was the Flame Tank Pirate Group. Was it really okay to act like this? Before long, the black suits couldn't hold on anymore and were all captured. Is it really okay for us to do this? The Flame Tank Pirate Group behind them is really powerful. We can't win against them. After the battle, I felt ashamed and disgust with Dimiyu and Smurd. This isn't about whether we can win or not. If we, the Navy, yield, what will happen to the civilians? Smurd said seriously, if the pirates are too strong and the Navy retreats, then what kind of Navy are we? We might as well go back to being civilians. His voice was not loud, but it rang in my ears. I was stunned. Indeed, if we don't dare to fight the pirates, what kind of Navy are we? Colonel Brando, there are 2 Navy officers claiming to come from the EC who want to see you. The soldier delivering the message knocked on the door of the 80th Division office. Oh, I see, bring them in. Colonel Brando was a balding man with graying hair, looking somewhat aged, but it could still be seen that he must have been quite handsome in his youth, and he looked very tired. Have the 2 from Blin Blin arrived? He said they're good hands, and I owe him a favor this time. A slight smile appeared on Colonel Brando's lips, but he seems to have said these 2 lack some understanding of social niceties. What does that mean? Bam, bam, bam. Hearing the deafening knocking sound, Brando seemed to understand what Blin Blin meant by a bit reckless. Comin, like a wall, Smurd and the smiling Dimiyu entered the office in succession. Hello, Colonel Brando. We are the Navy, introduced by Colonel Blin Blin. My name is Dimiyu. Little Dimiyu greeted with a smile. Hello. Colonel Brando looked at this smiling little Dimiyu, his favorability skyrocketing, not for any other reason, but because of that handsome face similar to his own in the past. Hello, my name is Smurd. Smurd's introduction was concise and clear, but Colonel Brando was also quite satisfied. After all, they were Navy officers, and there was no need for pretense. Being able to fight pirates was what made a good Navy. Regarding Smurd, his physique is a bit intimidating, let alone for pirates. However, he seems quite normal. So why did Brin say that? We are new here and brought you some special products. Before we set off, Brigadier General Brin specifically mentioned that Brant has a little quirk. He likes to receive gifts. Not bribes, but small tokens of appreciation. Of course, he will reciprocate, as he sees it as a sign of a good relationship. If you don't give a gift, he won't react too negatively. But there will be a difference in attitude compared to those who have exchanged gifts. Oh, what is it? Let me be clear, I don't accept bribes. So if it's too expensive, I won't take it, and I'll have to punish you. Brant's eyes lit up. Isn't this quite reasonable? Brin just likes to talk nonsense. Rest assured, it's nothing valuable, just some special products. Smurd, quickly bring the special products for the Colonel to see. Bring it over? What do you mean? Is the gift very big? Brant was a bit confused by Little D's statement. All right, Smurd replied with a smile, then opened the door and dragged in several bound individuals from outside. I'm not sure what you like, but I heard you were fierce in battle, so we brought you some pirates. Little D smiled and said, Brant, oh, you call this a special product? All right, I'm not angry anymore. If not, Just let Kadong take a beating. Seeing the unhappy expression on Liuya's face, House suggested. Kadong was shocked. What is this for? When it comes to dogs, you are the best, House. You made Liuya happy, and now I'm getting beaten. No, this guy isn't soft. He doesn't have a good feel when he hits. Liuya glanced at Kadong with disdain. For a moment, Kadong didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Not getting beaten is a good thing, but why does it feel so uncomfortable? Top, top, top. The sound of someone climbing the stairs came. Mr. House. Miss Leah, Brigadier General is here, right at the port. The clear female voice was decisive, indicating she was a decisive person. I'll go right away. Thank you. Noki Gao. Yes, Noki Gao came to join the Navy, specifically requesting to follow Liuya, saying he felt indebted to her and wanted to make amends. Noki Gao joining the Navy indeed surprised House. He remembered that in the original story, Noki Gao was taking care of the orange orchard left by his adoptive mother Belmir at home, compared to Nami, who is a rebellious girl. He actually has a higher opinion of Noki Gao. It's not that Nami is bad. Her mother was a Navy officer and was killed by pirates. Then she was tormented by pirates for 8 years, although she promised Luffy she would repay him. However, there are many ways to repay, such as giving Luffy the 100 million berries she saved. Why does she have to follow him to be a pirate? In comparison, Noki Gao, who has been managing the orange orchard left by his adoptive mother alone since childhood, and even tried to save outsiders when others mistakenly entered the village, made House appreciate him more. You say it's dangerous for Nami to steal money, but isn't it dangerous for Noki Gao, who helped Nami hide money? And when Nami just joined the Dragon Pirates, who do you think the malice in the village would be directed at? At that time, Noki Gao was only 12 years old, let alone the fact that he was the first to save Nami on the battlefield and also led Nami to find Belmir. A 3-year-old girl carrying a 1-year-old baby on the battlefield. How much courage did that require? So when Leah brought Noki Gao back and said she wanted to join the Navy, House didn't hesitate much to agree. With someone like him taking care of Liuya, he felt relieved. House, you did well this time, Brin said with a smile, patting House on the shoulder, looking quite pleased. Cut it out. I've already detailed the situation in the report. Let us see how to handle it. Without joking with Brin, a Navy officer colluding with pirates for so many years and receiving so much money from them is quite a scandal in the 4 seas. However, the mouse did one thing right. The villagers below didn't know about his collusion with the pirates. Moreover, after Brin defeated the fishermen last time, he indeed sent out some money, although he withheld more. This made the people in those 10 or so villages not harbor any resentment toward the Navy, but rather a certain goodwill. In other words, if the Navy wants to cover this up, it's not difficult. Brin's expression became serious. I'll go see the mouse first. All right, he in the infirmary. Brin followed House to the infirmary. Let me go in myself. We've been neighbors for many years. House naturally agreed, and how to deal with the rat was no longer his concern. After sending off Blimblin, House wandered aimlessly around Division 16. Although it was supposed to be regular training time, only about 20 people were seen training on the field. The matter of Colonel Mouse had 2 wide-reaching consequences. Almost everyone in the base had been isolated and interrogated. Now, the only ones able to train were the 20 or so injured soldiers who had returned with House at that time. Although only we remain in Division 16 now, even if there's just one person left, we must protect the peace at sea. No difficulty can make us yield. We must carry out Mr. House's unyielding justice to the end. The speaker was Cole, the first Navy officer to stand up and help Mouse fight Crow. Cole was a lieutenant and the highest-ranking officer among this group of sailors. House, who was passing by, felt quite gratified at first, despite the issue with Mouse. Division 16 still had some decent sailors. However, upon hearing the latter part of Cole's statement, House could hardly believe his ears. He rushed over and asked, "What did you just say? Whose justice are you talking about?" Cole and the others were very happy to see House, but they looked a bit puzzled by his question. Of course, it's the unyielding justice you advocate. We have been greatly benefited from Mr. Smurd's lectures while we were in Division 77. House felt a chill in his heart. He remembered that when he had just returned to the 77th branch, he had indeed heard Smurd giving a speech, talking about resilience and peace or something. So this was what he was referring to. Did I even encourage him back then? Why is my mouth so cheap? But it's just Smurd after all. The only things he can spread are within the 77th branch and among these wounded soldiers. It shouldn't have spread far yet. House comforted himself deep down, thinking that it hadn't spread, and he could explain it later, so it wasn't a big deal. Seeing House's expression change from sunny to gloomy, Cole mumbled to himself. Why does Mr. House seem so unhappy? It must be because there are too few people in our branch supporting him. He immediately spoke up. Mr. House, don't worry. Our branch may be a bit short on people right now, but once we recruit more, we will definitely promote your justice. No need, House blurted out. Looking at the puzzled expressions of Cole and the others, House felt a bit embarrassed. Well, justice is something that should be put into action, not just spoken about. There's no need to preach it. He asked again, where did you hear that from? Indeed, Mr. House was different from us ordinary people. It was true that mere verbal justice was meaningless. Only action constituted justice. House didn't want to argue with him at this point. He just wanted to know what was going on. The matter of learning about unwavering justice began with the injury and healing at the 77th Division. Next, Cole recounted how Smurd delivered a speech at the 77th Division, how he learned about unwavering justice, and how he awakened the story of Colonel Rat, who reported. House felt increasingly uneasy as he listened. He realized that during his time at the headquarters, Smead had actually caused such a big incident. And the key was that he, the main character, didn't even know about it. No wonder ever since he returned to the branch. He felt that everyone's attitude towards him was off. It turned out it was all caused by that old sly Smead. After listening for a while, House calmed down. As a warrant officer, he was just a minor officer. Even if he brought up justice, it would only be seen as a joke. So, this matter was neither too big nor too small. As long as the spread could be controlled, it wouldn't be a big deal. Promoting his name everywhere was like putting him on a spit to roast. What if some big shot happened to take an interest and called him in for a chat? What if some pirate took a dislike to him and sought trouble? Wouldn't that expose his strength right away? The urgent task was to find Bryn and prevent this matter from spreading any further. Keeping it under wraps in the 77th branch would be enough. Other branches would only catch wind of it. After all, as long as Bryn didn't admit it, no one would care about the words of a minor warrant officer. You all continue chatting. I'll go look for the Brigadier General. Remember, don't promote the unyielding justice anymore. House said something serious to Cole and the others, then ran toward the infirmary. Does Mr. House think we are not worthy of promoting his justice? Seeing House so resistant to their promotion of unyielding justice, some of the Navy thought it was because they had made mistakes under Colonel Mouse, which displeased House and led him to stop them from promoting it. Mr. House is not that kind of person, Cole immediately retorted. If Mr. House can forgive Colonel Mouse and let him redeem himself, how could he hold it against us? That's true, but why is Mr. House doing this? The sailors were puzzled. Cole continued to explain, didn't Mr. House say that we should practice justice with our own actions? Besides, there's no room for promotion in the EC anymore. That's right. Smurd has already promoted it all over the EC. Now we should support Mr. House's justice with action. The sailors concluded that justice cannot be mere words. It must be practiced. Bang! The door was quickly opened and crashed against the wall. Brigadier General, we can't let Smurd promote it any longer. I never said anything about unyielding justice. I can't bear that as a warrant officer. House's mouth fired off these words like a machine gun. Sorry, that was a bit rude. House looked at the mouse on the hospital bed and the stunned expression on Blin's face, suddenly feeling that he might have been a bit too hasty. Well, House, I got it. Don't worry, I understand. Just leave it to me. After a moment, Blin finally came to his senses. Wait, I just said one sentence and you understood? House tilted his head in slight confusion. Don't worry. Smurd won't continue to promote in the EC. You go out first. I have some matters to discuss with Colonel Mouse. Blin quickly understood what House was implying. Is he trying to chase someone away? But since Blin had already agreed, it was fine. Without his consent, this matter would only circulate around the branch. All right, you take your time chatting. I'll leave first. With a satisfactory answer, House also felt he was no longer a nuisance and exited the infirmary. Looks like this guy is also anxious, Blin said with a smile. Yeah, it's really a waste for him to be here with his abilities. Mouse stared at the door, seemingly reminiscing. So, Mouse, I'll seriously consider what you just said. Are you really going to do this? Blin seemed a bit reluctant. Yes, I'm sure. This is my way of compensating for the debt I owe to the glory of the Navy over the years, Mouse said solemnly, retracting his gaze from the door, showing no trace of his usual lewdness. Then it's settled. I'll do my best to negotiate for you. But your outcome probably won't be too good. You should prepare yourself mentally. Blin also made up his mind. It's fine. Any outcome is what I deserve. Mouse responded calmly. After leaving the infirmary, House vaguely felt something was off. He seemed to have forgotten to ask Blin where Smurd was and hadn't discussed how to suppress the public opinion. But since Blin agreed not to let Smurd continue promoting in the EC, the rest could take time. Can Smurd really be lost in the EC? Once again idle, House became a street loafer at Branch 16 until noon when he saw Liu Yi again. Servant. I've heard from Windmill that Mouse is going to be heavily sentenced this time. Will you help him? Liu Yi felt a bit of pity. Why are you sympathizing with a bad person? He betrayed his subordinates. Cardan spat out a mouthful of rice, unable to comprehend how Liu Yi could feel sorry for Mouse after just stepping out. In his view, betraying one's comrades deserved to die 10 times over. But didn't he fight hard with Crow? Liu Yi's dislike for Mouse stemmed entirely from Mouse's face and the description of the injured soldiers. Initially, watching House mess with people was quite interesting, but who let Liu Yi witness Mouse's final outburst? House was quick-witted and lifted the tablecloth to block Cardan's sneak attack. That's enough. House shot a glare at Caton, who quickly wiped his face with a tissue, not daring to look at House. I was also quite shocked that Mouse could suddenly realize this matter. However, that doesn't change the fact that he made a mistake. How to penalize him is a matter for the Naval High Command, and we can't interfere with it. House shook his head. You say the rat is despicable, and indeed. He takes bribes and turns a blind eye to the merman. However, from another perspective, it is precisely because of the rat that the evil dragon only stays nearby and does not harm other areas. Furthermore, it is a fact that he successfully stopped the dragon from indiscriminately killing innocents, but he did not report it afterward, allowing the dragon to continue its evil deeds and exploit the villagers. Even after the dragon's death, he colluded with Crow and betrayed his subordinates. These are all his indelible crimes. Don't worry, the rat is very unlikely to be sentenced to death. House comforted him, but secretly thought to himself that even if one doesn't die, life won't be any easier. This is the way of the world. Making mistakes is not something that can be resolved simply by remorse. One must also pay the price. Oh, Louis replied dejectedly. House had no good way to comfort him about this. Betrayers deserve to be punished. Caden nodded, as he deeply despised betrayers. House glanced at Caden, but said nothing. The other person's experience indeed made him have no good feelings towards traitors. By the way, Liu Yi, how did you know that the rat was going to be retried? House was somewhat curious. Rikuhai usually didn't pay attention to these things. Her life was very regular. Eating, sleeping, beating up Caden, and playing with House. It was what Windmill Head said before leaving. Rikuha said matter-of-factly, "Oh, it was before Windmill Head left." Yeah. Rikuha glanced at House in surprise, as if to say, "You didn't know?" Suddenly, the sound of a battleship's horn echoed. House dropped his chopsticks and rushed to the seaside. By the time he arrived, he could only see the warship already hundreds of meters away from the port. "No, I haven't boarded yet. I haven't boarded yet." House was jumping on the beach, shouting. Liu Yi and Kadong followed, not knowing what had gotten into House. "Right, this is what Brin left for you. Take a look." Kadong then remembered that after he and Liu met Brin, the latter had given him a letter to deliver to House. He took the letter out of his pocket and handed it to House. House took the letter, opened it, and immediately became furious. The letter stated that Warrant Officer House of the East Sea Branch 77 was temporarily appointed to handle all affairs of East Sea Branch 16. Authorizer, Blin. Are you messing with me? We agreed that you would only deal with the Mouse issue. Blin, you sly one, are you messing with me? Forcing me to work overtime. Do you have any idea how furious a worker can be? At that moment, on a distant ship, Mouse and Blin were watching the figure on the dock, jumping in anger. Are we just leaving him there? Mouse was a bit worried. What if that guy quits? Don't worry, I know him. If you don't force things into his hands, he'll have a whole bunch of reasons to refuse. Blin said, nonchalantly, anyway, even if House complains a bit, it won't affect him. But what if he wants to mess with you? Mouse mentioned the time House diagnosed him with Liang-Fifan syndrome. He actually did that. Can we still turn back now? Blin felt a bit guilty and looked at Mouse with sympathy. So there's this matter too. It's too late. I hope he goes easy on you, old boss. Mouse now felt a bit amused. He didn't want to be the only one suffering, and he was glad to drag Blin down with him. No, you, Blin, are messing with me. Just wait. Next time I'll make sure to arrange an illness for you too. House glanced at the two people beside him, who were secretly laughing. What could be more interesting than watching House have a bad day? He silently compared them in his mind. Caden, I feel like you haven't been very motivated in your training lately. At this rate, when will you ever beat Bella Betty? As your brother, I have to push you a bit. Come on, let's go to the training ground. House stood tall and righteous, looking as if he was only doing it for your own good. No, you're just taking personal revenge. Help. Of course, Caden wanted to escape, seeing House's fierce gaze. It was obvious he wanted to beat him up, and Caden was not stupid, but under the huge disparity in strength, Caden was forcibly dragged by House to the training ground. What a joke. Am I supposed to not hit you and hit Liu Yi instead? Come over and take a beating. No, please. What is wrong with that? It hurts. I can't take it anymore. Don't come back. House walked out of the training ground feeling refreshed, followed by the sympathetic-looking Louis, while Kadong might not be able to come out for a while. But now, Blimblin has run away, not answering calls, clearly wanted to leave this mess for House to handle. Sigh, when can I retire? So, House started taking charge of the 16th Division as a warrant officer. Every day, he dealt with various materials, such as arranging naval patrols, collecting taxes in the vicinity, and addressing various issues left by the rats. Fortunately, even though Kadong was not doing well, he had once been a prince, and with the help of local Nuo Chigao, they were managing to get by. However, since the moment House saw the Straw Hat crew, he felt increasingly uneasy. That feeling has only intensified now. Warrant Officer House. The news about Colonel Rat has spread in the area, and the local community is very distrustful of our 16th Division. Nuo Chigao reported with a heavy face. As one of the victims, if it weren't for his joining the Navy, Nuo Chigao felt he would also be disappointed in the Navy. The reputation has collapsed, and it's a bit troublesome. Do you know who leaked the information? House C was a bit confused. Logically, this matter shouldn't have gotten out. Besides the original 16 members, there are hardly any others who knew about it. It's still unclear for now. As you know, once we lose the trust of the civilians, it becomes very difficult for us to obtain relevant information. This is something Noki Gao is also troubled about. When she returns to the village now, the villagers from other villages still point at her. Well, it doesn't do much good to dwell on this. Reputation takes a long time to build. Let me write down a few regulations for you, and you can have everyone implement them. After a while, we can post announcements to the villages, inviting everyone to visit the branch. Yes, House wrote down a total of 10 rules. Reputation is something that can be both difficult and easy. The main issue lies in the significant gap between the military and civilians, as the Navy's branches are generally independent, and civilians cannot enter at all. All opinions about the Navy are formed based on what is seen during their missions. But think about it, what kind of missions does the Navy usually undertake? They're often fighting against pirates. Who can wear a smile in such situations? Thus, civilians develop certain biases against the Navy, perceiving them as unfriendly. However, people generally do not voice these concerns because the Navy's battles with pirates are visible, so there aren't many problems. But this time, the incident involving the mouse colluding with pirates has made them lose confidence in the Navy. If you ask House to handle other government affairs, he might need to think it over, but reputation is something that can be resolved easily. Therefore, House established 10 rules to regulate the Navy, which are: first, obey commands. Second, do not take anything from the public. Third, all confiscated goods must be returned to the public. Fourth, speak politely. Fifth, conduct fair trade. Sixth, return borrowed items. Seventh, compensate for damages. Eighth, do not hit or insult others. Ninth, do not damage crops. 10th, do not harass women. Yes, these are the 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention. When it comes to being close to the people, what military can compare to the soldiers? As long as these rules are implemented properly, won't the reputation explode? This has been tested by history. Of course, House removed the rule against mistreating prisoners of war, as this is useless in this world. A group of pirates expecting to be treated preferentially? Ridiculous. Noki held up the regulations written by House, her eyes sparkling. This doghouse is so ruthless. Just wait. I will definitely take revenge. Kadong, holding his waist, angrily walked out of the training ground. Passing by the bulletin board, he casually glanced at it. Huh? What's this? Kadong started reading carefully. Although everyone might not remember, this guy is indeed a king. Meow. Originally, Kadong wanted to say wonderful, but who made him lose half a tooth to House, causing his speech to be somewhat impaired. He could still see the benefits of these rules for military discipline. He immediately took out the special communication phone bug to contact the Furs Kingdom. Hello, is this Burns? After much effort, the speech-impaired Kadong finally clarified the whole matter to Burns. Burns also strongly agreed with these rules and immediately decided to promote them within his country's military. A week later, House's people-friendly regulations began to show initial results, especially since there were only 16 branches with fewer people, making implementation faster. The phone on the table simulated a ringing sound. Without thinking, House grabbed the receiver. Windmill head. You actually left me here. It's no wonder the phone bug is a magical creature. It can not only mimic the faces of both parties during a call, but even simulate the saliva that House spits out when he yells. On the other end, Blin Blin wore a bitter smile. This is House for you. No one dares to spray a major like this. But Blin Blin also knew that he had not acted very decently this time. Calm down, mainly because there really isn't anyone else I can use, and you're the only one who can manage those people. Look, you're doing quite well. Don't come to me with this. We agreed that I would only investigate the mouse issue. And you actually left me here. You untrustworthy guy. I won't trust you again. Initially, the agreed-upon work had been completed, but you suddenly called for overtime, and it was mandatory. How could House not be angry? Ahem. This matter cannot be entirely blamed on him. There is also another person's issue. Thinking of that person made Blint's expression somewhat unnatural. Speak. What do you want from me? After venting for a while, House felt that his anger had subsided. The judgment regarding the mouse had come down. Is that it? House was filled with frustration. What does the mouse's judgment have to do with him? Death penalty, Blint's calm voice continued. Wow, that's a heavy sentence, House thought. But it shouldn't be. Although the mouse seemed to have done many bad things, the previous dealings with Aaron were merely bribery, so he shouldn't be sentenced too harshly, just dismissed. The serious matter was colluding with Crow to betray his subordinates. However, he ultimately caught Crow, so even if he were to be imprisoned indefinitely and impelled down, House could understand. A death sentence seems excessive. The mouse finally confessed, admitting that he was caught by House, and that Crow, along with the entire Black Pirate group, was dealt with by him. I didn't. Don't say such nonsense. After hearing Bryn's words, House immediately denied it 3 times in a row. Claw was killed by the mouse. The Black Pirate crew was defeated by the Straw Hat crew, and even a mouse voluntarily turned himself in. This has nothing to do with me. Did you hear that? It has nothing to do with me. Ha ha. The mouse also said you definitely wouldn't recognize him. But it doesn't matter. The matter has been established. Congratulations, House. You are now a lieutenant. So you're a lieutenant now. Do you want to reconsider? I think I don't deserve it. It's over. I'm going to be conscripted. Luffy has set sail, and soon the Marineford War will begin. He still doesn't want to acknowledge his father, nor does he want to see how fierce a person with only half a brain can be. Refusal. I must refuse. By the way, House, there's one more important thing I need to tell you. Bryn's tone became a bit hesitant, as if he hadn't thought about how to say it. What is it? I feel like I won't be surprised by anything you say now. House said irritably. 10 days ago, Orange Town was attacked by pirates. Boom. A massive aura suddenly appeared in Branch 16, and everyone in the branch felt as if an invisible hand was gripping their hearts. Fortunately, this aura came and went quickly, disappearing in just a moment. If it weren't for the cold sweat still on some people's foreheads, they would have almost thought it was an illusion. After taking several deep breaths in succession, House spoke. His tone is cold, as if he had no emotions. You find someone to take over the matters of Branch 16? I need to go to Orange Town. Okay. Someone is already on the way, but House, you need to stay calm. Bruin seemed to have anticipated this, having already arranged the connections. I understand. After saying this, House hung up the phone. He finally understood why he became irritated after meeting Luffy and his crew. Luffy's connection to Nami was precisely Orange Town, which in the original story was destroyed by the treasure-hunting King Buggy. The original story mentioned that the townspeople sought refuge and were unharmed, but that was based on Luffy's timely arrival. The plot had already broken down when House saved Bruin. House didn't want to gamble, nor did he dare to, so he chose to go back and take a look, deciding to chop this treasure hunter into several pieces. As soon as he thought of it, he acted on it, leaving Noki Gao behind to hand over to the people sent by Bling Bling, while House directly took Lu Yi and Cadden to rush towards Orange Town. On the way, Cadden wanted to ask House what happened, but was pulled back by Lu Yi. The servant was very angry and told him not to disturb him. Lu Yi shook his head at Cadden. Cadden looked at House, who was standing on the deck, exuding a low pressure, staring in the direction of Orange Town, and decisively kept quiet. Do you know what happened? Cadden whispered to Lu Yi. It seems Orange Town was attacked by pirates. Lu Yi also whispered back. Orange Town? Cadden felt the name was very familiar. It was the place where the servant had lived since leaving the Kingdom of Furs. Lu Yi gave Cadden a proud glance. You didn't know, did you? Then I understand. Cadden nodded knowingly. House's personality was like that. If others treated him poorly, he would retaliate. But if others treated him well, he would treat them even better. This time, the town where he had lived for so long was attacked, so he must be very angry. Soon, they arrived at Orange Town. To be precise, it was half of Orange Town. The other half had already been destroyed. The air pressure around House has dropped even lower, and the approaching navy no longer dares to get close to him. A dark aura now surrounds House, instilling an instinctive sense of aversion in others. Even Cadden does not dare to look directly at House, fearing he might lose control and draw his sword, as that would not be the aura of a human. Servant. Only Shirley is still looking at House with concern, seemingly unaffected by that aura. House. An aged yet powerful voice broke the eerie atmosphere surrounding House. Ha ha, it's really you. What's going on? Suddenly back? Worried about the town? It was Mayor Buter. walking over with cane. "Mayor, are you all right?" The mayor's question was somewhat foolish. If he could appear here, of course, it meant there was nothing wrong. Of course, there's nothing wrong. I can still work. Seemingly feeling that he was underestimated by House, the mayor vigorously waved his left fist. "Ouch, my old back. Really, when you get older, you shouldn't overexert yourself, old man." House smiled as he supported the mayor. "Well, it can't compare to what you guys have experienced over the years," the mayor sighed. "By the way, how did you come back? Isn't the Navy busy? The Navy is nothing like the town. You can't just come and go from the clinic whenever you please." The mayor's rambling did not annoy House. Instead, it brought a smile to his face. However, House quickly reined in his smile and asked Mayor, "Were there any casualties in town this time?" The mayor also stopped his rambling and said sadly, "Don't worry, that guy Boro did well. Before the pirates attacked the town, he took everyone to safety. Only some houses were destroyed." The mayor forced a smile. House didn't know what to say. Every blade of grass and tree in this town was the result of Buter's hard work, and now it's been destroyed like this. He must be very hurt. As long as people are okay, houses can be rebuilt, but if people are gone, they are gone forever. House patted the mayor's back and softly comforted him. "Oof, I'm not old enough to need you, kid, to comfort me. Come with me. Everyone will be happy to see you." The mayor shrugged off House's hand and limped towards the center of town with the help of his cane. At the town center, all the residents were temporarily gathered there, busily moving things around. "Oh, it's House. What are you doing back here? Are you worried about us?" "Don't worry, everything's fine." The owner of the library, who was also the one the mayor mentioned would take everyone to safety, was the first to notice House following the mayor. "Well, I heard there was a pirate attack here, so I came back to take a look." House responded with a smile. "Hey, everyone look, it's House. House is back. House, why are you back? Don't you want to be in the Navy anymore and come back to be a doctor? Don't talk nonsense. Look, House brought so many people. He must have become an official. Long time no see, House. You've bulked up quite a bit. Not bad, not bad. The Navy seems to be good for you. You're almost as handsome as I am now. Get out of here, you shoehorn face size 42. How dare you compare yourself to House? The only one who can compare in looks with House is me. Get lost. Your face looks like a pig's kidney, and you still have the nerve to talk. Everyone, stop talking. The #1 handsome guy in Orangetown is here. Get lost." Everyone simultaneously gave the finger to the guy who called himself the #1 handsome. Haha. Feeling the warm atmosphere, House's suppressed mood lifted. "I'll help with the reconstruction of the town. What can you help with? You're a doctor who can't lift a finger. How can you do any of this heavy work? I can cheer you on. Get lost." Haha. After everyone finished teasing House, they all laughed together. In fact, everyone was quite touched that House rushed back immediately after hearing the town had been attacked. Of course, the cheering was just a joke. House was seriously busy all night, but early the next morning, he was kicked out of town under the pretext of urgent official business. "Go, go, go, you can't do anything and you're wasting food." The town was pushing House out, and he really didn't know where this old man got so much strength. That's right, House had already treated all the injured in the town last night. All right, stop pushing. Why are you so violent, old man?" House dodged the mayor's hand and walked out on his own. "Work well. Don't worry about us. You should take action on your wife's matter as soon as possible." The mayor waved goodbye to House with a smile. "Got it, you old scoundrel. I've hidden quite a bit of money at the bottom of the cliff. Let's use it to repair the town." House responded with a laugh and a scold. Next to him, Liu Yue's little face was flushed, quite adorable. As the only female in the team and having a particularly good relationship with House, she couldn't escape being teased by the townsfolk. Several times, if it weren't for House intervening in time, those townsfolk would have been thrown into the sea by the embarrassed Liu Yue. Only Kadong, who had performed a singing and dancing rap last night, was now feeling down for being criticized. "You all don't understand how hard I've worked for 2.5 years. I can still play basketball," he kept muttering to himself. "So, are we going back to Branch 16 now?" After a moment, Liu Yue's face looked less red, and she took the initiative to ask about their itinerary. "No, we're going to Rogtown." A fierce light flashed in House's eyes. Yesterday, no one in the town brought up who the pirates attacking Orangetown were. Even when he asked, the mayor would just joke around to avoid the topic. He could understand that the mayor was trying to prevent him from seeking revenge on the pirates who were destroying the town, fearing for his safety. After all, in their eyes, he was just a decent doctor with good medical skills, lacking any fighting power. How could he possibly stand a chance against those pirates capable of destroying the town? However, even if the townsfolk didn't say anything, House, who had an advantage, knew. He even knew that the treasure hunter buggy would appear in Logtown. He needed to hurry there and chop that guy into 18 pieces. "Cadden, you handle the ship for now. I need some quiet time. Don't disturb me." Feeling the restlessness within him, House's expression changed. and he quickly instructed Cadden before darting into the cabin. Servant, you. Liu hadn't finished speaking, but House had already left, leaving the rest of her words stuck in her throat. Slightly annoyed, Liu glanced at Cadden, who was still mumbling, and dragged him by the collar toward the back of the ship. Today, I will properly guide your observation hockey. Wait, your previous injury hasn't healed yet. Cadden, unable to resist, was dragged away. He truly didn't understand why, despite trying so hard, he was still weaker than House, and couldn't even keep up with Liu. This little girl. Could it be that there's a disease where one's intellect could be exchanged for strength? For 2 whole days, House stayed in the cabin without coming out. Both Cadden and Liu showed signs of worry. However, due to House's earlier instructions, they could only watch from outside the door. Liu silently prayed, hoping nothing unexpected would happen. But if nothing unexpected happened, then something unexpected was bound to happen. Report. A mountain is coming towards us. The observer on the lookout tower spoke with a trembling voice. What is it? A mountain coming towards us? Have you had too much to drink? Where's the helmsman? Turn the ship. Don't let it crash. Cadden walked to the front of the warship, cursing at the observer for being drunk at work. Then he was stunned. A mountain was indeed coming towards them. A flat mountain was rapidly advancing in their direction. How do we know the mountain is moving? Have you ever seen a mountain that can break through ocean waves? In just a short while, that mountain had grown from the size of a green bean in their line of sight to the size of a fist. Hard to port. Avoid that mountain. At this critical moment, Cadden took responsibility, quickly calming down and issuing orders. The Navy on the ship swiftly executed the command, and the warship quickly turned left, trying to avoid the mountain's trajectory. But before the Navy could celebrate, the mountain turned. What is that? Many Navy members exclaimed in shock. In the astonished eyes of the Navy, the mountain, which was at least 300 meters tall, grew even taller, revealing the creature beneath. Damn! Even Cadden couldn't help but curse. That was no mountain. It was the dorsal fin of a fish. Its snout was cone-shaped, and it had several rows of sharp, flat teeth, each the size of a warship. The back and upper sides were dark brown, bluish-gray, or nearly black. The underside and belly were light-colored to white. Its body was spindle-shaped, with a large trunk, and the head and tail tapered off. The tail base was flattened with a side protrusion, and there were depressions on both the upper and lower sides of the tail. The snout was short, with a blunt tip that protruded slightly. Its eyes were large, round, with vertical pupils, lacking a nictitating membrane, located above the mouth and far from the first gill slit. Cadden couldn't maintain his manners. This creature was the top predator of the ocean, the great white shark. Moreover, this was not an ordinary great white shark, but a Sea King class. The entire shark was at least 2,500 meters long and was rapidly swimming towards them. Shaking its tail fin, Cadden clearly saw a human-like joy in its eyes. Was there something on the ship attracting it? Cadden was puzzled. Full speed ahead. Cadden issued another command, but the ordinary Navy had never seen anything like this, and they all sat weakly on the deck, mouths agape, staring at the great white shark charging towards them. Do you all want to die? I said full speed ahead. Cadden kicked one after another, the pain barely pushing back the fear in his heart. Yes, seeing the Navy finally starting to act, Cadden let out a slight sigh of relief. However, standing at the stern of the ship, Cadden's expression was grave, his right hand tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. Unless absolutely necessary, Cadden truly did not want to engage with this great white shark. The hope of winning was too slim. His attacks probably wouldn't even break the shark-esque skin. If House were here, they might have a fighting chance, but now, House was nowhere to be seen, locked away in his cabin without any indication of coming out. Cadden knew that until House emerged, this ship could only rely on itself for protection. Hopefully, they could shake it off. Cadden consoled himself in his heart. Unfortunately, things didn't go as hoped. No matter how the warship turned to evade, the great white shark still followed directly behind the ship. The rocks, reefs, and even some small, uninhabited islands that the warship had avoided were smashed to pieces by the great white shark's brute force. The great white shark was getting closer. Cadden could even see its cruel, bloodthirsty eyes. Liu, Cadden called out, hoping Liu would join him in attacking. House hasn't come out yet, and the highest combat power on the ship is just myself and 6 Leaves. But misfortune never comes alone. 6 Leaves is curled up at House's door, hugging her legs and shaking all over like an ordinary girl who's been frightened. Damn, Cadden doesn't even know what he feels right now, only able to express his emotions with this word. It's impossible to blame 6 Leaves. Even he feels scared looking at such a huge shark. Although 6 Leaves is strong, she's still just a young girl. However, 6 Leaves State instead stimulated the Navy on the ship. You smelly fish, how dare you scare Miss 6 Leaves? Damn it. What's so great about dying? Smelly fish, let's fight. No matter how big it is, it's just a fish. I'll rip your fins off for shark fin soup. Come on, let me smash your teeth. The crowd was filled with righteous anger. If one were to choose the most respected person on the ship, it would undoubtedly be House. But if you had to choose the most popular person, 6 Leaves would be the clear winner. There's no other reason. This girl is warm-hearted and can't sit still. If someone on the ship is in trouble, she always steps up to help. What kind of people are on the ship? Young ones around 20, older ones in their 30s, not yet 40. Beautiful and kind-hearted. Even though she talks strangely, I assent that a charm. Some have crushes on her. Some see her as a younger sister, and some dote on her like a daughter. So it's no exaggeration to call 6 Leaves the ship's favorite. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bullets and cannonballs flew toward the great white shark as if they were free. But these things couldn't even hinder the great white shark's advance. Its massive body and tough skin meant it could directly ignore these attacks. A flame of anger ignited in Katong's heart. He sees 6 Leaves as a younger sister. And with House's relationship, he must fight this sea king today. Retracting his pitying gaze toward 6 Leaves, he fixed a sharp, knife-like stare at the great white shark. Breath of fire. With both hands on the sword, flames spilled from the corners of his mouth, and he took a stance with his right foot forward. The first form, flame burst, erupted from his feet, propelling Katong like a cannonball toward the great white shark's head. He thrust the sword with all his might. The spear sword pierced in, but only the copper chicken head remained outside, while powerful flames charred the wound. The great white shark clearly felt pain. Its body began to twist unnaturally, letting out a sound like a cow's moo. I know great white sharks don't have vocal cords, but this is one piece. Do we really need to be scientific? The thrashing of the great white shark created waves and currents, making the surrounding sea seem like it was experiencing a storm. The warship swayed unsteadily in the storm. But at this moment, Katong had no energy to pay attention to the warship. He gripped the sword hilt tightly to prevent himself from being thrown off by the great white shark. Fortunately, the shark's skin was very rough, and with the sword hilt as support, Katong steadied himself again. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out the spear sword, the scarlet blade, even causing a slight distortion in the air. Breath of fire, third form, flame of all things. He swung down from above, accompanied by blazing flames, striking the wound previously made by the flame burst. Each slash further widened the wound. The great white shark again felt pain, its body twisting even more violently, revealing a hint of human-like ferocity. Its size was both an advantage and a disadvantage. Most attacks, even cannonballs, didn't even scratch its surface. But Katong's attacks were definitely not within the range it could completely ignore. Though not fatal, they were painful. If translated to a human experience, Katong's attacks felt like a red-hot pin scratching its head. Not fatal, but very uncomfortable. The great white shark suddenly dove down, so fast that even Katong couldn't find a place to stabilize himself and was left floating on the surface. Damn it, Katong cursed, immediately using Moonwalk to hover in midair, preparing for the incoming attack below. The great white shark was certainly not aimless. It arched its entire body like a bow, its tail aimed at Katong hovering above the surface. The tail of such a large great white shark was no smaller than some villages. Katong had nowhere to escape. A glint of determination flashed in Katong's eyes. This sea king was too troublesome. Adjusting his breathing, flames ignited on the sword once more, but this time, the blade was not red, but wrapped in black armament hockey. Katong's body began to spin, the flames swirling around him, forming a vortex of fire. Breath of fire. Fourth form, flame vortex. He swung out a swirling fire slash from his center, capable of neutralizing the enemy's wide-range attacks. But this time, Katong wasn't aiming to neutralize the opponent's attack. Of course, he couldn't do that, as the tail was simply too large. With flames engulfing him and his spinning, Katong transformed into a fiery drill, ready to counterattack. He aimed for the tail. Katong was above, the tail below. When they collided, there was no grand spectacle. Katong succeeded, yet he also failed. He successfully drilled a hole in the shark's tail, but he failed because he underestimated the strength brought by the great white shark's enormous size. The tremendous impact made him feel as if all the bones in his body had shattered, and he was sent flying into the sky, spitting blood due to the massive inertia. This wound meant nothing to the great white shark. After being pierced by Katong, its tail slammed against the sea surface, splashing waves like a torrential rain around. Then, the great white shark disappeared into the sea, vanishing without a trace. Without the great white shark, the storm on the sea calmed down, and the Navy on the warship gasped for breath as if they had survived a disaster. Where's Katong? No idea. He seems to have flown up into the sky. Look out. Quickly find where Katong went. We need to get him. We're looking. Don't rush. Just as everyone was frantically searching for the savior, Katong's roar came from the sky. You beast, how dare you? Katong was now above the warship, clearly seeing a massive black shadow slowly expanding on the water's surface, with the center right at the warship. With a slight perception of observation hockey, he realized that the great white shark was rising from the deep sea at an astonishing speed. In the desperate eyes of the Navy on the warship, the great white shark's jaws appeared on either side of the ship. This shark actually intended to swallow the warship whole. The entire warship was like a peanut in the mouth of the great white shark, about to be devoured. Roar! The flame tiger appeared in the sky. Breath of fire, fifth form, flame tiger. The tiger dove from the sky, and to ensure he was faster than the great white shark, Katong even used moonwalk to accelerate. His internal organs were already injured, and blood gushed from his mouth, as if it were free. But success or failure depended on this one move. A glimmer of determination flashed in Katong's eyes. The fierce tiger arrived just before the jaws of the great white shark closed. In a moment before the massive tiger plunged into the water, Katong twisted with all his might and swung the blade horizontally. The head of the fiery tiger crashed into the strongest point at the stern of the ship. Boom! The warship ignited as if it had been equipped with a flamethrower, racing across the water surface. The powerful torque caused Katong to sustain even more injuries. And after completing all of this, he lost consciousness, propelled away in another direction by the recoil of the impact. Due to the excessive speed, Katong bounced across the water's surface like a stone skipping, splashing up waves. Splash! The great white shark burst out of the surface, its massive jaws wide open. As the rapidly moving warship slid past the shark's mouth, tossed far away by the waves created by the shark's emergence. At this moment, most of the people on the ship had been knocked unconscious by the recent impact. The only one still conscious, Rokuyo, hadn't even had time to express her relief at surviving the ordeal when a greater crisis approached. A massive shadow loomed over the warship. How big is a 3,000 meter long shark flying in the sky? Rokuyo would tell you, it blocks out the sun. Indeed, the great white shark that had leapt out of the sea twisted in the air, descending towards the warship like a small island. Perhaps it didn't even realize that the warship had escaped its jaws. This was just a routine dive. However, the warship appeared so insignificant beneath the body of this marine king, like a person accidentally stepping on a piece of potato chip on the ground. Rokuyo stood on the deck, her red eyes filled with determination. With her speed, escaping alone wouldn't be difficult, but she didn't want to hide now. Clenching her fists, she stared at the descending island. Those who have not experienced it personally cannot comprehend this sense of helplessness. Creak! The door that hadn't moved for 2 days swung open. Top, top, top. In Rokuyo's astonished gaze, House, who hadn't been seen for 2 days, emerged at this critical moment, wearing his usual gentle smile. At this moment, House looked somewhat different from when he entered. Flame-patterned tattoos seemed to come alive, spreading across the left side of his face. Rokuyo looked at House with some concern. Don't worry, I'm fine. Just wait a moment. I'll go take revenge for you. He patted Rokuyo's head, squinted his eyes, and smiled at her. Rokuyo blushed, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Whoosh! House, wielding the third-generation Onigiri, shot up into the air, facing the great white shark, descending alongside it without hovering. If it weren't for mastering this move, it would have been quite troublesome. House was well aware of what had happened before. He was anxious too, but at that time, he really couldn't take action. It wasn't until just now that he had barely resolved his own issues. House maintained a parallel descent speed with the great white shark. A flash of red light appeared in his eyes as he gripped the hilt of the third-generation ghost cutter. The originally silver blade had now turned dark purple. Taking a deep breath, he swung his arms with all his might, unleashing a purple arc-shaped slash that was powerful enough to cut through the great white shark. In an instant, the purple slash, with an unstoppable momentum, sliced through the shark's entire body along its midline, then shot vertically towards the sea surface and flew far away. The seawater along its path was split in two, unable to recover for a long time. With a thud, a line of blood split from the center of the great white shark's body, and a massive amount of blood gushed out. The pressure of the blood caused the shark to split into two parts. Bang! The two halves of the great white shark fell on either side of the warship, causing the surging seawater to rock the ship continuously. Liu Yi grasped the railing to prevent herself from falling into the sea. Her small mouth slightly agape as she looked at Hao Si in midair with an incredulous expression. So strong. Hao Si, suspended in midair, did not notice Liu Ye's expression. He was now wryly smiling at the knife in his hand. The once smooth blade of the third-generation ghost cutter was now covered in fine cracks. A gust of sea wind blew by, and the third-generation ghost cutter drifted away like a pile of burnt ash. The eighth form of moon-breathing, Moondragon Will-Tail, would unleash a massive horizontal slash that swept away everything in front of it. This move was not only fast, but also accompanied by countless giant crescent blades. It was a very powerful technique with great speed. The only problem was that this move required an evolved demon blade, and neither of Hao Si's current knives had enough strength to support it. Without using this move, Hao Si was indeed unsure if he could take down the great white shark in one strike without harming the warship. After some internal comparison, Hao Si chose to sacrifice the third-generation ghost cutter. It was absolutely not, because the great Prajna was slightly more expensive. He let out a deep breath, and the fiery patterns on his forehead gradually faded. Watching the flying slash with some concern, he thought, I hope it doesn't hit anyone. It was the first time using this move, and he had exerted a bit too much force. However, seeing that the speed of the slash had decreased significantly after cutting through the great white shark, Hao Si felt much more at ease. At the current rate of descent, once the slash left his observation range, even if it didn't disappear, it wouldn't be much faster than a snail, making it easy to dodge unless someone was foolish enough to run into it. There shouldn't be anyone that stupid, right? Hao Si muttered to himself. Back on the ship, seeing the expression on Liu Ye's face, Hao Si couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong? Are you dumb? You're the one who's dumb. Liu Ye retorted. Then, Liu Ye froze. A few seconds later, she suddenly leaped onto Hao Si. Servant! Woo-woo with her head buried in Hao Si's chest. Tears flowed like a burst dam. A huge shark wanted to eat me. I'm so scared. Ooh, this was the first time Liu Ye showed such a vulnerable expression in front of Hao Si, and feeling heartbroken. Hao Si continuously patted Liu Ye's back to comfort her. At the same time, he regretted whether killing the great white shark in one slash was too easy for that fish. If it weren't for my middle part hairstyle, I would have been eaten by that fish. Isn't it fine now? By the way, hasn't Cadden come back yet? I sense that he seems to be injured. Right? The middle part hairstyle fell into the sea. We have to save him quickly. Liu Ye jumped out of Hao Si's embrace and shouted. At this moment, Cadden in the deep sea. Glug 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 when Hao Si rescued Cadden from the sea. Cadden's belly was round and obviously full of water. But with Hao Si as the doctor, this was nothing. Wake everyone up, we need to leave. The smell here is too strong. House wrinkled his nose and said to Liu Ye. The great white shark was indeed dead, but a large amount of blood was like a rain of blood falling nearby, dyeing the sea red. Such a strong smell of blood would definitely attract nearby carnivorous marine creatures. What if another sea king came? House did not want to waste another knife. They were too expensive. Meanwhile, not far from where Cadden and the others discovered the great white shark, a strange small boat was drifting on the sea. Why was it strange? This boat was not only small, but also looked particularly like a coffin. On this peculiar small boat was a chair, and at that moment, a middle-aged man was leisurely sitting on the chair with his legs crossed, shaking a glass of red wine in his hand. He was humming a tune, looking quite relaxed. The man had short black hair, closed eyes, a short beard, wore a black top hat adorned with white fur, a maroon patterned shirt, a black trench coat, and white trousers with black short boots. A cross hung from his chest, and behind the chair was a black large knife taller than himself. The small boat swayed gently with the sea current, and the middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes, revealing yellow pupils, looking curiously towards the front right. A purple arc-shaped slash, several dozen meters high, was flying towards the small boat, but it was moving very slowly, like an old man wandering about, easily avoidable by anyone. Is this called a slash? Facing such a tall slash, the middle-aged man was not afraid at all. He held the wine glass steady in his left hand, while his right hand drew out the black large knife from behind and casually waved it toward the front right. Swish! A cyan slash, the same size as the purple one, appeared and went straight to collide with the purple slash. Bang! The two slashes collided on the sea surface, resisting each other without yielding. After delivering the slash, the middle-aged man returned the large knife behind him and no longer paid attention to the situation of the two slashes. The sound of small collisions forced the middle-aged man to open his yellow eyes again, a bit surprised. An interesting slash. He saw that the two slashes, which had just been resisting each other, had now become one, with the purple slash becoming faint and only a few meters high, moving even slower than before. The cyan slash had disappeared. Undoubtedly, it had been defeated, which was quite surprising. The middle-aged man stood up, carefully sensing the soon-to-be-disappeared purple slash, and discovered that this purple slash was still attached to many small slashes resembling full moons. The small collision sounds were from these slashes hitting his cyan slash, and these small moons had torn apart his slash like serrated edges. Ignoring the soon-to-disappear purple slash, he became interested in the person who had delivered that slash. "Is it over there?" The middle-aged man murmured softly, his sharp yellow eyes gazing like a hawk towards the front right, the direction where House and the others were. Compared to fledglings, the fully grown eagle owl was indeed more interesting. The EC is truly a fascinating place. The middle-aged man took his black large knife to the stern of the boat, his gaze sharpening, and activated his observation hockey. The stern, or the head of the coffin, had a strange groove. He inserted the guard of the black large knife into the groove, propping the knife at the stern, immersing the blade in the water, and began to swing the long handle left and right. The middle-aged man swung the knife with incredible speed, creating afterimages, appearing to be very skilled. The coffin-like sailboat shot away as if equipped with a V6 engine, disappearing in an instant. All creatures that saw him swinging the knife, whether birds flying high above or fish swimming below, would be split in two by a sharp slash. The observation hockey was utilized to perfection at that moment. Roar! This is the scene that the Pirate King saw before his death. Luffy stood on the execution platform, gazing into the distance. "Hey, look at the execution platform. Who is that?" The crowd below the square became restless. This execution platform had not seen anyone stand on it for 22 years. And today someone was actually standing on it. It was 22 years ago today that the Pirate King was executed here. The commotion in the crowd below did not affect Luffy at all. "Hey, you up there, come down right now." A middle-aged policeman shouted at Luffy on the execution platform with a megaphone. "Why?" Luffy asked in confusion, looking down at the policeman. "This is a special execution platform managed by the world government. Come down. Don't be unreasonable. I'm not coming down." 3. Luffy made a face at the middle-aged policeman. "You wait, I'm going up to catch you." The middle-aged policeman was furious. Bang! A sexy beauty knocked out the middle-aged navy with a spike club. Small characters shouldn't be in the way. The beauty rested the spike club on her shoulder and smiled at Luffy. "Long time no see, Luffy." "Eh." Luffy showed a puzzled expression. "Got it." A man in a striped t-shirt suddenly fell from above Luffy and locked him with chains. "Good job, Kabeji." A group of people draped in earth-colored cloaks suddenly rushed into the square. The leader lifted his cloak, revealing a big red nose. "It's the clown Buggy. There are pirates. Run." The people in the square recognized Buggy and immediately scattered. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and everyone stands still. Buggy pointed his gun at the sky, smoke billowing from the barrel. Hearing the gunshot, the crowd that had intended to escape stopped in fear of being harmed by Buggy. "Today, we are not robbing. Instead, we invite everyone to watch, so stay put. Let my men keep an eye on the crowd." Buggy himself walked onto the execution platform, replacing Kabeji, who was guarding Luffy. The previously clear sky was now overcast, and endless winds swirled around. A thunderclap split the sky, and rain began to fall in a drizzle. The clown Buggy stood on the execution platform, laughing maniacally. "Straw Hat Kid, I finally found the opportunity. You made me suffer quite a bit, throwing away my body and making me go through many misfortunes. But it's okay, today I can take my revenge, haha." On the rooftops all around, numerous Navy soldiers were aiming their guns at the execution platform with keen eyes. "Colonel Smoky, everyone is ready. Now is the perfect time to attack." A Navy lieutenant was reporting to Smoker. Smoker had received news of the pirate invasion of Rogue Town the moment Luffy's merry-go docked, as the pirate flag on the merry-go was waving openly without any concealment. "All right, as soon as the Straw Hat Kid's head falls, let the second unit commence the attack." "Yes," the lieutenant replied. "Das Bones, how's the progress of the first unit? Have the pirate ships been blown up?" Das Bones, holding his knife Shia, approached Smoker's side. Due to the sudden rain soaking the gunpowder, the first unit was returning to the armory to get more explosives. "Oof. Tell them to hurry up. I absolutely will not allow any scoundrel who dares to call themselves a pirate to escape from Rogue Town today." Smoker, holding 2 cigars, glared fiercely at the clown Buggy, who stood on the execution platform with a knife, and at Luffy, who was about to be beheaded. "Pirates deserve to die. Straw Hat Kid, today I will execute you in public. You should feel honored to die in the same place as the Pirate King. Do you have any last words?" "I can let you say them. Ha, Buggy said, grinning as he raised the knife. "Huh? Is it me who is going to be executed?" Luffy exclaimed in surprise. "Well then, I'm going to be the Pirate King. Luffy shouted out his dream loudly. What a joke. You think you could become the Pirate King? You're going to die here today. Buggy's smile vanished, replaced by a furious expression. Hey, what are you going to do to my captain? That is going too far for a joke. Two voices came from one end of the square, startling Buggy. Zoro. Sanji. Luffy shouted in delight. Oof. Even if it's Zoro, he won't make it in time to save you. Buggy steeled himself. You guys stop them. Yes. The cloaked figures who had just appeared with Buggy blocked Zoro and Sanji's path. This is troublesome, Zoro said, biting down on his sword Wado Ikamanji, holding a saber named Yuki in his right hand and a regular knife in his left. Hurry up. Miss Nami has already gone to get the ship. Stop being so wordy. As soon as Zoro finished speaking, the two of them dashed forward like arrows. Although Buggy's lackeys were good at bullying civilians, they were insignificant against the Straw Hat Crew's two main fighters. Clang! Zoro blocked an attack from a pirate with his left-hand knife, using Wado Ikamanji to slice open the pirate's throat, while his right-hand knife simultaneously stabbed into another attacking pirate's body. Clang! Clang! 3 more pirates charged at him, and Zoro tilted his head to deflect their attack with Wado Ikamanji, turning his body and slicing through the 3 with his left-hand knife. Although these low-level lackeys had very low attack power, their numbers did slow Zoro's advance. Sanji was in a similar situation, performing a handstand split and kicking the surrounding pirates away, then pushing off the ground to leap towards the execution platform. However, there were too many pirates around. While dodging the blade of one pirate in midair and stomping his head to the ground, more pirates surged forward. Although none of them could withstand a second kick from him, he too was delayed and unable to reach the execution platform. Ha, Straw Hat Kid. You're going to die here. Seeing Zoro and Sanji blocked by his subordinates, Buggy laughed wildly and raised a knife in his hand, striking down at Luffy's neck like a true executioner. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, I'm sorry, I'm going to die. In this final moment of life, Luffy looked up and smiled at the front. Boom! Just as Buggy's knife was about to strike Luffy, a massive blue lightning bolt shot down from the sky towards the execution platform, about to hit them in the blink of an eye. Crackle! Another bolt of lightning appeared even faster. Strangely, this bolt was black. The black lightning and the blue lightning almost simultaneously reached the execution platform. When the people below regained their composure, the execution platform was already engulfed in flames, and the situation on the platform was no longer visible. Not far away, Buggy's hand was still raised in the air, surprised at the scene on the execution platform. Through the flames, he saw a figure dressed in a white coat. On the execution platform, wrapped in flames, Buggy looked like a sculpted figure, his twisted grin still on his face. But his entire body was charred, completely devoid of life. A long knife was plunged into Buggy's heart, wielded by the recently arrived House. House exhaled a puff of white breath, and the lightning around him gradually dissipated. The thunder-breathing, fourth form, distant thunder, is a technique that allows a person to unleash lightning from their body and then strike at extreme speed, attacking enemies from a distance. Hey, Straw Hat Kid, I saved your life this time, so consider the favor from Orangetown repaid. House turned to Luffy and said, Orangetown? Kindness? What are you talking about, squinty-eyed brother? Luffy was still the same Luffy. Even with a blackened head and face from being struck, he could still flash a big white smile. How's eyes twitched? Ha, you softy, dare to call me squinty eyes. Do you believe I won't take you back to be a toy for Louis? If it weren't for his father watching from above, and I mean really from up there, not just in the sky. House is very useful. He impulsively gave Luffy a flower face like his father's. Hey, what are you saying? Why aren't you talking? Squinty-eyed, big brother. Ignoring this idiot, he turned his head, and with a shake of the great blade, Buggy's body fell from the edge of the execution platform. Swish, swish, swish. Several flashes of sword light passed by, and Buggy was cut into 18 pieces, scattered beneath the execution platform. Humph, cutting him into 18 pieces just like that, no matter what the chop-chop fruit is. I don't believe you can still use your abilities after you're dead. Although he looks similar, you're not a plumber. Having more gold coins doesn't give you extra lives. That's right. The knife that just made Buggy more cautious was infused with hockey, and I carefully sensed with observation hockey that this guy's heart had already stopped beating. Squinty-eyed, you're too much. He's already dead, and you still want to cut him. Are you a pervert? House turned around, sizing up Luffy, trying to see where it would be convenient to strike. A larger bolt of lightning struck the execution platform with a roar. The entire execution platform collapsed with a loud crash. Watching Luffy from the sky, Dragon's face turned dark. Why not go for a paternity test? That guy named House clearly said he would let you go. Why did you provoke him again? Look at me, Monkey D. Dragon. A brilliant leader who founded the Revolutionary Army to resist the world government, known as the Noble Killer, the world's #1 criminal, who has caused trouble for many years without ever being caught by the world government. How could I have such a brainless son? If it weren't for me being here today, that shameless guy who took credit for saving you would really have killed you. Why did Dragon say this? Because the first bolt of lightning he unleashed could have saved Luffy, but House intervened and killed Buggy before the lightning could strike. As the execution platform collapsed, a straw hat floated down from the sky, about to fall onto the burning wooden frame of the execution platform. A slightly dark hand caught it before it fell into the flames and placed it on its own head. Zoro, Sanji, haha, I won't die again. Luffy continued to laugh heartlessly. You guy. Sanji jumped over to Luffy's side and kicked him. However, for the rubber man Luffy, it was nothing. Hey, hurry up. We need a breakout. Nami should have set sail by now. Zoro dashed forward, cutting down the pirate lackeys along the way until he reached the execution platform. Well then, let's go. The three main forces of the Straw Hat crew gathered and began rushing towards the port. Luffy led the charge, his flexible rubber arms flying through the swords of the pirates ahead, knocking the lackeys away one by one. Zoro and Sanji flanked left and right, preventing the pirates from surrounding the three of them. Attack! Don't let any pirate escape. Smoker's right hand finally came down. Yes, great, it finally came down. The lieutenant next to him was overjoyed and was in tears. He'd been waiting for so long, staring at Smoker from the moment he raised his right hand, not daring to blink for fear of missing the opportunity. But he didn't expect Smoker to keep his hand raised for so long that his eyes were drying out. Smoker looked disdainfully at the lieutenant who was rubbing his eyes. He couldn't keep this subordinate, who would cry when told to fight pirates. Doesn't he know the Navy bleeds? But doesn't he cry? That guy Dragon really has no manners, actually destroying a tourist spot. Worse than those who write about their travels here. House muttered to himself as he walked 2 streets away from the execution platform. I saved his son, and he actually struck me with lightning. What kind of humanity is that? A lifetime of only eating 4 dishes. Of course, House only dared to complain quietly. After all, he knew he had acted a bit unscrupulously. He forcibly intercepted the rescue of Luffy, and the key point was that House didn't want to, as it was not his character to not repay kindness. But to repay kindness inevitably meant getting involved with Luffy. Apart from that opportunistic Buggy, just look at the kinds of people the prince has provoked behind him. Just because the prince is fine doesn't he mean he will be fine. Helping the prince could jeopardize the Navy's reputation. Most importantly, as part of the lawful good camp, House really couldn't agree with the prince's chaotic way of doing things. What if Dragon miscalculated his long-distance rescue by a second or half a second? So House took action, focusing on forcibly repaying the kindness. After killing Buggy, having repaid the kindness, House happily strolled around Lowtown, casually wandering here and there with his big sword. In a house somewhere in Lowtown. Haha, old man. Hand over the money. Your daughter looks pretty good. Hee. 3 pirates barged into a townsperson's home, and an old man opened his arms to protect his daughter. Don't come over. There's a Navy base in this town. The 3 pirates approached with lewd smiles. Navy? Right now. They don't have time to care about you. If you hand over the money honestly, we might consider not touching your daughter. Otherwise, I'll give it. Just don't come closer. The old man felt hopeless. It had been some time since the pirates barged in, and still, there was no sign of the Navy. Moreover, the gunfire from the direction of the execution platform hadn't stopped. It seemed the Navy really couldn't make in time. Don't move. The money is in the room. We'll go get it for you. The old man resigned himself. Giving money was better than letting his family get hurt. Ha ha ha. Old man, you should have said so sooner. But you can only go get it yourself. She has to stay here as a hostage. The pirates weren't stupid. What if there were weapons in the room? Keeping a hostage here ensured that the old man wouldn't dare to act recklessly. The old man's face stiffened. He had indeed thought about blocking the door with his daughter inside after entering the room, waiting for the Navy to rescue them. Okay, you must not touch my daughter. Otherwise, I will never give you the money. Unexpectedly, the pirates saw through him, and reluctantly, he had to agree to their demands. The 3 pirates exchanged glances, each seeing the cunning glint in the other's eyes, and in unison, they replied, "No problem, we are honest people." The old man had no choice but to believe them. He quickly ran to a nearby room and pulled out a box from under the bed. But at that moment, cries from his daughter came from outside the door. What are you doing? No, let's go. Realizing something was wrong, the old man hurriedly grabbed the money box and ran out. As soon as he stepped outside, he was met with a scene that made his eyes go bloodshot. His daughter was already pinned to the floor by the 3 pirates. who were tearing at her clothes with force. The daughter resisted desperately, struggling fiercely. "I'll kill you." The old man raised the money box and hurled it at the three of them. Bang! The money box hit one pirate in the back, staggering him. "Old man, are you looking for death?" This time, it didn't hurt the pirate, but instead provoked their viciousness. The pirate raised his fist, gesturing threateningly at the old man. But would the old man be afraid? Watching his daughter suffer, he had gone mad. He lunged at the pirates. Even if he died today, he would protect his family. Unfortunately, the old man was just an ordinary person. Anger couldn't grant him great strength. The opponents were three adults, and in just a short time, the old man was knocked down by the pirates. One pirate pinned him to the ground with a knee, gripping his hair and lifting his head. "Old man, do you still want to resist? Today, let's show you how we treat your daughter." "Ha!" The three pirates laughed wildly. Boom! Outside the house, thunder roared. And inside, the scene was tragic. The old man, covered in blood, struggled desperately, but he was no match for the strong pirates and could only be pinned down. Watching as his daughter's clothes were torn apart one by one, the desperate cries of the daughter, the furious shouts of the old father, and the wild laughter of the three pirates intertwined in that room. Suddenly, a flash of red light flickered. The laughter of the three pirates came to an abrupt halt. So, this is what it means when people say that there's still those who yearn for such trash as pirates? Bang! Three round heads fell onto the floor at the same time, rolling with a gurgling sound. Bang! Three flames ignited simultaneously, instantly turning the three pirates into ashes. These flames caused no harm to anything else, not even to the old man standing close to the pirates, who only felt a wave of warmth. Realizing that he felt lighter, the old man immediately rolled over to his daughter, holding her tightly in his arms, and they both cried out loud. The creaking door of the house slowly closed, and the old man looked up towards the doorway, barely able to see a swaying white figure and a scarlet glow like the sun through the partially closed door. It's hard to tell how many similar incidents have happened in Road Town, but fortunately, that scarlet glow like the sun would bring a fiery greeting to these pirates on this cold, rainy day, teaching them the benefits of recycling and casually spreading the knowledge that bone meal is good fertilizer. Pirate brothers, don't run. Trust me, with my help, you will definitely be able to travel the world and find the great treasure. Stop. Just as the Straw Hat crew broke through the dual blockade of pirates and navy, a woman stopped them on the road. "Roranoa Zoro, how dare you deceive me? A pirate like you doesn't deserve to wield a famous sword. Today I, Daz Bones, will take back the famous sword in your hand." Daz's gaze was firm as she stood in the rain, her sword, Shiu, already drawn. "You deceived such a beautiful lady. Hurry up and apologize." Sanji was agitated. How could this green-haired guy always get involved with beautiful ladies? It's so enviable. "Zoro, do you owe her a sword?" Luffy looked at Zoro with confusion. "You too. Forget it. You can go first. I'll handle this here." At this moment, the two didn't continue to cause trouble. "Oh, if you hurt this lady, I won't let you go. Pirates, you can't pass through here." Daz stepped forward and slashed at Luffy, intended to take care of one first, but Luffy didn't even glance at her and continued running forward. Clang! Snow stood in front of Shiyu, blocking the attack. "Don't think you can escape." Shiyu danced continuously, but every strike was firmly blocked by Zoro. Damn it! Seeing Luffy and Sanji had already run far, an impatient Daz was swinging Shiyu so fast it seemed like illusions were forming. Clang! 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 No matter how Daz attacked, Zoro was able to steadily block her strikes. Clang! They didn't know how many exchanges had passed, but Daz's stamina couldn't keep up with Zoro's. One misstep, and Shiyu was knocked away, falling to the side. Crash! "Here he comes, Straw Hat Kid Luffy. I told you that if you don't hit me, you won't be able to go to the Grand Line." Just as Luffy and Sanji ran out of street, a man with silver short hair leaned against a motorcycle, blocking their way. He was nonchalantly smoking 2 cigars. "Huh? I almost forgot about that. Then let's take you down." Rubber rocket. Luffy attacked directly. White fist. Smoker's arms transformed into thick smoke, tightly wrapping around Luffy and Sanji's bodies. "Huh? Why can't I move? What is this white smoke?" Luffy and Sanji struggled desperately, but they couldn't break free from the white smoke. "I'm a smoke man who ate the smoke smock fruit. My body can turn into smoke at will. Pirates like you will never make it to the Grand Line." Smoker raised his hand, and Luffy and Sanji were wrapped in smoke and lifted into the sky. With a powerful downward motion, they fell directly from a high altitude, their bodies enveloped in smoke, unable to evade, crashing hard onto the ground. Puffed. Sanji spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to get up from the ground. "Sanji, rubber machine gun." Luffy's arm stretched rapidly, striking at Smoker in quick succession. So fast it seemed like dozens of hands were attacking at once. His fists rained down like raindrops on Smoker, but Smoker stood there unfazed, waiting for Luffy to finish. So disgusting. Luffy's fists actually passed through Smoker's body, creating puffs of white smoke. If that's all you've got. Smoker's hands turned to smoke again, quickly wrapping around Luffy's body and lifting him into the air. Then you can prepare to die here. Smoker suddenly appeared above Luffy. Smoker's lower body turned to smoke, wrapping around Luffy, his right hand holding his weapon pressed against Luffy's waist, and his left hand gripping Luffy's head. Luffy wanted to struggle, but for some reason, he suddenly couldn't exert any strength, allowing Smoker to manipulate him. Straw Hat Luffy, your time is up. Smoker pressed Luffy's head down towards the ground. If the slam landed, Luffy, unable to use his abilities, would surely be left with a splattered brain. That might not be the case. A mocking voice rang out behind Smoker, and a large hand grabbed Smoker's right hand, pulling it away from Luffy. Slap! Luffy fell heavily to the ground. Who are you? Smoker looked up at the tall figure standing behind him. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky of Road Town, illuminating the face of the person before Smoker. A face covered in tattoos on the left side. The world government is very interested in your head. Smoker said fiercely. The world is waiting for your answer. Dragon didn't respond, but instead said something strange. As Dragon's words fell, the wind, a hurricane, instantly swept over Road Town. Many buildings shattered under the hurricane's force. Help. Everyone outside, whether Navy, pirates, or civilians, was swept into the air. If this wind continues, ordinary people flying high and then falling could suffer broken bones or worse, lose their lives. Ding! The rain suddenly paused for a moment, and the air rippled like the surface of water. A small hole appeared in Dragon's neck, completely penetrating it. TSK, running pretty fast, huh? Waiting for your answers? Don't mess with me, I'll kill you. House's figure appeared abruptly on the street, holding the great banyan long light that emitted a deep blue glow. The seventh form of water breathing, Shizuku Ripple Thrust, came from the slant, piercing with the sword in a straight or curved line, just like ripples spreading across the water surface. This was House's sneak attack. He had been displeased with this clown for a long time. You're showing off. You can let your son run wild. But don't you know that using large-scale lethal force in public is a crime? To increase the lethality. Fearing that the simple power of water breathing wouldn't be enough to suppress Dorag's fruit ability, House even infused his sword with haki, aiming for a one-hit kill. However, even such a strike was dodged by Dorag in time. The heavy rain continued to wash over the street, cleansing the bloodstains completely. The rainwater passed through Dorag's body, and his figure on the street slowly dissipated, revealing that it was merely an afterimage. House sheathed his knife, taking advantage of Smoker, who was still pressed down into the sewer by Dorag and hadn't had a chance to look up, and strode away from the street that had just seen several fierce battles. House was originally having a friendly exchange with those little pirates on the neighboring street, showing no intention of interfering in the battle on this side. He couldn't be bothered to get involved in saving his son. After all, Smoker wouldn't die anyway. If someone over here dared to pull a knife on Smoker, Carp over there could just lift his shoe and ask if he wanted a matching mark on his right cheek. Smoker, as the new king of the Aokiji faction, had someone backing him up, you know. Ugh, you save your son, and beating up Smoker is whatever, but messing around with AoE. I just can't stand people like you who have a bit of skill, but don't take lives seriously. While House was cursing in his heart, he went to find Louis and the others who had already landed. Even though he had stopped the hurricane halfway, it had still injured quite a few people. Over here, Smoker had finally emerged from the sewer after vaporizing his head. The first thing he did was to quickly survey his surroundings. Good, no one saw. Wait, where are Dragon and the Straw Hat crew? Smoker's face darkened. He had already sworn to end Straw Hat Luffy, yet he had been rescued? How could he, as the heir to a Marine Admiral, face anyone now? Damn pirates and Dragon. I've already sent the first unit to blow up your ship by now. You should be helpless in the harbor. Bang, bang, bang. When the ghost fire sounded, it was all in vain. Smoker revved his motorcycle to the max, speeding down the street. With no worries of crashing, being a Logia user meant he was tough. He was heading to the harbor to personally capture Straw Hat Luffy and shove his head into the sewer. If I can't beat your old man, I can still beat you. In the sky, some red liquid dripped from a dark cloud above, mixing with the rain and disappearing. Dragon clutched his neck, blood seeping out between his fingers. Breathing heavily, he wore a face of relief after the ordeal. Since the day he opposed the world government, he had accepted the possibility of death. He had thought of various heroic, tragic, and regretful ways to die. After all, Those who opposed the world government for 800 years had all died. But he never imagined that one day he would almost die in the East Blue, the weakest sea. He almost went from occasionally watching his son from above to watching him forever from the afterlife. Where on earth did this freak come from? Dragon cursed in the dark clouds. If it weren't for being used to being grabbed by Garp since childhood, he would have instinctively shrunk his neck every time he felt danger. He would have been done for today. This guy is just a doctor, right? How is he so strong? Dragon muttered to himself in the clouds. This was already the second time he had fought House. The last time he was blown away was understandable. It was his own carelessness. Anyone who could make him so embarrassed had to be investigated. But he found out this guy was just a decent doctor who also liked to slack off. However, the proud hockey he had developed from being beaten by his father Garp felt like paper in front of this guy. Moreover, Dragon's eyes narrowed. That guy could actually suppress elementalization. If he hadn't barely used hockey to block for a moment, he wouldn't have had time to elementalize. When he got back, he was going to have a talk with the intelligence department. This guy is just an unremarkable doctor. Damn it. Crack. Smoker angrily kicked a railing at the harbor, breaking it. The first unit, bruised and battered, hung their heads in shame, not daring to say a word. Due to the rain, by the time they returned to change the gunpowder and come back, the Straw Hat pirate ship had already set sail. So they opened fire on the spot, trying to sink the other ship, but a sudden strong wind came, destroying all the cannons. Just moments ago, Straw Hat Luffy, Pirate Hunter Zoro, and Sanji were blown over, knocking them all down. In the end, they left right in front of them. By the time Smoker arrived, the other ship was just a small shadow. However, although Smoker was angry, he didn't blame the first unit. After all, it was Dragon who had caused this. Get the ship ready. I'm going to chase that Straw Hat brat. But, Chief, the higher-ups won't allow you to leave Lowtown, the commander of the first unit said, somewhat awkwardly. Then let them eat shit, Smoker said viciously. Wait a minute. A disheveled and dirty Daz Bonez came over. What, are you going to stop me? Smoker looked at Daz Bonez's state and felt his anger was about to boil over. No, please take me with you, Daz Bonez said firmly. Oh, why? Smoker asked in surprise. Daz Bonez had always been the good girl, so why was she going to violate regulations with him this time? Roronoa Zoro, that guy insulted me. I must reclaim my dignity. Crack. Smoker bit off his cigar. He took a closer look at Daz Bonez and found her hair was messy. Her clothes were wrinkled and stained, and her steps were unsteady. Moreover, Daz Bonez said she was insulted. Smoker's eyes widened, teeth clenched tightly. Zoro's name bursting out between his teeth. Get the ship ready immediately. Otherwise, I'll shove your head into the sewer. Smoker grabbed the collar of the first unit commander with both hands, roaring loudly at his head, spitting directly in the other's face. The commander seemed to be scared silly, standing there dazed, until Daz Bonez stepped forward to rescue him. The commander finally came to his senses, wiping his face with his sleeve while fleeing towards the base. Smoker, filled with killing intent, led Daz Bonez toward the base. The warship was docked at the base, and as long as the supplies were ready, he would set sail immediately to hunt down that green-haired swordsman. He was dead, even if the King of Heaven came. He couldn't save that green-haired brat. This was what Smoker said. No one could plead for him. Emergency rescue must be prioritized by injury severity. After following me for so long, you still don't know this. First, save those who are silent. Don't worry about those who are screaming. Handle them later when there's time. That guy over there. Don't you know that moving the injured requires stretcher? How can you drag them like that? Oh, it's a pirate. Then never mind. Drag them further away. Don't be in the way here. Louis, go help over there lift that pillar up. Be careful not to strain yourself. Clang. Clang. Where the hell have you been? Can't you see those people are blocked by the tree over there? Hurry up and chop it down with your axe. Can't you be more observant? Kata looked like he had lost the will to live as he went to chop the tree. Thinking house, you bastard. Could you be any more obvious with the preferential treatment? Because of the recent hurricane, the pirates who had been captured earlier and hadn't been locked up yet were now fleeing crazily around the town. Most of the original Marines in Lowtown had gone to chase the pirates. The few remaining were injured themselves, let alone taking care of the civilians injured by the hurricane. So when House and his group arrived here, the Marines immediately requested House as assistance. After all, the white coat was very eye-catching. House unhesitatingly began the rescue. After all, he was a doctor, and he couldn't retreat at this moment. Using his observation hockey to discern people's presence, he gradually arranged for the rescue based on the strength of their auras. Although the whole scene looked somewhat chaotic, it was actually orderly amidst the chaos. All under House's control. This sight happened to catch Smoker's eye as he hurried back. Almost forgot about this guy. Dasky, go give some commands. I need to find that guy for something. Colonel, don't bully Dr. House. Dasky looked at Smoker suspiciously, as she knew he had been wanting to cause trouble for House ever since she returned from headquarters. It's not about that. I have other important matters to discuss with him. On the way, Dasky had already told Smoker about her humiliation, so he was somewhat more rational now. However, seeing Dasky stand up for House still made anger surge in his head. Acting on impulse, Smoker walked over, grabbed House by the collar, and dragged him into a nearby alley. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me. Help. The Navy colonel is bullying an honest person. House howled, drawing the attention of the crowd. Dasky blushed and explained, and everyone then lowered their heads to continue the rescue. Shut up. I have something to ask you. Smoker pushed House into the alley and then blocked the entrance himself. House tightened his collar. What do you want to do? I warn you, don't act recklessly. If you do, I'll scream. What nonsense are you talking about? I ask you, why did you save a Straw Hat Kid at the execution platform today? That's right. Smoker brought House over just to ask this. Smoker's hands were turning to smoke, and it seemed that if House's answer today was problematic, he would make a move. Huh? Did I get seen? That shouldn't be. House's mind raced. He had clearly wrapped himself in black lightning, and by the time it dissipated, the fire had already started. No one should be able to see him. No, given this smoking man's personality. If he really saw me saving the pirate, he would have attacked directly. How could there still be a questioning phase? You sneaky guy, trying to deceive me? I, the smartest in the EC, am not just a name. I'm thinking this. Houses gradually relaxed. Smoker looked at Houses, who had just tensed up and then relaxed again, feeling somewhat puzzled. What's wrong with this guy? My acting skills are so good that they didn't fool him? That's impossible. Could that white coat just be a coincidence? Did I misjudge? Smoker would rather doubt his eyes than his acting skills. Colonel, although I know you're unhappy that the Straw Hat Kid got away today, you can't just randomly accuse someone, he said. Or do you want someone to take the blame? Refusing to admit it. Anyway, you have no evidence. Smoker was furious. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not that kind of person, he exclaimed. When has Smoker ever let his subordinates take the blame? However, at the same time, Smoker realized that the other party would absolutely never admit it. And since he had no evidence, looking at that smirking face made him want to punch it. But Houses was unafraid. Hey, what can you do to me? Just a smoking man. I enjoy the fact that you can't stand me, but can't do anything about it. Go ahead and hit me. This was a clear IQ crush. Forget it. I'm going to pursue the Straw Hat crew. You come with me. Smoker suppressed the urge to hit him and said to Houses. Smoker thought simply, since you won't admit it, then I'll take you with me. If you really have a problem, I'll just deal with you directly. If not, I'll just give you some military credit as compensation. As for not being able to beat him, Smoker never even considered that. After all, he was Smoker, the Navy's new king, the invincible Logia user. How could he possibly lose to an enemy? I'm not going. House rejected without a second thought. He had finally cut ties with Luffy and didn't want to get involved with him again. Lieutenant House of the East Blue Branch 77. I, Colonel Smoker of the Navy headquarters, am now notifying you that you're being summoned. Pack your things and prepare to depart with me immediately. Hawes now feels as if he's been locked up, only being served canned herring for every meal. This reckless guy, who looks down on nature, is actually resorting to underhanded schemes. Damn, just because he hold a high position, he can do whatever he wants. Smog, who was already turning to leave, heard Hawes muttering. He turned back, gave Hawes a brilliant smile, and said, sorry, being in a high position means you can do whatever you want. House's mindset collapsed, until House boarded the warship. He still couldn't believe that he had been handled by Smoker. Servant, I'm going to find Ashiji. Lilia greeted House and then ran off. She hadn't seen Ashiji for a long time. I said, House, what's wrong with you? Why do you look like someone who's been locked up and fed nothing but canned herring for 3 meals? Cadden noticed that House's expression was off and leaned in playfully. Did you peek at the script? How come you know my thoughts? Looking at Cadden's mischievous demeanor in front of him, House was about to say, let's increase the training. But before he could say it, Cadden smiled. Are you trying to use training as an excuse to beat me up? Cadden pulled out a chair, crossed his legs, and leaned back. Unfortunately, this isn't your ship anymore. If you dare to expose your strength and hit me, Smoker won't keep a secret. After being handled by Smoker, House was unexpectedly handled by Cadden again today. House Groundhog, j'ai exercé 3 dias. I have read your report, and you have openly confessed to accepting bribes from pirates and betraying your subordinates. Is that correct? An elderly woman's voice carried a stern tone. Yes, Admiral Tsuru. In the interrogation room, the mouse, who had already become a prisoner, responded in a loud voice and standard naval stance. Sitting in front of him was a frail old lady who was none other than Vice Admiral Tsuru of the Navy headquarters. Do you recognize me? Tsuru's smile was very gentle, not at all like someone interrogating a criminal. Yes, I learned about your achievements when I first joined the Navy, and I greatly admire a woman who has accomplished such feats, so I collected some of your photos. Hee. The mouse scratched his head a bit awkwardly. His idol from back then was sitting right in front of him, yet he had become a prisoner, which was quite bittersweet. Tsuru still had a certain confidence in her youthful appearance, so she didn't dwell on that aspect. I have seen the report, and it states that it was House who ultimately captured you and your colluding pirate Kuro, right? Yes, in this investigation, Ensign House performed exceptionally well, timely preventing me from making a bigger mistake and capturing the pirate colluding with me, restoring the Navy's reputation. Seeing that Tsuru seemed to have some doubts about the report, the mouse quickly added, "Oh, then how did you get seriously injured? Did House force you to confess? Did you have something on him that made you admit to this crime, when in fact it was House who committed the crime?" Tsuru's tone suddenly became very severe, startling the mouse. "No, that's not it. House was not aware of it. He did not threaten me. It was my own choice." "Then tell me, what exactly happened?" Tsuru said lightly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. Tsuru upheld pure justice, not just against pirates, but also against the Navy, and she was even more enraged by the corrupt behaviors within the Navy than by the pirates. When Tsuru saw a branch chief of the Navy actually fall to the level of associating with pirates and betraying subordinates, she was genuinely angry. However, upon carefully reviewing the report, she found discrepancies. The report was vague about the process of capturing Kuro, only recording House's brave battle, stating that Kuro refused to surrender and was ultimately killed. Moreover, the excessive praise for House throughout the report felt more like a document specially crafted to commend him. What is so special about this House that a colonel would risk his life to pave the way for him? This was Tsuru's biggest question after reading the report. This led to Tsuru specifically coming to interrogate the mouse. Otherwise, the mouse's rank would not have been enough to warrant the attention of such a high-ranking naval advisor. Sure enough, with a simple ruse, the mouse voluntarily revealed information about House. "So, criminal mouse." Tsuru's voice was very serious. "Yes." The mouse stood straight. "Your sentence is death." "Yes." There were no hysterical cries, no joy or sorrow. The mouse responded loudly, as if a regular naval officer was receiving a standard order. Tsuru's eyes held pity, regret, but more importantly, relief. "I shouldn't be telling you this, but I will look after that little guy House in the future. Thank you, Vice Admiral Tsuru." The mouse bowed deeply, sincerely thanking Vice Admiral Tsuru. With that matter settled, Tsuru stood up and walked toward the exit, where her hand was on the doorknob. She did not turn around, but lightly asked, "Regret being a Navy officer?" The calm that the mouse had maintained could no longer hold. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, yet his face beamed with a brilliant smile, standing at attention, saluting, just like when he had first joined the Navy and sworn under the Seagull's banner. "I have never been as resolute as I am now." Bang, the door closed. Being able to turn back as a good child, what a pity, Tsuru said with a hint of regret. Although with her power, she could easily save the mouse, who had suddenly awakened, she would not do so. Those who have made mistakes cannot simply erase their sins by awakening. They must genuinely atone for their wrongdoings. Those who keep saying, "I've already apologized, what more do you want?" have not truly recognized their mistakes. They just want to evade punishment. Love and peace. Unyielding justice? A remarkable figure has emerged from the East Blue. Tsuru walked back to her quarters with a smile on her face. Recently, Colonel Brand of the 80th Branch had some sweet troubles, which made his already sparse hair even thinner. 920. Have you also left me? Yesterday was 256. The day before was 548. How can I live without you? Bang, bang, bang. The loud knocking startled Brandt, causing him to drop 920, which vanished from sight. But he had no time to lament. As soon as he heard that noise, he knew those two love-hate figures had arrived. "Come in," he said weakly, choosing to give up. With a creak, a tall and strong figure struggled to squeeze through the door. By the time Brandt wanted to shout for him to stop, it was already too late. The doorframe crashed down. "Colonel, your door is becoming less sturdy. Did the construction team slack off?" Smoker scratched his bald head. It had become increasingly difficult for him to enter, and the doorframe of his dormitory had already broken several times. It must be that the construction team used substandard materials. He had to inform the colonel about this situation. It's fine, I'll talk to the construction team. What do you need?" Brandt waved his hand nonchalantly. It was just a door repair, and the construction team was already used to it. "Right, Colonel. Today our squad encountered the Mahjong pirate group from the West Sea and captured all 34 members. including their captain, Jiutong. After finishing his little report about the construction team, Smoker began to recount today's achievements. "Oh, well done, keep it up. It's really not Brand's fault for not reacting much. Smoker and Chopper had been there for less than 2 months, capturing pirate groups an average rate of 1 every 3 days. You might know what that means, but usually, the 80th branch would take about a week to deal with 1 pirate group. Even so, that wasn't a big deal. It was just about capturing more pirates. Not a huge issue. But these two were different. Not only did they capture, but they also had to promote. Brand had heard the specific content of their promotions, which were all about protecting world peace and never yielding to pirates, but he didn't pay much attention. It was good that his subordinates were so ambitious. How could he discourage them? In the first week, the Navy of the 80th branch found Smurd's constant shouting at the training ground quite annoying, except for Al, who was completely captivated. Al was somewhat famous in the branch, known for being timid. He would always hide at the back during battles with pirates, which was looked down upon in the Navy. However, when in the second week, Bloodied Al was brought back by the troops along with the news that he had killed the captain of the longsword pirate crew, everyone started to feel a bit strange. When someone you usually think is mediocre suddenly accomplishes something great, people around them can have an illusion called "I could do it too." But is that success really easy in reality? Within a couple of days, they were beaten back by pirates, and if it weren't for Smurd and Little D's timely rescue, they might not have returned at all. Deeply affected, everyone began to analyze what had changed in Al. It didn't matter if they studied or not, but once they did, they couldn't stop. The West Sea, plagued by pirates for years, combined with the righteous Navy and the ideals of love and peace, formed a wonderful chemical reaction. Now, the pirates near the 80th branch began to suffer, as fearless Navy members specifically targeted the pirate captains. "Hey, are you the captain?" No, I'm not." "Then are you the captain?" "Thud, kneel down." "Big brother, I'm really not the captain." "That's strange. Doesn't your pirate crew have a captain?" The pirates wiped their cold sweat, thinking, being a captain used to mean money, now it means life. Suddenly, captains of surrounding pirate crews were all on edge. Some even went as far as to injure themselves to avoid being pirate captains. Unyielding justice is actually quite simple. To put it simply, just don't be timid. Just go for it. Even more simply put, just be reckless. The Navy of the 80th branch expressed that if you talk about something profound, they genuinely wouldn't understand. But if you asked if they had seen a fist as big as a sandbag, that was something they could relate to. This mindset, which resonated so well with the current situation, was deeply imprinted in the minds of the Navy at the 80th branch. In just 3 weeks, the prison of the 80th branch was literally filled to capacity. Can you believe it? Brando even had to borrow their prison from a nearby 132nd branch. Borrow a prison? Have you been making such big moves lately? Colonel Martin from the 132nd branch was quite friendly with Brando. "Oh, it's hard to explain. Just consider that our branch has become more proactive recently." Brando didn't know how to describe the situation. "That's not fair, keeping good things to yourself. Are we not brothers anymore?" Colonel Martin was genuinely curious and very interested in this method of motivating his subordinates. He was younger than Brando and had been working hard to get promoted in recent years. However, the pirates in the West Sea were a bit strong, which kept his subordinates' morale low. With the conversation reaching this point, Brando could only lay it all out. "You mean this is all thanks to those 2 sergeants? Are you kidding me?" Colonel Martin was taken aback, but didn't doubt Brando too much. If those 2 were with him, even if they were only half as effective as they were in the 80th branch, his promotion would be guaranteed. "Talk is cheap, just lend me those people, and I'll see if what you said is really true." So Brando happily lent Little D to Martin. After hanging up, Martin felt something was off. Why did the expression in the phone bug that imitated Brando's eyes seem so complicated? 3 parts reluctance, 3 parts relief, 3 parts pity, and 1 part schadenfreude. God knows how a phone bug can replicate such a complex expression. After hanging up, Brando's mood noticeably improved. However, seeing the thick pile of pirate reports on his desk, he began to frown again. He had been working overtime for 2 weeks. Although he didn't have to catch pirates, he had to deal with reports of captured pirates. And various ship and weapon damages also required his approval. In the office, Brando sighed, and a few more white hairs fell from his head. 3 weeks later, Martin found himself facing the same troubles as Brando. "Little D, you've been working hard lately. Let me give you a break." Martin felt a bit embarrassed. "Colonel, thank you for your kindness, but I'm not tired at all. Please let me continue working." Little D patted his chest confidently to prove that he was in great health and didn't need a break. "But our branch's prison is full." Martin finally understood the expression in Brando's eyes that day. Having a proactive subordinate is certainly good, but when all your subordinates are proactive, it becomes quite troublesome. Martin wanted to cry, but had no tears. In reality, this was all his own doing. When he requested Little D to come over, he was so happy that he held a grand, welcoming ceremony and praised Little D's enthusiasm for capturing pirates. This operation directly caused a storm in the 132nd branch. Just imagine, did you ever have a kid from someone else's family that your parents always mentioned? This time, not only did they mention him, but they actually called him over to educate you. How would you feel? Who is this newcomer? I don't know. I heard he came from the East Sea. Many in the cafeteria were discussing Little D, but he seemed completely unaware, elegantly enjoying his lunch one bite at a time. Damn, what's he pretending for? I really want to beat him up. A rugged-looking Navy member was quite displeased with Little D's behavior. The Navy should eat heartily to have the strength to fight pirates. What was he doing eating so slowly? He's protected by Colonel Martin. Do you dare to hit him? Another Navy member immediately teased. The rugged man had only been venting, but got provoked and became serious. Why not? I've done so much for the branch. What's wrong with hitting a newcomer? At worst, I'll get locked up. The rugged man retorted, leaving his meal behind and heading straight for Little D. At that moment, Little D seemed to sense the situation and put down his lunch, walking directly outside. The rugged man immediately followed, determined to teach this other kid a lesson. The Navy doesn't catch pirates just by talking. Hey, Yosuke, don't. The Navy member who had spoken to the rugged man quickly followed, trying to stop him. He was just venting. Why did he take it so seriously? Yosuke, the rugged man, watched Little D enter an alley, and he followed him in. What the hell? He clearly came this way. There was no one in the alley, and Yosuke couldn't figure out how Little D had disappeared from a dead end. For 3 consecutive days. No matter how Yosuke chased and blocked him, Little D always managed to vanish at the right moment. On the 3rd day, when Little D returned with a captured pirate crew, Yosuke couldn't hold back any longer. It's just catching pirates. If you can do it, so can I. With the mindset of if I can't catch you, Little D, I can at least catch a few pirates, the rugged man set off. But as it turned out, his luck was truly not good. Hurry, answer the phone. Boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire echoed endlessly, with shells continuously landing near the warship, causing it to sway unsteadily. Inside the cabin, a rugged man wore an anxious expression, and finally, the call was connected. This is Wai-Suk. I am currently being attacked by 5 pirate ships. The situation is very dangerous. Please send someone to support me. The operator on the other end was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained composure. Wai-Suk, please specify your approximate location. We will contact the nearby Navy for support immediately. I am near the Bahamas, heading toward the branch. Understood, Isuke. We will contact people for support right away. Wai-Suk was anxious, and the operator did not hesitate, immediately starting to contact others. By the way, Wai-Suk, who are the attackers? While contacting others, the operator inquired. It's the negotiator Wit from the Flame Tank pirate crew. What? A pirate reported respectfully to Wit, who was sitting on the sofa. Mr. Wit, we expect to catch up with that warship in about 20 minutes. The pirate looked like a small leader based on his appearance. Understood. The captain values this operation greatly, so you must not mess it up. Wit did not look up, continuing to polish his beloved revolver. Yes, we will not disappoint the captain. The small pirate leader became excited. He admired the captain very much. Keep an eye on them. Don't let anyone slack off. I heard the captain wants some good performers to enter the castle. Wit blew on his revolver and continued to wipe it. Yes, I will urge them right away. The small pirate leader became even more excited. The opportunity to enter the castle was rare, and only those the captain truly trusted could go. Thinking of this, the small leader hurriedly ran out, wanting to arrange everything and show his loyalty with the best performance for the captain. The cabin fell silent, leaving only the sound of wiping. Now that's better. Wit finally finished cleaning his gun, holding it carefully and inspecting it to ensure nothing was missed. I really wonder who the Navy will send to negotiate with me. Hee. Wit let out a strange laugh, his tongue twisting in the air like an anteater. Captain, we are surrounded. An observer on the lookout tower shouted the information. Damn it, where's the support? 5 pirate ships had surrounded the warship, rendering it immobile. Navy on board. You have 10 minutes to drop your weapons and surrender, or we will open fire. The small pirate leader, who had previously been submissive in front of Wit, was now arrogantly shouting through a loudspeaker. Captain, what should we do now? A large group of soldiers looked at Wai-Suk, their expressions somewhat panicked. It was understandable, as the dozens of cannons from the pirates were almost pointed at their faces. What is there to panic about? Get your guns ready and be on guard against a pirate sneak attack. The Navy has no reason to surrender to pirates. Although Wai-Suk was also panicking inside, he still forced himself to appear calm. He was the backbone of the ship. He could not panic when others did. Calmly issuing orders, He stood on the deck with the soldiers, silently praying for the reinforcements to arrive soon. As time passed second by second, the pirates kept their promise and did not attack, but a sense of despair lingered in the hearts of the Navy. You have nowhere to run. Surrender immediately, or we will fire. The pirates, seeing that the Navy on the warship refused to surrender, became somewhat irritated. Witt's order was to capture the Navy alive, but this did not include the warship. The reason he gave the Navy 10 minutes was to wear down their will and force them to surrender. Capturing the Navy was just completing the task. To earn the captain's favor, he had to do better, such as capturing a warship. Captain, the reinforcements Haven T arrived. What should we do? A private appeared somewhat at a loss. Ha! Wysuk suddenly laughed, attracting the attention of all the Navy on board. Curious as to how he could still laugh in such a situation. Everyone, I'm sorry. This situation today is all my fault. Wysuk first sincerely bowed. If he and T wanted to compete with little D, perhaps none of this would have happened. Captain, how can this be your fault? It's all that newcomer's fault. A sergeant who had a good relationship with Wysuk couldn't help but speak up. But Wysuk waved his hand to stop him from continuing. Of course, it's my fault. Thinking about it, that little D didn't do anything and was targeted by us. The fault lies with us. Isuke saith, the current situation is all my own doing. It's just a pity for all of you. Captain, what are you saying? We are all here voluntarily. Yes, Captain, I joined the Navy for you. Don't say such discouraging words, Captain. If worst comes to worst, we'll just fight the pirates. Yes, let us fight them. Suddenly, the ship was filled with righteous indignation. I'm sorry for you all. Looking at so many Navy supporting him, Wysuk shed tears of gratitude. He regretted it. If it weren't for his jealousy, this wouldn't have happened. But now the situation was out of his control, and Wysuk steeled himself. Everyone, listen to me. Wysuk shouted, overpowering the voices of the Navy. All the Navy looked at Wysuk, quietly waiting for his next command. Wysuk also glanced around at the surrounding Navy, his eyes filled with both regret and determination. Everyone close your eyes. The Navy didn't know what Wysuk was planning but complied, closing their eyes, including Wysuk himself. I have been in the Navy for 8 years, and I have always fought bravely. Do the pirates want me to surrender? Absolutely impossible, but I can't let you all die with me. Now everyone has closed their eyes. If anyone wants to save themselves, open your eyes and go to the lifeboat at the stern. Take the chance to leave while I fight the pirates. Wysuk's voice was filled with reluctance. Captain, what are you saying? We won, T. A Navy soldier couldn't help but want to say something. Shut up. Wysuk shouted, and that soldier fell silent, while the others who wanted to speak also became quiet. It's not shameful to save your life. You have family waiting for you at home. Those who leave now just need to say they fell overboard during the battle when they return to the branch. There is no need to worry about anyone pursuing them. All right, everyone don't discuss it. I will count to 10. Those who want to leave can go. 10, 9, 1, 0, all right. Everyone open your eyes. The Navy immediately looked around to see if anyone had left. Everyone, I thank you in advance. Seeing that everyone had not moved from their positions, Yosuke bowed again with tears in his eyes. When he straightened up again, there was a resolute determination in his demeanor. Everyone put down their guns, and I will pretend to surrender to the other side. Then, when we get close, we will charge at full speed. Let us fight the pirates. Let them know that our 132nd Division is not to be trifled with. The entire ship's Navy raised their weapons and shouted, let us get ready. This might be our last battle. Upon hearing Yosuke's words, the Navy members stopped shouting and quietly returned to their posts, placing their guns in visible positions so they could grab them quickly for the final battle. Boss, it seems the people on the warship are very excited. A pirate reported to the small leader, who was holding a telescope with a face full of excitement. Really? Let me see. The small leader snatched the telescope and looked at the warship, seeing that the crew had all returned to their posts and even put down their guns. The small leader was overjoyed. They were about to surrender. His plan had indeed worked. The captain would surely reward him. Pirates, we surrender. Now bring your ship over. Do not fire. Yosuke shouted towards the pirates with a loudspeaker he had somehow found. No problem, come over. The small leader immediately agreed, his mind filled with thoughts of promotion and pay raises, completely oblivious to the other side's actions. In his view, they had 5 ships and absolute power. And with his clever mind, the other side had no ability to resist. On the warship, they also heard the small leader's shout, and Yosuke smiled. The warship moved forward towards the enemy flagship, surrounded by the 5 enemy ships, and its speed gradually increased. Hey, you all slow down, you're going to crash. Seeing the other side's speed increasing, the small leader instinctively felt something was wrong and hurriedly shouted to make them stop. But how could Yosuke, determined to fight to the death, slow down? Yosuke gripped the helm, his gaze resolute, steering the ship towards the enemy. You fools. They're going to fight to the death. Quickly dodge. What had appeared on the deck at some point, kicking the small leader aside to take control of the ship. But, seeing the small leader still wanting to say something, clearly not wanting to miss this opportunity for credit, Wit became furious and pulled out his revolver. Bang! Wit's custom revolver was far more powerful than a regular revolver, and the bullet exploded the small leader into pieces. The pirates on the ship were stunned by Wit's brutal method. What are you standing there for? Turn the ship, and notify the other ships to fire. Sink it for me. It was only when Wit's cold voice rang out that everyone hurriedly went to steer the ship. These idiots, Wittekirst, then fixed his gaze on the warship charging towards them. Seeing the enemy ship was actually turning, he realized his plan had been exposed. Accelerate. We're going for it. Yosuke shouted towards the engine room, estimating the speeds of himself and the enemy in his heart. He slightly adjusted the direction. This was his last chance. Their ship's speed was not as fast as the enemy's. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chased down. The enemy needed time to accelerate. While their side had already picked up speed, there was still a chance. He had to catch up. Yosuke's fingers gripping the helm turned pale. Boom! Boom! A large number of cannonballs fell near the warship, and the violently shaking sea forced Yosuke to hold the helm with all his strength to barely stay on course. Unfortunately, despite Yosuke's efforts to stabilize the warship, the pirate cannonballs still affected it. He couldn't reach the other side. Is this fate? Yosuke released the helm, his eyes filled with disappointment. Boom! Boom! A warship charged from an angle into the encirclement, bombarding the pirate flagship. Don't lose hope. We're here to rescue you. The voice came from the newly appeared warship, where Little D stood at the bow, shouting with a loudspeaker. In the distance, 7 or 8 warships were faintly visible, rushing towards them. Reinforcements have arrived. Ha ha! Everyone on Yosuke's warship was overjoyed. Their reinforcements had come. As long as they broke through the encirclement and regrouped with their own ships, they wouldn't have to die. Hope was reborn at this moment. The arrival of reinforcements made the soldiers cheer continuously, but in reality, they had not yet escaped danger. Don't panic. Throw away everything you can. Lighten the ship's load. We will survive. Yes. Yosuke was now the calmest person on the ship, but his sweaty head reminded him that he wasn't that composed. Compared to the jubilation on the Navy's side, Wit wore a cold expression, looking at the stains left by the small leader's death. He wished that guy could come back to life just so he could kill him again. What was supposed to be a sure thing was now delayed due to the small leader's selfishness, and now they were passive. No, there is still a chance. Wit's eyes lit up, and he immediately commanded, change course, ram into them. Wit shouted loudly at Yosuke's warship. Huh? The pirate in charge of steering was confused. Shouldn't they be escaping at this time? Why were they still charging to their deaths? Without any more nonsense, Wit pulled out his revolver and pointed it at the helmsman's head. Turn now. The helmsman was on the verge of wetting his pants. Wit had just killed one of his own. The situation had reversed. It was Yosuke who wanted to ram into Wit. But now it was Wit who aimed to ram into Yosuke. As the helmsman turned the ship, Wit assessed his ship's speed in his mind, confirming he could block the enemy ship, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. As a negotiator, Wit was skilled not in combat, but in negotiation. However, negotiation required leverage. If Yosuke escaped, he would lose his leverage. So he had to keep Yosuke here, using Yosuke and his crew's lives as bargaining chips. He had already investigated that Colonel Martin was loyal and would not abandon these sailors. In the end, what was one ship? All losses could be recovered at the negotiating table. Just as Wit felt confident in his victory and began to think about how to obtain the greatest benefit from Martin, a sudden whistling wind sound rang out. Wit looked in the direction of the sound and saw a green tornado drilling towards him like a drill bit, moving at high speed and arriving before his eyes in the blink of an eye. Vaguely, he saw that there seemed to be a person in the center of the tornado. How could there be a person in the middle of a tornado? Wit raised a question, but there was no time for him to think it through. Now, his eyes were filled with despair, as if he had already foreseen his own dismemberment by the tornado. It wasn't that Wit didn't want to dodge, it was that he couldn't. He was a negotiator, not a fighter. Although he had a high reaction speed, his body couldn't keep up with his reactions. In other words, his eyes could see, but his feet couldn't move. However, the tornado seemed to have played a joke on him, turning in front of him and heading straight for the main mast of the ship. A harsh, screeching noise erupted from the ship, like someone sawing wood with an electric saw. Wit patted his chest twice, trying to calm his heart that had almost jumped out of his mouth. Crack! That was the sound of wood rubbing together, and a sense of impending doom rose in Wit's heart. He turned to look, and to his shock, he saw a large hole had appeared in the main mast of his ship. A young Navy man was gasping for breath beside it, holding a knife. Crack, crack. The mast, now with a large hole drilled through it, could no longer support the weight above. The mast was coming down. Countless ropes tangled around the mast were taut, barely holding it up. Bang! The first rope snapped, then the second and third. With a thunderous crash, the mast finally fell. Thanks to the delay caused by the ropes, Whit managed to dodge the mast in time, avoiding being smashed into a pulp. When Whit looked back at the young Navy man, he saw the Navy man glance at him with regret before running towards the bow of the ship without looking back. That glance made Whit's hair stand on end. It was as if he was saying, "What a pity I couldn't kill you." The young Navy man running toward the bow was none other than Xiao Di. The breathing of wind, first form, dust whirlwind, with its high-speed assault that approached the target, created spiral wind blades that destroyed everything in their path, just like a tornado. Just moments ago, Xiao Di had used this move to charge from his ship onto Whit's. Originally, this move could have killed Whit, but Xiao Di ultimately chose not to. He saw that if Whit's ship continued at its speed, it would collide with Yang Jie's ship. Pirates could find another opportunity to kill, but Yang Jie and his crew only had one life. So Xiao Di turned just before he attacked Whit, aiming for the main mast instead. He used the wind blades generated by the dust whirlwind to saw through the main mast. Moreover, Whit was not mistaken. Xiao Di did indeed show a look of regret at that moment, as he had tried to control the direction in which the mast fell. He wanted to see if he could crush Whit with the mast, but unfortunately, due to those ropes, he failed. With the mast down, Whit's ship suddenly lost speed and could no longer block Yang Jie's warship. Xiao Di leaped off the bow of Whit's ship and landed perfectly on Yang Jie's warship. Lying on the deck of the warship, he breathed heavily, having lost the strength to move even a finger. "Thank you, Mr. House." Xiao Di looked up at the sky, where a few white clouds drifted by, which resembled the white coat Mr. House often wore in Xiao Di's eyes. Xiao Di was the first to set sail for this rescue operation, truly risking his life to get there. Even though Xiao Di had now achieved merit and been promoted, becoming a sought-after figure, who still remembered that he was the Navy man who had once collapsed in fear before the wild bull bison, having endured the rain himself. He just wanted to hold up an umbrella for others. He understood all too well the despair of being weak against the strong. The breathing of wind was what House had given to Xiao Di the night before he left, and Xiao Di had been practicing it diligently since then, achieving some results. It was precisely because of this power that he was able to reach the battlefield faster than others and save Yang Jie and his crew in time. Unfortunately, the practice time was still too short, and his strength was insufficient. By the time he reached the battlefield, he only had enough strength left for one final strike. At that moment, standing by the mast was genuinely dangerous for him, because at that time, he had to rely on his knife to support himself while standing. If Whit had reacted and shot him. But fortunately, Whit was too startled, giving him a bit of breathing room to escape back to Yang Jie's ship. Go! Whit boarded the lifeboat with a small group of trusted subordinates. What about the remaining brothers? One of the younger subordinates felt reluctant. It wasn't that he cared much for his subordinates, but if he lost them, his position would decline. There was no time to worry about them now. Either they came with him, or they went back to accompany them. Whit saw right through the younger subordinate's thoughts and directly threatened him. I'm going. The younger subordinate hurriedly boarded the ship. If anyone else has the same idea as him, get off the ship immediately. Whit's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd. His trusted men all lowered their heads to work, not daring to speak. After all, they were merely pirates. They shouted about righteousness when it didn't concern them. But once their own safety was threatened, betraying teammates became entirely justifiable. Morality? What is that worth? Can it be eaten? Navy, I'll remember you. Before leaving, Whit glared at Yang Jie's warship from a distance, saying it with hatred. He had already figured out. The Navy man had killed him out of pity, but because he genuinely lacked the strength. If only he had been able to give the other party a shot back then. Ultimately, this rescue operation initiated by Yang Jie ended with the Navy's perfect rescue of the 5 ships belonging to the fire tank pirate crew for escape, leaving only Whit's flagship unable to flee due to the broken mast. The other 4 ships had escaped. Who could blame them when the Navy's ships were faster? However, Yang Jie's warship was preserved, and there were still a lot of pirates captured from the enemy's flagship, which counted as a major victory. After escaping danger, Yang Jie handed the helm to his first mate. He walked step by step to Xiao Di's side, and in Xiao Di's puzzled gaze, he knelt down and knocked his head 3 times on the ground. Honest people act sincerely. After knocking his head 3 times, Yang Jie's forehead was left with a large red bump. Yes, Yang Jie wanted to say something to Xiao Di, But as soon as he uttered a word, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed beside Xiao Di. Is the custom in the West Sea really this simple? This head knock was too sincere. Xiao Di wanted to stop Yang Jie, but he had no strength left, so he could only let it be. He never expected this guy would knock himself unconscious from bowing. However, it was understandable. It was too thrilling, and almost everyone on the ship could have perished because of him. Although Yang Jie always appeared calm, only he knew how much pressure he had endured. After a while, Yang Jie finally woke up. I'm sorry, Captain Demir. I actually wanted to teach you a lesson before. I was so inhumane. Yang Jie lay on the ground, full of remorse, realizing that someone he had blocked for 3 days had actually risked his life to save him. Yang Jie felt that if he were the target, he might not have been as forgiving as Xiao Di. No need to be polite. We are all Navy. Xiao Di smiled freely. Helping a colleague was normal, right? However, you did not yield to the pirates, and your determination to fight them until the end is truly admirable. My parents were killed by pirates, and I will never forgive any pirate in this lifetime. Even if I die, don't expect me to surrender. Yang Jie's response was filled with hatred. He could not coexist with pirates. Hearing this, Xiao Di suddenly became serious and asked, Yang Jie, what is your justice? Isn't justice just justice? What else could it be? Yang Jie was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why Xiao Di was asking this. Xiao Di took a deep breath and said, So, have you heard of unyielding justice? Xiao Di, I'm going to protect love and peace on the sea. After just 1 day of rest, Yang Jie set sail again. And this time he made a special farewell to Xiao Di. What happened to Yang Jie? Didn't he just rest for a day? Why does he feel different from before? Many discussions reached Xiao Di's ears. On the surface, he calmly said goodbye to Yang Jie, but in his heart, he silently said, he has changed. A day ago, after Xiao Di spoke about unyielding justice, Yang Jie seemed to be shocked, as if he had heard thunder in a clear sky. For the first time, he had an intuitive understanding of justice. Although Xiao Di repeatedly emphasized that justice is not narrow-minded and suggested he should be exposed to other ideas, Yang Jie had already concluded that unyielding justice was what he should believe in. Because he had always acted this way, it just had never been summarized into a theory. When a warrior has a belief, he is no longer an ordinary warrior. Everyone could see Yang Jie's change, and of course, they wanted to know the secret behind his transformation. Xiao Di and Yang Jie would not miss this opportunity for publicity, and a scene similar to that of the 80th Division played out again. Thus, there arose the situation where, due to the prison being full, Martin even had to ask Xiao Di to take a break for a while. The prison is full? Xiao Di found it hard to accept. It was still early, and the prison was already full. When he was in the East Sea, he never had such concerns. It could only be said that there were too many pirates in the West Sea, but the pirates were still ravaging the seas, and he actually had to let them go because the prison was full. Yes, although it sounds a bit embarrassing to say, our 132nd Division indeed does not have the capacity to take in more pirates. Martin shrugged, showing a face full of distress. As a Navy officer, with his subordinates actively capturing pirates, he had to order them to stop, which was a humiliation. Look, this is the logistics report from base. Keeping these pirates locked up consumes a lot of resources every day. The logistics are already overwhelmed. Martin felt very frustrated. Although he reported to the higher-ups quickly, approval requires a process, and it takes time for funds to be allocated from above, but what he lacked right now was precisely this. Xiao Di took the report and could tell that Colonel Martin was also under pressure. Otherwise, such confidential logistics reports would not be shown to Xiao Di. Xiao Di looked at the report, his mind racing. It was impossible not to capture pirates. How could he disappoint Mr. House's expectations? But how to solve the issue of these non-productive pirates consuming so many resources every day? Killing them all was not realistic. Martin, seeing Xiao Di frowning, felt a bit pleased. Now you know how difficult my situation is, right? He completely forgot that it was he who insisted on bringing Xiao Di from Brant. Of course, he didn't know that Xiao Di even had the idea of killing these pirates to free up space. Otherwise, he would never have shown the report to Xiao Di. The Navy does not allow the mistreatment of prisoners. That would be a serious charge, mainly because if they kill them all, there will be no pirates willing to surrender in the future. If all pirates fight to the death, how many soldiers would the Navy lose? Suddenly, Xiao Di had a flash of inspiration. Since pirates do not produce anything and cannot generate resources, let them work to earn their meals. Xiao Di excitedly shared this idea with Martin, expecting praise, but Martin poured cold water on him, making the imprisoned criminals work. Our branches in the 4 seas do it like this, but our branch doesn't have that much work. Xiao Di realized, of course, this was a Navy branch. There weren't that many jobs for pirates to do. And who outside would dare hire pirates for work? It would be great if there was a place that needed a large amount of labor and didn't care if the workers were criminals. Xiao Di sighed. Then he suddenly froze. Such a place, it seems, really exists. Colonel, if there's a country willing to accept these pirates, can we send them there? Xiao Di asked excitedly. Of course not. How can we send pirates to someone else's country? This is a matter of principle. Martin answered without hesitation. Xiao Di's excitement faded immediately. Right, the Navy cannot just imprison these pirates anywhere. However, if a country is willing to let the Navy build a prison on their territory, then pirates could be sent there. What, do you have a way? Martin's words took a turn, reigniting Xiao Di's hope. Colonel, can I borrow a phone bug? I want to make a call. Far away in the EC, the Prime Minister of the Fourth Kingdom, Burns, has been feeling troubled lately. Firstly, the king of his country, instead of being a good king, insists on becoming a Navy officer. Isn't that crazy? However, fortunately, the country's system is relatively sound, so it's fine if the king is absent. He can just be contacted by phone when needed. Moreover, the king is not completely neglecting the country. For example, the 10 rules the king passed down last time have already spread in the military, revitalizing the army spirit. That's nothing. But the second point has made Burns somewhat worried. These criminals indeed deserve to die. But if they all die, who will do the work? Burns always believed that these criminals should be executed directly. However, after this period of adjustment, he found that keeping these criminals alive was indeed more useful than killing them. The Fourth Kingdom is vast and rich in minerals, but the mining methods are quite primitive. After the country experienced a rebellion, all minerals were nationalized under House's initiative. And those responsible for mining such dangerous tasks are precisely these criminals. You wouldn't believe how useful these criminals are. As long as you tell them that if they want to eat, they have to work, and if they don't work enough, they won't have food. After being hungry for a while, these criminals all became good workers. Moreover, for those non-violent and non-cooperative criminals, House left behind the ultimate torture, the little black room. After all, Burns has never seen a criminal come out of there who would disobey. However, recently, a mine collapsed, killing quite a few criminals, which has made the already scarce manpower in this country even more strained. Sigh, what to do now? Suddenly, the phone bug in Burns' arms rang. Burns quickly picked up the phone. This was an internal line, known only to a few people, each of whom had contributed to the country. Seeing the face simulated by the phone bug, Burns knew who was calling. Putting on a smile, Xiao Di, what can I do for you? Don't worry, I'll definitely help you out. Colonel, the Kingdom of Foss in the East China Sea has expressed its willingness to allow our Navy to establish a prison in their country, with all expenses covered by them, and they will also pay for shipping costs. However, the criminals will have to work for their country without compensation, and some of the work may be dangerous. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Di immediately discussed it with Martin. No problem. It's just work, right? Use them as you like, as long as it's not slaughtering. A few accidents are fine. Martin made the decision right away, as this was a mutually beneficial arrangement. There are no human rights organizations in this world, and no one will pity those pirates. At most, we can inform the prison to assign all dangerous tasks to serious offenders. With the conditions agreed upon, Xiao Di, Martin, and Burns were all very satisfied. As for those pirates who would be sent away, who cares? After leaving Lowtown, House felt increasingly uneasy over the past 2 days. What was wrong with him? How could he let Smoker and Cadden get the upper hand? Sigh, House is sunbathing on the deck, and there's nothing else to be done since he has already come out. At this point, there are no other ships to take him back to the East Sea, so he can only look for an opportunity to hitch a ride on someone else's ship. Hey, you guy, why are you being so lazy and slack? Smog is now a bit regretful for bringing this guy on board. This guy House has 3 major hobbies: smoking, drinking, and sunbathing. Ever since he got on the ship, when the weather is good, he comes out to sunbathe. When the weather is bad, he stays inside chatting and joking with Cardan. In any case, he doesn't do anything related to being a proper sailor. Who is it? House lifted his sunglasses, glanced casually, and then put them back on. Smoker, give me a smoke. He didn't seem to take Smoker seriously at all. Damn it. I'm your superior, not your underling. Smoker was almost about to explode with anger. Don't you have any awareness as a subordinate? I'm your superior. You should be handing me a smoke. Is this guy really the strong one who appeared on the execution platform? He doesn't have the demeanor of a strong person at all. No, I must test him today. Smoker pretended to be furious and went over to grab House's collar, pretending to want to hit him. Colonel, Dashki coincidentally appeared here. Her voice made Smoker freeze. His fist raised, unsure of what to do. Dashki took a few steps forward and rescued House from Smoker's grip. After carefully checking that House wasn't injured, She turned around and stared at Smoker seriously. Colonel, how can you say that about Mr. House? He is a patient. Such behavior is absolutely unacceptable. Smoker was a bit frustrated and pointed at House, who was making faces behind Dashki's back, saying, "This guy doesn't look injured at all." As Smoker pointed, House quickly stopped making faces as Dashki turned around. Dashki looked at House's rosy complexion with a puzzled expression. "Mr. House, are you really not injured?" She had been suddenly pulled over by Roku, who told her that Smoker was bullying the injured House and urged her to come quickly to stop it. "But your complexion is rosy. It doesn't look like you're injured." Dashki voiced her doubts, and Smoker behind her nodded wildly in agreement. "This guy is not injured at all." "Ahem, I have internal injuries. The blood is surging, which creates a special phenomenon. In reality, my complexion is pale." House covered his mouth with his right hand and pretended to cough twice. "Really?" Seeing that Dashki seemed to believe him a bit, Smoker quickly interjected. "He stole more than 10 chicken legs from me last night. How can an injured person have such a good appetite?" The Colonel's words seemed to hold some truth. Dashki leaned a bit towards Smoker. She indeed had never seen anyone with such a good appetite while being injured, and so agile that even Smoker couldn't outpace House. Listen to my defense. No, listen to my explanation." House regretted a bit that Smoker was so stingy, causing him trouble over just a dozen chicken legs. If he had known, he would have snatched a few more yesterday. The main issue was his serious injury, and the Grand Line was so dangerous. What if he suddenly died? Wouldn't that mean no more chances to eat chicken legs? Of course, he needed to eat a few more while he could, right? Yes. "Colonel Smoker, you can't be this stingy. It's unbecoming of an officer to quibble over a few chicken legs with an injured person." Dashki adjusted her glasses and spoke to Smoker in a reproachful tone. Let's see how long you can keep this up." After Dashki's retort, Smoker found it difficult to pursue the matter further. In any case, no matter how much he questioned it, House would always have an excuse. "That's something you don't need to worry about, Colonel." "Oh dear, who dropped such a stack of sick leave notes?" A whole bunch of sick leave notes fell out of House's pocket. "Smoker, damn, this guy is now the doctor on the ship. He can get as many sick leave notes as he wants." Seeing Smoker's face turn red with anger, House felt a twinge of vindictive pleasure. "Serves you right for dragging me into the Grand Line. 6 leaves? Oh, I arrived just in time, didn't I?" "House. Oh, exactly. Just in time. Rukuyo is awesome." "That's right. It was House's idea to bring Daskira over. He has wanted to take revenge on Smoker for a long time, and he finally found the opportunity. And the injury thing isn't entirely a lie, you know? Mr. House, please don't intentionally provoke the Colonel. He's a really good person." While House and Rukuyo were exchanging signals, Daskira had already convinced Smoker and turned to House to say, "Well, you know, I got injured." House was still making excuses when Dashki suddenly leaned in close, her expression very serious. Their faces were so close that they could even feel each other's breath. "I said, stop fooling around." Gulp. House swallowed hard. Okay. When did Dashki become so dominant? It was too oppressive. This was fine. Dashki returned to normal. Too close. Servant. Shameless. Lyoya had just recovered from the shock of House and Dashki's close encounter when she started punching and kicking House. "Wait a minute, it's not me." "I don't care. I'll beat you to death." Watching House run away from Lyoya, Dashki showed a satisfied smile. Don't think I don't know it was you who called Lyoya over." Cardan sat by, happily drinking tea and reading the news, even inviting Dashki to join him. "Cardan, you guy, come help. This guy has gone crazy." "Servant, heaven's punishment." Cardan took a sip of tea, completely ignoring House's plea for help. After all these years, he finally found an opportunity to see House make a fool of himself. Even if he got in trouble later, he would accept it. Besides, what could he do? Block Lyoya? Can he even do that? He can't. Most importantly, Cardan bet his life on it. If he really went, House would definitely sell him out without hesitation to let Lyoya vent her anger. Dashki, still smiling, pulled the pouting Smoker to sit down. She actually quite liked the chaotic atmosphere on the ship. Colonel Smoker looked fierce and could easily scare people. However, he himself seemed not to care much about his image. But every time he scared someone, he felt guilty. So he developed a habit of often staying in his room, which was a big problem. But Smoker was a chain smoker. He smoked every day, filling the room with smoke, and every time she went to report, she had to open the window for ventilation first. Since House arrived, the two of them had been bickering every day, and everyone saw that House could provoke Smoker without any issue, so they gradually became less afraid of him. Today's incident could be considered a small revenge by the girls. After all, House had Lyoya pull her over as a shield, and Dashki had her own temper. Imcirc 903D Dashki had been busy for several days, and the ship was very calm, at least in her opinion. "Tomorrow, Our ship would arrive at an island called Runes, where we needed to rest. Dasky said to a few people on the deck. Yay, we can finally go ashore. Liuya was the first to raise both hands in agreement. Dasky had been training swordsmanship a lot lately, and Cardan was stirring up trouble between Smoker and House, constantly provoking them. There was no one to play with her, and it was too boring. Dasky smiled apologetically. She had increased her training recently, waiting to settle the score with that Zoro who insulted her next time they met. So she had somewhat neglected Liuya. Well, let us rest then. Chasing after the Straw Hats, isn't something that can be done in a hurry. We still need to wait for intelligence. Smoker nodded in agreement. Although they were supposed to capture Straw Hat Luffy, he and the Straw Hats were on different routes. And the Navy's intelligence department hadn't sent any news. They didn't know where to find Luffy. After all, there were 7 routes down from Reverse Mountain. And waiting for news at this time was more appropriate. House certainly had no objections. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter, since he didn't have the final say on where the ship stopped. Although he knew Luffy's upcoming route, Smoker was already suspicious of him. So telling Smoker Luffy's route now would be like self-destructing. Anyway, Smoker could find it himself, so he wouldn't interfere. Runes Island was several times larger than Logtown. The city on the island shared the same name, Runes City. It is worth mentioning that this island belonged to the Summer Islands, which were hot all year round. Today was no different, with clear skies and scorching sun. So hot. Servant, can you turn off the sun? Liuya looked completely wilted, as if she were dehydrated. What nonsense are you talking about? The sun doesn't have a switch. As House answered, he was looking for a shady spot. At this rate, Liuya was likely to suffer from heat stroke. House, don't you have a trick to make water? Get some ice. Cadden, also feeling the heat, offered House a very constructive suggestion. What nonsense, I can't do that kind of thing. Hey, can Mr. House really make ice? That would be amazing. Dasky looked surprised. It'd be great to have ice in such hot weather. Sorry, Dasky, I really can't make ice. House looked sincere. Is it not possible? What a pity. I also want ice cubes. Liuya also heard the conversation here and thought there would be ice cubes to cool down. Don't joke, I don't have that ability. House still denies it, but it's true. If you say you can use water breathing to draw out some water, that's fine, but ice blocks really won't work. Just pretend. Just act tough. Smoker watched coldly. Although he didn't know how strong this guy really was, it was definitely more than what was being shown right now. A heat wave swept in, and a few of them were walking under the blazing sun. The servant said today they needed to offer that thing. Liuya's eyes lit up as he stared at the ice cream advertisement by the roadside, where various flavors of ice cream looked almost real. Uncontrollable tears streamed from the corners of his mouth. Let's go. House immediately agreed to this tempting request. Who could refuse ice cream in the summer? In the ice cream shop, several people were enjoying themselves. Wow, I'm alive again. Energetic girl Rokaha is back in action. The others were slumped in their chairs. Is this heaven? I want to stay here forever. Excuse me, sir, may I see your knife? Who's skipping the line? When the others looked over, Dasky was already standing in front of a middle-aged man in a black suit. The man looked to be in his 40s, dressed entirely in black, wearing a tall hat, with a pattern resembling crossbones like a pirate flag tattooed on his face. How should I put it? He looked like a villain who could show his face for half a minute in a movie. Beside him was a long knife that looked quite impressive. Mississippi. The extra guy sized up Dasky and noted that, to avoid drawing attention, the group was dressed in casual clothes instead of military uniforms today. Hee. The extra guy let out an ambiguous laugh. This is a famous blade. It's not something you can just show to anyone. Please, I really want to see it. I can pay if needed, Dasky said seriously as she took out her thick wallet. That's not necessary, but it's not appropriate to take out a knife in public. How about this? I have a room at the hotel over there. We can go there and take a look slowly. The extra guy was taken aback for a moment, then smiled even more exaggeratedly. Big fish. Not only can I enjoy it, but I can also make some money. I'm so lucky today. Is that so? Then please wait a moment while I tell my companions, Dasky replied. You have companions? The extra guy was startled. If there were more people, it would be harder to act. Yes, just a moment. She then walked back to where House and the others were sitting in a row of booths by the front desk, with Rokaha sitting at the end. I'm going to check out the knife with that kind gentleman. Please wait for a bit. I'll be back soon. Oh, Rokaha casually replied, while House and Cadden were secretly watching Smoker, whose already fierce face looked even darker now. All right, sir, we can go, Dasky said politely with a bow. That girl is your companion? The extra guy pointed at Rokaha, as only she had responded while Dasky spoke. He hadn't seen the others and assumed Dasky had come, just with Rokaha. Yes, we're friends. The extra guy gulped, his already somewhat lecherous smile becoming even more shameless. I think you should invite her to come along. That way, you two girls will be safer together. The extra guy rolled his eyes and said to Dasky, "Oh my god, has Lady Luck finally remembered me today? I actually get to encounter two such beautiful ladies at once. Although one of them dressed a bit strangely." The extra guy thought he could manage. "Is that so? You have a point. I'll go ask." Dasky considered that she had planned to go out with Rokaha alone today. If they went together, they wouldn't need to return to the ice cream shop. After looking at the knife, they could go shopping together and then head back, saving time. Rokaha thought about it. Dasky was right. It indeed could save time. Normally, this little time wouldn't matter, but it was so hot here. If they could avoid being in the sun for a while, they should. Rokaha followed Dasky, licking her ice cream as they walked up to the extra guy. "Sir, let's go." The extra guy looked at Rokaha, his entire face nearly blooming with a grin, overwhelmed with joy as he thanked Lady Luck again, leading the two of them out. As soon as they stepped outside, a chill hit him, making the extra guy shiver involuntarily. Why is it so cold today when the sun is so strong? He wondered. "Sir, which direction is the hotel?" Dasky urged when the extra guy hesitated. "Oh, this way. Let's go." The extra guy snapped back to reality, mentally slapping himself. What was he thinking? What if they noticed something was off and ran away? He would regret it. "By the way, sir, I haven't asked your name. Just call me Mr. 11. Rokaha didn't speak to Mr. 11 the entire way. She felt something was off about him, especially the way he looked at her, which was particularly unpleasant. The three walked on, during which Mr. 11 tried to put his hand on both of them several times. But each time he reached out, he felt a chill. Was it because he had treated himself too much lately? Why did he feel a bit weak? He needed to eat some goji berries soon. After thinking, he realized that making a move now would easily alert them. Once they were in the room and the door was closed with just two girls, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? Cadden admired Mr. 11 from behind, thinking he was brave, cold, good. What a fool to provoke Dasky. Not only did he provoke Dasky, but he also dared to have designs on Rokaha. Didn't he see the Death Star already circling above his head? Or two of them? In terms of courting death, I would call you the strongest. Beside Cadden, two men with faces as dark as ink were staring intently at Mr. 11's back. "This knife fool," they both said simultaneously, then turned to look at each other. They both expressed simultaneous confusion, then nodded heavily and followed after him. Two people who usually didn't get along reached a consensus at this moment. In this sense, Mr. 11 made an outstanding contribution to the unity of Smoker's group. Congratulations, congratulations. Have you lost your mind upon seeing a famous knife? Smoker roared at Dasky. Dasky also looked aggrieved. She just wanted to see the famous knife. Who knew the other party would pounce on her? Rokaha, you did right this time. When you encounter such a person coming at you, just knock him away. On the other side, House was giving Rokaha a thumbs up, and she was beaming with joy. A large hole had already been made in the wall next to them, leading straight to the corridor. A man was embedded in the corridor wall, his head down, unsure if he was alive or dead. Cadden was checking the man's injuries. TSK, 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 brave man, you dare to take Rokaha's punch. His sternum was broken into 3 pieces, more than a dozen ribs were broken, and his entire chest cavity was caved in. Who knows how badly he was hurt inside. Just his face could land him 3 years in prison, and you still dare to follow him. This time, the opponent was too weak. He's not your match. What if he was a powerful person? Even if he wasn't, what if he had drugged you? You have no vigilance at all. How did you become a Navy? Smoker directly scolded Dasky until she was at a loss for words. Yes, I won't do it again next time. Dasky said aggrievedly. What? She just wanted to borrow a knife to take a look. What is wrong with that? How could she know the other party had bad intentions? Smoker was right. She just encountered a weakling. This is the grand line, where strong people are countless. What will happen if something goes wrong? Lyoya, you need to be more careful. Over there, House was also trying to educate Lyoya, but seeing Lyoya's discontented expression, it was clear that she wasn't listening. You. Forget it. You and Lyoya go take a walk first. It's not hot outside anymore. Come back early. Since when did the sky outside start to become overcast? It looks like it might rain. Dasky lowered her head, feeling gloomy as she pulled Lyoya outside. Hey, knife enthusiast. Smoker called out to Dasky. What now? You've already scolded her. You can't do it again. Lyoya stood in front of Dasky, loudly questioning him. This smoking guy is really bad. How many times does he need to say the same thing? Dasky also looked aggrieved. I won't take it back. This knife is your spoils of war. Take it. Saying this, he threw the famous knife that Mr. 11 used to attract Dasky to Lyoya. Dasky. Thank you, Colonel Smoker. Smoker. What did you call me? Dasky was overjoyed and didn't care about the occasion anymore. Clang. She drew the knife from its sheath and examined it carefully. There is no mistake, this slight curve. The design without a blood groove in this flame-like pattern. This is the famous knife Huazhou, one of the excellent swords of the 50th quality. You're giving us this knife? I didn't expect you to be so ugly, but you're actually quite nice. Liu Ye patted Smoker on the shoulder, completely ignoring his coal-black face. All right, the knife is in hand. You can go back and take your time looking at it. You two go take a walk first. House quickly intervened and pushed the two ladies out. But I still want to. No, you don't want to. Servant, don't push me. Just go quickly. House pushed the two of them out without saying a word and turned around. Smoker was already standing with Kadan. Hey, House, you always say your medical skills are great. It's your turn to show it this time, Smoker said darkly to House. Of course, it's a piece of cake. House responded in the same tone. Then he crouched in front of Mr. 11 and began his procedure. Cardan looked somewhat confused. It wasn't that he doubted House's medical skills. He just didn't understand why they needed to save each other. For someone like him, it wouldn't matter if he died, right? Well, just a little stimulation, and he would wake up. Under House's operation, Mr. 11 successfully survived, and even his injuries improved significantly. Given House's proficiency, this definitely wasn't his first time doing this. He needed to ask him about other situations. Smoker rolled up his sleeves and approached Mr. 11. Then, under Cardan's bewildered expression and House's approving look, BM, a big fight broke out. Ouch, my face hurts. Who are you? How did I end up here? Stimulated by the situation, Mr. 11 instantly woke up. Just as House had said, instinctively trying to grab a weapon, but his hands and feet were completely unable to move. House had just dislocated all his arms and legs. Slap. Smoker went up with another big hit. Come clean. Huh. Slap. Not gonna talk, huh? Slap. Stubborn, are we? Slap. Slap. Smoker directly mounted the opponent, delivering slap after slap. Under Smoker's violent interrogation, Mr. 11 gloriously fainted again. House. Cadan looked at the two in shock. What kind of devil is this? They beat him up and then saved him, and then beat him again. Mr. 11, what kind of virtue do you have to deserve this treatment? After a while, Cadan's expression had gone from shock to numbness. Whatever, you guys do as you please. Huh, this guy's quite tough after all this beating. He still won't say a word. Indeed, he is tough. These two really are a pair. One dares to speak, and the other dares to respond. Cadan, hee. You guys keep asking. You start off with a big fight. Ask away. You might as well just want to hit someone. Mr. 11 was dumbfounded. What's going on? Wasn't he just about to play a game with two beautiful women? How did it turn into two men? And who are these two? Why can't I move at all? At least let me talk. You start off with a big fight, knock me out, and then treat me. Knock me out, and then treat me. If you want me to talk, at least give me a chance to speak. I'm tired, just destroy me. Mr. 11 looked defeated. Let's go, take him back and interrogate him slowly. Smoker had a look of unfulfilled desire. He didn't know what was going on lately. Even though he had been ruling the EC, he felt that once he arrived at the Grand Line, he would soon be beaten up a lot. He is a dignified Logia user. How could he be beaten up? It must be that the pirates of the Grand Line are too arrogant. Today, he would take some back from this guy. The three divided the work, with House and Cadan going to replenish supplies on the ship, while Smoker took this lewd man back to the ship. As for the reason, don't ask. Just know that it's convenient for Logia users to take people. That night, Six-Leaf mysteriously pulled House into the room he shared with Dashki. What's going on? Is there something that must be said here? House has had a question mark on his forehead. Servant, here you go. Lilia stuffed a long strip of something into House's arms. After weighing it a bit, wasn't this the knife called Huazhou? Quickly put it back. How can you just take Dashki's knife? What if Dashki finds out? House Luolkit Navus. This guy, Liu Yi, is really unreliable. He actually took someone else's sword. For a swordsman, a sword is life. It's okay, Mr. House. This is something I agreed to, a voice suddenly echoed. Only then did House see that Dashki was also in the room. Huh? Hee? Dashki, you're here too. Quickly put the sword away. It's a very valuable item. House C was startled by the Siki and didn't hear clearly what she said. No, this is a gift I prepared for Liu Yi. Liu Yi was very unhappy. It was rare for her to have something suitable to give to House C, and House C actually thought she had stolen it. Oh, Liu Yi, don't be willful. Liu Yi had made a friend, and House C didn't want them to have a rift over such a trivial matter. Mr. House C, please don't misunderstand Liu Yi. It was indeed after our discussion that Liu Yi decided to give you the Huazhou. The Siki immediately came up to explain upon seeing the situation. Huh? House looked confused and turned to Six Leaves with a questioning gaze. Six Leaves had a sulky expression, clearly indicating that she was upset and not going to be appeased by House. It's like this, Mr. House. Dashki stepped forward to explain, noticing the awkwardness. Ever since I got this sword, I've been troubled about what to do with this Hanazhou. I'm not a dual-wielding swordsman, so a second sword is of no use to me. I only need Shoya Shigur. Dasky smiled as she patted her sword. At this moment, Six Leaves said, "You're just the right person. You're a dual-wielding swordsman. Moreover, you lost one sword due to combat. In fact, Miss Six Leaves contributed a lot to capturing that criminal this time. So, at Miss Six Leaves' suggestion, we decided to give Hannah Jo to you." After Dasky finished explaining, House suddenly understood. "So that's how it is. But Dasky, are you really okay with this? Didn't you want to collect all the famous swords?" "Mr. House, you misunderstand. My ambition is to retrieve the famous swords from pirates and hand them over to those qualified to use them. I only need Shoya Shiger for myself." Dasky smiled. "I see, I thought it was Six Leaves, haha." House looked awkwardly at Liu Yi. "Liu Yi, hey mei. I'm really sorry, I misunderstood." House scratched his head and smiled apologetically. "I don't really mind, but Six Leaf." Dasky looked at House with a teasing expression. House also has a bit of a headache. "I'm sorry, Liu Yi. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry." House sincerely bowed to Liu Yi and apologized. "You quickly get up. I forgive you." Liu Yi appeared somewhat at a loss. This was the first time House had apologized to her so seriously after knowing each other for so long. Dashki, standing by, showed an amused smile. After repeatedly thanking Dashki, House accepted Huazhou. At least on the surface, he was a dual wielder, and it didn't seem right to only use one sword. After the small episode, Smoker chose to set off for the next location, where there was a naval base, and the base commander was an old friend of his. Going there would not only allow him to meet an old friend, but also provide more complete information from the naval base, making it easier for him to find Monkey D. Luffy. However, this plan was soon disrupted. "Report, Colonel. We received a strange signal." A Navy officer rushed to Smoker with a black phone. Let me listen." Smoker picked up the transponder snail's receiver, and there was nothing but static. "What the hell is this? Are you messing with me?" Smoker had a fierce expression. "And no, sir, maybe they have finished communicating. There's a backup recording in the cabin." "Oh, Dashki, let's go listen." Dashki, who was chatting with Liu Yi, couldn't hear clearly and had to ask loudly, "What? Do you want coffee?" "Smoky Coronel." Smoker. "House. Why, Dasky, you knife-obsessed fool. What are you laughing at? Come here." Enraged, Smoker directly dragged House away. Ever since they dealt with that lewd man together a couple of days ago, Smoker had started to doubt House less. How should I put it? It's one thing for two strangers to do good deeds together, but if two strangers do bad things together, their relationship will definitely become much closer very quickly. Princess Kakyoin and Straw Hat. The mission has been completed. The recording only captured this much.